Chapter 1. Alfred observed his surroundings in bewilderment, his mind a blank slate. Before him lay a spacious bedroom, at least 40 square meters in size, adorned in a deep crimson hue, from the curtains to the carpet. And even the mattress and quilt on the bed, every item was drenched in this dark red, imparting a sense of weightiness that was not entirely oppressive. The walls, in stark contrast to the opulent decor of the room, were devoid of any embellishments, revealing massive slabs of dark stone that seemed to constitute the sole material of the structure. This was indeed peculiar, in this modern era of red bricks and white tiles. Sheen had never encountered a building constructed entirely of such formidable stones, save for ancient ruins. Thus, upon awakening in this environment steeped in a rich Gothic atmosphere, he found himself utterly incapable of rational thought, unable to fathom how he had arrived here after a car accident. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps gradually acclimating to the sensory shock and driven by confusion, curiosity, and a fear of the unknown. Sheen, lying on the large bed, finally attempted to prop himself up on his arms to better comprehend his surroundings. However, as soon as his hands pressed against the bed, an alarming realization struck him. His lower body was devoid of sensation. This revelation sent him spiraling back into a state of panic, his already pale lips losing all color, becoming nearly translucent. Instinctively, he reached down to touch his legs, and only upon feeling their presence did he release a deep sigh of relief. Assuming that the lack of sensation in his legs was merely a temporary after-effect of the accident, he relied solely on his arms to sit up, leaning against the headboard. The door swung open abruptly. Just as he was about to lift the covers to inspect his legs, Sheen turned his gaze towards the entrance. An elderly man stood there, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, holding a tray with his left hand. The old man's sudden appearance seemed to shock him profoundly upon seeing Sheen seated on the bed. The tray tilted precariously, causing a silver bowl to tumble to the ground, spilling creamy milk everywhere, splattering onto the man's trousers, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on Sheen with an expression of sheer astonishment. In this moment of awkwardness, Sheen could only muster a feeble smile. This gesture finally jolted the old man back to reality, making him aware that he was not dreaming. Though still visibly shaken, his expression transformed from shock to one of evident delight. A smile broke across his wrinkled face as he bent down to retrieve the silver bowl from the floor, placing it back onto the tray. Throughout the series of movements, it was clear that the old man was overwhelmed with emotion, as even Sheen could see his hands trembling slightly. Yet, remarkably, whether bending or picking up the bowl, his actions remained precise and meticulous, as if his uncontrollable emotional fluctuations had no bearing on his movements, so disciplined that Sheen might have mistaken him for a machine, had it not been for the emotional cues. "I apologize. My young master, I trust you won't mind that it stole your milk. After all, it was merely a pair of trousers." The term, young master, both foreign and oddly familiar, combined with the old man's increasingly recognizable visage, abruptly conjured a memory that did not belong to Sheen, causing his head to throb painfully. 3 months ago, Alfred Manor was besieged in a brutal and bloody surprise attack. That it was a night illuminated by a bright moon when a cohort of 30 black-armored knights assaulted the estate. The battle raged from dusk until dawn broke, with blood saturating the manor's grounds until it flowed like a river. The count met his demise on the battlefield, and you, my young master, sustained grave injuries and lapsed into a coma for 3 months. Nearly beyond the brink of awakening. No one knows why this band of black-armored knights targeted Alfred Manor, nor do we understand from whence they hailed. What we can ascertain is that this band of knights was certainly not the remnants of any family abandoned on the wasteland, as no family in the region could boast the strength to field such a formidable knightly order, averaging a power level of at least 7. Naturally, they could not have originated from the Lich King's domain. As winter approaches, and the impoverished liches would soon invade the wasteland to plunder resources, they have no reason to target Alfred, and even if driven by hatred, they would not willingly sacrifice any knight boasting a level 7 fighting spirit at this juncture. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting warmth and light into the room. Yet, under the old man's calm narration, it felt as if even the temperature of the air had dropped. Seated on the bed, Sheen felt neither warmth nor brightness. His mind was overwhelmed with visions of carnage, silvery moons, knights, flashes of swords, blood, corpses, and anguished cries. These images, woven through the old man's account along with Sheen's now awakened memories, transported him into the heart of the scene. He almost envisioned the black-masked knight delivering a vicious blow to his chest. Though he was not the same person he was then, Sheen instinctively felt a pang of pain in his chest. This marked Sheen's second awakening. Accepting the memories of this life, he understood precisely what had transpired following the accident. While he found the concept of transmigration absurd, he was not entirely averse to it. After all, he had perused various websites filled with tales of reincarnation and time travel. Thus, at this moment, he felt more bewildered than afraid, particularly when considering his current predicament. His father, Count Alfred, had perished in that brutal attack, and as the primary heir of the Alfred family, he was expected to inherit the title and take the helm of the estate. This realization left him feeling utterly lost. Therefore, listening to the old man's narrative, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, Qin squinted and instinctively inquired, "What is the current situation?" The old man, with a placid demeanor, looked down at his young master, who had evidently been graced by the master's favor to awaken. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he responded softly, "In these past 3 months, Alfred's territory has not faced significant turmoil. There has been no panic or unrest. This is largely due to your sister, Miss Elizabeth, who acted swiftly to execute several restless servants of Alfred, thereby securing a temporary peace for the estate." Elizabeth, Qin certainly had a recollection of her. And though he had never met her, a vision of a fair and lovely young girl with long, dark hair quickly surfaced in his mind. While she may not have been strikingly beautiful, her crescent-shaped smile and the dimples that graced her cheeks rendered her particularly endearing. Recalling these memories, Qin could not help but think of those years when, while practicing his fighting spirit on the manor's lawn, his sister would quietly sit nearby, patiently waiting for him. That a warm current surged within him, bringing a sense of comfort. Yet, this warmth was fleeting. Upon realizing that he was only 17, while his sister was just 15, yet she had already shouldered the heavy responsibilities that should have fallen to him after their father's death, a bitter ache filled Qin's heart. He could hardly fathom how such a gentle girl had managed to confront such dire circumstances and decisively stabilize the situation at Alfred. He struggled to voice his concern. "And what of Elizabeth?" "Soren City, the Soren Conference," the old man succinctly stated. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Qin's face, he recalled that his young master had been unconscious for a full 3 months, making it difficult for him to grasp the myriad of events that had transpired. Thus, the old man elaborated, "Winter has arrived, and the Lich King's court, lacking resources for the cold season, will invade the abandoned wasteland each winter to plunder food supplies. Therefore, to ensure the noble families on the wasteland can retreat safely behind the city walls before the Liches invade, an annual meeting is held in Soren City to determine which family will serve as the rearguard to fend off the Liches' incursion, facilitating the safer retreat of the other families. This is the sole purpose for the establishment of the Soren Conference." Pausing, the old man regarded Qin with a complex expression before adding, "More critically, if all goes as expected, this year it is likely that Alfred will be tasked with repelling the Liches' invasion." Qin seemed oblivious to the gravity of the old man's final statement. It was possible he simply overlooked the last remark. For although he had absorbed the memories of this life, many details were evidently beyond his immediate comprehension. Thus, as he listened to the old man's explanation, Qin naturally expressed his confusion. "Retreat? Why must we retreat? Does the Empire simply allow the Liches to invade? Is there no garrison stationed in the wasteland?" The abandoned wasteland was the territory of the Holy Empire, and both Alfred and the other nobles of the wasteland were subjects of the Empire. These relatively abstract concepts, Qin had come to understand well through the memories of this life. "My young master, you may have forgotten why the wasteland is referred to as the abandoned wasteland." The elderly man observed the perplexed expression on Qin Zhao's face, ultimately concluding that his young master, even upon awakening, had forgotten a multitude of things that he patiently remarked. "All nobles who have committed crimes are condemned to this land, which borders the North's Lich, to endure suffering and curses. Thus, this place is a gathering ground for those forsaken by the Empire, a realm abandoned to some extent by the Empire itself. Naturally, no legions are dispatched here for protection, nor has the Church of Light established a presence in this desolate expanse. Although this forsaken wasteland is nominally still under the aegis of the Holy Empire, it is, in truth, the domain of the Lord." Criminal nobles. Qin Zhao was once again taken aback, for he possessed no recollection of any crimes committed by Alfred. However, at this juncture, the specific details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Qin Zhao had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, since the Empire would not provide any protection for the wasteland. and the nobles therein would not unite to resist the foes from the north. It meant that each year, the family tasked with the rearguard would have to face the Lich King alone. This was not merely a matter of numerical disparity. It was a stark contrast in capabilities across all fronts. Though the Lich King's court may be resource-deprived, any single family would find themselves dwarfed by the Lich's overwhelming might. To strike a stone with an egg, to overestimate one's strength? Qin Zhao could not help but view this so-called Soren conference as an utterly ridiculous farce. Yet, what of the absurdity? According to the elder, this conference had existed since the very day the wasteland was established, regardless of how foolish or ineffectual it might be. It was not something that Qin Zhao, or even Alfred, could simply dismiss. That in light of this, the only course of action available to Qin Zhao was to contemplate the execution of this so-called Soren conference. But how was he to proceed? Not to mention that he had only just arrived in this world. Even under normal circumstances, how long could Alfred withstand the Lich's onslaught? A day? Half a day? Moreover, at this moment, Alfred had just endured a brutal attack, leaving him severely weakened, with internal strife looming. Was it realistic to expect Alfred to repel the Lich's invasion under such dire circumstances? Qin Zhao finally recognized the precariousness of his situation, and he understood why. Upon his second awakening, the elder had shown no signs of excitement or surprise, only a heavy demeanor filled with hesitation. He slowly turned, finally fixing his gaze upon the elder's face, and inquired, how did the families responsible for the rearguard manage to withstand the Lich's incursions? The elder remained composed as he replied, all families once tasked with the rearguard have become mere history. They no longer exist. This implied that Alfred was doomed. Chapter 2. I require a wheelchair once more. Qin Zhao found himself bereft of the ability to think. If his initial awakening had left him paralyzed by fear and confusion in this unfamiliar world, this time he was plunged into utter despair. He had no means by which to save the Alfred family, nor did he possess any semblance of direction or clarity on how to salvage the situation. Having only just arrived in this realm, with scant experience or understanding of its intricacies, he was already ensnared in such a dire predicament, facing an irreparable crisis. What strategies could he possibly conjure? With a heavy sigh, he gazed expressionlessly out the window, the sunlight still radiant, yet cold upon his face. The elder, standing resolutely at his bedside, evidently sensed the young master's despair. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, his shoulders sagging in resignation. Qin Zhao, squinting as he looked out the window, noticed the elder's unspoken words. He had intended to turn and ask the elder, but in the end, he remained indifferent, his gaze fixed outside. He had already surmised what the elder wished to convey. Indeed, no matter how dire Alfred's circumstances appeared, at the very least, his sister, Elizabeth, was still fighting and struggling for Alfred's survival. If he were not mistaken, Qin Zhao could surmise that his sister was pleading with the nobles attending the Soren conference for more time, hoping that they would postpone the responsibility of resisting the Lich for another year or two. In such a scenario, as the first heir to Alfred, what right did he have to despair? How could he ignore the suffering that his sister bore and simply contemplate surrender? Qin Zhao understood all of this. Yet he found it difficult to summon the will to struggle or fight for survival. Perhaps because he did not believe that Alfred had any hope left. That it could also be that, having just traversed into this world, he had not yet developed a profound sense of belonging to Alfred. Furthermore, his legs remained devoid of sensation. What could he possibly do? He could only remain silent. The elder, having waited in vain for his young master to speak again, let out a sigh and calmly announced his intention to prepare lunch before slowly turning away at this moment. Qin Zhao finally withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to regard the elder's retreating figure. A sense of desolation and sorrow washed over him. This was his immediate reaction upon seeing that hunched back, and inexplicably, a wave of impulse surged within him. Yes, he had yet to truly engage with this world. But based solely on the memories he had received and the notion of the Soren conference, he could easily envision the selfishness, cruelty, and folly of the nobles in the wasteland, especially considering that these nobles were all criminals, exiled by the empire to this barren land. Now, as Qin Zhao contemplated that his merely 15-year-old sister was currently facing such a treacherous and ruthless assembly of nobles, desperately struggling and humbly pleading, his heart began to stir with a wave of compassion. Thus, he resolved, since he had arrived in this world, and since it was inconceivable to lie in bed awaiting death, and since he was now the first heir to Alfred, he must shoulder the burden. At the very least, he ought to attempt to do so. That he slowly lifted the dark red blanket draped over him. Staring blankly at his insensate legs, the elder approached the door. Reaching for the handle, suddenly, Qin Zhao spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Old Vernon, I believe I require a wheelchair." The elder, specifically, Alfred's old steward, Old Vernon, who had narrowly survived the attack that night, stood frozen in place. He did not turn around, but his agitation was palpable. Once his shoulders ceased their trembling, he slowly turned to face Qin Zhao, struggling to suppress the emotion that threatened to overflow, striving to maintain an air of calmness. "As you wish." My lord, not young master." Qin Zhao felt that this marked his true immersion into this world. Perhaps the wheelchair had been prepared by Old Vernon since his awakening, from the moment Qin Zhao requested it until after lunch. When Old Vernon wheeled him out of the room, the entire process unfolded swiftly as they approached the 7 steps leading down from the castle's ground floor. Old Vernon directed Qin Zhao to turn around. Preventing the wheelchair from tipping forward, it was during this backward descent that Qin Zhao caught a clear glimpse of his surroundings. Before him stood a quintessential medieval Western castle, at least 5 stories high. Constructed of dark granite stones, the castle's summit featured 3 imposing round towers, exuding a sense of solemnity that instilled awe in those beneath its shadow. This feeling struck Qin Zhao with particular intensity. As he squinted at the majestic castle, he felt an inexplicable thrill, to the extent that even though his hands clutched the wheelchair's armrests tightly, he could not quell his excitement. This was his castle. This was Alfred's, and everything here belonged solely to him. The sensation was exquisite, so much so that Qin Zhao would willingly sacrifice everything to safeguard what was rightfully his. Old Vernon, however, seemed oblivious to his exhilaration. Upon reaching the carriage waiting outside the estate, he pushed his lord forward, heading out of the manor. It was only then that Qin Zhao noticed 7 or 8 servants scattered throughout the estate, all astonished by their young master's sudden awakening after 3 months of unconsciousness. Yet, regrettably, they lacked the right to express their emotions. No matter how shocking Qin Zhao's unexpected appearance was, they could only bow their heads. Standing in place, unable to meet his gaze, intending to smile at the servants, Qin Zhao realized that no one was paying attention to his expression and subsequently abandoned the notion. At this moment, he had no inclination to delve into the chasm that separated slaves, commoners, and nobles, so he permitted Old Vernon to push him along, basking in the sunlight as they traversed the gravel path toward the estate's exit. As they passed the grassy expanse before the manor, Qin Zhao gestured for Old Vernon to halt. He then maneuvered the wheelchair to the edge of the lawn, gazing out at the verdant landscape. The Minerva aconitum evidently possesses a formidable vitality. Winter has descended, yet the lawn remains lush and verdant. Here, not a trace of the bloody carnage can be observed, and it is difficult to imagine that just 3 months prior, a fierce and brutal slaughter unfolded here. There is no blood upon the ground, no remnants of limbs, nor any corpses. Only the grass, glistening with emerald hues under the sun. However, despite this tranquility, what manifests before Qin Zhao's eyes, what reverberates in his mind, is solely the bloodshed of that night. The relentless massacre. He feels as though he stands amidst the chaos once more, blood flowing, cries of agony echoing, furious roars resounding, and dismembered bodies strewn across the grass. This reflection renders his already pallid complexion even more ashen. Before him lies not merely grass, but a battlefield. He then directs his gaze to a black stone monument standing amidst the grass. It is evident that it has been cleansed. Yet indelible stains of blood remain, imparting a weighty and ancient presence. Qin Zhao stares vacantly at the monument for an extended period, and when he finally turns his wheelchair around, he is surprised to find that a dozen knights have gathered behind him. These knights, undoubtedly loyal to Alfred, may not have participated in that fateful night's bloodletting. Perhaps they too are survivors of that gruesome conflict. Regardless, their presence at this moment, standing guard over him, Alfred's heir, speaks volumes of their unwavering loyalty. Qin Zhao scrutinizes the knights, their armor rusted and dull, pondering why they would forsake their lives to remain loyal to Alfred, a loyalty he perceives as foolish. Yet, this does not diminish the tumult of emotions surging within him. The knights uniformly bow in respect, their movements precise and succinct, meeting their gazes, some resolute, some hesitant, some astonished, and others skeptical. Qin Zhao slowly places his right hand upon his chest and solemnly declares, "Together with Alfred. Together with Alfred." The low, Resonant roar finally ignites a flicker of hope within Qin Zhao, who had squinted against the gloom and no longer hesitating. He gestures for old Vernon to propel his wheelchair towards the manor's exit, resolutely heading towards an abyss unknown to anyone. Within the manor, only the weathered black stone monument stands silently, its blood-stained inscriptions growing ever clearer. My child, if you find yourself in suffering, remember this. Those who endure hardship have no right to be pessimistic. If you succumb to despair, you will lose the courage to confront your trials and the strength to resist them, resulting only in greater suffering. Chapter 3. The Soren Conference. The carriage jolted along, as Alfred's castle receded into the distance, ultimately fading from Qin Zhao's sight. The tumult within his heart gradually subsided. He casually surveyed the opulent interior of the carriage and discovered that its decor could only be described as lavish. From the floor to the ceiling, a rich crimson velvet carpet adorned every surface, and at the rear of the carriage stood a magnificent small bed, alongside a petite writing desk and a warming stove, compelling Qin Zhao to reflect that even this mere carriage surpassed the comfort of his prior bedroom. But a complex smile of self-mockery crossed his features as he refrained from pondering whether this sudden affluence and noble status bestowed upon him by his transmigration was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Instead, as he withdrew his gaze from the interior, he began to contemplate what actions he might take in light of his current predicament. Undeniably, Qin Zhao felt utterly at a loss regarding his situation. Yet the sight of that black monument and the knights steadfastly flanking his carriage inspired a flicker of courage within him to confront adversity, however insignificant it might be. This nascent bravery became the foundation of the strength that propelled him forward. His foremost thought was whether Alfred would ultimately bear the burden of repelling the lich's invasion, and how best to ensure their survival. This initial consideration stemmed from Qin Zhao's inherent character. In his past life, he had been an unrepentant pessimist, always preparing for the worst. Thus he held no expectation that the nobles of Soren City would extend even a modicum of sympathy or mercy towards him and his sister. However, as Qin Zhao began to truly deliberate on the matter, a question abruptly surfaced. Indeed, a single family could not withstand the lich's incursion, but why had all the families responsible for the rear guard vanished without a trace? Had they all perished? This seemed implausible. Qin Zhao could not bring himself to believe that these nobles had selflessly chosen to die alongside their kin. What of those who survived? This query instinctively escaped his lips. Inside the carriage, old Vernon sat with an upright posture, his hands resting on his legs, mirroring Qin Zhao's own meticulous stance. He heard his master's inquiry but refrained from responding, his expression remaining unchanged, merely gazing at Qin Zhao with a calm and silent demeanor. This was hardly surprising. In truth, old Vernon understood that anyone who contemplated the so-called Soren Conference could easily discern the answer to this question, and he had faith that his master would uncover the truth without his assistance. Indeed, scarcely had Qin Zhao voiced his confusion when the answer dawned upon him, his expression shifting to one of complexity, shock, realization, and predominantly angered. He squinted, murmuring, "So, this so-called Soren Conference is not merely to counter the lich's invasion. The lich is but a sword wielded by the nobles. I am genuinely curious to know who initiated this Soren Conference." Old Vernon remained silent. The reality was as Qin Zhao surmised. Whichever family had borne the responsibility of thwarting the lich's advance, even if they survived the onslaught, would inevitably suffer devastating losses, faced with the renewed aggression of the nobles upon their retreat. The only fate awaiting them would be annihilation. Furthermore, from the fact that the families which had historically resisted the lich no longer existed, Qin Zhao could easily infer that those nobles who had survived, even if they chose to submit or surrender, would find it utterly futile. The returning nobles would undoubtedly eradicate any seeds of resentment. Thus, the true purpose of the Soren Conference was to eliminate dissent. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Qin Zhao finally comprehended that his greatest and most lethal adversary was no longer the lich of the northern lands. It was the aristocracy of the wasteland. No longer hesitating, he lifted his gaze to old Vernon, his eyes filled with determination. "I require detailed information regarding all the families of the wasteland, including the preferences and personalities of their leaders. The more comprehensive, the better." Old Vernon promptly rose, seemingly unfazed by his master's request. As he pushed the wheelchair closer to Qin Zhao, he remarked, "My lord, when the count was preoccupied, he had a habit of carrying commonly used documents with him. So the information you seek is available in the desk." Qin Zhao nodded in realization. With old Vernon's assistance, he struggled back into the wheelchair, during which he inevitably became acutely aware that he currently lacked even the ability to stand. This realization dampened the slight exhilaration he had felt, a shift in mood evident even to old Vernon. It was apparent that old Vernon had not intended to speak, but as he wheeled the chair towards the desk, he could no longer restrain himself and spoke softly. "My lord, your legs may be injured, but please believe that once you recover, your strength will return, and so too will your legs." Fighting spirit. The term instinctively raised an eyebrow in Qin Zhao. Having accepted the memories of this life, he was well aware that fighting spirit constituted a crucial power system within the sacred continent. Moreover, this body had been training in fighting spirit since childhood and could even be deemed a prodigy. At just 17 years of age, he possessed the power of a level 3 fighting spirit, an uncommon feat in the wasteland. Regrettably, since awakening, Qin Zhao had yet to sense the presence of fighting spirit, whether it was due to his severe injuries or because he was no longer the Alfred heir. The nebulous power of fighting spirit from his memories seemed utterly disconnected from him. He could not feel it at all. This disconnection undoubtedly left Qin Zhao feeling profoundly disheartened, yet in comparison to his current circumstances, such feelings were trivial. Thus, he chose not to mention this matter to his steward, nor did he intend to raise it. For one, it was unnecessary, and two, considering Alfred's dire situation, Qin Zhao could not help but worry that if those around him learned he might lack any power henceforth, the glimmer of hope he had brought upon awakening would vanish entirely. As for his legs, to be candid, Qin Zhao was not overly concerned. After all, this was ultimately a fantastical realm filled with magic and martial prowess. He recalled that the priests of the Holy See possessed abilities akin to resurrection. Thus, it was not entirely inconceivable that he could regain the ability to stand. Therefore, upon hearing old Vernon's words, Qin Zhao merely offered a wry smile, refraining from any verbal response. Old Vernon guided him to the desk, bending down to make a request before opening the first drawer, gesturing towards the neatly stacked documents within. He explained to Qin Zhao that these contained information on the various families of the wasteland, as well as some clandestine events involving their leaders. Next, he opened the second drawer, stating that the documents therein pertained to the significant events occurring beyond the mountains, including the decisions made by several prominent figures and the movements of their families. Without pausing to gauge Qin Zhao's puzzled expression, he proceeded to the third drawer, indicating that the records contained therein detailed the connections between the families of the wasteland and those across the mountains. Given that the esteemed Count had placed great importance on such intelligence, these reports had been consistently updated over the past 3 months. After elucidating the contents of all 3 drawers, he met Qin Zhao's inquisitive gaze and softly remarked, "My lord, regardless of which family it may be in the wasteland, they all share a common aim across generations, to return to the empire. Therefore, it can be confidently stated that each family strives to perfect their efforts." Qin Zhao nodded lightly, maintaining an outwardly impassive demeanor. However, in stark contrast to his exterior calm, he was genuinely astonished, not by the ultimate goal shared by all families in the wasteland, for the desire to escape from this desolate and frigid expanse was perfectly reasonable. Rather, his true surprise lay in the meticulousness of the documents before him. Had these records existed prior to Alfred's ambush, he would not have found it remarkable. Yet, considering that Alfred had recently endured a brutal attack, with his father, Count Alfred, perishing on the spot, he wondered how Alfred had managed to ensure the continuity of such intelligence over the past 3 months. For the first time, Qin Zhao sensed that Alfred was not as straightforward as he appeared. Nonetheless, at this moment, this question was ultimately inconsequential. Qin Zhao did not dwell on it further. Instead, after old Vernon stepped back slightly, he extended his hand to arrange the documents from the first drawer on the desk. The first document he opened pertained to Soren City, belonging to the Soren family, its cover bearing the family motto, "We hope for brightness, yet find darkness. We expect illumination, yet walk in shadow." The carriage continued to jolt along the bumpy path. Immersed in the documents, Qin Zhao paid little heed to the passage of time until the interior of the carriage grew dim and the speed of their journey slowed to a halt. He finally withdrew his gaze from the substantial pile of documents before him. Raising his head, he observed, as anticipated, that old Vernon had timely appeared before him, explaining that they had paused in Greentown to allow the knights to resupply. Qin Zhao nodded silently, rubbing his throbbing temples before pushing open the window beside the desk to gaze outside. The sky had taken on a grayish hue. Watching the knights methodically unload their armor and prepare the horses' feed for a temporary respite, He could not help but silently lament. After perusing such extensive materials, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world that at this moment, he realized that, strictly speaking, Alfred's knights could hardly be classified as true knights. Take for instance Philip, the vice-captain, whose combat prowess was at level 4. According to the bare minimum standards for knighthood, one must possess at least level 5 martial power to be eligible to choose the path of the sword knight, spear knight, or bow knight. This being merely the most fundamental requirement that in essence, these knights of Alfred were merely makeshift replacements, hastily assembled following the severe diminishment of Alfred's true knights. Next, Qin Chao shifted his gaze to the not-so-distant green town. To call it a town was perhaps a misnomer. It resembled more of a small village, devoid of walls or bustling crowds. All he could see were stone houses emitting wisps of smoke, evoking an absurd sense of having returned to a primitive tribe. "My lord, should we not notify Baron Marshal of Greentown?" Old Vernon's voice brought Qin Chao back to the present. He regarded Old Vernon's calm demeanor with curiosity, pondering why the ever-prudent steward had suddenly chosen to highlight this suggestion regarding Baron Marshal. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Old Vernon quickly elaborated. Baron Leo Marshal, the current lord of Greentown, inherited his title from his brother, Baron Fetus Marshal, who was one of the instigators behind the recent unrest among Alfred's subjects. He was ultimately sentenced to death by hanging at the behest of the young lady. Qin Chao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Old Vernon's implication that he ought to placate the newly appointed Baron Marshal. Yet, he questioned whether such reassurances would hold any weight. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk, akin to a pianist's motions, though no sound emerged. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing Old Vernon's suggestion. There is neither necessity nor significance in that. Consider this. If Alfred is destined to perish amidst the tide of the lich, what purpose does soothing him serve? Conversely, if Alfred miraculously survives, would Baron Marshal require my consolation? At first, Old Vernon struggled to grasp his lord's perspective, but upon meeting Qin Chao's profound gaze, he quickly understood. Indeed, regardless of the inappropriate thoughts that may have arisen among the nobility within Alfred's domain, they remained his subjects. In this current tide of lich, they were all bound to the same vessel as Alfred. At this juncture, even if some among them harbored intentions of defection, it was improbable that any family in the wasteland would accept or dare to harbor them. Moreover, within the world of nobility, treachery was inherently taboo. Thus, Qin Chao saw no reason to placate anyone. They could either perish alongside Alfred in the onslaught of the lich or wait until Alfred's downfall before seeking refuge with other families. Similarly, should Alfred manage to survive this tumultuous tide, there would be no need for Qin Chao to extend reassurances. The nobles dependent on Alfred would undoubtedly rush forth to declare their loyalty. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Old Vernon's expression grew complex, as if he discerned the shadow of the Count within this young lord. Qin Chao paid little heed to Old Vernon's astonishment, shifting the topic to inquire how long it would typically take to travel from Greentown to Soren City. Without much hesitation, Old Vernon replied, 4 days. 4 days. This duration was evidently far too protracted for Qin Chao. In his past life, he had always approached tasks he wished to avoid with reluctance, often resulting in superficial or perfunctory efforts. However, once he resolved to undertake something, he would exert every effort to excel. Given that he had decided not to allow Elizabeth to shoulder what was rightfully his burden, and considering that she had already been absent for 3 days, with the Soren conference likely set to commence within 2 days, he could not permit himself to arrive in Soren City only to find the matter concluded. Thus, with a slight furrow of his brow, his tone resolute yet inquisitive, he stated, "But we should only have 2 days." This implied a relentless pace, a tireless journey ahead. Old Vernon sighed softly, fully aware that the momentarily solitary Miss Elizabeth in Soren City was in dire need of their support. Yet, he was equally concerned about whether his lord, having just regained consciousness, could withstand such exhausting travel. Thus, as he looked at Qin Chao, a hint of worry and concern inevitably surfaced in his expression. Ultimately, however, he refrained from voicing further objections. He understood his position as Alfred's steward. His duty was to meticulously execute every order from his lord, rather than attempt to sway his decisions. "I shall instruct the knights to prepare the supplies at once." Approximately an hour later, the carriage resumed its journey. Throughout the ride, aside from addressing conceptual inquiries regarding the materials, Qin Shao engaged in little conversation. He immersed himself in the wealth of information gathered by Alfred, diligently striving to comprehend each adversary and delve deeper into this fantastical world. It was undeniable that many concepts and entities were challenging for Qin Shao, newly traversed into this realm, to grasp immediately. Nevertheless, with no time to thoroughly analyze them, he adopted a resolute stance, forcefully cramming every bit of comprehensible or partially understood information into his mind. Over the course of 2 days and nights, he meticulously read through all the documents contained within the 3 drawers, encompassing the intelligence of the families in the wasteland, the recent developments in the empire beyond the mountains, and the connections between the wasteland and the empire. Subsequently, he neatly organized the documents and returned them to the drawers, leaning back against his wheelchair and closing his eyes, not due to fatigue from prolonged reading, but rather in an attempt to synthesize and integrate all the gathered information within the realm that belonged solely to him. He meticulously connected every piece of information that could potentially relate to one another, deliberately committing to memory all the data that he might exploit. In this process, he did not pause to consider the possible repercussions that such information could have on his master, Alfred. Even if certain information led to negative consequences, it could hardly worsen Alfred's predicament. Thus, he acted with reckless abandon in the early hours of the 3rd day, as the faint outline of Soren's city emerged through the mist illuminated by the moonlight. Old Vernon happened to glance at his master, and at that moment, Qin Zhao finally opened his eyes. In that fleeting instant, although he still beheld his young master, Old Vernon was struck by a revelation. He gradually realized that, unbeknownst to him, his master had shed the initial confusion, the subsequent despair, and the anxiety that had plagued him in recent days. What he could now perceive in his master was not only an air of calmness, but also an unprecedented determination. This transformation even led Old Vernon to entertain a delusion, one he was eager to believe, that his young count could indeed work miracles. "Order the halt of our journey," Qin Zhao commanded abruptly, leaving Old Vernon somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he turned to open the carriage door and instructed the knights following the wagon. Upon returning to the carriage, he noticed Qin Zhao seemed intent on departing from the carriage. Old Vernon hurried forward to seek his master's permission, then carefully lowered the wheelchair from the wagon and wrapped Qin Zhao in a thick fur cloak before assisting him down to sit in it. The desolate winter wasteland was particularly frigid. The sudden exposure to the cold air nearly took Qin Zhao's breath away, but it also instantly alleviated the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days. He abruptly felt invigorated, raising his gaze to the knights who had instinctively gathered at his appearance, reflecting on the bitter cold they had endured during their relentless travels and the lack of rest they had faced. A pang of guilt washed over him. Thus, in the face of the knights' solemn expressions, he endeavored to offer a gentle smile, allowing Old Vernon to push him forward to stand before the knights. He first surveyed each knight before smiling and saying, "Please forgive me for not rising to express my sincerest respect to you all." The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. The knights, who had devoted everything to Alfred, could hardly fathom that their master would utter such words. They exchanged glances, yet remained standing straight. Not a single voice dared to break the silence. "I do not deny that Alfred is ensnared in unprecedented peril, nor can I ignore the possibility that, should we survive this winter, the name Alfred may vanish entirely. I am well aware of this, and I know you are too. Moreover, I understand that you have already resolved to perish alongside Alfred. For this, I hold profound gratitude." Beneath the bright yet cold moonlight, Qin Zhao, wrapped in a silvery cloak, appeared exceptionally pale, possibly due to his lingering injuries or the effects of the moonlight. His words bore an undertone of reluctant despair. As he pressed his lips together, his voice low yet resolute. "However, what I wish to convey to you all is this. Yes, Alfred is indeed in a grave crisis, but we have not yet succumbed. Yes. The name Alfred may soon face extinction, yet it has not yet vanished, and this signifies that even in our direst straits, hope may still linger. As stated in the Church's Mass, the Lord has cast a net across the heavens and the earth. Yet he will surely leave a corner for hope. This means our task now is to find that corner without a net and be reborn." Silence persisted, as if no one sensed the heaviness of the air around them. Finally, the vice-captain of the knights, Philip, broke the silence with a commanding voice. "Long live the glory! Long live the glory!" The knights echoed his resolute declaration, their voices resonating clearly across the cold expanse. Qin Zhao refrained from saying anything further. Observing the knights before him, ultimately fixing his gaze on Philip's face. Contrary to his memory of Philip as a dashing knight, he now saw a rugged figure with a thick beard, a stark contrast to the polished image he had imagined. Philip, you shall toil for another 2 days, making haste back to Alfred's castle. You will have only a day to rest there, after which I need you to split into teams of 3, forming 4 groups to infiltrate the lich's territory. That I must gather intelligence on the lich's movements, and any discoveries must be reported to me immediately. Remember, your greatest task is to stay alive. After a brief pause, as if anticipating Philip's forthcoming words, Qin Zhao added, there is no need to leave anyone by my side. Know that Captain Katie and Elizabeth await me in Soren City ahead. At your command. My lord, Philip replied without hesitation, swiftly turning to rally the knights to mount their steeds and resume their journey. Amidst the biting wind and under the moonlight, as he watched his knights mount and depart, Qin Zhao gradually narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that his few words could wield significant influence. In truth, he understood that even without uttering a word, these knights of Alfred would undoubtedly pledge their lives in loyalty and follow him unwaveringly. This, in essence, was his greatest hope for survival amid desperation. As the sound of hooves receded into the distance, Qin Zhao chose not to heed old Vernon's advice to return to the carriage. Instead, he refused his steward's offer to push his wheelchair, opting to propel himself slowly towards Soren City. After traversing several hundred steps, he halted, gazing at the towering walls of Soren City that loomed in the distance. Feeling as though the entire world lay beneath him, he quietly squinted, murmuring, from this day forth, there shall be no more Qin Zhao. What remains is only the heir of Alfred, the helmsman of Alfred. Augustus Alfred. Chapter 5. He comes from the light. Natasha was the maid assigned to the Soren conference, responsible for replenishing tea or coffee for the noble attendees during the meeting. This should have been a task that was neither particularly enjoyable nor strenuous. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Since she took on this role 3 years ago, she had learned to avoid even the slightest sound during meetings, for the atmosphere was consistently oppressive. She could never forget that her predecessor had been executed on the spot by the Marquis for accidentally knocking over a noble's teacup during a meeting. Carefully, she filled the coffee cup of a noble seated at the far end of the circular table, and as she lowered her head to retreat, she suddenly heard a clear and melodious, "Thank you. Thank you." Compared to the speaker's voice, those simple words had a profound impact on Natasha. Hearing them for the first time in 3 years in this meeting room made her momentarily forget her caution. She looked up in astonishment, only to find a face that was exquisitely beautiful yet unmistakably youthful. When she realized the noble was merely a girl of about 15 or 16, she was struck dumb for a moment. Especially when the girl's anxious expression forced a strained smile. It was then that Natasha recognized how rude and perilous her reaction had been. She quickly bowed her head deeply, daring not to glance back at the meeting room, and retreated through the back door. Once outside, she gently closed the meeting room door and released a long breath, entirely disregarding Nia's frequent teasing that, if she kept patting her small bosom, there would be nothing left. As she sighed, she patted her chest repeatedly, striving to calm her racing heart. Amidst her fluster, Natasha could not help but reflect on that exquisite face, although she could not fathom why the young lady was seated there. The worry etched on her face stirred a sense of concern within Natasha. What difficulties could the young lady be facing? In a moment of self-mockery, Natasha thought about how the noble girl was undoubtedly of high status, and how, as a mere maid, she had no right to worry for her. With this realization, she shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, donned her characteristic carefree smile, and turned to leave the hall. She still needed to fetch another kettle of boiling water, as she would have to enter and exit the meeting room at least 3 times throughout the afternoon. As Natasha approached the grand entrance, she reached for the door, only for it to be swung open from the outside. The sunlight outside was exceptionally bright, causing Natasha, who had spent too long indoors, to squint. Instinctively, she raised a hand to shield her eyes. As she gradually adjusted to the light, she found herself facing a remarkably gentle smile. Before her stood a young man with long black hair dressed in a black suit. Though he could not be deemed handsome under the sun, he exuded a comforting presence, his smile radiating warmth that seemed to surpass even the sunlight outside. However, in stark contrast to his warm smile, his pallid complexion was unmistakable, and beneath him lay a wheelchair. Natasha could not help but feel a renewed sense of awkwardness and panic, rendered momentarily speechless. "I beg your pardon for my impertinence, and I hope I have not startled you. May I inquire about the way to the conference room? Fortunately, the young man initiated conversation, alleviating Natasha's discomfort, although she remained flustered to the point of being unable to articulate her thoughts. She managed to gesture towards the meeting room on the right side of the hall. The young man smiled politely and nodded, signaling the elder behind him to push the wheelchair, as he gracefully moved aside Natasha and made his way towards the conference room. It was only when the young man had entered the hall that Natasha, still in a state of shock, finally registered that during the annual conference, the Marquis had strictly forbidden any interruptions. In a hurried turn, she sought to caution the young man against disrupting the meeting at such a crucial time. Yet, as she pivoted, she found herself face to face with the young man, who had turned back after taking several steps. Smiling as he said, "Thank you." Those two words, imbued with a formidable impact, especially when uttered by someone of such evident nobility, rendered Natasha utterly speechless once more. She could only watch as he continued towards the meeting room, his silhouette growing ever fainter, and reflect on that first glimpse of his warm smile beneath the sunlight. An inexplicable thought flickered in her mind, recalling a line from the Faust anthology she had once seen in the Marquis's study. He comes from the light, walking towards eternal immortality. The darkest calamity that Alfred encountered 3 months ago is surely well known to all of you. The Solen conference once again commenced within the Marquis Soren's meeting room, where every year the Solen meetings were held. The moment the meeting began, it was Elizabeth Alfred, the inheritor of the Earl Alfred's title, who presented her case, standing at the far end of the circular table. She gazed at those who were poised to plunge the Alfred family into despair. She did not falter in the face of the age disparity between her and the attendees. She was not daunted by the dire straits of Alfred, nor did she feel subservient because the fate of her family lay within the hands of those present. Standing resolutely, despite being just 15 years old, she could not help but tremble slightly, yet her voice remained clear, her demeanor composed and graceful. I have a document to present to the meeting. In the calamity that transpired 3 months ago, my father, Earl Alfred, perished on the battlefield. The sole magician of the Alfred family also succumbed due to depleted magical energy, and only 4 members of Alfred's most esteemed knightly order survived, 2 of whom were gravely injured and permanently lost their powers, while the rest perished this day. Aside from the 102 members of the knightly order and its reserves, the entirety of Alfred's strength consists solely of the 500 guards, whose abilities are generally below the 3rd level of martial energy. What such power signifies, I believe you all understand better than I do. Therefore, in light of Alfred's current inability to engage in battle, I request the meeting to temporarily abandon the decision for Alfred to fend off the lich invasion. Please believe, Alfred does not shy away and is willing to contribute, even to the point of sacrifice, for the greater good of the wasteland. However, at this moment, Alfred truly cannot bear such responsibility. To have Alfred confront the lich is not merely a matter of Alfred's survival. What is paramount is that we must be concerned that Alfred may not be able to take any effective action at all. And we cannot guarantee that you, my lords, will be able to evacuate safely before the lich incursions. The atmosphere in the conference room was peculiar. It was certainly not tense as in previous years, where the Solen meetings had been fraught with anxiety. Rather, this year's gathering felt rather relaxed. In the eyes of the lords, the Alfred family had transformed into a docile and charming lamb, trapped, unable to escape, and no longer a source of concern. Thus, the peculiarity was more amusing than serious. No one could deny the brilliance of young Count Alfred's presentation. It was logical, well-founded, data-driven, persuasive, both soft and hard. And remarkably, it even contained a veiled threat. Truly, she was an heir of enviable excellence, particularly as a strikingly beautiful young lady. Consequently, the expressions of the noble lords in the conference room became richly varied. Marquis Soren, being a descendant of the Saxons, retained the honest and upright qualities characteristic of his lineage. This foremost titan of the wastelands stated with resolute clarity, "I thank Miss Elizabeth Alfred for her eloquent address. But the decisions of the meeting cannot be altered. There is no precedent for that." Pausing, he smiled, his handsome and robust features reflecting fairness. "As for your concern regarding the inability to ensure the safety of the lords during evacuation, that is not an issue. Alfred merely needs to do its utmost for the wasteland. Even if any lord were to suffer losses during evacuation, I believe they would be understanding and would not lay blame upon Alfred." He seemed to forget that even if they wished to assign blame, it would be futile. Alfred would be no more. Next to speak was Count Francis, who maintained a close relationship with Marquis Soren. This count, who had gone so far as to host his 3 daughters at Soren City for 6 months to preserve amicable ties with the Soren family, was far less courteous. He did not conceal his mockery, his words sharp and caustic. Elizabeth, be grateful for the Marquis's leniency. I can assure you that should we incur losses during the retreat, it will certainly be after Alfred has met its demise. Therefore, for the sake of fulfilling the meeting's decision, Alfred must not perish too swiftly. Elizabeth pressed her lips tightly together. Since she had concluded her remarks, her gaze remained fixed upon the third person on the left side of the round table, a man of ordinary appearance. Yet with unnaturally pale skin, exuding an unsettling aura, he was the head of the Christopher family, and during Earl Alfred's lifetime, the friendship between the Alfred and Christopher families was well known, making Elizabeth's unwavering gaze upon him quite telling of her hopes. Yet, regrettably, no matter how astute she might be, she was still far too young, having grossly underestimated the selfishness and coldness of the noble world. Count Christopher did not cast a single glance her way throughout. Despair gradually enveloped Elizabeth as she stood before the assembly of lords, akin to a wildflower, stubborn and upright, yet palpably exuding despair, helplessness, and vulnerability, anticipating her impending fate. I implore, no, I beg the meeting to reconsider my statements earnestly. She was still striving to fight back. But soon, with the ever-impatient Count Stewart, who bore a grudge against Alfred, speaking up, her struggles proved futile and feeble. Count Stewart appeared exceedingly impatient, his brow furrowed in disdain. Cease your futile struggles. Do you not think that even if Alfred were alive, it would change the decisions of this meeting? These words stripped Elizabeth of any remaining color in her face. Yet at that moment, an acerbic and oddly enthusiastic voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Elizabeth, if you agree to visit my home after the lich tide has passed, I can persuade my father to station 100 knights on Alfred's territory. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted abruptly. The amusement that had previously suffused the air vanished, replaced by astonishment, mockery, and a sense of schadenfreude as all the noble lords turned their gazes upon the speaker. Count Francis's expression became rigid. He recognized that the detestable voice belonged to his own heir. Ignoring his heir's presence, he immediately displayed his remarkable quick-wittedness, hastily declaring, "Indeed, we have all once stood on the same front as your father, Alfred. You need not worry too much. After all, in our eyes, you remain a child. Even if we cannot do much for you, we can ensure your safety after the lich retreats." Upon saying this, he noticed the Marquis Soren's previously furrowed brow had relaxed, and Count Francis breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to cast a sharp glare at his heir, who, realizing he had nearly caused a significant mishap, lowered his head. Inwardly, Count Francis felt grateful that his heir had once again steered the Francis family back from the brink of disaster. This was the true reason why the beautiful and gifted Elizabeth could stand here unscathed. Despite being so vulnerable, all the noble lords present coveted her beauty and had once contemplated making advances, yet none dared to act, for they all understood why this year's meeting had designated the Alfred family as the focus. It was said that the most outstanding first heir of Marquis Soren, upon first laying eyes on Elizabeth Alfred, had vowed to make her his wife. Thus, many matters and decisions in the hearts of these adults are not immutable, but rather tacitly understood among them. Elizabeth smiled faintly, perhaps unaware of their thoughts, yet she grasped the reality that should her Alfred fall, what grounds would these adults have to offer her protection? Stripped of the Count Alfred's mantle, she was merely a girl devoid of any support. What refuge could she expect? She bit her lip fiercely, gazing at the smiles of the adults before her, the sight suddenly piercing her like a dagger. Any notion of resistance evaporated, and for reasons unknown, even breathing became laborious. Despair enveloped her entirely, and in this moment, she yearned for her father and her brother like never before. Yes, her brother. Elizabeth bit down hard on her lip. Heedless of the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she thought of her brother and felt compelled to muster her strength once more. Very well. If Alfred's fate is indeed unalterable, I beseech the assembly to postpone Alfred's responsibilities for 1 year. After a year, Alfred shall exert every effort to sacrifice himself for the wasteland. As she spoke, Elizabeth pondered that if her brother remained unresponsive a year hence, she would have no reason to continue living, nor would she need to endure this humiliation and pressure any longer. However, she had overestimated the character of those nobles who claimed to be her uncles. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Earl Stewart impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Do not waste any more time. Since a decision has been reached, I propose we swiftly discuss the retreat routes for the gentlemen present. We still have at least 3 topics awaiting resolution." The noble lords fell silent, yet they all turned their attention to the documents in their hands, clearly indicating their agreement. Thus, Elizabeth, standing forlornly at the end of the round table, was forgotten by them. She stood there, yet felt entirely dead. The sound of pages turning echoed crisply. Suddenly, the door swung open. Marquis Soren frowned and instinctively turned to reprimand the intruder who dared disrupt the meeting. But upon encountering the face of the youth in the wheelchair at the threshold, he was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, all the noblemen in the conference room turned to the entrance, where they beheld the smiling youth seated in the wheelchair. "I apologize for interrupting the meeting. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my tardiness," the young man in the wheelchair said with a smile, surveying the room. Then, his smile faded abruptly upon seeing his sister, along with the blood at the corner of her mouth. In that instant, his narrowed eyes lost their warmth, replaced instead by a chilling indifference as he enunciated clearly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the helmsman of Alfred, and my name is Augustus Alfred." Though Elizabeth had felt as though she had died and lost all sense of perception, upon hearing these words, she turned to look that a spark ignited in her eyes. And she opened her mouth, only to suddenly cover it with her hand as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. This must be a dream, an illusion, she thought. Yet why did that blurred visage appear so undeniably real? She no longer cared for decorum as she rushed towards the door, meeting the youth's somewhat strained smile. Elegance, reserve, cultivation, and grace, she cast them all aside, surrendering herself to the ground, burying her head in the youth's lap. Greedily absorbing the warmth that was both foreign and familiar, a sense of safety, she stifled her sobs, allowing her frail shoulders to tremble uncontrollably. The youth gently stroked her long hair, slowly lifting his head to survey everyone in the conference room. His gaze vacant, nearly blanked, in a tone only they could hear, he spoke calmly. "Hush, do not cry, do not fear. Your brother is here, I assure you. All those who have wronged us will come to regret it deeply." Chapter 6. The pitiful arrogance. No one could have anticipated this turn of events. Alfred was ambushed, the earl perished in battle, and his sole male heir lay grievously wounded, reduced to a living corpse, a well-known fact in the wasteland. Now, what was this young helmsman of Alfred's doing here? The nobles were perplexed, and as they began to reconcile the talented heir, once heralded as the next foremost figure of the wasteland, with the pale youth before them in a wheelchair, they realized with astonishment that the seemingly lifeless Alfred had miraculously awakened and appeared here. This revelation was utterly unexpected. It seems our casual disregard for Alfred during this time has indeed led us to commit the sin of arrogance. The nobles' expressions grew complex as they seemed to regret not having learned sooner of the heir's awakening. However, while they felt regret, the unexpectedness of Alfred's revival did not engender a sense of fear among them. The docile little lamb sprouting horns to become a goat would hardly wreak havoc. And Alfred's current situation was akin to this. Marquis Soren quickly adjusted his demeanor and expression, looking at the youth in the wheelchair with surprise, his tone infused with a hint of excitement. "This must be a gift from the Lord. Thank you. Lord Augustus, it is truly wonderful that you have recovered. Your Father in heaven must be pleased." His words were eloquent, yet if he were truly surprised and excited, wouldn't he have shown more sincerity to at least rise for a hug, or even just to lean forward a little? He was indeed miserly, even in his feigned gestures. Augustus smiled faintly at Marquis Soren, but did not respond, for at that moment, Elizabeth, resting on his lap, began to calm and lift her head, rather than expend energy on the nobles who were blatantly intent on casting Alfred into perdition. Augustus preferred to focus on his sister. He gazed into Elizabeth's reddened yet tear-free eyes, and then at the distressing blood at the corner of her mouth, feeling a pang of sorrow. Cautiously, he retrieved a pristine handkerchief from within his coat, ignoring Elizabeth's protests, and earnestly wiped away the bloodstains. He then folded the handkerchief with care, placing it solemnly against his chest. No one understood the peculiarity of his actions. Not even Elizabeth. After completing this series of gestures, Augustus finally smiled at his sister, pinching her delicate, cherubic face, and said, "From now on, leave everything to your brother. Elizabeth, no matter what actions I take or decisions I make, will you unwaveringly support my choices?" With her spirit rekindled and the heavy burden on her youthful shoulders lifted, Elizabeth no longer resembled the young Count Alfred. She was, at that moment, simply a 15-year-old girl. Without hesitation, she nodded vigorously, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling brightly. Nothing could surpass the beauty of her smile. Augustus finally set aside his concerns for his sister, ruffling Elizabeth's long hair, and unexpectedly murmured, "This is how Alfred's little princess should be." Time had not truly elapsed significantly, yet in such an environment and atmosphere, the adults could hardly afford to bestow patience upon the Alfred siblings. The first to speak was Earl Francis, the most loyal ally of Soren, who, having discerned Soren's evident intolerance towards the suddenly arrived male heir of Alfred, addressed Augustus directly. "While we genuinely rejoice at your recovery, Augustus, you have disrupted the normal proceedings of the meeting. Now that you have seen Elizabeth, could you perhaps step aside and wait for the meeting to conclude? It is important to note that everyone in this room holds the title of Earl or the first heir of an Earl. And you should be aware that while you were in slumber, Elizabeth has already inherited the title of Countess Alfred." The implication was clear. Augustus was deemed unworthy to be present in this assembly. Elizabeth, who had risen, frowned, and was about to speak, but feeling her hand being quietly grasped, her absolute trust in her brother led her to choose silence. Augustus turned his gaze toward Earl Francis. Not surprised by the nobleman's desire to oust him, for caution is indeed a virtue that eliminates the chances of unexpected occurrences. However, he found it perplexing that, judging by Earl Francis's current demeanor and his prior knowledge of Francis during their carriage ride, he could not comprehend why Francis was so eager to play the sycophant to Marquis Soren. After all, he was a noble earl. Even if he had to rely on Soren, there was no need to stoop so low. Was there? Not to mention that as a noble earl, he should at least defend the dignity of his noble title. That he remained impassive, first signaling for the old butler behind him to leave. For such an occasion was not suited for a servant's presence. Then, as Elizabeth proactively assisted him in pushing his wheelchair, he advanced towards the far end of the grand round table, deliberately avoiding the unsightly countenance of Count Francis. In a low voice, he remarked, "If I recall correctly, the Soren Conference Code explicitly states that aside from holding the title of Count, the master of a count's estate is equally entitled to attend the meeting. I trust that my esteemed lords have not forgotten my self-introduction in such a brief span of time. Of course, I would not mind repeating it. I am Alfred, the helmsman." Upon reaching the end of the conference table, he finally met Count Francis's displeased gaze head-on and smiled, saying, "There is no need to arrange a chair for me. You see, I have brought one myself." How humorous. The Marquis Soren silenced Francis's ire with a glance, offering a smile to Augustus across the table. In truth, his mature and handsome visage exuded an air of authority and fairness when he smiled. That he stated, "Indeed, Elizabeth is still but a young girl. It is far more appropriate for Augustus to represent Alfred at this meeting. So, Augustus, do you require me to reiterate the decisions we have already discussed?" Augustus waved dismissively, showing no inclination to regard the Marquis Soren. Instead, he surveyed the lords seated on either side of the table, nonchalantly saying, "No need. Just give me a copy of the meeting minutes." Rude and arrogant, the Marquis Soren narrowed his eyes but quickly regained his smile, offering a casual remark before nodding to the secretary at the table to comply. He certainly did not mind Augustus's impertinence and believed that no one in the meeting room would take offense at the so-called arrogance of Alfred's helmsman. After all, it was indeed unnecessary. Why bother with a pitiful child clinging to his last vestige of pride while standing on the precipice of despair? Chapter 7. Conspiracy Theory. Augustus took the meeting minutes handed to him by the secretary and began to peruse them, even forgetting to say thank you. It was not until he had been engrossed in the document for at least 3 minutes that he finally remembered the lords seated before the table were all watching him. He quickly shifted his gaze from the document to the lords, awkwardly offering an apology, and then added with a smile, "You need not wait for me. You may proceed to the next agenda item." How magnanimous. Devoid of any semblance of awareness that a recipient of pity should possess, the lords, whose expressions were already rather grim, grew even more displeased. Count Stuart suppressed his anger, coldly retorting, "No, we can wait." Yet, in the midst of his words, he realized that Augustus had once again buried himself in the document, no longer paying him any heed. One could only imagine the embarrassment and fury that must have enveloped Stuart at that moment. Yet, no one dared to vent their frustrations. Even God allows a man to lose his sanity before his demise, and these individuals were certainly unconcerned about Augustus's madness before Alfred's inevitable downfall. The atmosphere gradually escalated to a fascinating precipice. It was unclear whether Augustus was truly oblivious to the peril he was testing the Lord's patience with, or whether the single page of meeting minutes he held was genuinely captivating. For a full half hour, he remained absorbed in that document, not once lifting his gaze, let alone drawing any conclusions. Consequently, the Lord's dwindling patience was wholly exhausted. They were indeed unperturbed by Augustus's insanity at the brink of despair. But they had no desire to languidly await the antics of this child. Sensing that the atmosphere in the conference room was on the verge of spiraling out of control, the Marquis Soren cleared his throat, preparing to shatter the oppressive silence. However, before he could speak, Augustus, still intently studying the minutes, abruptly interjected, "I have 2 questions." The Marquis Soren was momentarily taken aback, having never before experienced such an abrupt interruption. Yet, considering that this arrogant child had already 1 foot in the grave, he abandoned any intention of pursuing the matter, striving to calm his emotions and present a sincere smile. "The meeting will address any issues that can be resolved," he stated. Augustus gently laid the minutes flat on the table, then looked earnestly at the Marquis Soren. "May I request the temporary cancellation of Alfred's decision to resist the lich invasion?" Was this the conclusion he had reached after staring at that cursed paper for at least half an hour? Did that damned document not merely record the meeting's decision, reached merely half an hour prior due to Elizabeth's advocacy? The lords in the conference room finally decided to abandon their emotional restraint. Although Augustus's inquiry was not entirely unexpected, they could not shake the feeling of being mocked. The atmosphere quickly became vibrant. The nobles straightened in their seats, clearly eager not only to extinguish Augustus's foolish aspirations with resolute disdain, but also to impart a vivid lesson in noble principles to the child of the late Count Alfred, making him aware of the dire consequences of his folly. The tension heightened. Yet, just as Francis and Stuart were about to speak, Augustus interjected once more, seemingly sensing the glee and fury emanating from the gazes directed at him. His expression turned somewhat resigned, and he shrugged, conveying a sense of retreat. "Never mind. Let us assume I never asked that question, for the decisions of the meeting are immutable, and there is no precedent for change." It felt akin to a breathless moment of desperation. Having stripped a girl of her garments, only to discover that her legs were stained with blood, the sensation was utterly wretched. Thus, the lords, their fervor lacking an outlet, could only glare at Augustus through gritted teeth. Yet, in an unusual turn, the foremost figure of the wasteland, the Marquis Soren, discerned something intriguing in Augustus's series of attitudes and remarks. He noted that Augustus's final statement echoed his earlier words to Elizabeth, implying that he was merely reciting the contents of that paper. What did this imply? Did it simply signify the child's helplessness and retreat? The Marquis Soren did not think so, despite his reluctance to believe or acknowledge his feelings. He sensed that this child was consciously mocking them all. Yes, it was mockery. Augustus proceeded to pose his next question, surveying the lords around the table with a somber tone. "For my second question, I wish to know who initially suggested to the meeting that Alfred should be responsible for resisting the lich." The nobles, still grappling with their emotions, were momentarily stunned, then erupted in collective outrage. Did this insufferable Alfred's helmsman possess no sense of noble decorum whatsoever? How could he so brazenly pose such a taboo question? For centuries, numerous families buried beneath the tide of liches had longed for the answer to this very query. Yet none had dared to voice it openly. This was, in itself, the most unspoken law of the noble world in the wasteland. Was he truly intent on dragging his enemies into hell alongside him before his own descent? While the nobles were astonished, the Marquis Soren grew increasingly alert. He could finally ascertain that this child was indeed mocking them all, and the reasoning was quite simple. Augustus understood that regardless of whether he pleaded for mercy or indulged in reckless abandon, Alfred's fate was destined for the abyss of death. In such circumstances, making such a reckless choice was only natural. Having realized this, and reflecting on the countless families he had witnessed over the years, those begging in desperation, yearning for death, the Marquis found himself harboring a hint of admiration for the pitiful Alfred's helmsman, particularly given his tender age. He sighed quietly, glancing at Elizabeth, who remained silently positioned behind Augustus, feeling a twinge of envy for the late Count Alfred. What remarkable heirs they were. Rarely did he find himself devoid of any desire to make things difficult for Augustus. Perhaps at this moment, he was one of the few times in his life that he truly resembled a Saxon. He gestured to silence the clamor and din among the nobles seated at the table, smiling at Augustus as he sincerely stated, "There is no one who initially proposed it. Augustus, this is the meeting's decision. You may interpret it as being unrelated to anyone or pertinent to everyone." An impeccable response. Augustus narrowed his eyes. What unprecedented harmony we have. Yet I cannot fathom why. 3 months ago, there was no decision made regarding my Alfred resisting the lich invasion. Yet coincidentally, at the moment my Alfred was attacked, and my father perished. The meeting reached such a conclusion. Please forgive my unwarranted speculation, but the facts suggest that either, after my father's death, you deemed the children of Count Alfred incapable of resistance, thus choosing Alfred without reserve, or the meeting had long determined Alfred's fate, which led to his attack. Both conclusions, regardless of how they are extrapolated, lead to the same answer. It is highly probable that, in order for Alfred to bear the responsibility of repelling the lich invasion this year, he must first be attacked, particularly my father, Count Alfred, must perish. This is a conspiracy, a regrettable and infuriating conspiracy. Chapter 8. Choices and Gambles. I concur with Augustus's viewpoint. I have always believed that Alfred undoubtedly fell victim to a nefarious conspiracy. After a brief silence, the first to break it, subtly aligning himself with the Alfred family, was the third individual seated to the left of the round table, Lord Christopher. Augustus turned to smile at the middle-aged man, whose pale complexion was almost unnaturally striking. His countenance betrayed no semblance of surprise. He merely offered a restrained nod of greeting before redirecting his gaze back to Marquis Soren. Indeed, there was little to be surprised about, for Augustus had anticipated this. Prior to his arrival, he had perused the records of the Christopher family and was well aware of the friendship between Lord Christopher and his father. It is worth noting that Lord Christopher was the only outsider permitted into Count Alfred's study, which in itself spoke volumes. As for Christopher's earlier dismissal of Elizabeth's desperate pleas, it was entirely expected. Fundamentally, if Christopher had chosen to stand behind Elizabeth at that moment, it would have signified his potential fate as next winter's Alfred. Thus, when the destinies of his entire family and his friendship with Alfred were weighed on the scales, that so-called friendship became rather insignificant. This was, in fact, a necessary law of noble survival as for his ability to align himself with Augustus at this juncture. It was entirely due to Augustus successfully shifting the conversation from Alfred's responsibility for repelling the lich invasion to the assault on the Alfred family. In this matter, Lord Christopher certainly had ample justification to express his opinion. It was a commendable and laudable trait. I too support Augustus's assertion, and I firmly believe that Alfred cannot have met his demise in such an inexplicable manner. The subsequent voice, slightly aged, clearly indicated support for Augustus's stance while seemingly undermining the meeting's resolute intention to bring about Alfred's downfall. Even Augustus, upon turning to gaze at the elderly man seated beside Marquis Soren, wore an expression of astonishment. This was entirely unexpected. Augustus could not fathom that the elderly Lord Donald would so openly declare his support for him. He could not envision what rationale Lord Donald might possess to utter such words. According to his understanding of the Donald family's background, Donald had no significant friendship with Alfred. Moreover, for many years, the Donald family had maintained a stance of detachment from the meetings, remaining aloof from the formidable Soren family, never deeply entangled in the affairs of the assembly, because it was unnecessary. In a sense, one could argue that Donald was the most independent and steadfast noble in the wasteland. Augustus swiftly recalled the information regarding the Donald family. Lord Donald himself was a formidable sorcerer, wielding the second magic, elemental manipulation, specifically the most destructive fire elemental magic. This not only secured his position in the wasteland, but also within the Sacred Empire, where sorcerers were scarce. Moreover, it was particularly significant that each generation of the Donald family produced inheritors of the second magical power, a fact that underscored their unique standing, if not their unassailable position. Thus, if the nobility of the wasteland could be categorized into circles, the Donald family would undoubtedly symbolize a distinct one. Yet, why would such a pivotal elder stand by Alfred's side? Augustus found himself utterly perplexed. His initial plans, formulated based on the information he gathered during his carriage ride, had now spiraled out of control due to Lord Donald's stance. This left Augustus, who was accustomed to maintaining control over all matters, feeling quite disconcerted. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that, however unsettling, Augustus was genuinely surprised. He keenly sensed that he might leverage Lord Donald's stance to adjust his plans, thereby granting Alfred greater maneuverability. He placed his right hand over his heart and sincerely nodded in acknowledgement to Lord Donald. The latter remained unmoved, seemingly adopting this position solely due to the suspicious nature of Count Alfred's death, with no intention of acknowledging Augustus's gratitude. Marquis Soren finally furrowed his brow that he found Alfred's child increasingly intriguing. If one were to divide the noble class of the wasteland into 3 circles, Soren and his closest followers would undoubtedly comprise the first circle, followed by the second circle represented by Lord Donald, and the third circle constituted by the recently deceased Count Alfred and Lord Christopher. Now that Alfred was dead and Christopher stood alone, it was evident that he would have no choice but to align himself with the Soren family. These were matters that Marquis Soren grasped clearly and had already devised corresponding plans for. Yet, at this moment, Augustus had successfully stirred both Donald and Christopher. What did this signify? Did it imply that this young man was attempting to utilize these 2 circles to alter the inevitable demise of Alfred? Soren mused that, if Augustus had indeed established a tacit understanding with Donald from the outset and devised this plan, he had grossly underestimated this young helmsman of Alfred. His previous reckless abandon was not entirely devoid of awareness. However, the question remained. Even with an accord with Donald and the support of Christopher, could he genuinely alter Alfred's fate? Soren scoffed as he glanced at the still placid Donald, muttering to himself about the old fox. Before ultimately refocusing on Augustus, he no longer harbored any semblance of amusement or pity. While he genuinely admired this young man, such admiration was merely an alternative interpretation of a potentially troublesome adversary. In dealing with an enemy that could grow into a significant threat, Soren had always adopted a decisive stance of eradication, but he spoke in a low tone. I do not deny that Alfred's death may very well be the result of a conspiracy. Yet, considering the circumstances, the assault on Alfred's castle included no fewer than 30 knights of at least level 7. Such formidable strength is unmatched by any family in the wasteland. Indeed, even if all of us gathered here were to unite, we would not easily possess such overwhelming power. He cast a meaningful glance at Christopher and continued, furthermore, we cannot entirely join forces. This indicates that those who attacked Alfred cannot be from the wasteland. They must originate from beyond its borders. These were the most apparent truths. Moreover, when Augustus had regained his senses initially, his old steward had clearly analyzed this fact for him. No one could dispute it. Additionally, winter has arrived, and the lich's horn has sounded. Even if we wish to assist Alfred in uncovering the truth behind Count Alfred's demise, the northern lich will undoubtedly not grant us sufficient time. Therefore, I believe that, regrettably, the most important course of action at this moment is to temporarily set aside Alfred's issues. The lich is the sword hanging over our heads. The generous and sincere words seemed to effortlessly shatter Augustus's minor schemes. Redirecting the conversation back to Alfred's defense against the lich invasion, this was not a matter of conversational skill, but rather a consequence dictated by strength. The increasingly impatient Lord Francis openly declared his support. And Lord Stewart did not hesitate either. The focus returned to Augustus. Augustus gazed calmly at the dignitaries before him, his fingers, unbeknownst to him, silently drumming on the conference table. He faced a choice that would determine Alfred's life or death. If he adhered to his initial plan, he would undoubtedly assume the heavy burden of resisting the lich and fending off these nobles intent on invading and dividing Alfred. It was as though one foot was already firmly planted in the grave. And even if he had devised a plan, he possessed scant assurance or confidence. Conversely, if he abandoned his original strategy and adapted his course of action in accordance with Lord Donald's stance, he would gain an opportunity to alter Alfred's responsibility in repelling the lich, while simultaneously evading the fate of being divided and extinguished by these nobles. Yet, he still lacked substantial confidence and assurance. As he held little faith in Lord Donald, Donald remained seated, having expressed his position, seemingly fatigued, his eyes, lined with crow's feet, slightly closed. Augustus hesitated to speak. This was not a mere decision, but a gamble. Wagering on the hearts of men, betting on the fate of his entire Alfred. Chapter 9. He has gone mad. The only one capable of saving himself is oneself. In a past life, Augustus navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce, fraught with deception and intrigue, enduring countless conspiracies and the machinations of human nature. While the circumstances of that era may bear no resemblance to the present, one immutable truth remains for the notoriously obsessive Augustus. Every matter must be firmly within his grasp. As for the fickleness of human affection, even a woman who shared a bed with him the previous night could, by the next, engage in romantic entanglements with another man. What, then, is the worth of trust? Augustus would never relinquish any aspect of his fate to another. Though such extreme fixation may seem reductive, it undeniably forms the bedrock of Augustus's worldview. Thus, making decisions is not inherently challenging. Augustus hesitates solely because he is acutely aware of his current identity in the prevailing circumstances. He cannot recklessly rely on the traits of his former self to guide his choices. On his shoulders rests not only his fate, but also that of Alfred and the ever-watchful Elizabeth behind him. He turned silently to glance at Elizabeth, who stood quietly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Observing her brother deftly manipulate the situation and breach the ironclad defenses, she harbored no doubts. She could hardly fathom that her once formidable brother in the realm of rivalry could also wield such prowess in the realm of nobility. Poor Elizabeth remained blissfully unaware that her brother might soon lead her into the depths of perdition. Finally, Augustus smiled at his sister before turning away, his fingers, which had been drumming silently on the table, abruptly halted as he met the calm gaze of Marquis Soren across from him. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "I unequivocally concur that the northern lich looms over us like the sword of Damocles. I am acutely aware that the lich threatens the lives of most present, including Alfred, and therefore, I cannot selfishly dwell on the assault on Alfred at this juncture." The nobles were taken aback by Augustus's words. Even Elizabeth behind him wore an expression of astonishment. Yet, Augustus continued with a cool demeanor. "I have but one request. Should Alfred fulfill the responsibilities assigned at this meeting and miraculously survive, I hope the Assembly will provide a reasonable explanation regarding the assault on him. I do not require the Assembly to apprehend the assailant. I merely seek assurance of support when I identify the culprit." With no excuses for opposition, the chamber erupted in astonishment once more. This unexpected young leader, Alfred, had certainly introduced a plethora of surprises. Count Stuart and Count Francis exchanged knowing smirks. If Donald's stance had been the final straw for Alfred, this foolish child had just let slip his 1 in a million chance of survival. As for his mention of seeking justice for Alfred's assailant, neither Stuart nor Francis even entertained the thought. Alfred's chances of survival were non-existent. Christopher, too, wore a conflicted expression, unable to comprehend Augustus's decision. Was not Donald's olive branch precisely what he desperately needed? Why abandon it? Conversely, the elderly Donald, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them, devoid of mockery or complexity. Only admiration. A competent noble, when devoid of any utilitarian value, risks death if he readily accepts the goodwill of another noble. Many nobles understood this principle, yet few could uphold it when faced with temptation. Especially a mere child in dire straits. Soren did not respond immediately. His expression remained unchanged, yet his heart was tumultuous. He had presumed Augustus's provocations of Christopher and Donald were aimed at securing a lifeline for Alfred. Yet Augustus's decisive rejection of that notion shattered his expectations. What, then, had been the purpose of his previous maneuvering? Why had he so callously forsaken the singular opportunity for survival? Was it merely a ruse? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Soren opted to set aside his thoughts. In the lexicon of the Soren family, there exists decisiveness, ruthlessness, and caution, but never hesitation. Since he could not discern the child's true intentions, he resolved to observe calmly. Soren was certain this child could not escape his control, even if he miraculously evaded the lich's onslaught. Regardless of his cunning, Alfred ultimately lacked the strength to resist. In the face of absolute power, so-called tactics are akin to a woman divested of her outer garments. He chuckled softly, offering praise. "Thank you for your understanding and generosity, Augustus. Rest assured, after the lich recedes, the Assembly shall exhaust every effort to identify the assailant of Alfred. Soren will wholeheartedly commit. This is my promise." "I believe in your promise." Augustus appeared to have accomplished something significant, visibly relieved as he smiled, and said, "Now, let us proceed to the second agenda item, which should be the discussion of the retreat routes." Perhaps no one, including Augustus himself, realized that he had merely grown accustomed to conducting meetings at his own rhythm, neglecting the fact that this statement ought to have been made by the presiding Marquis Soren. Soren paused momentarily but chose not to dwell on it, simply smiling and remaining silent. Theoretically, the meeting had reached a point where it bore little relevance to Alfred, as the subsequent discussions would revolve around the evacuation routes for each family to retreat to the Soren family's domain in the vast wilderness. This task was indeed monumental, requiring the migration of every individual from each family, including the affluent, the impoverished, and the downtrodden, to the Soren estate, clearing the territories adjacent to the lich. Completing this endeavor within a reasonable time frame was improbable, particularly considering the potential conflicts and long-standing grievances that might arise during the migration. Every year at this time, the participating nobles would argue passionately until a compromise acceptable to the majority was reached. Thus, from any perspective, this matter had no bearing on families tasked with repelling the lich's invasion. Such as Alfred's. His sole responsibility was to fortify the defenses in the vacuum left behind after the families retreated, buying time for those unable to escape promptly. Augustus understood this well and seemed poised to depart. The nobles regarded Augustus with a myriad of expressions, reflecting on the impending departure of this unexpected harbinger of change, seemingly for good. Augustus turned to glance at his sister, offering a slight smile as he gestured for her to assist him in maneuvering his wheelchair, seemingly devoid of further surprises. However, just as Elizabeth began to pull the wheelchair out, only an arm's length from the round table, Augustus suddenly signaled for her to pause and smiled once more, stating, "I just recalled that during the Great Migration to the wilderness each year, families incur considerable resource losses, particularly in terms of food among the common folk. That it is said that many perish en route due to shortages of essential supplies. If that is indeed the case, then considering that you all will undoubtedly assist me in uncovering the truth behind Alfred's assault, I would like to put forth a request to the assembly. My request is this: when determining the evacuation routes for each family, I propose that all routes for commoners be directed through my domain, Alfred's. That I assure you that every commoner passing through Alfred's lands will have ample food to sustain them, given that Alfred's supplies may very well be plundered by the lich. It would be more beneficial to allocate them to the citizens of my wilderness. This, too, would stand as Alfred's greatest support for the assembly." The meeting room descended into an eerie silence. Did they deem that Alfred's demise was not swift enough? Christopher was left speechless, and all the adults, including Donald, Soren, and even Elizabeth, Augustus's sister, were rendered utterly petrified. The common thought that united them in that moment was perhaps a rare instance of consensus in their lives. Had this poor child truly been driven mad by the abyss of despair? Chapter 10. Does it hurt? Ultimately, the assembly acquiesced to Augustus's request. Indeed, there exists no justifiable reason to deny Augustus's request, which is marked by an unselfishness towards the wasteland, yet a cruelty towards himself. For even if the esteemed gentleman were to doubt Augustus's proclaimed altruism, their subconscious would undoubtedly recognize that he harbors some ulterior motives. However, regardless of the angle from which they ponder this request, they cannot conceive of the potential detriment it may pose to them, nor the benefits it might confer upon Alfred, particularly since Augustus merely suggested allowing the common folk to traverse his domain. The nobles had little cause for concern. Even if they were to indulge in the most malicious conjectures regarding Augustus's intentions, the worst they could surmise would be that he might take out his frustrations on a few commoners before descending into hell, which would hardly affect them at all. Thus, after much contemplation, on one hand, they were genuinely curious about the aims of this intriguing young helmsman, Alfred, while on the other, they held no belief that Augustus possessed any chance of redemption. Following the declaration made by Marquis Soren, the assembly unanimously lauded Alfred's contributions to the wasteland. Consequently, for Augustus, this meeting, initially fraught with difficulties and punctuated by unexpected events, concluded in a manner that ultimately aligned with his plans. Amidst the complex emotions of the nobles, ranging from schadenfreude to bewilderment, then Elizabeth propelled the wheelchair away from the conference room, remaining within the confines of Soren Castle. The unfortunate Alfred's siblings refrained from conversation, silently exiting the chamber, whereupon they encountered the maid Natasha, who was carrying a water jug. Perhaps out of habit, Augustus, seated in his wheelchair, offered Natasha a brief nod and a smile, while Elizabeth, adhering to her decorum, also bestowed upon Natasha a reserved smile. Natasha, still unaccustomed to receiving such kindness from someone of noble standing, pressed herself tightly against the wall, her face flushed with embarrassment. She watched as the beautiful young lady pushed the youth in the wheelchair away. And just as they were about to step through the hall's door, emboldened by an unknown surge of courage, Natasha unexpectedly spoke, "Young Master Augustus, may the Lord bless you and the young lady." Having previously entered and exited the meeting room, she had heard the name of this charming young gentleman and sensed the disconnect between him and the lords within the chamber. The wheelchair paused momentarily at the entrance of the hall, and Augustus turned back to smile at her once more. That smile remained as radiant and sunny as ever. Exiting the grand hall of Soren Castle, the first sight that greeted Augustus was the elderly steward, old Vernon, waiting at the door, which was no surprise. What was unexpected, however, was the presence of a young man standing beside old Vernon. Augustus did not recognize this young man, but considering they were in Soren Castle, the luminous armor he donned clearly indicated significant worth. ruling out the possibility of him being a mere guard or a knight of Marquis Soren. It did not take long for Augustus to deduce that this young man was likely the esteemed first heir of Marquis Soren. Lord Athelas. Unbeknownst to him, Athelas was purposefully waiting at the entrance to ascertain the reason for their presence, and instinctively, Augustus narrowed his eyes in a defensive manner. Upon seeing his lord, old Vernon immediately stepped forward. Draping a thick, plush blanket over Augustus's shoulders, Augustus offered no response, instead focusing his gaze on Athelas, silently analyzing the potential motives behind the young man's demeanor. Athelas stepped forward unexpectedly, and despite his wariness, even Augustus had to concede that Athelas, clad in radiant knightly armor and with his lustrous golden hair, embodied the quintessential image of a gallant knight from medieval Europe, handsome, virtuous, and composed. Under the sunlight, Athelas's striking facial features were sharply defined, his expression serene, and his gait elegant, epitomizing a level of attractiveness bordering on perfection. This clearly favored son of Soren halted just a step away from Augustus. Yet he did not cast even a glance at him, instead fixating his gaze on old Vernon as he approached the back of Augustus's wheelchair, taking over Elizabeth's duties, his eyes remaining fixed on her. Augustus recalled the information he had seen about the Soren heir in the carriage, and he surmised Athelas's intentions for waiting there. Relaxing slightly, he offered a small smile in response to his sister's hesitant gaze, yet refrained from speaking. Athelas stepped closer to Elizabeth, then gently bowed, performing a standard knightly salute, his beautiful eyes filled with sincerity. Please forgive my presumption, Elizabeth. I have exerted my utmost efforts to persuade my father to stand by your side, but I regret to inform you that I ultimately failed to convince him completely. Elizabeth, reassured by her brother's lack of displeasure, felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she replied with a modest curtsy, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Athelas, but what does that ultimately change?" Athelas appeared unperturbed by the distance Elizabeth maintained, continuing earnestly, "Rest assured, even if I could not sway my father, should the lich invade, I will be there to protect you. I swear that as long as I draw breath, no harm shall befall you. This is my promise, an everlasting vow." As he concluded, he placed his clenched right fist over his heart, earnest and devout. However, Elizabeth remained unmoved, her demeanor cool and indifferent as she replied, "But what does that mean for me?" The young man's expression shifted, revealing signs of discomfort, a blend of disappointment and sorrow, surprised by Athelas's admirable character and refined upbringing. Augustus found himself amused, considering his own physical form belied a mere 17 years of age. He felt an acute dissonance with the world around him, tightening the plush blanket draped over his shoulders. He glanced at the glaring yet uninviting sun, murmuring, "What a frigid winter this is." Upon returning to the carriage, with the assistance of Elizabeth and old Vernon, Augustus settled into a dark red armchair by the hearth. He spoke not a word, rather closing his eyes as he Saturday once old Vernon ensured his lord's comfort. He turned and temporarily took a seat in the absence of the coachman, while Elizabeth, noticing old Vernon's departure, washed a clean teacup and carefully poured water for her brother. However, as she turned to face him, she was struck by the sight of Augustus's alarming pallor. His complexion was so ashen that even his lips bore no trace of color, and his forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, clearly enduring immense pain. Her heart tightened as she recalled that her brother had not awakened when she left. His timely arrival at her side meant he must have hurried through the night without respite, confronting the assembly of ruffians in a state of utter exhaustion, leaving her with a secure and steadfast presence to shoulder the cruel burden alone. Tears welled in Elizabeth's eyes. She gently grasped Augustus's icy hand, gazing at his tightly shut eyes, murmuring, "Brother, does it hurt?" Chapter 11. Desires and aspirations. Augustus rested with his eyes closed for a span of 5 minutes before reopening them. His pallor remained, yet his spirit appeared to have regained a notable degree of vitality. That he met Elizabeth's tear-streaked gaze, crouched before him, and offered a faint smile, reaching out to caress her long golden hair. "Do not worry. I am fine," he reassured her. Elizabeth's beautiful visage blossomed into a smile as she replied, "I know that. Since you did not abandon me before, you will never leave me alone again." Augustus nodded gently, recalling Athelas's earlier words, and remarked, "That is my promise as well." Elizabeth, evidently unwilling to expend her brother's energy on such trivial matters, feigned annoyance as she lifted her gaze to him without speaking. Turning instead to present the teacup into his hands, Augustus sipped the water, holding the warm teacup, and leaned back in the soft chair, contemplating before asking, "Are there any aspects of my decision from the meeting that require clarification?" Elizabeth hesitated but soon shook her head with a smile. No. I absolutely trust your judgment. After a brief pause, she added, Brother, you should rest a little longer. We will soon arrive at the estate. What a perceptive child, Augustus mused, observing Elizabeth's facade of strength and ease. He gathered his thoughts and slowly articulated, From the very beginning, I never intended for Alfred to escape the clutches of the lich or to evade the fate of resisting it, for such a thing is utterly unattainable. My diversion of conversation, granting Count Christopher an opportunity to express his stance, was not in the hope that our father's demise would alter the meeting's disposition. Rather, I sought merely a commitment from Soren, a promise that, once the lich retreated, we would possess ample grounds to investigate the attack on Alfred. As for the attitude of Count Donald, it was entirely unexpected. You may wonder why I do not seize this surprise to confront the meeting. But Elizabeth, we do not possess a sufficient understanding of Donald. From any perspective, his support for us would yield him no advantages. In fact, it could only precipitate crises for him and his family. Thus, I find it hard to place my trust in him, not due to his character, but simply because I cannot believe him. Furthermore, the crux of the matter is that even if Donald were genuinely inclined to assist us, a single individual could not alter the meeting's stance, and no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot change the absolute dominance of the Soren family. Elizabeth, I wish for you to remember that in this concentration camp of sinners known as the Wasteland, the only ones we can truly rely on are ourselves. Elizabeth nodded earnestly. Once he had spoken, she would believe it without question, needing no further justification. She would not even think to ask Augustus what use Soren's promises would hold if Alfred were to perish. How could they pursue the truth of their father's death if he were gone? Then why did the commoners from those families choose the route of Alfred's fief during the retreat? Elizabeth pondered aloud, finally voicing her inquiry. Strangely, Augustus, who had initially appeared eager to clarify these doubts for Elizabeth, hesitated to respond immediately. He seemed unnaturally subdued, lowering his gaze to sip water, as if concealing something. After a lengthy pause, he managed a strained smile and said, It is merely a diversion, intended to disrupt their thought processes. You are unaware of my forthcoming plan. I need all the families in the wasteland to closely monitor my movements. Hence, I proposed a suggestion that would perplex them. Consider it. Before they fathom why I would make such a foolish, even suicidal recommendation, what course of action will they take? They will undoubtedly strive to ascertain our every move. Elizabeth astutely replied. Augustus chuckled, though it was unclear whether he was pleased at having successfully diverted Elizabeth's attention or for another reason. He said, Thus, I am merely seeking to attract attention. Yet, shouldn't an unexecuted plan be known by as few people as possible, thus attracting no scrutiny? Why deliberately incite their close observation? Elizabeth, initially reluctant to disturb her brother's rest, found herself intrigued by Augustus's words. He no longer hesitated, grinning. Conspiracies tend to lurk in the shadows, taking root and thriving. However, I do not intend to employ subterfuge in my upcoming scheme. Elizabeth, sometimes overt maneuvers can be far more formidable, leaving no room for retaliation. Meeting Elizabeth's puzzled gaze, Augustus gestured towards the desk behind him, saying, Would you mind retrieving a document for me? The first is the third document from the stack on the left side of the middle drawer. The second is the one at the bottom of the rightmost stack in the final drawer. Elizabeth seemed unaware of the implications of her brother's casual request. She rose, retrieved the two documents from the desk, and returned to Augustus's side. He gestured for her to peruse the files, content she was certainly familiar with, having examined the precious assets left by Count Alfred in the carriage before Augustus regained consciousness. As she flipped through the documents, she quickly recognized them, confirming that she had indeed seen them before. She raised her gaze in confusion. Understanding Elizabeth's bewilderment, Augustus refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, simply smiling, let us first examine the gentleman mentioned in the 3rd to 5th pages of the first document. Elizabeth lowered her eyes. Flipping to the specified pages, Augustus reclined in the dark red armchair, gently closing his eyes as he calmly stated, Next year marks the year of the high-level elections for the Holy See, and the leaders of the various regions will face a thorough reshuffling. A number of cardinals will step down, making way for a new cohort of youthful cardinals. According to tradition, clergy under the age of 40 are ineligible to run for such significant positions as cardinal. As you can see, the youngest and most promising archbishop in the Holy See is just 38 years old. Under normal circumstances, he would have no hope of entering the true core of the Holy See next year. Then he must await the next opportunity. But when will that be? If all goes according to plan, barring unforeseen circumstances, unless the Northern Lich and the heretics in the Southeastern Empire choose to mutually ensure their destruction, you will have to wait for the next election, which occurs every 20 years. Of course, by that time, you will undoubtedly don the red robes. But the key point is 20 years. How many 20-year spans does one have in life? 20 years from now, this gentleman will be a 58-year-old elder. Especially if he harbors any ambition to grasp the pastoral scepter, he would then need to wait another 20 years after donning the red robes, reaching the age of 78. I do not believe a 78-year-old would have any chance of ascending to that splendid throne. Elizabeth, having finished reviewing the profile of the most sought-after young archbishop in the Holy See, felt she was on the verge of grasping the edge of her brother's seemingly reckless plan. She gazed at Augustus in shock, unable to fathom how a sinner from the wasteland could possess the audacity to scheme against someone whom even the Bourbon royal family would not dare to offend. She made an endearing swallowing gesture and stammered, "But what assistance can we offer this gentleman? On what grounds do we dare to conceive such plans?" Augustus opened his eyes to glance at Elizabeth. He smiled, offering no explanation, but instead said, "The second document you hold contains information regarding the efforts of all the nobles in the wasteland over the years to persuade the Empire to reintegrate us sinners, as well as to seek the protection of the Holy See once more. That I do not deny that, based on the records, these efforts over the past few centuries have been nearly futile. Yet, every circumstance has two sides. Regardless, the wasteland has indeed made grand efforts for centuries. My plan is inherently built upon this foundation of effort, and thus, I believe there is potential in this direction." He shrugged and smiled. "Moreover, in my view, this opportunity seems far more reliable than pleading for mercy from the nobles in the wasteland." Elizabeth did not respond immediately. She remained silent, poring over the documents in her hands. She found it curious that when she had initially examined these records, she felt they bore no connection to Alfred, while her brother discerned so many links. Certainly, having connections did not imply that Elizabeth found Augustus's plan feasible. In fact, even after hearing her brother's analysis, she still felt hope was almost non-existent. However, she would never voice this doubt, as she unwaveringly believed in Augustus. After a moment's contemplation, she followed his lead and inquired, "What makes us believe this gentleman will take interest?" "There is no such thing as certainty," Augustus replied with a bittersweet smile. "This is merely an opportunity, one that I believe holds more promise than pleading with the nobles of the wasteland." Elizabeth finally understood. Her brother had no firm confidence in his plan either. She glanced at Augustus's weary face, and the words she had intended to speak died on her lips. Ultimately, she offered a reassuring smile to her brother, saying, "May this young archbishop seize the opportunity." Augustus, clearly aware of Elizabeth's consolation, fell silent again, reclining in the soft chair, closing his eyes. Whether he sought to reassure himself or bolster his own confidence, or perhaps to impart a message to Elizabeth, he softly murmured, "Desires devoid of reason can swell rapidly under the catalyst of ambition, leading one either to glory or to darkness. However, once desire is tempered by reason, it transforms into what we call dreams or ideals, and when the gap between ideals and reality is merely a window away, I believe no one can resist the allure of pushing open that window." Chapter 12. The divine arrangement. A saying circulates among the upper echelons of the Holy Empire, asserting that dignity is eternally the second life of the nobility. This adage finds particularly profound expression in the forsaken wasteland, for even though the nobles there are largely outcasts from the empire, having committed crimes that led to their exile, they are left with little more than their noble titles. In terms of power and wealth, they cannot compare to the true great nobles of the empire. Yet, in the minutiae of daily living, clothing, food, and shelter, these fallen nobles not only refuse to temper their pursuits due to their harsh environment, but they also escalate their attention to these details to an extreme degree. It is as if, without these so-called noble pretensions, they would lose even the last vestiges of their titles, just like Augustus's Alfred. Situated to the southeast of Soren city, the magnificent Zyaduli Manor is the property of the Alfred family. Augustus had visited this estate upon his arrival in Soren city early that morning, when he had instructed Captain Kaition of the Alfred Knight Order to assist him with a matter concerning Elizabeth. Consequently, he merely exchanged a few words with Kaition while remaining in the carriage. Without disembarking or taking a proper look at what belonged to him, it was not until this moment, as the carriage came to a halt before the manor once more, that Augustus truly recognized the beauty of Zyaduli Manor. Perhaps, in terms of grandeur, Zyaduli could not rival the imposing Alfred Castle. However, in terms of design and aesthetics, Zyaduli, which occupies an equally vast area, surpass the castle in its exquisite layout. The central structure is a petite fortress of about 3 stories, with buildings adorning each of its 4 corners, forming a protective embrace around the castle. In front of the main building, the verdant greenery flourished, creating a picturesque and poetic tableau reminiscent of a medieval pastoral scene, instilling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yet, amidst this comfort, as Augustus contemplated that this splendid manor would only be inhabited during the 2 days of the Soren conference, he could not help but reflect on the extent of luxury that the nobility pursued for the sake of appearances. With the assistance of the elderly steward, he descended from the carriage. As he took a seat in his wheelchair, an idea struck him, and he turned to Elizabeth, who had yet to disembark. He said, "Please fetch the documents I meticulously organized from the first drawer of my desk." With a smile, Elizabeth returned to the carriage to retrieve the documents, but suddenly paused, realizing that when Augustus had requested those 2 files earlier, she had not even glanced at them, yet had accurately stated their precise locations. What did this signify? It implied that Augustus not only possessed a clear understanding of the contents of 3 entire drawers of documents, but also remembered their exact placements with remarkable clarity. What immense control and memory must one have to achieve this? It is worth noting that the documents within the 3 drawers were not only vastly different in content, but also numerous. Elizabeth's expression inevitably grew complex, sensing that Augustus seemed somewhat different since his awakening. While she had always regarded her brother as impressive, she had never before felt such a sense of admiration as she did now. As the elderly steward wheeled Augustus into the manor, they were immediately greeted by Captain Kaition, a stalwart and traditional knight of Alfred, whose robust appearance and formidable prowess had made him a standard-bearer for the Alfred family even before the attack on Alfred. He possessed a 6th-level fighting spirit and had chosen the path of the gun knight. Known for his formidable offensive capability, it was said that on the night of Alfred's assault, he had successfully pierced the heart of a 7th-level sword knight. Regrettably, after that night of bloody carnage, he had sustained grave injuries and had yet to recover even half of his combat strength. Kaition saluted Augustus, and despite his injuries rendering him somewhat wan, his posture remained impeccable. Augustus slightly bowed in return and inquired, "Have the matters been taken care of?" "It has been prepared as per your instructions, my lord." "When do you plan to depart?" Kaition's speech was measured and deliberate, indicative of his inherently composed nature. Augustus appreciated such demeanor, fostering a degree of fondness for this capable, rugged, and meticulous knight captain from the outset. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "Make the arrangements. We shall depart in 1 hour. I would also trouble you to accompany me." "It is my honor, my lord." Augustus smiled, choosing not to speak further. With the departure confirmed for 1 hour hence, it necessitated that he complete all preparatory work within that time frame. He signaled to the elderly Vernon to wheel him toward the manor's study, with Elizabeth, clutching the documents, walking alongside him to the door of the study. Elizabeth could no longer contain herself and said, "Brother, can't we leave tomorrow instead? You need a good rest tonight." She likely discerned Augustus's intentions and understood well where he intended to hasten that night. Vernon halted, and Augustus smiled gently at Elizabeth, his gaze warm as he reassured her. "Do not worry, Elizabeth. Trust me. I will take care of your brother's health." Sensing Elizabeth's evident discontent as she prepared to speak again, Augustus preempted her, stating, "What we need most right now is time. Once this matter is concluded, regardless of what follows, I shall have ample time to rest." Elizabeth regarded Augustus with earnestness, realizing she could not alter his decision, and reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "Then I must accompany you." Augustus hesitated. Yet Elizabeth's unwavering resolve left him unable to decline. In the study of Ghastly Manor, Elizabeth and Vernon busied themselves preparing a belated lunch for Augustus while he remained alone, strategizing for the upcoming plans. A crucial element involved composing a letter to be delivered into the hands of the young bishop, as it might afford him the opportunity for an audience. This meant that the letter's significance in Augustus's scheme was paramount, determining whether the bishop would grant him a meeting and, thus, the success or failure of his plan, and ultimately, the fate of the Alfred family. The weight of this pressure rendered him breathless, particularly. The dual exhaustion of body and mind deterred him from writing lightly. He slowly set down the quill and closed his eyes, absorbing the stillness of the spacious study. An inexplicable image surfaced in his mind, a handsome, refined middle-aged man seated in this study. This vision felt foreign, at least to the present Augustus. Yet he could affirm with absolute certainty that the man was none other than his father, Lord Alfred. He could not fathom why this image had suddenly emerged. But as it intertwined with the memories of that night of slaughter, and he recalled the words inscribed on the black stone tablet within Alfred Castle, he finally opened his eyes. He picked up the quill once more, earnestly placing his arms on the desk, pressing them against the white paper, murmuring, "Then, let it be my duty to guard the future of Alfred." In less than 20 minutes, Augustus completed the letter that would determine Alfred's fate. As he meticulously folded the letter, intending to place it in an envelope, a thought struck him, prompting him to reopen the letter and add a final sentence. The Lord said, "Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. But, dear Bishop, if the narrow gate I find closes tightly before me, will the Lord have other arrangements for his faithful?" Chapter 13. The paranoid eight-lost night enveloped the land. In the study of Marquis Soren, a large dragon eye emitted a gentle and radiant glow, illuminating every corner of the room as brightly as day, and casting a particularly pallid hue upon the already troubled countenance of Marquis Soren. He sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on a list brimming with various equipment, unmoving for an extended period. After a deep breath to suppress his restive emotions, he finally set the list down. Raising his eyes to his most esteemed first heir, Atlas, who stood before him, and asked in a low voice, "I wish to understand why you require enough equipment to outfit 100 elite knights." Atlas remained composed, the soft light accentuating his radiant golden hair, and his already handsome features radiated a captivating tranquility, starkly contrasting with Soren's ire. He had always been this way, believing that only through perfect control of his emotions could he achieve mastery over himself and subsequently everything he wished to govern. He refrained from mocking his father with a question that was truly inappropriate. Instead, he faced his father's furious visage with calmness. "Since the conference has determined that Alfred will bear the responsibility of resisting the lich, considering the current strength of the Alfred family, I believe it is imperative for me to personally safeguard Elizabeth. I cannot allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. But you should know that even if Alfred were to fall, I would still ensure that Elizabeth remains whole and unscathed, as I have promised. Yet you must also understand that if Alfred were to perish, Elizabeth would no longer be the complete Elizabeth. Her heart would undoubtedly wither and fade alongside Alfred's demise. And that is not what I desire. Father, you may not fully grasp the significance of my guardianship. What I seek to protect is everything that is Elizabeth. Therefore, whatever Elizabeth wishes to safeguard must also be my responsibility." Soren clenched his fists in frustration. Indeed, he acknowledged that Elizabeth was impeccable, and he wholeheartedly agreed that his heir was fortunate to have such a perfect wife. However, he could not fathom Attilas's irrational logic. In his view, as long as one could obtain and possess Elizabeth, wouldn't everything be resolved? Did the process matter? Was it meaningful? Especially regarding the so-called love of Attilas, he found it utterly incomprehensible. One might wonder how much a mere bourbon coin could possibly buy. Soren was truly perplexed as to how his heir, who was so immensely proud of both his innate talent in the realm of combat and his formidable intellect, could become ensnared in such a trivial and tiresome quandary. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "Indeed, I cannot fathom your notion of guardianship. Yet, Attilas, as of today, everyone believes that Alfred's impending descent into the abyss is entirely predicated upon your covetous gaze towards Elizabeth. It is you who has brought Alfred to such a dire fate in your pursuit of Elizabeth. Do you truly believe you can attain your so-called complete Elizabeth? Will she not harbor resentment towards you?" "This is not a matter within my control," Attilas replied, his brow furrowing slightly before he regained his composure. "I cannot dictate the thoughts of others, nor can I influence Elizabeth's perception of me. However, I can govern myself. I merely need to recognize that none of this was my intention, nor is it in any way my responsibility. Thus, I can face Elizabeth with tranquility. The stars twinkle above me. Why should I concern myself with the trifling imperfections beneath my feet?" A sudden wave of helplessness finally compelled Soren to abandon his facade of restraint. Impatiently, he seized the equipment list from his desk and spoke rapidly. "Very well, I cannot sway your resolve, but I am not yet dead. The captain of Soren remains me if you wish to protect your Elizabeth. Then go ahead, but do not expect to take anyone from me. Attilas, I genuinely wonder, how can you, who have only just mastered level 4 combat, presume to safeguard your Elizabeth? One day you will come to understand that without the opulent mantle bestowed upon you by your forebears, you are nothing. Bereft of power, you cannot protect anything you wish to safeguard. Power is the very foundation of all." Remarkably, even with Soren's words reaching such a critical juncture, Aturlas maintained his calm demeanor. He replied slowly. The Soren family has a long-standing tradition. Once established as the primary heir, one automatically inherits 1/10 of the family's power. This is precisely why I requested the equipment from the 100 Knights. Father, are you implying that I should not expect any strength from you, signaling your intention to revoke my status as the primary heir? Marquis Soren was momentarily struck with disbelief. He could hardly conceive that Aturlas, upon whom he had expended all his efforts, would utter such words for the sake of a woman. Could he truly forsake even the title of primary heir? Trembling, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, a timely knock at the door alleviated Soren's exasperation. He could not possibly rescind Aturlas' status as the primary heir, for despite his inability to comprehend Aturlas' obsession with Elizabeth, he had to admit that Aturlas was undoubtedly the most promising heir in nearly a century to lead the Soren family to glory. He must invest all his energy into Aturlas. He turned his gaze to Francis and Stuart, who had just entered. He nodded at them before wearily gesturing towards Aturlas, saying, "We shall discuss this another time," and then expressionlessly placed the equipment list into the drawer. Aturlas sighed inwardly, recognizing that it was not the right moment to continue the argument. He offered a slight bow before departing the study, not forgetting to smile and greet Count Francis and Count Stuart, completely shedding the indifference he had displayed during his dispute with his father, embodying the image of a well-mannered heir of the Soren family. "Has the banquet concluded?" Soren inquired casually, remaining seated at his desk after Aturlas had closed the door. The banquet he referred to was the gathering held after the meeting for all participants. This year's Soren conference had progressed more swiftly than in recent years, a fact for which they could thank young Augustus. Had it not been for his final request, the adults would have struggled with the issues of food and supplies needed for the retreat, as no family was willing to invest significantly for the wretched commoners. Each year, families would vie for the nearest retreat routes, inevitably leading to disputes and endless bickering. Fortunately, this year with Augustus, all families could traverse Alfred's territory, with Alfred providing the necessary provisions. Truly splendid. Yes, Donald and Christopher have already returned to their estates, Stuart. The Earl was the first to respond. After answering Soren's question, he hesitated before furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Soren, are you truly certain about dividing the regions of D, Say, and Saya among the Christopher family next year?" "Isn't that tantamount to strengthening Christopher? D, Say, and Saya were currently territories of the Alfred family. In fact, one of the most critical aspects of the annual meeting was the reallocation of resources from the fallen families. What of it if he grows stronger?" Soren replied expressionlessly. Possibly due to his lingering agitation, clearly disinterested in discussing the wretched Alfred family, especially as he recalled his heir's blatant alignment with Alfred, refusing to allow Alfred's disappearance, which only heightened his irritability. He glanced at Francis, who, being the one who understood Soren's sentiments best, quickly diverted the topic from Alfred. Francis, whose small eyes squinted with a smile, said, "However, regarding young Augustus, I still cannot comprehend whether this unfortunate child is acting recklessly after realizing his fate, or if he has some cunning scheme of his own. If it is the latter, what sort of conspiracy could he possibly contrive? Do you think Augustus is foolish?" Soren asked, perplexingly posing this question without addressing Francis's query. Both Francis and Stuart were momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was evident that regardless of the discussions within the meeting or Soren's demeanor, Augustus might not be the epitome of wisdom, yet he was certainly no fool. Soren continued, a proud individual, who was not foolish, would not choose to await his demise passively. Even in death, it would be by being pushed into despair, never by his own hand. As for his final request, Soren sneered mockingly, "It is merely a ploy for attention. He wishes us to know that he will not succumb quietly. He will undoubtedly attempt to rescue his Alfred, and he wants us to witness his endeavor. From this perspective, this intriguing captain of Alfred is indeed a proud child bordering on arrogance. But what can he possibly achieve?" Soren cast a glance at Francis, who had posed this question again. Without deriding the other's intellect, he genuinely relished this feeling of dependence. The lich has already gathered in the northern coniferous forests that in the wasteland. He cannot find any allies. Having even spurned Donald's hypocritical olive branch, where else can he turn? The answer was painfully clear. Soren gazed out the window beside his desk, indifferent as he remarked, "Despite its futility, despite the despair that awaits him with no possible gain, Augustus should have arrived at the entrance of the Alpine Gorge by now." "Indeed, my lord, we are approaching the entrance to the Alpine Gorge," came the response. Amidst the boundless wilderness, Augustus, holding a few dimly lit torches in the darkness, had been poring over documents for too long. He opened the window to let in the cool breeze for clarity and casually inquired of his companion, Katie, beside the carriage. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he leaned out, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the Alpine Gorge ahead. Before him lay a profound darkness. Chapter 14. The meaning of existence towering and perilous. The Alps form an insurmountable barrier between the Holy Empire and the forsaken wasteland, effectively excluding the wasteland from the imperial domain and transforming it into a vast prison. Yet, as the Lord has proclaimed, he casts a net over heaven and earth, ensuring that a glimmer of hope remains. Here, that hope resides in the Alpine Gorge located behind Soren's fief. The carriage halted at the sole exit of the gorge. Augustus felt a tinge of regret that the darkness had prevented him from appreciating the majesty of the Alpine Gorge during the journey. However, given his current predicament, this regret flickered briefly, leaving no ripple in his mind. Thus, gazing through the carriage window towards the gorge's exit, his expression remained calm, not scanning the surroundings. Within his line of sight, the torches glimmered, faintly revealing the outline of an infantry camp under the command of the Imperial Iron Belt Legion. Indeed, throughout the years, a regiment of the Imperial Regular Army has been stationed at the mouth of the gorge, serving a role akin to that of prison guards. However, in stark contrast to the lowly scoundrels and rapists that prison guards oversee, this regiment's charges are of far nobler lineage. Even a group of exiled felons retains an aura of aristocracy that has not been stripped away. When Kadiani ventured to negotiate with the garrison, she quickly returned, reporting that passage had been granted. Augustus was not taken aback. He would not even inquire how Kadiani had managed the negotiations or how many bourbon coins she had surrendered to secure their passage. In places where class distinctions exist, so too does the art of circumvention. The notion of higher authority issuing policies while lower ranks devise countermeasures is not solely a phenomenon of Augustus's past life. Despite the empire's explicit prohibition on the nobility of the wasteland entering the heart of the empire without special permission, those most adept at seizing opportunities and navigating around regulations invariably conjure suitable justifications and excuses, paying an equivalent price for their freedom of movement. Otherwise, where would the expensive crimson wine, a staple at the impoverished banquets of the wasteland nobility, come from? How could the noble ladies adorn themselves in the latest trending strapless evening gowns from the empire's core? As the carriage traversed the Alpine Gorge's defensive barriers, Augustus, who had not drawn the curtains, cast a glance at the infantryman from the Iron Belt who had earlier negotiated with Kadiani. Judging by the two great swords emblazoned on his metal, he appeared to be an unremarkable deputy commander within the Iron Belt Legion, a figure that, under normal circumstances, would be relegated to the ranks of the undistinguished in the eyes of a true noble like Augustus. Yet, as their eyes met, this seemingly insignificant individual brazenly flaunted a heavy pouch of bourbon coins, clearly a token of Kadiani's payment. While wearing an expression of disdain and mockery, Augustus remained unfazed, resolutely impervious to any sense of indignity stemming from a perceived affront to noble dignity. Instead, he gained a deeper understanding of the stark reality. Even the most exalted of wasteland nobles ultimately bore the label of felon within the empire. At dawn, after a night of travel, the carriage at last arrived at the borders of the empire, specifically in the province of As Augustus noticed the light gradually brightening within the carriage. He began to organize the documents in his hands, having completed all necessary preparations. Now, all he could do was await the verdict of fate. This was certainly not a matter of resignation. Augustus was, after all, a pessimist, always preparing for the worst before embarking on any task. Yet, there existed a prerequisite. He would exert his utmost effort. Having sorted the documents, only a few remained, those he had specifically instructed Elizabeth to carry. He found himself pondering these final documents, which remained elusive in their significance if Augustus had, by now, gleaned a general understanding of Alfred and the wasteland through the materials in the carriage. These particular documents were shrouded in ambiguity. He could not ascertain what information they contained, nor could he gauge their authenticity. The only certainty was that, in his forthcoming plans, these uncertain pieces of information held considerable importance, a weightiness that left him in a quandary. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who had slept comfortably on the dark red cot throughout the journey, stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. This unfortunate child, who had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest since her father's death 3 months prior, instinctively sought her brother's presence, evidently anxious that her nightmare from 3 months ago might replay upon awakening. Relief washed over her when she spotted Augustus seated at the desk beside her bed. However, before her smile could fully blossom, a slight furrow appeared on her brow as she queried, "Augustus, have you not slept at all last night?" Augustus, who had been smiling at Elizabeth's awakening, could not help but offer a wry smile in return. "Of course I did. I just rose as well. You see, I haven't yet had the chance to organize the documents." Elizabeth remained skeptical, but Augustus's relatively vibrant demeanor ultimately convinced her to trust him. In truth, Augustus could not explain the peculiar state of his vitality. He had come to realize that even after several days and nights without rest, as long as he closed his eyes to rejuvenate, his spirit would swiftly revive. While perusing the documents in the carriage, he discovered that his memory had reached an astonishing level, one that even he found baffling. Was it a consequence of his reincarnation? Augustus chose not to dwell on this not entirely negative notion, instead maneuvering his wheelchair across the spacious carriage to the hearth, checking the recently boiled water before turning to call out for Elizabeth to wash her face. Elizabeth, still ensconced in her bed, shook her head vigorously, playfully insisting, "Just a little longer." Augustus's gaze softened with affection, just as he was about to speak when Elizabeth was drawn to the growing commotion outside the carriage. She opened the small window at the head of her bed, flooding the carriage with sunlight. Outside, the crowd buzzed with energy. They had arrived at the central city of the Noi province, Philly City. In stark contrast to the towns Augustus had previously traversed in the wasteland, such as Greentown and Soren City. Philly City epitomized the image of a medieval European city Augustus had envisioned in his past life, from the neatly paved cobblestone streets to the vibrant shops lining either side. The exquisite and diverse architecture and the throngs of bustling people, even the humble attire of the passers-by, evoked waves of exhilaration within Augustus. In that moment, he unmistakably felt he was alive in this world. And Philly City's splendor rekindled within him a sense of long-lost civilization. If the Alps side represented the wasteland, the depths of hell, then this side of the mountain was perhaps the paradise Augustus had always dreamed of. He slowly retracted his awestruck gaze, turning to Elizabeth, who was now leaning eagerly against the window. At that moment, Elizabeth, having emerged from her daze, was equally swept up in a wave of excitement, pointing animatedly at the myriad of new sights along the roadside. "Brother, is that the store father once mentioned that sells clothes? Are there many, many garments inside? Brother, look at those beautiful pointed boots. They must look splendid when worn. Brother, look at that person. His hair is so peculiar. Do you think he might be the priest father spoke of? Brother, is this truly a city of the Holy Empire?" Suddenly, Elizabeth turned to Augustus, her eyes wide with concern. "But the city is so vast. What if we get lost?" She bit her finger seriously. "Surely we will. I have never seen so many people or such a large city. You won't. Your brother will ensure you do not get lost." Perhaps lost in her newfound world, Elizabeth hardly registered Augustus's words, unaware of the sudden melancholy that washed over him. Augustus gazed at his sister, who was once again captivated by the sights outside, for reasons he could not fathom. He was struck by the realization that Elizabeth was merely 15 years old. What should a 15-year-old noble maiden be doing at this age? Perhaps donning beautiful gowns to attend one extravagant soiree after another, or sitting carefree in classrooms, indulging in music, painting, and poetry that piqued her interest. Or perhaps she should be nestled in her parents' embrace, savoring the happiness she was meant to experience, blissfully refusing the advances of knights bearing flowers. Yet, what of Elizabeth? This 15-year-old girl was a stranger even to such a city. Augustus recalled the image of the little girl who had always trailed behind him, sitting beside him, and then the memory of her steadfast vigil by his bedside during his unconsciousness. Silently bearing the burden of care, he thought of the little girl who had silently endured all hardships, confronted by a loathsome array of nobility. His gaze softened with tenderness as he regarded Elizabeth's delicate frame. And he murmured, "Elizabeth, if in these days I have been unable to truly find my purpose in existence, then perhaps I have discovered it now. To allow you to live as a true princess is the most profound meaning of my existence. What our father failed to provide for you, I vow to give you double." Chapter 15. The devil is in the details. After navigating the bustling main street and traversing a winding path of grass and dirt, the carriage finally came to a halt before a manor situated in the outskirts of Philly City. In the early morning, Baron O'Bira, who had yet to fully digest the shocking news of Augustus's awakening, was already waiting at the entrance of the manor. Upon seeing the carriage, he hurriedly approached before it had come to a complete stop. As the old steward lifted the carriage curtain, a young woman emerged, pushing a young man in a wheelchair. Obira's expression momentarily stiffened, for the young man's face was both familiar and foreign, and the sight of his wheelchair was jarring. However, he quickly regained his jovial smile, and only when the knight by the carriage had lifted the young man, along with the wheelchair, did he step forward, his voice rich with genuine emotion as he exclaimed, "Praise the Lord. Augustus, you are truly unharmed. This is indeed a cause for celebration." Augustus, now settled, looked up at the Baron, who had deliberately bent down to greet him. The sight of the rotund figure in such a comical posture elicited a peculiar expression from Augustus as he remarked, "If by unharmed you mean I can still bask in the sunlight, then I suppose I am indeed fine. Yet, considering that I cannot even stand unaided, I do not find this a matter worthy of celebration." Was this a hint of bitterness? Unfazed, Obira maintained his sincere smile, his chubby visage radiating warmth as he replied, "The Alfred family has a saying, 'To live is the greatest celebration.'" Augustus smiled but chose not to respond, allowing Baron Obira to take charge of the wheelchair from old Vernon. He did not perceive this as overly theatrical enthusiasm, for Baron Obira was not merely a pivotal figure in relaying imperial intelligence for the Alfred family amidst the vast expanse of the empire. He was also a distant relative of Augustus's maternal lineage. By blood, Augustus would be inclined to refer to him as uncle. The wheelchair rolled along a path through the grass toward the manor. Augustus casually observed the layout of the estate, a quintessential medieval manor marked by simplicity and elegance. Enclosed by wooden fences on three sides, the interior boasted two modest two-story buildings, complemented by stables, staff quarters, and storage rooms, all set against a broad lawn, while lacking the grandeur of Alfred Castle and far from the refinement of Xiuoli Manor. The natural comfort of a baron's estate was quite commendable, especially given Obira's shadowy affiliations, which necessitated a certain discretion within the empire as they strolled across the soft grass, bathing in the warm sunlight of winter. Baron Obira lamented the difficulties faced since the attack on Alfred 3 months prior, while condemning the cowardice of the assailants. He reassured Augustus that all hardships would eventually pass, much like Alfred's ancestors who, despite committing treasonous acts, managed to survive. His demeanor exuded the nurturing attitude befitting an elder of Augustus. Notably, while engaging with Augustus, Obira did not overlook Elizabeth, who had first stepped out of the vast prison of the wilderness. At that moment, when Elizabeth inquired with curiosity about the gray carpet laid before the main building, Obira kindly explained that it was crafted from the hide of a grizzly bear, reputed not only for its comfort, but also for its massage properties. Costing at least 10 bourbon gold coins per inch, Elizabeth, with a delightful pout, exclaimed, "Goodness, how expensive! How many gold coins would such a large piece cost?" Obira smiled serenely, his eyes reflecting calmness. This undoubtedly painted a harmonious scene, with Obira embodying the respectful yet warm demeanor of a senior member of the Alfred family, while Augustus, as both the helmsman and junior member, exhibited a cordial closeness, maintaining his poise and grace. It seemed they were destined to progress toward a brighter future together. However, just as Obira announced that a lavish lunch was ready, Augustus suddenly gestured for him to halt. He then maneuvered the wheelchair to turn around. Smiling at the corpulent man who could be regarded as Alfred's chief intelligence operative, Augustus remarked, "By the way, Uncle Obira, there is a question I need you to answer. What is there to be coy about?" "Ask away, Augustus," Obira replied. Augustus scrutinized Baron Obira, beginning to comprehend why his father had entrusted such an important role to him. Apart from their familial ties, the Baroness' jovial fade seemed less than genuine, evidenced by his adept social skills and his calm response to Augustus' sudden inquiry, as well as the unexpected address of Uncle Obira. "It is this," Augustus began. "Upon my arrival, I reviewed the documents you submitted from the wilderness. I noticed an intriguing phenomenon. 3 months ago, you were able to deliver the latest imperial intelligence to Alfred Castle every 2 days as per instructions. Yet, following the attack on Alfred, the frequency of updates shifted to every 4 or even 5 days. This continued for a month, eventually evolving into a weekly update, and now the most recent intelligence I possess is already 10 days old. My dear Uncle Obira, how do you explain this?" Obira displayed no signs of panic or embarrassment, only a resigned and somewhat regretful smile. Just as he was about to speak, Augustus interjected, smiling, "Please do not tell me this is due to the attack on Alfred. It should not have affected you significantly. As far as I know, Even during Elizabeth's stewardship of Alfred, your funding support remained unaltered. If anything, your needs have increased. Similarly, he added, you should not claim that the attack has caused unrest among your ranks. Preventing the timely collection and organization of intelligence, if that were the case, the additional funding would seem quite unnecessary. Perhaps feeling the sting of being interrupted, a grimace finally crossed the Baron's plump face as he said, indeed. This is my oversight. However, Augustus, you must understand that since the attack on Alfred, our operatives can no longer traverse the Alps as safely and conveniently as before. The despicable Saxons have nearly severed our usual routes. Was this merely an attempt to deflect blame onto Marquis Soren? It seemed a plausible explanation, especially since the Soren family's desire for Alfred's downfall was common knowledge among those closely monitoring the situation. Yet, disappointment awaited him, Augustus scoffed. Reflecting on his uncle's swift reactions and the essential qualities expected of an intelligence chief. Without hesitation, he retorted, then why am I, who only departed yesterday afternoon, standing before you this morning? Surely, Soren cannot be oblivious to my presence? Obira was momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming that this was impossible, that Augustus could not possibly have departed just the night before. For, according to his deductions, if Augustus had arrived in the Empire, he must be seeking assistance, and such news could hardly be concealed from the Saxon. What reason would Marquis Soren have to allow Augustus to traverse the Alpine defenses without taking action? Was he not concerned about Augustus's cunning? It was clear that Augustus could not hope to garner support within the Empire, nor create any significant distractions, yet at such a critical juncture. Soren ought to exercise greater caution to avoid any unforeseen complications, rendering Augustus helpless. When had the invariably cautious Soren become so overconfident? Obira found himself perplexed, a state of confusion that was quite understandable. As he remained oblivious to the fact that Augustus had attended a meeting with Soren and had already encountered him. Moreover, he was unaware of Soren's first heiress obsession with Elizabeth. In truth, even Augustus himself had not grasped the situation at first, however. He eventually realized that his tranquility while traversing the Soren-controlled mountainous pass could be attributed not solely to Soren's underestimation of him, but also to the genuine attitude and words expressed by the heiress he had encountered that day regarding Elizabeth. The nuances of such noble games were beyond Obira's comprehension, even as Alfred's chief intelligence operative. This encapsulates the notion that the devil lies in the details. Chapter 16. This is nobility, why the silence? Can you not conjure a more reasonable explanation? Allow me to provide one for you, Obira. Ever since the news of the attack on the Alfred family reached you, you have begun to retreat. For as the most vital source of intelligence for Alfred, you possess a keen insight. You anticipated monumental changes ahead for the Alfred family, and when the Soren meeting decreed that the Alfred family would stand against the necromancer's invasion, you knew their doom was imminent. That it was from that moment that you began to carve out an escape route for yourself. Certainly, I am not privy to the specifics of your contemplated retreat. However, it appears to me that there are essentially two avenues available to you. The first would be to leverage the intelligence you have gathered for Alfred and align yourself with others in the wasteland. The second option involves utilizing the wealth you have amassed over the years through various means to cultivate relationships with the true power brokers of Felicity City. Personally, I find myself inclined towards the latter. If this is indeed the case, it would elucidate why your funding requirements are greater and the time frame for providing intelligence is extended, because ingratiating oneself with the elite necessitates not only gold but also considerable time. My dear Uncle Obira. Is this not so? The expression on Baron Obira's face darkened considerably from the moment Augustus began to speak. Yet, intriguingly, as Augustus continued, Obira appeared to relax that he no longer dared to regard Augustus, his nephew, as merely a 17-year-old child. A smile once again graced his face as he remarked, "What a remarkable deduction!" Yet, a deduction is merely an unsubstantiated conjecture. Augustus, I shall not hold your fanciful assertions against you. For you are indeed my nephew, and besides, I share blood that runs parallel to that of your mother. Even if I were to betray Alfred, who would accept me? This is precisely the primary reason for my preference for the latter, Augustus stated calmly, for in Felicity City, few are aware of your true relationship with the criminal Alfred. Obira shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, So it seems I can be condemned without evidence, particularly after years of operating within Felicity. It would not be difficult to cultivate connections with the nobility there. One must truly commend Baron Obira's formidable heart. Even Augustus found himself compelled to abandon his attempts to elicit a confession from Obira. It was only at this moment that he grasped the astuteness and resolve of the agent chosen by his father to serve Alfred. Clearly, O'Bira was acutely aware that during the turbulent times of the Alfred family, as long as he steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, there existed no evidence to easily incriminate him in the eyes of Augustus. This stance left Augustus at a complete loss. Augustus could only smile, seemingly relinquishing his suspicions towards his uncle, and he remarked, "Very well. It appears my assumptions were indeed misguided. However, O'Bira, I must offer you a word of caution. Should you choose to betray, do not rely on the intelligence you possess to align yourself with the nobility of the wasteland. Trust me, once they have drained you of your information, they will not hesitate to cast you into the abyss. Furthermore, regarding the few who are aware of your association with Alfred, as I mentioned earlier, they are nearly non-existent, but that does not imply their absence is absolute. Even a farmer knows that one should not place all their eggs in one basket, and I assure you, the moment you integrate into the noble circle of felicity, should you be fortunate enough to see the sun rise on the following day, you will surely bear the taint of a traitor." It seemed that Augustus's final remark instilled a measure of trepidation in O'Bira. Augustus noticed a fleeting tremor in the baron's plump visage, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further nor continue his conjectures, simply smiling as he added, on another note, in such circumstances, all who betray or contemplate betrayal of Alfred may indeed find forgiveness. Regardless of my own denial, Alfred has recently been on the precipice of collapse. Everyone has the right to choose survival. And moreover, the Alfred family has long proclaimed that to live is, in itself, the greatest revelry. Baron O'Bira's smile appeared unnatural, seemingly on the verge of speech. Yet, not granting him the opportunity to respond, Augustus cheerfully waved his hand, stating, "Enough of this topic. If my suspicions were merely unfounded, then please accept my sincerest apologies that I trust, dear Uncle O'Bira, that you shall not take this to heart, with the myriad of recent events surrounding Alfred. I hope you can forgive my impertinence. There is another matter to address regarding my unanticipated arrival in Felicity. You are surely aware of the young bishop in the Noi diocese. I possess a letter that must be delivered to him with utmost urgency. Is there a way to accomplish this?" The shift from you to you did not escape O'Bira's notice. He hesitated slightly, uncertain whether he was still contemplating Augustus's suspicion of betrayal or whether he was apprehensive about Augustus's desire to associate with the currently most illustrious young bishop of the entire Holy See. After considerable contemplation, he finally nodded. "Every Friday, the bishop visits the orphanage of Pachura to guide the children in prayer, and fortuitously, today is that day." Augustus was taken aback. Had Lady Fortune finally cast her gaze upon him? This should be regarded as a fortuitous beginning. Without hesitation, he retrieved the letter that would determine Alfred's fate from his coat and handed it to O'Bira, instructing, "Deliver this to him promptly, ensuring it reaches his hands directly." O'Bira accepted the letter. Glancing at the violet iris seal of Alfred in the corner, his expression complex, this indicated that Augustus had completely relinquished his suspicions, opting instead to place full trust in him, with a measure of uncertainty. He raised his gaze to Augustus's gentle countenance, and indeed, Augustus smiled once more, adding, "And have Kydion accompany you. You are surely aware of Tsaitin's capabilities." Only then did O'Bira feel a sense of relief. Perhaps he was unaware that Augustus's continued doubts had inadvertently provided him with reassurance, a rather peculiar logic. If it is merely a matter of delivering the letter to the bishop, it poses no significant challenge. After I finish lunch, I will arrange for this matter to be taken care of, and it should be completed before the monastery closes its doors. As O'Bira spoke, he attempted to return to the armrest of Augustus's wheelchair, introducing, "Upon receiving word of your and Elizabeth's impending arrival, I took the liberty of retrieving the agate wine your father previously left for me. I trust you will find it to your liking." Augustus raised an eyebrow, not allowing Baron O'Bira to reach the armrest behind him before responding. "You may not fully grasp the significance of this matter. Oh, you truly believe I journeyed through the night solely for your cherished wine?" Embarrassed, Baron O'Bira's round face flushed, yet ultimately, he nodded decisively. "I shall attend to it immediately." He then turned to instruct several maids in the manor to diligently attend to Augustus and Elizabeth's lunch. Without further hesitation, he tucked the letter into his coat and strode towards the entrance of the manor. Augustus watched as O'Bira and Kydion departed, believing that O'Bira would exert every effort to fulfill this task for him. This was not merely due to Tsaitin's company. More importantly, at this juncture, O'Bira had not yet fully betrayed Alfred. Even if he had indeed entertained thoughts of treachery, Augustus's recent abandonment of his suspicions, coupled with the delivery of the letter, would have made Elvira acutely aware that, at least for the time being, Augustus would not take any action against him. During this interval, as long as he completed the task entrusted to him by Augustus, he would possess greater options. On one hand, he could continue to navigate the noble circles of felicity, thereby freeing himself from the fate that awaited him following Alfred's downfall. On the other hand, should Alfred not meet his demise and he successfully accomplish this task, the absence of evidence to incriminate him would render Augustus even less inclined to take action against him. This was a rather straightforward conclusion, and Augustus believed that someone as astute as Elvira would certainly grasp it. He squinted at the now-vanished figure of Elvira at the manor's entrance, not turning back as he abruptly addressed his companion. Old Vernon, if an opportunity arises to return, find a reliable individual to take over Elvira's responsibilities. As you wish, my lord. Old Vernon replied with a respectful bow. The steward. It was his duty to position the appropriate pieces on the lord's chessboard according to his desires. As for how to deal with Baron Elvira, a discarded pawn holding too many secrets of Alfred, what fate awaited him was hardly a question worth posing. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who had remained a silent observer throughout, finally spoke after overhearing Augustus's conversation with old Vernon. Her exquisite face edged with confusion as she inquired, "Brother, do you intend to execute Elvira? Yet you lack evidence, and did you not just state that, given Alfred's current predicament, all who betray or contemplate betrayal may be forgiven? Furthermore, he is our uncle Elvira. Evidence is merely a sword wielded by the just. The issue is that I am not a paragon of justice," Augustus explained, then curiously countered, "Moreover, did I ever claim I would forgive betrayal?" Elizabeth nodded earnestly. Seemingly resolute yet perplexed, Augustus smiled. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten." Chapter 17. A disturbing malodor. Pachira Monastery. The sun shone warmly upon the meticulously manicured lawn, casting a bright glow upon a group of children playing merrily, who should be regarded as the most unfortunate of souls, for their tender years had seen them deprived of their parents. Yet they might also be considered the happiest, for these children, taken in by Pachira Monastery, enjoyed a childhood that many noble scions could scarcely dream of. They ran across the grass, laughter echoing in the air, and it seemed that joy and happiness were the sole inhabitants of this verdant expanse. Even the occasional minor discord swiftly transformed back into laughter. Just like at this very moment, a little girl with tear-stained eyes ran to the edge of the lawn, looking up at the middle-aged man who always smiled at them, with a pouted lip and a sense of grievance. The girl said, "Misa, like Duo said he was carried on someone's back when he was little, and it felt wonderful, but little Dora has never been carried on anyone's back." The middle-aged man, whom the girl referred to as Misa, gently bent down and ruffled her hair. After a moment's thought, he replied with a warm smile, "Very well, Misa will carry you for like Duo to see." The little girl broke into a smile at this, and as the middle-aged man bent down, she climbed onto Misa's not-so-wide back, her face blooming with joy. Misa steadied her legs and playfully said, "Hold on tight," before bending over and walking around the lawn, again and again. Surely, if this scene were to be witnessed in Fairly City, or even in the mainstream circles of the entire Holy Empire, no one would be able to close their mouths in disbelief. Could this middle-aged man, bending down and squatting in such an ungraceful manner, truly be the most esteemed and radiant young son of the Holy See? Watching the little girl walk away with a triumphant laugh towards the chubby-like Duo, the middle-aged man's gaze was warm and serene. Wherever his eyes fell, sunshine seemed to follow. The old hunchbacked priest from the monastery appeared quietly behind him, whispering a few words without turning, before handing him a sealed letter. Then, the hunchbacked priest withdrew, and after glancing at the children on the grass, the middle-aged man casually opened the letter. His expression remained unchanged, despite the sunshine before him. The words in his hands carried the stench of decay and treachery. He quickly finished reading the letter adorned with an iris emblem, and the very last line made him curl his lips slightly. He carelessly folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, redirecting his gaze to the sunlit lawn, as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, nothing had happened for him. The Pachira Monastery housed a not-so-spacious library, which had essentially become Misa's study, as apart from the old hunchbacked priest. Only a few caregivers remained to look after the children. It was, in a sense, the highest tribute Pachira could offer to this young bishop who visited every week. Upon entering the library, Misa unexpectedly found a girl in a loose white robe seated at his solitary desk. Engrossed in a book, Her feet dangled in the air as she crossed them, swaying continuously in her left hand. She held a copy of the Empire's latest sensation, Unfading Flowers, while her right hand stuffed a half-eaten apple into her mouth. Exuding an air of carefree abandon, Misa sighed with a wry smile, struggling to reconcile this girl with the proud and aloof Princess Constantine, who was so revered in the imperial capital that no noble dared approach her. He removed his coat and walked to the coat rack, exclaiming, "Sophia, if you were in the Bohent Library of the imperial capital right now, I assure you, the entrance would soon be overwhelmed with love letters and flowers." The girl named Sophia turned her head. Even with an apple in her mouth, she could hardly be called graceful, yet no one could deny the exquisite beauty of her features, which bordered on perfection. She cast a glance at the bishop, whose presence commanded awe even among the highest nobles of the empire, and remarked with a smile, "What do you think your image on the lawn would be like in the imperial capital?" "I dare say, no one would dare to kneel and kiss your shoes." Misa did not turn back, muttering about how one could read a book while still gazing at the lawn, a clear sign of distraction. He hung his coat on the rack and seemingly remembered something, pulling out the letter from his pocket and handing it to Sophia. "By the way, here's a letter that I believe might be more intriguing than those tedious flowers in your hand. Care to take a look?" "A letter? Now that's a novel way to please our Bishop Misa," Sophia quipped, taking the letter with a smirk. "But judging by your expression, it seems you lack enthusiasm. Is that because, aside from the letter, there's nothing like a property deed or a transfer of wealth?" She rolled her eyes as she opened the letter, discovering there was indeed no hidden treasure within. What a blind fool. I never understood why so many nobles eager to forge a strong friendship with Bishop Misa refused to present enticing wealth. Surely, they can't be so blind as to not realize that our bishop's greatest love is golden treasures. One can easily imagine the shockwaves this statement would send if it were to spread. How could the bishop, a symbol of purity and sanctity, possibly be fond of riches that even the Lord despises? No matter how clever or wise, no noble would dare associate the bishop with such things. They might consider it the greatest sacrilege. Misa found himself at a loss for words. Sophia quickly began to read the letter. After finishing the first paragraph, she smirked. What a genius in the realm of conspiracy. Upon completing the second paragraph, her enchanting eyes narrowed. No, this is a madman who knows no bounds. After the third paragraph, she gritted her teeth. This is a devil-clutching Pandora's box. After reading the final words, she sneered, her beautiful lips curling into a sardonic arc. The Lord shall cast such a believer into the abyss. Misa smiled gently, no matter how wise and astute Sophia was. She remained a child at heart. Observe how her emotions were so vividly colorful as she read the letter. He watched as Sophia immediately focused on the seal on the envelope, clearly attempting to recall where she had seen the emblem and who Alfred, the sender, was. What sort of family they belonged to. He chuckled. With your extensive reading, you should have some impression of the surname Alfred, yes? Yet, nearly 150 years have passed, and no one in the Empire speaks of that once glorious family. Even you would find it hard to remember the iris, to remember this Alfred. I suggest you think of what you've read in the Chronicles of Imperial Secrets, which exists only in the palace. That should jog your memory. Sophia's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, an unusual eagerness lighting up her expression. Isn't that the only documented dragon-slaying family on the continent for hundreds of years? Misa replied expressionlessly. And also the Alfred who attempted treason 150 years ago and was exiled to the forsaken wastelands, never to set foot in the Empire again. For a long while, Sophia fell silent, her previously swinging feet now still, clearly shaken. Misa, on the other hand, appeared amused, teasingly saying, "What? Are you interested in meeting this unfortunate last descendant of Alfred? I should check my schedule for tomorrow to see if I have the time. Baptizing that foolish child from the Norton family isn't a must-do," Sophia scoffed, deep in thought. Misa immediately became curious. Are you really considering meeting this genius? Madman and devil you speak of. Sophia did not respond immediately. Instead, she jumped down from the desk with a smile, declaring, what could be more entertaining than personally pushing such a once great family into the abyss? Such a wicked sense of humor indeed. Chapter 18. From one hell to another. In the central square of Fairly City stands a statue of a woman, her upper body bare, while her lower half is adorned with a skirt. Kneeling in a pose reminiscent of the contemporary lady's skirt-lifting etiquette. However, unlike the standard skirt-lifting gesture, the statue seems to depict the skirt being raised too high, nearly exposing the woman's lower body entirely. This stance, both artistically and realistically, contradicts the prevailing norms of the empire today. Yet, this unorthodox statue has not only stood the test of time in the central square, but has also been vigilantly guarded by nearly every governor of the Noi province. The reason is quite simple. The pose represented by the female statue is the most popular skirt-lifting etiquette that existed before the Holy Empire consumed the Noi Principality. Back then, any woman of the Noi Principality who encountered a noble had to perform such a greeting. The deeper significance of this pose, which is demeaning to women yet visually pleasing to men, is of little concern at this moment. What truly matters is that since the statue was erected, the central square has gradually transformed into the liveliest area in Feli City. First, a group of disheveled men claiming to admire the art of the old era began to gather around the statue daily. Then, widows, having lost their husbands and unable to replace their unique male attributes with gold, flocked to the area, drawn by the presence of a group of decent-looking and talented artists. Lastly, wealthy, idle, and clever nouveau riche, along with their young companions, naturally followed suit, creating a virtuous cycle that turned Feli's central square into the most renowned bustling plaza in Feli City and even the entire Noi province. Traversing the short distance from one end of the square to the other, Augustus's carriage took a full 10 minutes to squeeze through, highlighting the arduous journey at long last. Augustus arrived at the tavern designated by the Bishop of Mezzato. Ignoring the various glances from the surrounding crowd regarding his wheelchair, he merely turned his head to glance at the tavern's sign, inscribed with the intriguing name Rockefeller's Mosquito. He did not delve into contemplating any possible connection between this whimsically named establishment and the bishop himself, and simply allowed old Vernon to push his wheelchair into the tavern. Katie exchanged a few words with the approaching servant, mentioning an appointment, and the four of them proceeded toward the staircase. Old Vernon was responsible for lifting the wheelchair, while Katie hoisted Augustus onto her back. As they ascended to the third floor quietly and somewhat awkwardly, upon reaching the room designated by the Bishop of Mezzato, Augustus straightened the 4 layers of his pristine white ruff and gestured for Elizabeth to knock on the door. To his surprise, the voice that responded was that of a woman, cool and slightly aloof. Augustus immediately spotted a middle-aged man clad in a scarlet clerical robe, standing by the window and gazing out at the square below. Before Augustus could speak, the man turned to him as he entered, appraising him with a few glances, ultimately resting his gaze on the wheelchair beneath him. Calmly, he remarked, "Please forgive me. It seems my choice of venue may not be entirely appropriate." Was this an attempt to explain that had he known of Augustus's mobility issues, he would not have chosen the 3rd floor? The dismissive attitude of this young cleric, unlike that of the Marquis Soren, struck Augustus differently. While he acknowledged the psychological impact of the encounter, he also had to concede that this was a testament to the bishop's charisma. Having navigated the core circles of a publicly listed company in his past life, Augustus was well aware that such seemingly superficial charm undeniably existed. That he replied, "In ancient times, when a soaring dragon inadvertently stepped upon a man upon landing, the dragon might also find it rather unsuitable." Was he drawing a parallel between himself and the human who ultimately vanquished the dragon? If so, did that make the Bishop of Mezzato the dragon in his analogy? The middle-aged man smiled but offered no further comment, turning his attention back to the bustling square below. Unfazed, Augustus then turned his gaze to the young woman seated at the small round table in the room. His first impression was one of stunning beauty, especially as she wore a flowing white knitted gown that lent her an air of cool detachment, reminiscent of a blooming white orchid, beautiful, proud, and untouchable. He smiled in her direction, but regrettably, the young woman seemed oblivious to his presence, her eyes fixed solely on Elizabeth, expressing admiration at that moment. Elizabeth embodied the essence of the Count Alfred, having taken on all matters for the past 3 months. She understood precisely when she could rely entirely on Augustus, and when she must depend on her own strength. With a reserved smile, Elizabeth offered a graceful curtsy, yet remained silent. The young woman continued to sit there, exuding an aura of coldness and a lack of warmth. "You won't find it uncomfortable if I address you as Augustus, will you?" The middle-aged man, without turning, finally broke the somewhat oppressive silence. He did not wait for Augustus to respond. Continuing, "I enjoy standing here and observing the crowd in the square. However, it is certainly not to experience the so-called sensation of looking down upon the earth that I simply take pleasure in the throng of people. For it reminds me that, despite having devoted myself entirely to the Lord, I still remain among the living, even though my heart has long since returned to his embrace." Augustus began to speak slowly, indicating his caution. Faust has a line in a poem that I particularly admire. You aspire to ascend, hence you look upward, while I, having ascended, feign to look down. Which among you can both laugh heartily and has already ascended? At last, the bishop turned, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded Augustus. Are you certain this is a line from Faust? Augustus nodded without hesitation. Though he did not particularly relish this feeling, he could not help but experience a sense of reverence when confronting this seemingly ordinary man in clerical attire, who exuded an air of a common parishioner. Augustus instinctively felt a kind of awe, especially in the presence of those bright eyes that seemed capable of piercing through his very soul. This sensation was inexplicable, merely a sense he could not articulate. Very well. The bishop, who maintained an amicable relationship with the somewhat heretical thinker Faust, refrained from exposing Augustus's rather immature falsehood. He continued, "Let us not waste any more time. I must clarify that I do not favor the lengthy, insincere discourse typical of the nobility, although it is lamentable that I seem to possess noble status myself." Augustus found no reason to refuse, if a conversation between superiors and subordinates required veiled insincerity. It would indeed be perplexing. Let me first present some materials to you, detailing everything from your awakening to your participation in the Soren conference and your subsequent emergence in the empire. The bishop gestured for the coolly composed woman to push the documents about Augustus forward on the small round table, adding, "I must express my astonishment, Augustus. Had I not known you were truly only 17, I would find it hard to believe that all these events stemmed from your own doing rather than from an established noble possessing either wisdom or cunning. May I interpret this as a compliment?" Augustus replied calmly, "Of course." The bishop slowly approached the round table, but did not take a seat. Instead, observing the documents Augustus had yet to peruse. "From the moment you awakened to your first appearance at the Soren conference, there can be no doubt that you were Alfred's sole male heir. However, I am somewhat perplexed, given that you managed to incite Christoph's support during the conference and unexpectedly garnered Donald's goodwill. Why then did you choose to decline? Do not tell me it was to lay the groundwork for your future revenge against Alfred's assailants. Whether you can successfully survive remains a significant uncertainty." Augustus was unsurprised that the bishop possessed such thorough knowledge of his affairs. This was not merely a testament to the bishop's superior intelligence network compared to Baron O'Bara's, but rather a reflection of the vast disparity in their respective statuses and capabilities. With a stoic expression, he replied, "It is quite simple. I do not habitually entrust my fate to others." The bishop chuckled softly, "Yet the irony is, according to your own schemes, your fate seems to rest upon my shoulders." "No. My destiny has always been firmly in my own hands that I ask for you. I merely anticipate a collaboration, rather than relinquishing my fate to you. At most, you possess the power to alter my destiny." This, perhaps, was the essence of stubborn pride. The bishop pondered for a moment, uncertain whether Augustus's assertion was a mere facade of strength or if he genuinely had other plans. Nevertheless, he appeared unperturbed by this notion. He opened the materials and flipped directly to the final page. "That leaves us with one last question, Augustus, regarding your final request, which involves all the common people of the wasteland passing through your Alfred's territory. What is your true intention? Is it merely to attract the attention of the nobility in the wasteland, making it clear that a connection exists between you and me?" Indeed, Augustus glanced at the page of documents, stating, "Since I am attempting to request the Holy See's intervention in this matter concerning the lich invasion, I certainly have reason to let the Holy See know that my plea represents not just Alfred, but all the families in the wasteland. After all, they are all watching, so from this perspective, I am leveraging the influence of all the families in the wasteland. That is a reasonable explanation." Suddenly, the bishop pressed his hand on that page of documents, fixing his gaze on Augustus's eyes, speaking coldly. "But it cannot merely be that, can it? Augustus, would you like to hear my analysis?" Augustus fell silent, narrowing his eyes at the bishop, a fleeting expression of disquiet flashing across his features. Yet the bishop, undeterred by this sudden shift, paid no heed to Augustus's momentary turmoil. Without warning, Augustus turned his head to Elizabeth, donning his customary gentle smile, and said, "Elizabeth, would you mind going downstairs to fetch some hot water for me? You should know that I tend to be rather cautious with the tea prepared for strangers." Elizabeth paused, completely unaware of when Augustus had developed such a habit, yet she certainly would not refuse. She turned and exited the room, while Augustus simultaneously signaled for Katie to follow her out. The bishop, intrigued by Augustus's sudden reaction, contemplated the implications. He harbored no objections to Augustus's veiled remarks, allowing the pitiable child before him, stripped of all secrets, a fleeting moment of linguistic retaliation. It seems you truly care for your sister. Do you wish to shield her from knowing your cruelty and malice? Augustus ignored the bishop's caustic jibe, turning to him with a calm demeanor, simply stating, "Let me hear your analysis." Amidst the tumult of emotions, Misa could not help but remark on Augustus's obstinacy. The brightness of his eyes suddenly darkened with profound loathing as he declared, "If I am not mistaken, your intention is to secure all civilian evacuation routes to your domain. When the lich invades, and if Alfred finds himself incapable of resistance, you will unleash your last vestiges of power, driving all civilians into the maw of the lich's slaughter. You will watch as they struggle, weep, and perish in the tide of the undead, all merely to carve out a chance for Alfred's survival. Perhaps you will wait until the lich grows weary and bored of the carnage before retreating from the wasteland. Or you may seize the opportunity to flee with your sister and Alfred to some unknown refuge amidst the chaos. Is that so? How pitiable! Oh no, how tragic, little devil. It is nearly so, yet I must correct you. You have misjudged some details. It is difficult to fathom how." Even at this juncture, Augustus could maintain his composure. He replied, "I shall not immediately cast all civilians into the lich's blades. First, I will take hostage the elderly, the weak, and the sick, compelling those capable of wielding arms to the battlefield. If by some stroke of luck I can delay long enough, then the remaining populace will be spared. But if time runs short, what you describe will indeed be my last resort." How cold-blooded must one be to utter such words? Misa could no longer conceal his hatred. He sighed deeply and said, "Augustus, do you not realize that you deserve to be cast into the darkest, foulest abyss of hell? Are you not concerned that you might find yourself languishing in hell for eternity?" "Hell?" Augustus shrugged. Glancing down at his pallid hands, devoid of color, he fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "My lord bishop, before I might find myself gasping in the next hell, could you allow me to crawl out of this one first?" Chapter 19. Augustus's despair in his youth. He lived a life akin to that of an ascetic, traversing the continent. Misa had fought at the forefront against the heretical organization known as the Red Gloves in the vast jungles at the southernmost reaches of the empire, and had ventured to the eastern realm of the Dioga dynasty, a stark contrast to the empire's noble framework. He had even shared tea with the seventh heir of one of the 10 illustrious golden families. Known only in whispers among the wandering bards of the continent, upon returning to the empire, Misa had ascended the highest peak of the Alps, the Mount Mutu, and had wandered for a time in the perilous north, where the lich lurked. Such a rich tapestry of experiences had exposed Bishop Misa to a myriad of nobles, gluttonous, selfish, and brutal, among whom he had witnessed the monstrous acts of those who feasted upon the hearts of infants and drank the blood of virgins. Thus, from this perspective, Augustus's cold-hearted selfishness was not wholly unacceptable to Misa. Rather, it was the sheer audacity of Augustus attempting to manipulate him that incited deeper anger. Of course, Misa could not discount his concerns about Augustus's potential for cruelty as he matured. After all, at just 17 years of age, Augustus was already so ruthless that it was difficult to predict how much more brutal he might become. Misa adjusted his crimson clerical robe and finally drew a chair to sit across from Augustus. He would not waver in light of the profound despair hinted at in Augustus's last statement. He had witnessed far too many masks of hypocrisy donned by the nobles. He gathered the documents from the round table and said, "Very well. Since we have reached this point, I trust you will not mind articulating your plan in full." "There is no comprehensive plan to speak of," Augustus replied, his hands resting calmly on the armrests of his wheelchair. He paused for a moment before adding, "If there is anything left, I suspect you have already surmised it. Indeed, I have come here with a sincere plea for your assistance, and the civilians traversing Alfred's domain require your aid as well. You may interpret this as my despicable threat against the innocent lives at stake. That is precisely how I view it, though, and aside from requests and threats, there is also temptation, if you grant me the opportunity to survive. Alfred will undoubtedly pledge to you a resplendent future." Misa smirked coldly, as if mocking this wretched devil who dared to promise a future when his own survival was uncertain. "Could you perhaps outline the glorious future you speak of?" Augustus furrowed his brow, as if organizing his thoughts before he spoke. "If no insurmountable calamity or disaster befalls us, you may find yourself without the crimson robes next year. In that case, your significant age advantage will dissipate. I sincerely recommend that you chart a new course. You might consider proposing the establishment of a new district in the wasteland to the Holy See, given that it would be your suggestion. Coupled with your solid reputation, it would not be inconceivable for you to become the inaugural cardinal of this new parish. Trust me, once the new parish is established, Alfred will ensure your diocese flourishes beyond comparison to any other. Of course, you may feel that establishing a new parish is unnecessary given the impending collapse of Alfred, and that you could easily turn to Soren or Donald instead. But, my Lord Bishop, I believe that by lending a hand to Alfred, the rewards you reap will be far greater. It is universally understood that it is harder to provide aid in times of need than to add embellishments to existing prosperity. Furthermore, I do not believe anyone other than myself could elevate your diocese to prominence within the Holy Empire in the next 2 decades. Lastly, when you return to the Holy City, your achievements in the successful establishment of a new parish will undoubtedly elevate your standing. An intriguing shortcut. A fascinating confidence. Misa found that despite his prior underestimations of this young helmsman of Alfred, he had ultimately underestimated Augustus, he remarked. But what makes you think the Holy See would establish such a new parish? Furthermore, a parish adjacent to the lich's domain, a parish for the empire's exiles. What possible benefit could it hold for the Holy See? Would the empire consent? Augustus secretly scoffed. The Holy See's ambition to spread the divine light across the continent was well known, even among the inhabitants of the wasteland. Why would they refuse the establishment of a new parish that would gradually expand its influence? As for the empire, it would certainly not stand idly by as the Holy See grew in power. The very reason the empire would oppose it is precisely why the Holy See would strive to establish a parish in the wasteland. The struggle between divine authority and imperial power had endured for millennia without resolution. God loves the world. His mercy and kindness wish to save all sinners who have erred. The Holy See has no reason to abandon the wasteland. Augustus seemed to be consumed by absolute rationality. He spoke steadily. There will undoubtedly be obstacles, but the resistance from the empire and the Holy See will not be as formidable as you imagine. First, there is your reputation and influence. Secondly, the greatest effort of the wasteland over the past century has been to return to the empire and back into the embrace of the Lord. Although the empire and the Holy See have yet to approve or take action, I believe there will be supporters of the wasteland within their ranks. It should be noted that while the nobles of the wasteland may be impoverished, their relentless pursuit of loopholes and opportunities is instinctive, and they have certainly laid some groundwork within the empire and the Holy See. What you need to do is guide these hints to the surface. You have certainly considered this thoroughly, Misa. The bishop mocked. Before falling into an unusual silence, he remained quiet for an extended period, until the once quiet tavern had become thoroughly boisterous. At last, he slowly spoke. Augustus, let me summarize. Your belief that I will assist you rests upon 2 points. The first is that the fate of the majority of civilians in the wasteland lies in my hands, and the second concerns your so-called plan for a new parish. Address the first point. Yes, I have indeed long pledged my soul to the Holy See and to the Lord, and theoretically, I cannot stand idly by while so many innocents perish in your schemes. However, the crux of the matter is that I am not divine. I cannot save all lives. Augustus did not react. This was not unexpected for him. He would not anticipate that Misa would yield due to his threats. Even if Misa was the most devout and kind-hearted individual, this was not a matter of character, having risen to the high position of bishop at the tender age of 38. Misa, no matter how pure or noble, could not be foolishly virtuous. As for the second point, had this been in the past, I might have struggled to resist the allure of your new parish, and I might have wavered in my resolve. But Augustus, you may not fully grasp that after next year's elections, the Holy See will decide not to appoint a cardinal to oversee the Noi province, but will allow me, as bishop, to temporarily exercise all the powers of the cardinal of Noyd the following year. I shall don the crimson robes and shepherd Noyd in that case. What reason do I have to risk constructing an unstable new parish? Yes, I admit that if I were to establish a new parish, I might gain significantly more, but the question remains, why should I entrust my future to the unknown when I can steadily advance? Even if I were to gain much, it would never surpass what God can bestow upon me. Augustus's world suddenly crumbled around him. All his concepts and plans for the new parish revolved entirely around the desire for the Mass. The ideal of the Mass. It could be said that if it were not for the opportunity presented by next year's elections, Augustus would not have even considered the Archbishop of the Mass. He certainly would not regard himself as having any value in the eyes of the Archbishop. Thus, at this moment, understanding that the mass need not concern the new parish had already provided the prerequisite for ascending the throne, which unequivocally meant that all of Augustus's hopes had been dashed. And all his plans were mere empty talk. This was perhaps what it meant for a man's calculations to fall short of fate's design. Despair once again enveloped Augustus, to the extent that he did not even realize his fingers, tightly gripping the armrest of his wheelchair, had turned pale. Chapter 20. Old Vernon. It is regrettable to say this, but I must inform you that it is highly likely that you will leave this endeavor with nothing but disappointment. Fate had already rendered its judgment. Augustus sat helplessly in his wheelchair, seemingly oblivious to the slight tremors that had begun to betray his fingers at this point. Theoretically speaking, with no hope remaining, Augustus, however reluctant, had to concede, had to accept the inevitable demise of Alfred, regardless of the strength of his heart. Yet, after a brief moment of despair, Augustus, who had seemed so powerless in his wheelchair, surprisingly straightened his posture again. This resilience was something that even the seasoned mass had to admire. He could not fathom where this strength came from in the 17-year-old boy. Was it merely foolish stubbornness? Augustus quickly adjusted his mindset that he knew he had little hope left, but the fluctuations of the marketplace in his past life made him acutely aware that negotiation itself was a psychological battle. With a lifetime of experience, Augustus resolutely refused to surrender before the curtain fell. Even if the outcome had long been predetermined, he did not speak immediately. Instead, he turned to glance behind him, seemingly searching for Elizabeth's figure. Unfortunately, the astute Elizabeth, realizing that there were matters Augustus did not wish her to know after he had sent her away, never returned. Augustus looked at old Vernon and instructed him to summon Elizabeth. Then he retrieved a document from his pocket, one whose significance he could not entirely ascertain. Indeed, his hopes were dim, but regardless, he had to strive to secure a favorable environment for Elizabeth to live in. This was, in fact, his baseline before engaging in this negotiation with the Massachusetts. He silently pushed the document forward to the Archbishop, gently stating, "I have some information that I hope you will review." The mass, intrigued, wondered if there truly remained a last futile struggle. He took the document and began to peruse it. The weight of a lifetime's worth of honor and disgrace bore down on him, and he quickly noticed the uncertainty reflected in Augustus's expression, which gradually softened his demeanor. But Augustus's voice, devoid of emotion, broke the silence, explaining, "In the first half of this year, the territory of Alfred, D.C., experienced 3 civilian uprisings in quick succession. Interestingly, these uprisings were not directed against the nobles of Alfred, but rather involved conflicts among the commoners, resulting in over 10 deaths. The cause of these riots was the few pieces of soil mixed with gold, stones that were unearthed during the commoners' reclamation efforts. That I do not know what this implies, but I believe this is no mere stroke of luck. Otherwise, my father would not have suppressed it at the first opportunity and tightly sealed the news, designating that wasteland as a forbidden zone for Alfred. I have always suspected that this incident might be related to the attack on Alfred. The timing aligns too perfectly, yet sadly, I have no opportunity to investigate further." "Are you suggesting that there may be a gold mine within Alfred's domain?" The Archbishop, who had consistently left a composed impression on Augustus, surprisingly revealed a wealth of emotion in his tone. However, Augustus did not immediately notice this. It was only when he caught a glimpse of the cold young woman beside him, who had not spoken a word, that he registered her strange expression. That he pondered the multitude of meanings contained within her gaze directed at the mass. Sensing he had grasped something elusive, yet tragically, he realized that he had indeed seized nothing at all. He soon abandoned his thoughts, for all he desired was Elizabeth's tranquility. "It should be, or at least that is my belief, but I do not have the time to verify it." The mass's brow had begun to furrow, as if he were making a choice. However, Augustus did not notice this. He merely continued along his line of thought. "Although it may sound rude and absurd, I wish to inform you that you are the only one privy to this information. Even Elizabeth may not have noticed this minor incident of civil unrest. What I mean is, no matter how you choose to handle this potential gold mine, I hope it can at least provide Elizabeth with a chance to survive. That I do not ask for much. Only that she may live beneath the skies of the empire, granted a stable and peaceful identity, even if it is within a convent. You wish to exchange a gold mine for your sister's chance at survival." The mass blurted out this statement, and Augustus nodded without hesitation, bitterly replying, "Yes, it may be a delusion, but Alfred can offer only this much." "A delusion? Only this much?" The mass fell silent, yet the cold young woman, Sophia, beside him had already begun to scoff internally. Did this damned devil not see that the archbishop, now wide-eyed with desire, was practically glowing at the prospect of a gold mine? My goodness, before the impoverished archbishop, it was a sight that could keep him awake for nights on end. How delightful! The impoverished archbishop might never have to borrow money from her again, for he would soon possess a gold mine. Who would have thought that the young luminary of the church would be moved by such things? Augustus could not have imagined this. All he could do was wait for the mass's decision. This is the reason you previously stated that you had not entrusted your fate to my hands. Is it not? Yet, Augustus, I find it perplexing that a selfish and cold-hearted individual like you would abandon everything to fight for your sister's final chance at life instead of for yourself. The archbishop set down the document he had held. Appearing calm, yet Sophia, observing from the side, discerned that the calmness of the mass was far too feigned. If he were genuinely indifferent, why did his eyes continually dart toward that document? Especially since Sophia did not need to pay particular attention to know that the archbishop's gaze was fixated on the word gold. In this light, Augustus's earlier comparison of the mass to a dragon was indeed apt. It was said that dragons had an insatiable appetite for accumulating wealth. That can be understood. Having laid everything bare, Augustus was remarkably candid. He stated, I did indeed arrive in the empire with hope, but disappointment was not unexpected. Therefore, how I confront despair after disappointment is a matter solely for me to decide. And even you cannot dictate it. As for your second question, I refuse to answer. He could not simply say that he should never have existed in this world. The mass gazed at the proud young leader of Alfred. You are a clever boy. Your intellect is sufficient for you to navigate this sordid world. Moreover, your care for Elizabeth is commendable, and the Lord will take note of this, which is especially precious. Sophia curled her lips in disdain, but Augustus did not see it. Otherwise, his impression of the aloof young woman would surely have shifted. However, even if I were to bring Elizabeth to the empire, I cannot guarantee her safe and peaceful growth, for this world is too complex, with too many matters beyond my reach to alter. Furthermore, since this gold mine lies within Alfred's territory, I believe it would be more appropriate for Alfred's people to manage it, as Alfred belongs to the wilderness, while I do not. Look, the impoverished archbishop finally revealed his true colors. Sophia scoffed repeatedly, regretting that witnessing the once great family of Alfred tumble into the abyss would not be possible for now. Therefore, if you wish for Elizabeth to live peacefully and happily, I personally believe that you, being sufficiently clever, are the most suitable candidate. Of course, the matter of the gold mine will also require your attention. Was this an unexpected twist of fate from the goddess of destiny? Augustus could not fathom how the archbishop would suddenly undergo such a dramatic transformation. He could not comprehend how someone who openly harbored animosity towards him could make such a monumental decision. His mind was in disarray, but the mass did not grant him the time to gather his thoughts. Just as he had stated at the beginning, despite his noble status, he despised the pretentious and convoluted discourse typical of aristocrats. Therefore, his next words were remarkably straightforward. State your bottom line, Augustus. What did this bottom line entail? No matter how chaotic Augustus's thoughts were, he grasped its meaning clearly and answered without hesitation. 37. Pausing for a moment, he, who had just clawed his way out of the abyss of despair, seemed to grasp the last straw, explaining, to the north lies the lich. The news of the gold mine cannot remain concealed for long. I must also contend with the covetous eyes of other families in the wasteland. Henceforth, Alfred's primary focus will be the gold mine, and he will be working entirely for you. A 30% share is a necessary remuneration you must provide. This meant that a gold mine had thus directly transformed into the private property of Bishop Misa. Misa smiled. He relished the idea of forming alliances, even friendships, with intelligent individuals. Rising to his feet, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the aloof maiden beside him, disregarding her veiled eye rolls and mockery, and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce this lady, Miss Sophia. Her understanding of the powers of light, I believe, will surely restore your ability to walk. Consider this a gesture of goodwill on my part." Having successfully regained hope, and seemingly the ability to stand once more, Augustus could hardly believe the series of sudden and monumental changes. Just then, old Vernon and Elizabeth entered the room, coincidentally catching the last words spoken by Bishop Misa. Leaving Elizabeth, unaware of the preceding events, utterly astonished, who could possibly believe that Augustus had truly accomplished this? Sophia slowly rose, her demeanor still cold and haughty. She regarded Augustus with a piercing gaze. Advancing towards him, ultimately heeding Misa's command to bestow upon this devil the ability to stand again. Meanwhile, Bishop Misa abruptly approached old Vernon, who stood behind Augustus. He scrutinized the elder, who had served 3 generations of Alfred's stewards, and without preamble declared, "I have seen you before, in the north, at the Lich King's court." Without acknowledging the suddenly turning Augustus or the astonished Elizabeth, he furrowed his brow and continued, "Your injury has yet to heal? Why is that?" The elder, who had seemed the least present beside Augustus, remained expressionless as he raised a hand, pointing to his heart, and calmly stated, "Here, I have borne the force of a Titan King's full-strength punch, leaving me with one of his right arms, and when I crushed the throat of the high shaman, he, unable to slay me, successfully left a troublesome yet non-fatal dark spell upon me. The hope of recovery is slim." The elder recounted with an impassive expression, his aged eyes narrowing, filled with crow's feet, as he coldly remarked, "Otherwise, do you suppose that the pitiful ants of the wasteland would dare to humiliate my young master and my young lady? Or do you think, what could possibly threaten my young master, allowing you to stand safely before him?" Chapter 21. The power of the soul. Augustus understood that his old steward was not merely the rigid and ordinary elder he appeared to be. He had sensed this during their time at Alfred's castle, as the defensive forces there, aside from Captain Philip and his motley crew of knights, were alarmingly insufficient. This was hardly normal, considering that Alfred had endured a brutal assault only 3 months prior. No one could guarantee that hidden enemies lurking in the shadows would not strike again, completely obliterating Alfred. In such circumstances, why would Elizabeth, who cared deeply for Augustus and was willing to sacrifice everything for him, take the Alfred banner and venture to Soren with Kition? Did she not fear that the still unawakened Augustus might face another attack? The only conclusion could be that she genuinely did not worry. Or rather, she knew that if Kition were of any use, then there would be no need to keep Kition. This reasoning naturally led Augustus to easily surmise that there were indeed individuals by his side whose strength rivaled that of Kition. Augustus had previously speculated about the extent of old Vernon's power, but lacking the time to inquire and still unfamiliar with the power dynamics of this world, he had not delved into the matter. It was only now, upon hearing the conversation between Bishop Misa and old Vernon, that he was completely astounded, never having dared to imagine that his seemingly ordinary steward had once been so formidable. Had he indeed severed a Titan King's arm? Had he crushed the throat of a high shaman? Augustus, who had not yet grasped the full scope of this world, was unaware of the true nature of the Titan King and the high shaman. But even their names sufficed to instill a sense of the extraordinary within him. Indeed, Misa's subsequent words confirmed Augustus's understanding. Misa did not react with anger to old Vernon's threat. Rather, he acknowledged that if this elder were at his peak, he would indeed have the right to speak thus. Ultimately, he merely smiled and remarked, "Though I am most reluctant to admit it, I must concede that had it not been for your successful strike against several Lich royal families, I might have remained forever ensnared at the royal court. From this perspective, I owe you a debt of gratitude, or rather, one owed to Alfred, though I have now repaid it." This, perhaps, was part of Misa's motivation for extricating Augustus from the depths of despair. Old Vernon remained composed, dismissing the notion of a debt of gratitude from the radiant son of the church, stating, "In the future, you shall owe your young master a far greater debt, one that cannot be repaid." Misa understood old Vernon's implication. Having saved Augustus today, the latter might, in turn, offer him even more in the future. He recognized the elder's pride, yet questioned the appropriateness of such remarks immediately after having just pulled Augustus from the abyss. Thus, he furrowed his brow slightly and stated coolly, "A deity does not incur debts to their followers." Old Vernon ceased to speak, merely observing Misa with his ever-calm gaze. Before Augustus's wheelchair, Sophia, who had just overheard the exchange between Misa and old Vernon, initially appeared taken aback, but after a moment, realizing the conversation held little significance, she shifted her entire focus onto the diminutive devil before her. Her exquisite and striking face bore no emotion. Augustus suddenly felt a surge of heat. Quickly noticing a blinding sphere of light in the cool maiden's hand, expanding gradually. This must be a high-level spell under the 4th law of light judgment. Augustus was broadly aware of the contours of the magical system that constituted this world, which comprised 5 laws: the 1st law of magical prohibition, the 2nd law of spatial rupture, the 3rd law of elemental manipulation, the 4th law of light judgment, and the 5th law of death entanglement. Among these, aside from the first and second laws, which rarely manifested on the continent and were nearly extinct, the only one Augustus had yet to encounter was the fifth law, as those wielding its power were either in the heretical jungles of the Southern Empire or were soul sorcerers or shamans under the dominion of the Lich King. As for the third law, Augustus had encountered it with the Donald family in the wasteland, as Count Donald himself possessed fire element magical powers, and now there was Sophia, who wielded the fourth law of light judgment. The essence of light judgment consists of two powers. 1. Judgment. 2. Redemption. Augustus understood that those who wielded light magic, upon reaching a certain level of strength, might even possess the ability to resurrect the dead. This capacity is primarily derived from the redemption power of the fourth law of light judgment. Undoubtedly, the light power that Sophia commanded was the force of redemption. Augustus could not ascertain the extent of Sophia's redemption or its true strength. But since Bishop Misa claimed she could grant him the ability to stand again, he naturally chose to believe. Sophia indifferently brought the blinding sphere of light close to Augustus's knee. Feeling the initial warmth, Augustus instinctively tensed, preparing to endure the pangs of rebirth. As the sphere made contact with his knee, he instinctively gritted his teeth, even contemplating closing his eyes, but his stubbornness and pride compelled him to squint and fixate on the sphere. The sphere enveloped his knee, yet curiously, Augustus felt nothing at all. This unexpected absence of sensation allowed him to exhale in relief, but before he could fully process this, the sphere that had been gradually encircling his knee suddenly dissipated. Prompting him to instinctively lift his head, that a look of confusion adorned his face. Sophia mirrored his bewilderment, though the difference lay in the nature of their confusion. Augustus's was purely blank, while Sophia's was one of profound shock. In her confusion, the maiden appeared visibly irritated, biting down on her lower lip. She paid no heed to Misa's questioning gaze and stubbornly concentrated the power of redemption in her hand once more. Then, as before, she placed the sphere of light against Augustus's knee, only for the outcome to remain unchanged, as this time, the sphere disintegrated upon mere contact with Augustus's knee. Augustus, who had believed he could stand again, furrowed his brow deeply. Even Misa, with his vast experience and having witnessed many incredible phenomena, frowned in deep contemplation, as he had indeed never encountered such a situation. Hence, his gaze towards Sophia was filled with confusion. Sophia stood before Augustus, lost in thought for an extended period. Then, her eyes fixated intently on Augustus's, yet she remained silent. After a protracted silence in the room, it was only with great difficulty that Sophia finally found her voice. Yet, this time, the usually logical and clear-thinking Sophia struggled to articulate her thoughts coherently. She said, "The power of light cannot mend his body. Instinctively, his body repels the force of light to a considerable extent." Misa's furrowed brow remained tense as he inquired, "Why?" Sophia pressed her lips together, contemplating her response. Though reluctant to voice such a conclusion, she ultimately replied, "He possesses an extraordinarily powerful soul." Extraordinarily powerful? To what extent? Even Misa was visibly moved. Sophia hesitated before meeting Augustus's bewildered gaze. After a moment, she closed her eyes and gently placed her index finger upon Augustus's forehead. She then uttered two words that rendered Misa unable to maintain his composed demeanor. Vast, boundless. Chapter 22. The duality of the magical coin. No one understood better than Misa the immense possibilities that possessing a vast soul power entailed. As he returned to stand before Augustus, the calm and collected bishop had shed his tranquility. His expression complex and tumultuous. Augustus could easily sense the fierce internal struggle Misa was undergoing, as he wrestled with a difficult decision, one that Augustus found unsettling. Instinctively, he recoiled from anything that might pose a threat beyond his control. Thus, Augustus furrowed his brow, pondering what Sophia had described as soul power, straining to recall any relevant information he had encountered, seeking to discern whether this power was a boon or a bane. Regrettably, the determination of its nature lay in Misa's hands, not his own. Being a resident of this devoutly sacred world, Augustus had to consider the Holy See's stance on soul power. Finally, Misa spoke, as if having reached a resolution, his demeanor markedly more serene. However, rather than directly addressing the concept of soul power, he abruptly shifted the conversation to magic, stating, "You should be familiar with the general composition of the magical world. The first law, the forbidden magic, implies that within the realm of the first law mage's power, all magic will lose its efficacy, provided, Of course, that the first law mage is sufficiently powerful. The second law, spatial rifts, does not require my explanation. It pertains to pure mental energy altering and creating space. Due to the unique nature of these two types of magic, first and second law mages have become exceedingly rare on the continent. Currently, the three forms of magic actively practiced on the continent are as follows. The fifth law, Death's Embrace, which has long been cursed by the Lord. I'll refrain from discussing that for now. Primarily, the third law, Elemental Manipulation, encompasses 5 magical elements: wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. That in addition to the mental energy requirements for mages, there is also a high demand for the mage's affinity with the elements, according to the prevailing understanding on the continent. If a mage below level 5 maintains an affinity of no more than 10 degrees with the elements, then a level 5 to 7 mage would possess an affinity ranging from 10 to 20 degrees. For level 8 to 9 mages, the minimum required affinity is 30 degrees. Once a mage's affinity with the elements exceeds 30 degrees, they possess the potential to become a magician, provided their mental energy is sufficiently robust. Then we have the fourth law, Judgment of Light, which has only 2 branches, Judgment and Redemption. The potency of these magics also hinges on the affinity with the power of light. The primary distinction between these 2 branches lies in their essence. Judgment signifies destruction, while Redemption signifies life. Unlike the third law, these 2 branches can be cultivated simultaneously, though they require ample mental energy to support such training, just like Sophia, who specializes in redemption. However, do not judge her strength based solely on her age. One must recognize that Sophia's affinity with the power of light is at least 25 degrees or higher. Coupled with her naturally abundant mental energy, it can be said that Sophia already possesses the strength of a level 6 Judgment of Light mage. If all goes well, it would not be overly difficult for her to evolve into a level 9 light mage in the future. This is a rare talent. Indeed, what I mean to convey is that since Sophia could not endow you with the ability to stand, it is unlikely that you will acquire such an ability through light magic. Barring a few exceptional cases. Augustus listened intently, his brow furrowed, as Misa elaborated on the intricacies of magic. He cast a surprised glance at the serene beauty beside him, initially astonished to learn that Miss Sophia was a mage. His amazement only deepened upon discovering her talent and potential, for mages were indeed a rare breed on the continent, especially those with significant promise. Yet, after the initial awe, Augustus found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to discern the deeper meaning behind Misa's extensive discourse on magic. If the intent was merely to inform him of the difficulty he would face in acquiring the ability to stand, then why expound upon the theoretical foundations of magic? Misa, perceptive to Augustus's confusion, did not hesitate. For matters of decision, he remained steadfast. He continued, "You may wonder why I am sharing these foundational theories of magic. The answer is simple. You are unaware of a saying that has long since vanished from the continent. Those with powerful soul strength inherently possess formidable mental energy. Yet, those with robust mental energy often struggle to amass great soul strength." Augustus was taken aback, finally grasping the potential implications of Misa's words. In this fantastical world, filled with giants, shamans, magic, and martial prowess, it was impossible not to yearn for great power. However, having only recently awakened and still teetering on the edge of survival, Augustus had neither the inclination nor the time to ponder such matters deeply. He knew that his former self had exhibited remarkable talent in the realm of martial energy, yet after awakening, he found himself bereft of power, merely feeling a twinge of regret without delving further. But at this moment, connecting Misa's final statement, Augustus perceived a door to immense power swinging open before him. It could be said that Misa had bestowed upon Augustus a tremendous hope, one he could not refuse. Indeed, Misa narrowed his eyes and regarded Augustus earnestly, saying, "Your soul power is extraordinarily potent, which inherently signifies that your mental strength must also be formidable, granting you the prerequisite talent to become a mage. Augustus, you have not misunderstood my intent, since your return to the wasteland requires the protection of your Alfred and the agreement concerning Deed City. You indeed require your strength." Despite surmising Misa's intentions, Augustus could not contain his excitement upon hearing Misa's words. He swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting the wheelchair beneath him. Likewise, Misa's revelation caused Elizabeth, standing behind, to flush with exhilaration as she instinctively clenched her small hands, seemingly even more thrilled than Augustus. Then let us discover what magical power the helmsman of Alfred possesses. However, I must remind you, Augustus, that mental strength is the prerequisite for becoming a mage. but your affinity with the elements or certain powers will also determine how far you can progress down the path of magic. As he spoke, Misa's expression shifted to one of peculiar amusement, chuckling. I know of a mage who possesses great mental strength, yet tragically has only a 5-degree affinity with the fire element of the third law. He will likely never attain even the purest level 3 mage power. Interestingly, in certain respects, you share similarities with him. Let us hope that the Lord does not grant you the same fate. Augustus, whose psychological resilience was formidable, shrugged and smiled. This is not merely the obverse and reverse of a coin. Aside from the reverse, I believe that the magical elements must also possess a discernible middle ground. Chapter 23. The Scales of Fate. Now, let Sophia guide you in determining your affinity with the magical elements. Sensing Augustus's momentary pause, Misa quickly added with a smile, do not let Sophia's youth breed distrust. In truth, her talent is astonishing, and her understanding of the foundational theories of magic is quite profound. Otherwise, if mere talent could grant one the strength of a level 6 mage, mages would not be considered favorites of the divine. Augustus chuckled softly, refraining from disputing. The seemingly aloof Sophia did not seem to hold any grudge against Augustus's skepticism. Instead, she waited for Misa to step aside before speaking in her characteristic indifferent tone. The first law. The forbidden magic can be dismissed if you were capable of wielding the power of the first law. Your mental energy talent would have rendered my earlier redemption difficult to manifest. Furthermore, you can also eliminate the fifth law, death's embrace. Though we cannot definitively ascertain your potential affinity with the fifth law, believe me, possessing an affinity with it would be far more regrettable than having none at all. Augustus nodded in understanding without hesitation. Attempting to master dark magic under the gaze of the illustrious Bishop Misa, Augustus would much rather embrace the depths of hell. Let us commence with the disjunction of the second law of space. The foundational theories of spatial magic are rather limited. Based on my own exposure and understanding of spatial magic, it is evident that space and time are intricately intertwined and conserved in relation to one another. To illustrate, imagine you are seated in this room, with an hourglass resting upon the table. The hourglass provides a tangible sense of the passage of time, while your stillness renders the spatial changes imperceptible. However, if you were to find yourself in a sealed chamber devoid of any reference point like the hourglass, would you still be able to perceive the flow of time? The answer is affirmative, for your heart continues to beat. But as for space, can you discern any alterations in your surroundings? This remains an uncertain matter. Thus, to ascertain whether you possess the ability to manipulate space, a profound comprehension of both space and time is essential. I invite you to close your eyes and envision yourself in an isolated space, and see what sensations you can perceive. Augustus could not help but express his astonishment in his previous life. He was undeniably a humanities student, lacking any profound understanding of physics concepts such as time and space. Yet, he had at least heard of Einstein's theory of relativity. He pondered whether the conservation of time and space that Sophia spoke of had any correlation with the relativity he had learned in his former life. He could not determine this, yet he felt a vague sense that the magic of this wondrous world was perhaps less fantastical than it appeared. Simultaneously, Augustus followed Sophia's guidance and closed his eyes. All eyes in the room were keenly focused on the fluctuations of Augustus's expression. Bishop Misa observed with intrigue. Sophia maintained her cool demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed clear anticipation, while Elizabeth was engulfed in pure tension. Augustus found himself enveloped in darkness, striving to grasp the connection between time and space within that void. Regrettably, he could perceive no such connection. Upon opening his eyes, he offered a wry smile and a shake of his head. As expected, Sophia resumed her indifferent posture. For otherwise, the second law would not have nearly vanished from the continent. Next, we will explore the third law. The most active on the continent. It is certain that magical elements exist in the vicinity of each of us. However, the inherent inertia of these elements dictates that those lacking formidable mental strength cannot perceive or manipulate them. Therefore, your task is to attempt to exert a modicum of control over the magical elements you can sense through your mental prowess. I can provide you with a brief overview. Among the 5 types of magical elements, the fire element is the most unstable at the molecular level, rendering it the easiest to manipulate. The wind element exhibits the most dynamic trajectory, also making it relatively easy to perceive. The remaining elements possess fewer distinctive characteristics, primarily contingent on your innate talent. Augustus remained calm, no longer astonished if the theory of relativity was indeed connected to magic. Then the molecular arrangement and movement would naturally serve as a cornerstone of magic. He endeavored to sense the magical elements that lingered in every corner of the continent. Suddenly, he felt a breeze stirring at his fingertips. This momentarily surprised him, causing Sophia, Misa, and Elizabeth, who had been closely monitoring him, to tense up. Yet, Augustus soon realized that it was merely a draft from an inadequately closed window, leading him to smile ruefully. Acknowledging that he had ultimately been too anxious. After a prolonged period without detecting any magical elements, Augustus despondently shook his head. This left Misa bewildered, for under normal circumstances, the third law was the easiest to master, even with a mere 1 unit of elemental affinity. Augustus's mental strength should have enabled him to grasp it effortlessly. Why then did he remain unresponsive? Was it truly the case that the coin of magic had turned its back on him? Sophia's expression remained impassive. If Augustus had effortlessly sensed the magical elements, she would have found it peculiar. The scarcity of God's favored ones had always been a pressing issue. After all, there were reasons behind it. She began to elucidate the fourth law, the judgment of light. Using her own experience as an example, when she first sensed the power of light, she described being enveloped by radiance and encouraged Augustus to seek out the presence of light. It was clear that she held no further expectations for Augustus. Misa shared this sentiment, recognizing that the judgment of light was intrinsically linked to the divine, with most fourth law magic practitioners emerging from the church. Thus, if a selfish and cold-hearted individual like Augustus were to wield the powers of the fourth law, it could only be attributed to a fortuitous oversight by the divine. Yet, Augustus did not disappoint them. Nor did he possess any degree of affinity for the so-called light powers. Elizabeth remained relatively composed, but as the initial excitement and hope gave way to disappointment, Augustus could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. He averted his gaze towards his legs, offering a bittersweet smile and saying nothing. Bishop Misa, perceptive to Augustus's emotional shifts, recalled a powerful individual he had previously mentioned, one who, despite possessing a mere 3 units of affinity with the fire element, had unparalleled mental strength. A sigh involuntarily escaped him as he spoke. Augustus, the divine is just. When he takes something from one side of your balance, he inevitably bestows something else on the other. Augustus looked up in confusion. Misa smiled, yet his gaze drifted towards the elderly Vernon behind Augustus, saying, "As for the other power bestowed upon you by the divine, your old steward likely knows better than I." Chapter 24. The First Night. Augustus did not immediately seek to discern what the divine had placed on the other end of his fateful balance. He recognized that Misa intended to conclude their discussion. Thus he cast a lingering glance at old Vernon before redirecting his focus back to Misa. Indeed, Misa soon remarked with a smile that any further details regarding the support he required from the church could be communicated with Sophia, for she was empowered to make those decisions. Augustus felt taken aback, glancing at the cool and aloof young woman, surprised that Misa would place such trust in someone who appeared to be merely 2 years his senior. Yet, surprise aside, Augustus simply smiled and replied, "When we return to the wasteland, I assure you I will reach an agreement with Miss Sophia." Although Misa had initially intended to depart, he hesitated in his steps, in his view, having garnered a degree of support from the church. Augustus would need time, whether confronting the nobles of the wasteland or preparing for the impending invasion of the lich. Returning to the wasteland was a matter of utmost urgency. However, his words seemed to suggest a lack of haste. Augustus discerned Misa's uncertainty and clarified, "Barring unforeseen circumstances, the migration of the nobles in the wasteland has only just commenced, and the commoners have yet to reach Alfred's territory, and I must remain in Ferry for a few days." Misa temporarily abandoned his intention to leave, frowning as he spoke earnestly. "Augustus, now that you have achieved what you sought, there is no need to sacrifice the lives of countless innocent civilians. With the church's influence, you need not rely on commoners as mere shields. Whether you seek to persuade the Soren Conference to abandon their decision, or utilize the church's power to compel all families in the wasteland to dispatch knightly orders to confront the lich's invasion head-on, the necessity for commoners as meat shields appears to be diminished. You may have misunderstood my intentions." "Your Excellency," Augustus replied, maintaining his smile despite sensing Misa's displeasure. He continued, "I confess that I did harbor the ruthless notion of using innocent civilians as shields, but that was predicated on Alfred's imminent demise. Now that Alfred has temporarily evaded destruction, it is only natural that I must revise my strategy. Your Excellency, I can assure you that the commoners will still follow the retreat route outlined in the conference. But as they pass through, they shall remain permanently within Alfred's territory. I must consider that once the lich retreats, I will need to restore Alfred's overall strength in the shortest possible time. I require people, an abundance of labor. We must recognize that labor is the foundational root of productivity in this world. Misa was thoroughly moved, compelled to marvel at the formidable talent displayed by this young man across various domains. He had encountered numerous geniuses, much like Sophia beside him, whose analytical prowess and control over matters were equally astonishing. Yet, regardless of their brilliance, these prodigies shared a common trait. Their youth often rendered them inexperienced, leading to various shortcomings in character, be it immaturity, impatience, or a lack of overarching perspective. In simpler terms, they stood tall, yet failed to see far. However, Augustus left a striking impression of being entirely devoid of such flaws. His composure and the wisdom he exhibited were far beyond that of a mere youth. It was particularly alarming that if Augustus had considered the pros and cons of the commoners' retreat from the outset, Misa found it hard to believe that such a plan could originate from a mere 17-year-old. He could no longer conceal his admiration and asked with eager anticipation, "But how do you intend to retain so many commoners? After all, Alfred's territory is not their home." "Home? Where do the commoners of the wasteland find a home? Your Excellency, you may be unaware of the brutal reign that the nobles of the wasteland impose upon them, that I firmly believe that as long as we can adequately meet the essential conditions for the commoners' livelihood, Alfred shall become their home henceforth." Augustus's eyes were clear, and he spoke with remarkable clarity. "As for how to keep them here, I shall, of course, extend my utmost sincerity from Alfred, even if Alfred is not obliged to bear the responsibility of resisting the invasion of the lich. I will, as I stated in the meeting, procure all the supplies at Alfred's disposal to ensure that the common folk can endure a warm winter as best as possible. Naturally, I do not rule out employing certain subtle tactics to make it difficult for them to leave Alfred's territory, to offer all of Alfred's stored provisions to the lowly commoners. Is this truly the same selfish and cold-hearted little demon?" Misa found Augustus increasingly intriguing. He had never encountered anyone whose character could be so extreme as Augustus's. This was perhaps a vivid illustration of the saying, "A heart like God, actions like a beggar." He completely forgot his intention to depart, and, with genuine interest, inquired further, "But will the other families on the plains agree? Are you not concerned about provoking a backlash from all the families?" This question lacked the necessary wisdom, and Augustus merely smiled, refraining from answering. Misa soon realized the impropriety of his question. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head at having erred because of a mere 17-year-old. Indeed, did this question even require an answer? With the support of the church in Alfred's territory, even if the nobles of the plains refused to cooperate, what could they do? For those nobles who regarded the return to the empire and the embrace of their lord as the pursuit of their lifetimes. No loss, not even that of all the common folk, would deter them from the hope they had glimpsed. He quickly adjusted his mindset and asked, "One last question, Augustus. Alfred's stored grain surely cannot last through this winter, after all. The consumption will be enormous with so many commoners. How do you intend to resolve this issue?" Augustus appeared to have anticipated this concern long ago. Without hesitation, he replied, "It is quite simple. An increase in the number of commoners in my territory leads to greater consumption, which naturally implies that there are fewer commoners and less consumption in the territories of other nobles. Thus, should Alfred face a grain crisis, I shall temporarily borrow grain from the other families to survive the winter. Whether they agree to lend is not something I need to ponder at this moment. In other words, borrowing is not optional but a necessity." Misa could hardly fathom the audacity of this young leader of Alfred, who had just been attacked and whose strength had diminished significantly. His eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. For a fleeting moment, he almost forgot the true status and image of Augustus within the church, sensing a sacred aura emanating from him that inspired deep reverence. "Child, the good you do today is the seed you sow for tomorrow. The Lord sees all and will bestow his blessings." Misa smiled sincerely and said, "As for myself, I must confess, I have begun to anticipate the day when Alfred, under your stewardship, returns to glory." Augustus replied calmly, "You will witness that day, and it shall not be long." Without lingering, Misa proceeded towards the door, passing by old Vernon's figure. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused slightly, not turning back, and said, "Regarding the formidable power of your soul, your old steward can provide you with a comprehensive answer. Likewise, I shall write to Albert. I believe that with his guidance, you will grasp the true essence of soul power more swiftly. Of course, all I can do is write. Ultimately, Albert is not someone I can dictate. As Bishop Misa and the young Sophia departed, Augustus, watching the doorway, suddenly squinted his eyes, and no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. He did not turn around. His gaze was calm to the point of indifference as he inquired. The name Albert seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall why. The old steward beside him bowed slightly, stating, if the church and the empire find it challenging to reach a consensus on a single matter, with the church possessing its first knight and the empire its own, then this Albert is the sole exception. He is the first knight acknowledged by the church, the empire, and indeed the entire epic continent. Chapter 25. Coincidence, of course. The title of first knight here does not imply that his strength is unmatched. Old Vernon observed the profound astonishment in Augustus's eyes and added, Albert is the only true knight on the continental stage, drawing his power from the source of faith. Faith, indeed, faith. My lord, you may be aware that only upon reaching the 5th level of martial energy does one qualify to choose the path of a knight, whether as a knight of the bow, sword, or spear. Yet, in truth, none of these three are authentic knights. Long ago, those who cultivated martial energy could only be termed swordsmen, while the true knights derive their strength from their unwavering faith. This faith can manifest as loyalty, hatred, or love. As long as a knight remains steadfast in their belief, their faith will continuously bestow upon them formidable power. Augustus felt utterly perplexed, sensing that the power of faith was far more abstract than magic. Old Vernon, clearly aware of this, pondered for a moment and explained in his usual calm demeanor, or perhaps, my lord, you might understand it this way. The power of faith is the power of the soul. If you hold a steadfast belief in your heart, then your soul's power will transform into the power of faith, ultimately providing you with immense strength. In fact, this is the primary reason why true knights have all but vanished from the continent. One might say that the training process for genuine knights entirely relies on the transformation of their soul power. Once the soul power fails to supply enough faith to a knight during their training, the knight will inevitably collapse due to the exhaustion of their soul. So, this means that soul power is always a consumable. Once depleted beyond a certain point, a knight's strength can only remain at that level? No. In fact, as long as the soul power is sufficient to support a knight's ascension to the true saint's tomb stage, the soul power can be self-repaired through meditation. Augustus finally grasped the rough outline of the training process for true knights. Indirectly understanding why they had become nearly extinct on the continent, it was indeed a monumental feat to reach the saint's tomb stage, wherein the soul power could self-repair. How vast and profound must the soul power be to support a knight to that extent? And how many who attempted the path of knighthood had collapsed along the way? This likely explained why Sophia and Bishop Misa were genuinely astonished by his soul power. Strangely enough, at the moment Augustus should have felt excitement and joy upon realizing he might possess great power, he found himself unable to feel elation. Instead, he suddenly recalled that his recent unusually abundant mental energy and sharp memory seemed inextricably linked to his crossing into this world. What could this possibly signify? Most importantly, the true heir of Alfred before his crossing did not possess formidable soul power. He had practiced traditional martial energy at that time. So, what had happened to the martial energy after his crossing? Augustus was at a loss. Unable to comprehend and reluctant to inquire further, he set aside his confusion and asked old Vernon if he knew the specific process of transforming soul power into faith power. Old Vernon shook his head regretfully. This is precisely why you require Albert on the continent. He alone can guide you on the path of knighthood and help you avoid unnecessary detours. Augustus nodded, although he recognized his steward's peak strength. He certainly did not believe that old Vernon possessed all-encompassing knowledge. He glanced outside, realizing that night had fallen without his notice. He recalled that he had spent nearly an entire day in this room. While he may not have felt fatigued, he had to consider his sister, and thus he swiftly turned to look at Elizabeth, whose face still bore a look of confusion. Augustus smiled apologetically as he drew Elizabeth closer to his wheelchair, gently asking, "Are you tired?" Elizabeth shook her head lightly, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "Augustus, do you know, since you awakened and came to my side, I have not felt tired at all." Augustus fell silent, captivated by the crescent-like beauty of Elizabeth's smile. Exiting the room and arriving at the entrance of Rockefeller's Mosquito, Cadienne attempted to assist Augustus onto the carriage. but he suddenly declined. He first urged Elizabeth to board the carriage before inexplicably propelling his wheelchair toward the statue in the central square. The sky had turned dark, and the once bustling square was now deserted, the remnants of the day's liveliness occasionally whispering in the night breeze. Alone beneath the pristine statue, Augustus sat, his gaze fixed upon it, yet lacking focus. Reflecting on the harrowing 5 days he had experienced since arriving in this world, it had only been 5 days, yet Augustus felt an unprecedented weariness, certainly exhausted, undeniably tense, but this fatigue and tension found no outlet for expression. And he could not show even the slightest sign of it. This moment, when he could finally feel a semblance of peace, the exhaustion of body and mind proved utterly overwhelming. He closed his eyes tightly, greedily inhaling the liberating air. Despite his exhaustion, the corners of his lips still formed a subtle arc of a smile. Everything unfolded under his control, even if he could not command every detail. He at least had a firm grasp on the broader direction. This sensation was exceedingly pleasant. The carriage finally departed from the mosquito of Rockefeller, and within the cabin, as he observed Elizabeth boiling water for him, Augustus casually engaged her in conversation about the troubles young Elizabeth had encountered during his 3-month unconsciousness. Their conversation meandered on. Despite feeling considerably reassured, Augustus's mind was still preoccupied with devising a future path for Alfred, particularly in light of the numerous civilians they had taken in. The vast resources required in such a short time could not merely be sustained through plunder. Augustus inquired of Elizabeth about the primary financial sources of the nobility in the wasteland. He certainly could not entertain the notion of targeting the bishop's lucrative gold mine, not at least for the time being. Still a mere viscount in Alfred's shadow, Elizabeth answered without hesitation, handing the hot water to Augustus. She counted on her fingers, explaining that typical families relied on taxation for sustenance, while those of slightly better standing would send family nights to hunt in the coniferous forests of Siberia near the lich border. Trading the pelts of their prey for goods within the empire, it was worth noting that many of the animals' furs from the coniferous forests were highly coveted within the empire, especially the precious furs of the fire fox, which had long been driven to a state of scarcity by the noble women of the empire. Lastly, there was smuggling. The lich held various luxuries such as agate and gemstones that the empire desired, while the empire possessed resources that the resource-poor lich required, thus giving rise to smuggling. However, the current smuggling routes were primarily controlled by the titans Soren and Donald. Of course, Alfred, prior to the ambush, could also have profited from this. At this point, Augustus seemed to suddenly grasp something. Just as he was about to speak, the carriage came to an abrupt halt without warning, accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream from a woman. Augustus was the first to appear at the cabin door, pulling back the curtain. Simultaneously, Cadienne, with her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword at her waist, stood beside Augustus. Before them unfolded a grotesque yet not uncommon scene of crime. 3 men encircled a young woman, pinning her to the ground in the middle of the street, perhaps due to the darkness or their intense focus. They failed to notice the carriage merely 50 meters away. The woman cried out and writhed on the ground, while the men viciously tore at her clothing. In an instant, her garments were nearly stripped away, revealing her glaringly pale skin in the moonlight, which only served to further inflame the desires of the 3 men. The night itself was a fertile breeding ground for malevolence. The woman's anguished cries eventually compelled Elizabeth to intervene, even though such vile scenes were regrettably common in both the empire and the wasteland. They could not simply be ignored upon encountering them. She discreetly tugged at Augustus's sleeve in silence, her intentions unmistakable. Yet Augustus, who had always shown her exceptional care and concern, remained unresponsive. Confused, Elizabeth looked up to find only cold indifference etched upon Augustus's face. She pressed her lips tightly together. Despite understanding that Augustus's stance was theoretically justified, this matter was not directly their concern, and intervention could be futile. She still felt a pang of sorrow at her brother's detachment. Frowning adorably, she glanced at Cadienne beside the carriage and instructed her to assist the unfortunate woman. Cadienne bent slightly, ready to advance, but Augustus abruptly interjected, saying, "Wait a moment." Then, as if to explain to Elizabeth, he added expressionlessly, "One of my enduring obsessions is my unwillingness to believe in any so-called coincidences." Chapter 26, A Small Accident, a Minor Attack. The young woman's desolate and desperate wails filled the night sky. This scene painted a vivid tableau of darkness. On the desolate, frigid street, 3 men surrounded a young woman, forcefully pinning her to the filthy ground, tearing at her flimsy garments, their eyes glinting with nothing but desire and savagery, devoid of even the barest semblance of humanity. Nearby, a luxurious dark red carriage stood in the center of the street, calmly observing the atrocity, yet remaining utterly unmoved as a gentle breeze swept through the street, stirring the decaying leaves on the ground, and the carriage curtains fluttered softly. Augustus's expression grew increasingly complex as he vaguely perceived two men restraining the woman's limbs, while the third man swiftly stripped her of her clothing and leapt upon her. He hesitated inwardly, wondering if this was indeed mere happenstance. The woman's cries had grown hoarse and feeble. Unable to bear witness to such a loathsome spectacle any longer, Elizabeth turned her head away. Finally, Augustus's lips curled slightly as he intended to send Cadienne to assist the unfortunate woman. He did not possess the mindset of a savior, but that did not mean he could grow accustomed to evil. Cadienne had already bent slightly, embodying all the noble qualities of a knight, and had it not been for Augustus's intervention, he would have rushed forward. However, just as he tightened his grip on the reins, and before he could even step past Augustus abruptly halted him once more, narrowing his eyes toward the obscured scene of depravity. The darkness was too thick. Whether the grotesque tableau was 50 or 30 meters away was equally indistinct to Augustus, making it difficult to discern the faces of those involved. Yet just moments ago, he noticed that the crime seemed to be drawing closer, which was certainly unusual, regardless of how the woman struggled or retreated. It was impossible for her to cover at least 20 meters while being restrained by two men. The only explanation for what he observed was that these four individuals were consciously orchestrating their grotesque performance to approach the carriage and draw closer to them. Augustus smirked coldly. Indeed, if this was a premeditated attack, then for those who had already relinquished their lives, what was the value of chastity? Be on guard. As Augustus whispered this, the heinous scene before him suddenly froze. As if the three men and one woman finally realized that their vile display could elicit no sympathy from those within the carriage, they had lost their last vestige of patience. The ones who had been half kneeling or lying on the ground suddenly sprang into action, leaving Augustus no time to react. The naked woman was the first to appear at the front of the carriage, leaping forward, a gleaming dagger suddenly appearing in her hand. Simultaneously, the three men attacked from both sides, all wielding daggers with the intent directed straight at Augustus. At the cabin entrance, that a sharp sound pierced the air. The leaping woman no longer had the opportunity to feel the solidity of the earth beneath her. She hung suspended before Augustus with a look of disbelief. Her not-so-graceful yet still pale form laid bare. Old Vernon, seated at the driver's position, had already risen, one hand gripping the woman's throat. With a swift motion, he crushed her windpipe and casually discarded her lifeless body beside the carriage. Then, as he faced the dagger swung from the left side of the carriage, he seized the assailant's wrist and effortlessly pulled the culprit toward him, while his other hand, now adorned with a pristine white glove, clutched the other's throat. He did not kill this despicable assassin because he understood his master would likely require the assassin alive on the right side of the carriage, as two men appeared before it. Cadienne reacted swiftly, perhaps incensed that he had failed to see through this vile ploy, and had even considered assisting the unfortunate woman. That he drew his sword, and with his considerable strength, the first strike nearly severed the assassin's head from his body, while the second strike pierced through the assassin's heart, leaving no sign of life. Augustus furrowed his brow tightly. Compared to the panic and fear he had felt during his first assassination attempt, he found it difficult to remain calm in light of the deaths of these four individuals. This was not to say he had suddenly grown morbidly contemplative about the fragility of life. Rather, it was the first time he had indirectly taken a life, and he instinctively felt a twinge of tension. He knew that the world he inhabited now was entirely different from the one he had once known, where killing and being killed should be matters of course. He had to accustom himself to this reality, yet it was still his first direct encounter with such events, and Augustus sensed that his mindset had not yet fully hardened to what he had anticipated. He watched as the corner of the assassin's mouth, held by old Vernon, suddenly oozed black blood, and the head tilted at a grotesque angle, marking the end of life. It's the poison from the black mandrake. It seems these four despicable assassins had long been prepared to greet death, old Vernon remarked quietly, showing no remorse for the lack of a living captive, maintaining his usual composure and nonchalance. Augustus nodded, observing old Vernon casually discard the body he had held, gesturing for Cadienne to inspect the four corpses. Unsurprisingly, they yielded no findings. Since they had been thrown away to perish, the architects of this scheme would undoubtedly leave no trace. This was, in fact, expected by Augustus. Let us proceed. With a final glance at the cold, lifeless body on the ground, Augustus returned to the carriage, where he observed young Elizabeth, caught in a state of helplessness, her desire to express an apology evident yet hindered by her apparent awkwardness. This sight evoked a faint smile from him, as the gloom brought about by death had somewhat dissipated. Understanding the reason behind Elizabeth's discomfort, he gently drew her closer to him, smiling as he said, "I apologize. Elizabeth, I shall endeavor to shield you from such ugliness in the future." Elizabeth was momentarily taken aback. Following the death of Count Alfred, she had assumed all his responsibilities and suddenly realized that ever since Augustus had awakened, her once unyielding strength had begun to wane. As the curtain fell on this small, unfortunate drama, and they returned to Baron Obyra's estate, Augustus found it peculiar that it was the middle-aged butler of Obyra who came out to greet them. This visibly frail butler appeared to harbor a certain fear of Augustus, nervously informing him that the Baron was temporarily occupied and could not attend, yet had arranged dinner for them. With that, he fell silent. Augustus offered no response, merely nodding as he followed the butler towards the dining room of the Obyra estate. The opulence of the dining room was undeniable, and it was evident that the sumptuous meal laid out had been prepared with care. Featuring Elizabeth's favorite duck tongues and sugar-dressed tomatoes, along with the precious agate wine that Obyra had mentioned previously, Augustus dined alongside Elizabeth. Strangely, after the recent minor attack, he found himself feeling unexpectedly lighthearted. Perhaps because he had finally begun to glean some insight into the current dynamics of the wasteland. Just as they began their meal, Baron Obyra hurriedly arrived, his portly figure appearing somewhat unnatural as he stood before Augustus. His smile strained. Elizabeth, engrossed in her meal, paid no heed to this, while Augustus scrutinized the Baron for a lengthy moment, ultimately admiring his subtle cleverness. His gaze landed on the Baron's hastily tied belt, and he jested, "No need to be tense. A man, especially one of some standing and wealth, must ensure he can adequately feed his own little bird, or can he truly call himself a man?" Baron Obyra's smile grew even more strained. Elizabeth, with a piece of tomato in her mouth, abruptly turned her head, her words somewhat unclear. "Augustus, have you forgotten that a noble lady is dining beside you?" Augustus's smile was equally ungraceful. Chapter 27, Conspiracy and Truth. Augustus held a certain admiration for Baron Obyra's understated cleverness. By preparing a lavish dinner prior to their return, he sought to convey to Augustus that he still valued the Alfred siblings, and fortuitously, his positioning atop a certain woman at the time of their arrival signaled that he harbored no grand ambitions. Contentment lay in a life of abundance with a woman by his side. His prior attempt to betray Alfred had been a desperate act in the face of impending doom. These implications were not lost on Augustus, who was eager to express his appreciation and admiration. However, it was regrettable that admiration and the capacity to forgive were two distinct matters. No matter how much Augustus respected the capabilities that Obyra had demonstrated during his years of gathering intelligence for Alfred, he could not permit such a potential traitor to occupy a position of such significance to Alfred that, of course, a facade of forgiveness was still necessary. This so-called hypocrisy of nobility was not unfamiliar to Augustus, who had navigated the treacherous waters of commerce in his previous life. The dinner proved to be a sumptuous affair that satisfied both host and guest. After the meal, according to Baron Obyra's meticulous arrangements, Augustus and Elizabeth were initially assigned separate rooms. However, yielding to Elizabeth's gentle insistence, Augustus ultimately consented to her staying in his room. He felt no embarrassment, having accepted his current role as the helm of Alfred's affairs. Elizabeth was now his only kin, his sole sister. Upon returning to the room, the servants had prepared warm water and a heater. Despite the harshness of the cold outside, the interior radiated warmth. Elizabeth first helped Augustus remove the velvet robe draped over him, then brought forth the steaming water, insisting on assisting him with washing his hands and face. Augustus firmly declined, yet Elizabeth's mournful gaze upon his legs, accompanied by the words, "You are a patient," easily dismantled all his resolve. While washing, Elizabeth curiously inquired, "Brother, why did you imply that I should not mention the ambush we encountered to Uncle Obyra?" Augustus hesitated, seemingly reluctant for Elizabeth to concern herself with such sordid matters. Yet he eventually explained, "Firstly, we must consider who might be behind the attack on us. The possibilities are vast. After all, I have drawn the attention of all in the wasteland to the Empire, and every move I make is under close scrutiny. Thus, anyone in the wasteland could potentially be the orchestrators of this assault." even if they cannot ascertain whether I have reached an accord with Archbishop Massad. They each have their own reasons for acting as they do. Secondly, excluding enemies from the wasteland. Within the Empire, Obira himself has motives to arrange this assassination. Our uncle, contrary to his rotund appearance, is quite astute. He must suspect that I would not easily forgive his betrayal. Moreover, since Foray City is his domain, it would not surprise me if he orchestrated this attack. Lastly, there are those who assailed Alfred's castle that I do not know who they might be, but since I survived, they are bound to test the waters. Elizabeth set aside the soft towel prepared by Obira and looked up, puzzled. You seem unperturbed by this attack. Are you not worried? If worrying were of any use, I would indeed be concerned. The issue is, it serves no purpose. Augustus chuckled softly. Furthermore, I am quite willing to believe that the puppet master behind the scenes will eventually reveal themselves. After washing Augustus's hands and face, Elizabeth did not rise but instead knelt before him, deep in thought. Augustus could not resist ruffling her golden locks, smiling. Enough of these dark matters. You need not trouble yourself with them. I will handle everything. Elizabeth tilted her head back, her crescent-shaped eyes narrowing. Brother, have I told you that your awakening is my greatest joy? After managing to coax Elizabeth into bed, Augustus maneuvered his wheelchair to the writing desk, though this was indeed a guest room. Its layout was far from modest. The spacious bed was adorned with fine velvet linens, and the room was well-equipped, even featuring the rare magical stone for illumination, indicative of Baron Obira's comfortable lifestyle. Augustus placed the materials regarding the wasteland that he had deliberately brought from the carriage onto the desk, although he need not struggle for Alfred's survival in the immediate term. He was nonetheless determined to minimize the losses to Alfred when the lich invasion occurred. He need not worry about Alfred's current food reserves. He would generously invest whatever he had into the civilians. But what would happen once the reserves were exhausted? Indeed, Augustus would, as he had discussed with Archbishop Massad, seek assistance from other families. Yet, how exactly to approach this borrowing remained uncertain, considering Alfred's current weakened state. And the fact that he could not rapidly restore Alfred's strength, Augustus's feasible, yet somewhat hopeless strategies boiled down to three options. First, he could seek the church's aid in borrowing, but Archbishop Massad might not support him in this matter, as it was fundamentally an internal strife of the wasteland, and the church had no grounds to intervene. Secondly, he could forge a partnership with Count Christopher to leverage his influence, which Augustus felt was the most promising avenue. After all, Christopher should understand that this matter would not be detrimental to him, but rather beneficial. He had previously enjoyed a good personal friendship with Count Alfred, and aiding Alfred in regaining his strength would not be in conflict with that. Lastly, there was the possibility of collaborating with Count Donald, who had exhibited unusual goodwill during the meeting. Augustus instinctively shook his head, convinced that persuading Christopher was the more reliable option. He retrieved the information on the Christopher family, quickly recalling his initial impressions when he first perused this data. Along with his general understanding of the Christopher family, it could be said that Christopher was perhaps the only family in the wasteland that had not so much been exiled by the Empire as had been left in a sorrowful state by the church's machinations. Augustus needed no reference materials to vividly recall the egregious sins committed by the helm of the Christopher family centuries ago. At that time, it was precisely the final period when the mainland transitioned from barbarism to civilization. Under the resolute advocacy of the papacy, the empire was compelled to abolish the notorious decree of noble first knight rights. Consequently, amidst the backdrop where all nobles restrained their base conduct, at least in appearance, and refrained from touching any maiden about to wed, only Christopher defiantly persisted in exercising the noble first knight rights. Ultimately, he was elevated by the papacy to a platform despised by the populace, where he faced judgment and was subsequently exiled. An outcome that was, indeed, quite logical. Augustus opened the records, his finger resting on the first line of the document's cover page. Lost in contemplation. It bore the family motto left by the first helmsman of the Christopher lineage when they were banished to the wasteland. Better to tread cautiously alone in the dark than to gaze up at the resplendent sun and praise it with the multitude. Chapter 28. Constantine, my sword is here. I shall ever remember the virtues of humility, compassion, justice, honor, sacrifice, valor, and honesty. I shall dedicate my soul and my life at Alfred's feet. My blood shall accompany Alfred's glory upon the battlefield, with my sword held firmly in hand. May the divine bless it to remain ever sharp. It shall never shatter unless Alfred's enemies meet their demise. Reflecting on this vow left by Caitlin when he was knighted by Alfred, Augustus regarded the solemn-faced Caitlin before him, Undeniably, even within the sacred empire, known for its rigorous standards regarding the qualities of a knight, Caitlin met every criterion without fail, even though he had not ventured outside Baron O'Byra's estate in recent days. Caitlin remained meticulous regarding the details expected of a knight. His armor was bright and well-ordered, his right hand firmly gripping a silver lance, while his left rested on the hilt of his great sword. Standing with an upright and resolute posture that compelled Augustus to express admiration, Caitlin slowly placed his right hand over his chest, bowing slightly. Augustus nodded and then turned to the side to observe Elizabeth. Dressed in hunting trousers, her feet clad in small leather boots, wielding a finely crafted narrow sword, and he smiled as he watched them walk toward the estate's lawn. Every noble heir receives various forms of education from a young age. In Augustus's memories from this lifetime, he and Elizabeth have had a dedicated etiquette officer teaching them the intricate and rigorous customs of nobility since they became aware, beyond etiquette, prior to Alfred's assassination. Both Augustus and Elizabeth had their own fencing instructors. Regrettably, on the night of Alfred's attack, their fencing masters tragically lost their lives in service to Alfred. Thus, in this context, Caitlin temporarily assumed the responsibility of instructing Elizabeth in swordsmanship. He diligently explained to her on the lawn how to effectively control her wrist strength while swinging her sword. Elizabeth swung her sword repeatedly, each time improving upon her performance. Augustus sat on a corridor beside the lawn, observing Elizabeth practice. In fact, it was only 2 days prior that Elizabeth had expressed her desire for Caitlin to teach her swordsmanship first. Augustus had been reluctant, as he understood Elizabeth's intent in wanting to learn fencing. In his view, it was more fitting for a noble lady to engage in pursuits such as painting or music rather than swordplay. However, Elizabeth remained obstinate, insisting that even when their father was alive, he supported her desire to learn fencing. What reason did Augustus have to thwart her? He could only relent. Indeed, it was true. Noble children in the wasteland, provided they possessed the aptitude for martial arts, were required to pursue strength in addition to the dignity and etiquette esteemed by the nobility, which was regarded as their second life. This was a necessary choice given the harsh environment of the wasteland. Everyone lived to survive. Fundamentally different from the nobles of the empire, whose pursuits of music, art, and refinement were merely for a more exquisite life, survival and living are ultimately distinct. As Augustus watched Elizabeth's diligent efforts on the lawn, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the scene, the only distinction being that it should have been him sweating on that very grass. He looked up at the overcast sky, tightened the woolen blanket draped over him, and resumed perusing the records of the wasteland he had been reviewing for several days. There was a film from his past life titled The Godfather, and one line from it particularly resonated with Augustus. "I have spent my entire life working for my family." Baron O'Byra quietly approached Augustus, cautious not to disrupt his train of thought. For the past few days, Augustus had been residing in his estate, and although their interactions had neither been frequent nor profound, this ambivalence made O'Byra feel as if he were walking on eggshells. Each time he knocked on the door, he would find Augustus engrossed in his substantial documents, which only heightened O'Byra's sense of the young Alfred helmsman being somewhat inscrutable. He spoke in a hushed tone. "The latest imperial records have been compiled and delivered." Augustus lifted his gaze, closed the documents in his hands, and accepted the 2 pages O'Byra offered, perusing them intently. There was little of particular note to capture Augustus's attention, merely some new decree purportedly benefiting the common folk or the announcement of a new heir for a prominent noble, whose lineage happened to be that of a bastard, all of which bore no immediate relevance to Augustus. Just as he was about to lose interest, however, a piece of news on the second page, theoretically even more unrelated to him, piqued his curiosity greatly. He instinctively placed his finger on that piece of information and began reading it word by word with diligence. In the province of Marceau, Viscount Thomas of Reagan has mustered all his forces, leading approximately 200 regular knights and nearly 1,000 reserve knights, boldly launching an attack against the Lord of Reagan, Ferdinand. He ultimately captured Ferdinand and hung his head at the entrance. Strangely, as of today, Duke Constantine has yet to make any statement, neither acknowledging Viscount Thomas's assumption of the Lord's position nor declaring Thomas's rebellion. This news caused Augustus to furrow his brow slightly. If memory served, the cool young woman accompanying the mass should be Duke Constantine's little princess? He pondered for a moment, then, realizing O'Byra was still present, temporarily set aside his contemplation of the matter, casually remarking, "It seems our imperial miser has indeed aged." The term imperial miser referred to Duke Constantine, who wielded significant control over the empire's finances, Baron O'Bira chuckled in agreement. The excellent heirs of the old duke are surely catalysts causing his rapid aging. I have heard that the Constantine family is on the brink of division. Division? Augustus smiled faintly but remained silent, even though he had never met Duke Constantine. During his recent attempts to learn about Sophia, he had garnered some understanding of the Constantine family. If he was not mistaken, the once brilliant old duke, who shone as brightly as the empire's sun in his youth, would not idly watch his Constantine lineage fracture and decline. The reason he had not intervened in the conflicts among his heirs was likely his detached observation, waiting to see the results after the survival of the fittest, though the commotion it caused was indeed quite significant. Continue to monitor Constantine closely, if possible. Gather as much information as you can regarding the old duke's heirs. Baron O'Bira bowed in response, his expression unusually complex. If Augustus's request to continue gathering information about Constantine could be interpreted as a willingness to trust his signals, then this statement from Augustus was perhaps the only reassurance he had heard in these days that allowed him to breathe a little easier. Seemingly oblivious to O'Bira's demeanor, Augustus remained focused on the 2 pages of documents in his hands. Offering a wry smile and reflecting, in the Empire, a mere viscount can concentrate his strength to command a regular knight force of 200 and a reserve of nearly 1,000. Yet in the wasteland, perhaps only Marquis Soren barely possesses such strength. From this perspective, the earls in the wasteland are even inferior to a viscount in the Empire. What a bitter irony. Baron O'Bira did not respond, genuinely uncertain why Augustus suddenly expressed such sentiments that, of course, despite his reflections, Augustus could accept this ironic reality. After all, the noble families exiled from the barren wasteland were once powerful and illustrious families of the empire. Generally, families that were not distinguished or powerful would have long been eradicated for any transgressions committed in the wasteland, with no opportunity to enjoy the luxurious treatment of exile. Therefore, it was precisely because they had been stripped of their power to the greatest extent while being exiled, leaving only their once glorious titles, that an intriguing phenomenon arose. In that desolate land, there were nearly 10 nobles holding titles of earl or heir, with countless barons, viscounts, and knights beneath them. This might well serve as an alternative explanation for Augustus's past life experience of having many shallow turtles in a small pond. Chapter 29. The sad country bumpkin. Perhaps the past few days in Baron O'Bira's estate were the most relaxed days Augustus would experience throughout the entire winter that a few days prior. When the venerable old Vernon returned from the Alpine Gorge, where he had been dispatched by Augustus to await news, the brief period of tranquil existence came to an abrupt end. Old Vernon brought back 3 pieces of information. Firstly, Captain Philip, who had been lurking in the coniferous forests as per Augustus's instructions to monitor the activities of the liches, relayed intelligence indicating that the liches had completed their assembly. Preliminary insights revealed that this year's marauding legion was predominantly composed of orcs, led by Titan giants and shamans, advancing in 3 separate contingents towards the wasteland, with a total strength estimated to be around 3,000. The second piece of news pertained to the wasteland itself. Contrary to Augustus's expectations, various families had begun an orderly retreat, not to mention those bearing noble titles. A portion of the common folk had already reached Alfred's domain, while the exact numbers were unquantifiable. Current trends suggested that at least 1/5 of the population from the wasteland would traverse through Alfred's territory. Augustus exhibited little reaction to these 2 updates, as they were anticipated developments. However, the apparent increase in the liches' invading forces compared to previous years stirred a subconscious suspicion within Augustus, who was aware of old Vernon's past visit to the Lich King's court and his involvement in certain matters. Could it be that the liches had discovered Alfred's rearguard role this year, and thus amplified their forces in a bid to exact revenge on old Vernon? The old steward shook his head in denial, explaining that for nearly a century, the pattern of lich invasions and mass migrations from the wasteland had established a fixed routine, with only a faint remnant left to cover the rear. In the years gone by, the liches had occasionally committed substantial forces, which merely indicated that their harvest this year had indeed been poor, necessitating a larger scale to plunder as many resources as possible. Poor harvest? Augustus acknowledged the old steward's subtle jest with a benign smile. The third piece of news, however, brought a contemplative expression to Augustus's face. Lord Soren's primary heir, young Atlas, had personally led a knightly contingent of 100 to encamp near Alfred's castle, seemingly poised to share the fate of Alfred. This revelation perplexed Augustus greatly, for he understood that the nobility in the wasteland could not possibly be privy to his forthcoming plans. even if they were aware of his engagement with the most illustrious young luminary of the Holy See. They would not dare to believe that the Archbishop of the Mass would extend any assistance to Alfred without concrete evidence. Thus, what could possibly motivate Atella's actions, which could be deemed foolish, if not outright mad? And why had Lord Soren not intervened? Was Aetlos truly a nobleman whose mind had been clouded by the romantic tales of knights and princesses? Augustus found it hard to believe, regardless of his willingness to accept Atella's feelings for Elizabeth. He struggled to accept that a noble would commit such a grand act for the sake of mere affection. After some contemplation, realizing that Aetlos had exhibited no other unusual behavior apart from his encampment near Alfred's castle, Augustus decided to temporarily set aside this perplexing dilemma. Considering he would be returning to the wasteland soon, he resolved to ponder the intriguing first heir of Soren upon his return. Without further hesitation, he instructed old Vernon to inform Baron Obila to reach out to Miss Sophia, who was in close proximity to the Archbishop of the Massachusetts. Following Augustus's speculation, Sophia was expected to designate a meeting place for him the next day. However, to his surprise, Obila returned at noon, reporting that he had indeed contacted Miss Sophia, as instructed, only for Sophia to appear alone in the afternoon with a driver at the gate of Baron Obila's estate. This unexpected visit somewhat disrupted Augustus's planned rhythm. Fortunately, the overall impact on Augustus was minimal. The most affected was poor Obila, who, since Augustus's arrival, had been reduced from a noble baron to a half-servant, half-messenger. Upon learning of Miss Sophia's visit, Obila was in a flurry, urgently instructing his servants to meticulously clean the parlor, and after a considerable effort, he managed to locate a red carpet that had scarcely seen use since its purchase. After dusting it off, he laid it out from the main building of his estate all the way to the entrance. Tragically, having completed all this, as the master of the estate, Obila could only stand aside with the servants, awaiting Augustus to welcome Miss Sophia into the parlor. Throughout this entire process, Obila hardly dared to raise his gaze to meet Miss Sophia S., as if a mere glance at the extraordinarily esteemed princess of Constantinople would constitute the gravest affront. Augustus, with Elizabeth assisting him in maneuvering his wheelchair, welcomed Sophia into the parlor, where she walked along the length of the red carpet, adorned in a splendid light purple gown reminiscent of royalty. Her naturally haughty demeanor radiated elegance, and against the backdrop of her radiant golden hair, her exquisitely charming face was alluring yet not lascivious, dazzling yet not blinding, coupled with the aura of authority she exuded. Even Augustus could not help but acknowledge that Sophia was indeed the most captivating woman he had encountered across both of his lives. That a woman cloaked in the resplendent veil of power could evoke a sense of forbidden desire in men, and to transgress such taboos would inevitably lead to tumultuous crescendos. Your arrival is certain to enhance the beauty of this estate. Even the most extravagant decorations would pale in comparison to your exquisite visage, Augustus remarked as Sophia casually took a seat. His words were not mere flattery, but rather a straightforward acknowledgement of an undeniable truth. One would assume that, should you find yourself in the imperial capital, you would undoubtedly share many commonalities with the nobles there, Sophia responded. Augustus blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Recognizing her as a rose with thorns, he discerned the veiled sarcasm in her statement. He had heard that nobles in the capital often exchanged pleasantries about the weather, such as, "What a lovely day," or "Isn't the weather dreadful?" These were plainly vacuous remarks. Was she implying that his own words were equally devoid of substance? This was pride, yet who could deny such pride? Augustus observed as the servants cautiously poured tea for Miss Sophia, chuckling. It is an unavoidable reality. Throughout one's life, one may occasionally utter words that awaken or astonish, yet more often than not, we find ourselves speaking utter drivel. Sophia lifted her gaze to meet Augustus's eyes, her expression still frosty, yet her notably long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she spoke. Then we should certainly minimize our idle chatter. Augustus, state the assistance you require. Augustus nodded, refraining from immediate response, his fingers unconsciously performing a silent melody on the tabletop, a habit from his previous life. After a moment of contemplation, he candidly stated, "Upon my return to the wasteland, I shall declare that the Holy See intends to establish a new diocese there. At that juncture, I shall require the Archbishop's support in shaping public opinion, persuading the wasteland inhabitants to accept this development. That is not an issue. But you must understand, the Archbishop will only cooperate with you. Whether or not a new diocese will be established, and when it might occur, Those are assurances the Archbishop cannot provide, Sophia replied without hesitation. As if they had anticipated every request Augustus might make upon her arrival, Augustus was not surprised. This was a straightforward matter. He promptly presented his second request. I also require a formal knightly order comprising at least 500 members, including 100 archers, 100 swordsmen, and the remainder as spearmen. Sophia pressed her thin lips together, contemplating before responding. However, once the liches retreat, the knights will return to the empire. They cannot remain stationed in the wasteland indefinitely. Her immediate agreement took Augustus aback. He had initially aimed for a force of 300, so the prospect of 500 knights was unexpectedly advantageous. After a brief hesitation, he asked uncertainly, "Are you certain you Haven team is heard? Let me reiterate. I require a formal knightly order, with the knight's combat capabilities being at least level 5. It seemed Augustus's astonishment piqued Sophia's interest. She reflected on how this little devil had maintained an air of composure in front of the Archbishop, exuding an aura of confidence as if everything was under his control. That a smirk of derision unconsciously curled at her lips as she remarked, "I did not miss here. Pitiful bumpkin. Do you truly believe that a knightly order of 500 poses a challenge for the Archbishop? You may not be aware, but aside from the core holy knights of the Holy See, even the peripheral knightly orders are divided into 3 factions, each boasting a membership of over 10,000. Do you still believe the Archbishop could not muster even 500 knights?" Augustus fell into silence. He certainly did not underestimate the Archbishop's influence, nor the true power held by the faith across the continent. However, under normal circumstances, one would expect negotiations among the nobility to involve both requests and counteroffers. Yet, Miss Sophia seemed to entirely disregard the customary rules of noble transactions. Truly a spendthrift noblewoman, Augustus soon accepted the title she had bestowed upon him. The larger the knightly order, the more satisfied he would be. After all, even the most extravagant of spendthrifts did not squander his own wealth. Pretending to be embarrassed, he swiftly responded, "Lastly, I also require 10 4th-level spellcasters. You surely understand that in times of war, casualties are inevitable, and light mages play a crucial role in mitigating greater losses." Compared to his previous demands, Augustus was convinced that Miss Sophia would undoubtedly fulfill his wishes, to the extent that he entirely overlooked the frosty demeanor she wore. For the first time, he found this exquisite princess of Constantinople to be particularly endearing. However, what shattered Augustus's composure was Sophia's swift cold smile, as she quipped, "It appears you truly are a pitiable country bumpkin. Do you believe that the mage referred to as the darling of the gods is akin to the weeds in your backyard? I can provide you with at most 5. Oh no. Only 4 mages whose magical prowess does not exceed level 5. The label of country bumpkin was one Augustus could not shake off. In Chapter 30, Return to the Wasteland, Augustus could no longer perceive the princess of Constantinople as adorable. As he gazed upon Sophia again, he struggled to maintain his composed facade. But a spendthrift, who would dare label this fine friend of the mass as a spendthrift? Augustus would be the first to vehemently disagree. Yet, after much hesitation, he ultimately decided not to persist in his request for 10 mages. After all, with 300 regular knights at his disposal, having 5 4th-tier redemption mages was already a psychological expectation. Now, given that there were 200 more regular knights than anticipated, how could Augustus not feel satisfied? Indeed, in certain respects, Augustus might be seen as a greedy country bumpkin, but his avarice was firmly tethered within the bounds of reason. He negotiated the final details with Sophia, asserting his desire for absolute leadership and mobilization rights over the Order of the Paladins. This demand seemed to take Sophia by surprise, yet after a brief contemplation, she nodded in agreement. The mass would only appoint a temporary vice-captain, and whether he could secure absolute leadership was solely his concern. This made Augustus feel that conversing with this unlovable princess was far more agreeable than dealing with the nobles of the wasteland. Aside from her somewhat acceptable frugality, this seemingly aloof and proud princess of Constantinople could indeed be regarded as a rather amiable young lady. Regrettably, Augustus failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of cunning in Sophia's eyes. The last point of contention was the command over the 4 redemption mages. To Augustus's astonishment, this seemingly reasonable request was met with Sophia's unwavering refusal, and no matter how much Augustus hinted that these 4 mages could not possibly operate independently in the wasteland without his unified command, Sophia remained resolute. Eventually, perhaps out of impatience for further fruitless debate, she stated flatly that these 4 mages must operate under her direct leadership, In that moment, Augustus had an epiphany. He finally understood why Sophia had initially mentioned 5 mages, only to later assert there were only 4. Turned out she was the 5th. Of course, with her astonishing 4th-tier talent, Sophia undoubtedly possessed this qualification, and Augustus could not deny it. Nevertheless, considering the chaos and danger posed by the Lich invasion, he attempted to dissuade Sophia from her plan, but her unusual stubbornness left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Observing the indifferent expression of the Princess of Constantinople, Augustus suddenly comprehended her obstinacy, and his smile vanished. With an impassive demeanor, he remarked, "The wasteland welcomes your inspection, Princess Sophia." Sophia furrowed her brow slightly. After such an extended discussion, she had grown accustomed to the country bumpkin's smile and composure, making his sudden coldness rather disconcerting. However, she deemed it unnecessary to waste time pondering why this country bumpkin had turned frosty. She merely intended to fulfill the task entrusted to her by the mass, and would not linger in this unfamiliar estate. Rising, she left untouched the red tea poured by the servant, striding towards the crimson carpet at the door. Turning back, she remarked, "Tonight, the nightly order will be fully deployed. I shall endeavor to ensure that these 500 men are airdropped into Alfred's territory without alarming anyone else, and departed alone." At the entrance to the drawing room, Baron O'Bira, who had prepared an array of exquisite pastries after much anticipation, had just arrived with the servant when he saw Miss Sophia emerging, seemingly intending to leave. He steeled himself with quiet resolve, much like he had while waiting for the pastries, repeating to himself that they were merely pastries, just delightful pastries. After a lengthy interval, he finally mustered the courage to lift his flushed, rotund face to offer the pastries to Miss Sophia. Yet, as he looked up, he caught sight of her carriage departing with a crack of the whip. O'Bira felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. Turning to Augustus, he forced a smile. Afternoon tea time. That afternoon, Augustus resolved to return to the wasteland at this juncture. He bore a resemblance to someone just starting their career in a previous life. Back then, he would strive to arrange his travel on nighttime trains to avoid disrupting his rest and to save time, awakening at his destination, an efficient twofold benefit. Hence, considering the ongoing mass migration of the nobles in the wasteland, Augustus calculated that it would take at least 4 days to journey from the imperial city of Ferry to his territory of Alfred. He instructed the old steward and Katie to travel through the night, while politely declining Baron O'Bira's repeated invitations. Before darkness enveloped the land, Augustus returned to his carriage. Baron O'Bira watched as the young master of Alfred departed, finally exhaling in relief. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to witness the complex emotions in Augustus's eyes as he glanced back at him. Nor could he hear Augustus's regretful sigh regarding Elizabeth. If Baron O'Bira did not possess the core secrets of Alfred, I would deem him worthy of forgiveness. But alas, as the carriage traversed Ferry, bidding farewell to the opulence and civilization of the imperial heartland, en route to the desolate and frigid wasteland, Augustus could not help but be beset by a flurry of chaotic thoughts. These thoughts encompassed his helplessness toward the current conditions of the wasteland, his yearning for imperial civilization, and even a fleeting moment where he contemplated remaining forever within the empire. Yet, regardless of how much he pondered, he never once entertained the notion of conquest or the possibility of elevating Alfred to the apex of the empire. This was not to suggest that Augustus lacked ambition. Rather, he was acutely aware that with his current strength and capabilities, such aspirations were folly, akin to courting death. Thus, he preferred to invest his energy in managing Alfred, ensuring that it could seize control of its own destiny in the wasteland in the early hours of the next day. The carriage reached the mouth of the Alps Canyon. Upon meeting with the knights that Katie had stationed in the wasteland to await their arrival, Augustus, for the first time in his capacity as the master of Alfred, issued his inaugural command to all the nobles and lords within his territory. He ordered the knights to return to Alfred's domain with utmost haste, instructing every town and lord to unconditionally maximize the opening of their granaries and provide food to all passing civilians, ensuring that no one perished from hunger on the road. Secondly, once the lords had allocated the provisions, they were to promptly converge at Alfred Castle for a final internal meeting prior to the Lich invasion. Chapter 31. The migrating civilians, like wandering souls, soulless bodies, aimlessly traverse the endless wasteland, their origins, duration of travel, and destinations likely forgotten even by themselves. The only memory that lingered was the mechanical lifting of feet, trudging toward an unknown horizon. This was the stark reality of the mass migration of the wasteland's impoverished populace, where, Along the arduous journey, one could scarcely miss the sight of fallen bodies that would never rise again. The dying forms lying prostrate, and the frail children kneeling beside corpses, stunned and helplessly awaiting death. The atmosphere was suffused with desolation. Even the sky weighed heavy with gloom. One could scarcely fathom the horror of such a scene. As the carriage moved against the current, Augustus sat silently at the door, observing each group of wayfarers that passed. His gaze was cold and devoid of emotional hue. Upon traversing the territory of Marquis Soren, he had felt shocked and bewildered at the sight of these wandering civilians for the first time. By the time he delved deeper into the wasteland, seeing such scenes for the second, third, and countless times, he no longer felt any emotional stirrings. This was not a matter of his cold-heartedness or selfishness. As Bishop Mass had said, he was not a deity, and he could not save the masses. Even a god would find it challenging to rescue them from such sin. A gaunt little girl, as thin as a skeletal twig, knelt before a decaying corpse of a woman. She seemed to sense the approaching carriage, and as it drew nearer, she slowly lifted her gaze. The emptiness in her eyes was filled with an eerie stillness, making it hard to believe that she was a living human being. Despair. What despair remained? She had likely forgotten what despair even was. As the carriage passed the frail little girl, the moment was frozen in time as she lifted her head, having lost the strength to turn her gaze to follow the departing carriage. In the bleak midwinter, the resilient scavengers circled the carriage, emitting sharp cries. Augustus held a deep disdain for these filthy, dark creatures, yet he found himself powerless to prevent their feasting. Opposite the carriage, a shabby yet spacious cart sped towards them. Augustus suddenly looked up. Despite the throngs of living souls along the road, it was not until he beheld the cart that he felt he had truly encountered the living. He attempted to discern the insignia upon it, but up until the rickety vehicle brushed past his own, he had found no markings. He merely observed that the cart paused momentarily at the spot where the young girl had knelt before vanishing into the vast desolation. As if it were a vehicle bearing death itself to harvest souls. In the wake of its departure, only the lifeless body of a woman remained. Regardless, it is surely preferable to dying in silence here, Augustus pondered silently. Reflecting on the peculiar cart and the vanished girl, he cast a final glance at the scattered refugees across the desolate expanse before finally turning back to the carriage. Inside the carriage, two worlds existed, that of the exterior chaos and the interior calm. Elizabeth was engrossed in the plunder of primitive resources, a book which Augustus had previously recommended to her. He was acutely aware that Elizabeth's world was no longer a blank slate. Both his father and the harsh environment of the wilderness had left indelible shadows upon her life. While he did not expect to erase these shadows entirely or to guarantee her pure happiness, he aspired to guide her towards optimism and positivity amidst the darkness. He forced a smile to dispel the negative emotions conjured by the images of the wasteland and inquired, "What have you gleaned from your reading?" "Perhaps not a significant discovery," Elizabeth replied, seated at the carriage's writing desk, placing the hefty tome before her. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "However, Augustus, I still believe the plan you proposed a few days ago holds considerable potential. The aridity of the wasteland stems from the lack of fertile land and rainfall. If we could carve a breach in the lengthy Alps to allow the warm winds from the northeastern Black Sea to flow in, coupled with the thermal dynamics you mentioned, the wasteland could become lush with rain. This would also mean Alfred could expedite the accumulation of primitive capital." Augustus felt a headache brewing. The idea of breaching the Alps to channel oceanic warm winds was a stroke of genius from his past life. He had casually borrowed this concept to encourage Elizabeth's optimism, hoping to instill in her the belief that anything can be changed. Yet, to his surprise, her youthful spirit seemed to have opened a window to this notion, directing her full enthusiasm toward it. This left Augustus in a state of exasperation, as he could only manage a wry smile and respond, "Let us not dwell on how to breach the Alps. Elizabeth. If it is merely a lack of rainfall we face, we could communicate with Count Donald to channel water from the Tai River in his territory, which would also address Alfred's irrigation needs. Surely, this could facilitate the accumulation of primitive capital. But you mentioned that relying on others is always inferior to relying on oneself. Why should we beseech Donald rather than attempt to resolve it ourselves?" "Beseech? Oh no, I must correct your line of thinking. Trust me, once we possess the capability to breach the Alps, we shall no longer need to solicit Donald. He will voluntarily come to us." Elizabeth pondered this, recognizing the validity of Augustus's assertion. However, after much contemplation, she stubbornly muttered, Yet if we breach the Alps, the entire water issue of the wasteland would be resolved. The Ty River within Donald's domain cannot possibly satisfy the water needs of the entire wasteland. Augustus found himself at an impasse. Amidst the mass migration of commoners, Augustus and his companions finally reached the city of Say within Alfred's territory. Upon entering, they immediately sensed the differences. Specifically, the populace had noticeably increased. A larger population was a boon, particularly in the sparsely populated wasteland, as it signified an abundance of labor and potential for development and wealth. Thus, the initial bustling atmosphere of Say brought Augustus some solace, momentarily alleviating the shadows cast by the hellish scenes he had witnessed along the way. However, as the carriage delved deeper and approached the city center, a sense of gravity began to settle upon him as he realized that a larger populace also implied increased conflict and unrest. Initially, Augustus assumed the minor skirmishes he observed among the commoners were merely the inevitable disputes between newcomers and the local inhabitants. Yet, having witnessed at least 5 such conflicts during his journey, he became acutely aware of the situation's severity and promptly instructed the ever-watchful Caitlin to investigate. This was a simple task for Caitlin. Commoners typically trembled before true knights and would answer any queries without hesitation. Soon, she returned with news that the disputes among the populace were primarily over food shortages. The newcomers had been led to believe by their respective lords that sufficient provisions awaited them in Say, enough to sustain their journey to the distant realm of Soren. However, upon their arrival, they found not a single grain, leading to disappointment, despair, and ultimately, anger, which naturally spiraled into conflict. Augustus's countenance darkened as he sat by the carriage window. The fact that other families had incited the commoners to seek food was part of his plan. He was neither surprised nor perturbed by it. However, he distinctly recalled issuing a command prior to his return, instructing the nobles and lords within his domain to unconditionally provide sustenance to the commoners. How was it possible that Caitlin's accompanying knights had failed to relay this order? Such a notion was implausible. Augustus began to realize he had made a grave oversight. The nobles within his domain, faced with the impending doom of Alfred, indeed had no choice but to follow him to ruin. Yet, the question arose, would these lords still be willing to heed Alfred's commands as they had in the past, knowing they were all fated to perish? Especially if many lords shared this sentiment. The weakened Alfred had little leverage over his own nobles. Hadn't a similar situation occurred when Alfred was first attacked? If not for Elizabeth's swift execution of several nobles at that time, Augustus feared the situation he awoke to would have been far worse. Sensing this oversight, Augustus frowned slightly. His extensive past experiences granted him an innate advantage in grasping the broader picture. Yet how could he ensure the execution of his commands amid the cunning and self-serving nobility? In his previous life, he had presided over a company with an accountability system in place, allowing his directives to be executed flawlessly. Yet in this life, how could he guarantee that his commands would be carried out promptly and effectively with such duplicitous nobles at play? This was a pressing issue that Augustus needed to address. Otherwise, all his forthcoming plans would amount to naught. He gazed at the crowd embroiled in conflict outside the carriage, listening to the anguished cries that occasionally pierced the air, considering that the Lord of Say had already retreated to Alfred's castle. He found himself confronted with a particularly challenging dilemma. Perhaps we should have Captain Caitlin contact the knights stationed in various towns of Alfred's territory to see if they can temporarily restore order. The uproar outside and Caitlin's report led Elizabeth to surmise the difficulties Augustus faced. Having managed Alfred's affairs for 3 months, during which she had handled all matters diligently, she possessed a wealth of experience in such situations. However, Augustus firmly shook his head and coldly remarked, "Temporary measures that do not address the root cause are of little significance." He then withdrew his gaze from the conflict and instructed the carriage driver, an elderly steward, to hasten their return to the castle. There, the true battleground for Augustus against the lords of his domain awaited. Chapter 32. The Alfred Conference. A conference. Damn it. We are all marching towards hell. Why not squander our last energies indulging in more women instead of attending this wretched meeting? Do we truly believe that by convening in despair, the lich will be deterred from bringing forth the stench of hell? Ah, yes, I've heard our pitiful little count has become paralyzed. It seems the inability to exert control over one's desires leads one down a path of grotesque distortion. How cruel fate is. Our poor little count shall suffer greatly in hell, unable to recall the peak ecstasy that only women can provide. Inside the Alfred Conference Hall, there was no round table for discussions. The layout was crude, with over 30 long tables arranged horizontally on either side, laden with a variety of fruits, foods, alesh, and wines, resembling more of a barbaric gathering than a dignified assembly of nobles. On the left side, all was relatively well. As the individuals seated there were members of the venerable Alfred's collateral branches, old aristocracy, albeit in modest conditions. Nevertheless, the nobles managed to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. The table was adorned with an array of fruits complemented by vibrant red wine. A fitting display in stark contrast. The right side presented a rather ghastly sight, dominated entirely by a carnivorous spread. There, one could find shoulder cuts of wild boar and the feet of porcupines, further marred by spilled beer cascading across the long table, a veritable scene of devastation. Yet, this was somewhat understandable, much like Sir Andrew of Huron City, who sat among the boorish company on the right. Once merely an adventurer hunting for survival in the Siberian coniferous forests, he had unwittingly caught the eye of the goddess of fate during a conflict between the townsfolk and the Lord's guards in Huron City, where his formidable energy level of 4 had been noted by none other than Count Alfred himself. Thus, he was granted the title of knight and joined the ranks of the aristocracy. Therefore, to expect a faux noble like Andrew to uphold any semblance of dignity and gentlemanly conduct was not just cruel, it was utterly merciless. Andrew, have you forgotten that everything you possess is a gift from Alfred? Baron Rudolph of Deed City, seated opposite Andrew and the other pretentious nobles, furrowed his brow and spoke, for this group of Alfred's direct descendants had always held disdain for the vulgar rabble opposite them who sullied the noble title. However, they reluctantly accepted Alfred's proposal to incorporate individuals with fighting energy into his service, acknowledging its merit. Oh, must I then express gratitude for Alfred's bestowal? Thank him for ensuring that when the lich arrives, I shall meet my demise alongside that wretched Huron City. Andrew retorted with scorn, equally contemptuous of the nobles across from him. To him, the so-called aristocrats were merely a collection of effete individuals who only exhibited masculine traits in the company of women. His initial acceptance of Alfred's summons had been motivated solely by the additional income and plentiful women that the noble title promised. Should he, therefore, harbor gratitude towards Alfred? He was sorry to say that the struggling Andrew had long forgotten how to spell the word gratitude. Baron Rudolph frowned and ceased his conversation, seemingly deeming Andrew unworthy of discourse. Yet, considering Andrew's venomous remarks about Alfred's heir had drawn little rebuke, it suggested that even Rudolph and his ilk found a semblance of truth in Andrew's coarse words. After all, with impending doom, was there any point in a meeting? It seemed far more prudent to indulge in one final frenzy before the inevitable end, a sentiment shared by the majority present in the hall. Of course, there were those who remained staunchly loyal to Alfred, such as Sir Leon from Lauren Town, who had once been a member of Alfred's retinue of knights. He had been grievously injured during the war against the Stuart family. His strength diminished, and thus Alfred had assigned him to Lauren Town to study local governance. Faced with Andrew's brazen malevolence and the various motives of the nobleman opposite him, Sir Leon, despite being a noble himself, clung to his knightly principles and finally erupted in anger. He glared at Andrew and declared, "You ought to be grateful to Alfred. If it weren't for his generosity over the years, you would have surely descended into the depths of hell long ago. Indeed, Alfred requires your service now, but consider your life these past years. How many times have you descended into hell for Alfred's sake to achieve such a lifestyle?" Andrew turned abruptly, genuinely surprised that a fissure had appeared within the ranks of these faux nobles. He sneered, scrutinizing the young knight who dared to rebuke him, his gaze ultimately fixating on the purple iris badge adorning the latter's chest, with a wicked grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. He remarked, "Ah, so we have a once noble knight among us? No wonder. It is said that knights who have devoted everything, including their very souls, to Alfred are often eager to descend into hell for him. Then, dear knight, let's see your courage, shall we?" He brazenly seized the colossal sword resting beside him and forcefully pressed its blade against Leon's neck, compelling him to bow his head, with a sinister smile. He taunted, "Where is your courage, knight? Where is your pride? Where is your dignity? Is it not said that Alfred's knights would rather lose their heads at the hands of their enemies than bow before them?" The massive sword pressed Leon's head down onto the table, and Andrew bellowed, "Either draw your sword or lift your head, damn knight. What will you do?" Leon's face was forced against the beer-stained table, humiliation flooding him with crimson. The assembly fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated upon Andrew, and scarcely anyone noticed when a knight clad in gleaming armor appeared quietly, seemingly out of nowhere. In an instant, the knight stood before Andrew, his straight and broad sword poised menacingly against Andrew's throat before he could react. Following swiftly was the knight's calm, yet resolute voice. "Apologize to the knight you so disdain. Kneel and beg for mercy. Deny it, and you shall learn what knightly pride and dignity truly mean." Andrew slowly raised his head, his colossal sword still bearing down on Leon's head. Leon, too, struggled to shift his gaze, recognizing the sword's bearer and nearly succumbing to tears. "You cannot kill me. You wouldn't dare." Andrew, having survived years in the perilous coniferous forests, was not as fearful of death as he had imagined. He licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, and malevolently laughed. "Alfred is on the brink of destruction. He still needs me to confront the lich. Thus, Kichieni, you wouldn't dare kill me. Kneel, apologize, or die." Kichieni repeated, his expression unwavering and tone indifferent. Andrew finally sensed the approach of death, his grip on the colossal sword trembling, yet he still screamed, "You cannot kill me. Alfred needs me. To confront the lich, is it?" Kichieni interrupted, narrowing his eyes as the massive sword whirled violently in a circular motion, seemingly unbothered by the blood gushing from Andrew's neck. He lifted Andrew's head, which had failed to close its eyes in time, continuing, "But that is the knight's duty." Andrew's headless body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Leon struggled to raise his head, unable to meet the gaze of his former commander. Kichieni did not discard the head he held, nor did he care about the blood dripping from his arm. He regarded Leon and softly remarked, "Remember next time to hold your head high when your enemies come for it." Leon, who had endured the loss of an arm during the war against the Stuarts without uttering a sound, and had persisted until he vanquished the last foe, felt tears welling in his eyes. The gruesome scene had rendered the assembly utterly silent. Meanwhile, a pallid young man, assisted by Alfred's elderly steward, wheeled himself slowly into the halt. He paused before Kichieni, first casting a blank gaze at the blood-soaked corpse on the floor before shifting to the severed head in Kichieni's grasp. The sight appeared to discomfort him, prompting a frown. Once Kichieni knelt before his wheelchair, he spoke calmly. "Life is precious. Killing should be executed with artistry. Dio refrained from such bloody displays in the future. You must remember, outside this hall looms the gallows." Chapter 33. The Dictator Augustus. The meeting commenced amidst the bloodshed. The elderly steward wheeled Augustus to the forefront of the hall, crossing his arms and standing calmly behind him. Augustus surveyed the nobles within Alfred's domain, as if the blood-soaked ground and headless corpses were mere figments of imagination. He smiled as he began to speak. "Firstly, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to those who are about to accompany Alfred into the depths of hell. Since you all chose to attend Alfred's family meeting at this juncture, I trust one need not worry about the absence of a lord in Alfred's territory when the lich invades." With a gentle motion, Augustus placed his right hand against his chest and bowed his head. Silence enveloped the hall. Perhaps it was the gruesome fate of Sir Andrew that loomed before them, or perhaps it was their uncertainty about the character of this young leader of Alfred that rendered them mute. Augustus raised his head, still smiling, intertwining his fingers over his motionless legs. His demeanor relaxed as he casually stated, "This year, the responsibility of confronting the lich will fall upon Alfred. You are all likely aware of this. Considering Alfred suffered significant injuries during the attack 3 months ago, I had submitted a request to the meeting to postpone this responsibility. Regrettably, my appeal was denied. Thus, under the unalterable decision of this assembly, I seek your insights on how Alfred should bear this burden and endeavor to survive amidst the tide of the lich." Once again, no one spoke. The aristocrats on the left, loyal to Alfred, wore complex expressions, while those on the right, bestowed with titles by Alfred and not recorded in the imperial lineage, bore expressions that mixed mockery and anticipation. They puzzled over the intent behind the young leader's inquiry. If he merely sought their opinions, why had he not summoned any noble since awakening? If he has indeed made his own decision, without revealing what that decision is, can he truly lead Alfred out of the abyss of despair? The answer is evident. No one would believe that Alfred still harbors any hope of survival. Silence lingered for an extended period. Augustus, too, remained silent, wearing a smile as he waited. Eventually, Rudolph, a nobleman who was both a direct descendant of Alfred and, to some extent, a senior to Augustus, could no longer endure the torment of this silence. It was Baron Rudolph of D City who broke the stillness first, rising from his seat, his grizzled hair framing a particularly grave expression. He spoke, "Augustus." However, before he could continue, Augustus interrupted him curtly, stating indifferently, Elizabeth has bequeathed the title of Count of Alfred to me, so please refer to me as my Lord Count. Baron Rudolph was momentarily taken aback, his serious demeanor quickly transforming into a complex expression. Yet there was no trace of anger. In fact, Rudolph felt a flicker of anticipation. He understood the significance of Augustus's resolute demeanor at this juncture, for he truly required the unwavering loyalty and full support of everyone associated with Alfred, not merely relying on Alfred's direct descendants. Thus, Augustus's seemingly ruthless stance could, in fact, facilitate gaining the trust of those present. Taking a deep breath, he continued earnestly, My Lord Count, we collectively believe that in the face of this tide of liches, there is no possibility for Alfred's survival. Therefore, in order to preserve the bloodline of Alfred, I, along with Baron Lorente of Saya City and others, are willing to exert our utmost efforts to help you temporarily escape the wasteland. Wherever you go, as long as you are alive, there remains a glimmer of hope for Alfred's return to glory. Such noble intentions. Augustus cast a sidelong glance at Baron Rudolph, questioning whether his claims were indeed so grand. He sneered, effortlessly deducing that should he opt for a policy of retreat, these nobles would surely use excuses of serving and accompanying him to follow suit in fleeing. Thus there would be no gratitude to be found. Augustus simply stated, Escape the wasteland. Where can we go? To the northern liches. Why has no one sought refuge there for centuries? Have you forgotten the fate of the Constantine family long ago? Or shall we flee to the empire? Yet it seems you have overlooked that to reach the empire, we must traverse the Alpine gorge behind Soren. Would Soren allow us passage? Baron Rudolph appeared ready to respond, but as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself silenced once more. Sinking back into his seat in despair, Augustus surveyed the assembly of nobles in the conference hall and inquired, Are there any other proposals? I must inform you that such opportunities are few and far between. The nobles instinctively interpreted Augustus's final remark as a harbinger of Alfred's impending demise, realizing that they might not have another chance to voice their suggestions. Among those seated to the right, a burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard spoke up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What other proposals could there be? In this circumstance, no amount of suggestions can salvage Alfred's fate. The demise of Alfred is a foregone conclusion. This was Baron Marshall of Greentown. Augustus cast a glance his way, recalling that Marshall's brother had recently perished beneath Elizabeth's noose. He remained silent. After a brief pause to ensure no one else would voice an opinion, he declared, Very well, since there are no proposals, I expect you to execute my plans according to my directives. Had a decision truly been reached? The nobles awaited Augustus's pronouncement with a mixture of anticipation and mockery. Yet Augustus did not directly unveil his plan. Instead, he remarked, Before I instruct each of you on what needs to be done, I must first ask you one question. Previously, I had the knights notify you that we would guarantee, at any cost, that every civilian passing through Alfred's territory would receive food. Did you receive this order? The conference hall erupted into chaos. The nobles whispered among themselves for a considerable time, yet none took the initiative to respond to Augustus's inquiry. Remaining seated amidst the tumult, Augustus maintained a calm demeanor, adding amidst the clamor, I shall grant you another opportunity to express your opinions. Opinions? What opinions could we possibly have? This command of yours is inherently foolish. Why should we ensure that the common folk have food? Not only are they not our subjects, but even if they were, Alfred is on the brink of destruction. Why should we show compassion for those wretched peasants? Who will show compassion for us? No one stood to speak. Amidst the uproar, Augustus recognized that the words had come from Baron Lorente of Saya City. I would rather be plundered by the accursed liches than distribute our stored grain to these lowly creatures. The voice that bellowed this was that of a middle-aged man seated further back on the right, whom Augustus vaguely recalled as Baron Bastoff of Saya City. The clamor continued, and despite its disarray, there was a clear consensus among the nobles that Augustus's order was utterly foolish. Augustus frowned, seemingly irritated by the noise. He raised a hand to quell the commotion within the hall, stating, Very well, it appears that you all have opinions, and you have expressed them. Therefore, let me inform you that while you may have opinions, this time you may voice them, but in the future, I expect you to reserve your thoughts and execute my commands without question. One thing you may not fully grasp is that once I have made a decision, it will never change. The conference hall was suddenly filled with uproar. To be permitted to voice opinions, yet be required to remain silent in the future. Moreover, this was to be the only opportunity to express their views, With no further chances to do so, the nobles finally recalled Augustus's earlier statement regarding the scarcity of future opportunities to make suggestions. And the uproar quickly morphed into fury. Baron Bastov stood abruptly, sneering in anger. On what grounds do you claim this? Even when your father was alive, he could not demand that we all remain silent. What gives you the right? Simply because I am now the Count of Alfred. The helmsman of Alfred that I ask that not sufficient. Augustus retorted calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. Baron Bastov scoffed, as if he had heard the most childish and absurd proclamation. The Count of Alfred? What a figure to be revered. But do you truly believe that we would regard you, the helmsman of Alfred, as our lord and our only king? Augustus narrowed his eyes. So, are you implying that you intend to defy my orders as the helmsman of Alfred? Bastov, I must remind you that as a servant of Alfred, your defiance would only serve to dig your own grave. I am quite eager to see whether the grave I dig for myself can indeed bury my anger. Very well. Augustus turned his gaze toward Kitiani, who still held Andrew's severed head, and coldly commanded, "Execute him." Kitiani bowed, and under the astonished gazes of all those present in the conference hall, he gestured to the knights behind him. The knights swiftly advanced, dragging the initially incredulous and soon-to-be screaming Baron Bastov out of the hall, where only the cold gallows awaited him. Anger, coupled with suffocating humiliation, seemed to brew a storm ready to erupt within the conference hall. Where there is oppression, there is rebellion. Whether among the direct descendants of Alfred on the left or the nobles bestowed by Alfred on the right, all were engulfed in unprecedented agitation, their tumult finally laid bare. Ironically, not a single soul dared to rise, for before them lay the headless corpse of Andrew and the gallows awaiting Baron Bastov. Moreover, a more significant factor was that upon arriving at Alfred's castle, they had been compelled to leave their personal guards outside, rendering them powerless to resist Augustus's tyrannical and despotic rule. I shall give you one last chance. My decisions will never waver, so those who cannot accept my decisions may leave now. I will not hold your betrayal against you. However, as long as you remain in this conference hall, I expect you to reserve any opinions you may have regarding my commands and execute them without fail. Augustus's voice, amidst the uproar, finally shattered the pent-up rage within the conference hall. Baron Marshal of Greentown was the first to rise, sneering, "We must thank you, my Lord Count, if it were not for your orders. We would indeed be doomed alongside Alfred. Now, however, being cast out from Alfred allows us to seek our own survival." With that, he turned and strode toward the door of the hall, following closely in his footsteps. The nobles on the right swiftly concluded their affairs. Meanwhile, on the left, Alfred's direct line witnessed the Baron Lorente of Say City shake his head in resignation before taking his leave. Ultimately, it was the Baron Rudolph of D City who cast a sorrowful glance towards Augustus, his expression one of genuine anguish, as he grappled with the perplexing notion that, at this critical juncture, Augustus should have been striving to unite all the nobles. Yet, upon reflection, what had he truly accomplished? Baron Rudolph, filled with a sense of disappointment, turned and exited, thus, before long, apart from the scattered remnants of chaos. Only 5 individuals remained within the spacious conference hall. One was Augustus, another his elderly steward standing behind him, alongside Catini, Sir Leo from Laurentown, and lastly, the despondent middle-aged man who had remained seated on the right. Observing the proceedings with a detached demeanor, Augustus maneuvered his wheelchair towards the middle-aged man, struggling to recall any distinct image of him, his gaze scrutinizing the man's somewhat simple-minded smile, the visage of an unsophisticated farmer, leaving him utterly bewildered as to the identity of this man and which town of Alfred's domain he hailed from. Hesitating, he opened his mouth to inquire, but before the words could escape, a sudden realization struck him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The middle-aged man offered a hearty smile, his disheveled gray hair framing a weathered face that exuded an unmistakable charm. Unforeseen yet anticipated, in a matter of moments. The nobles of Alfred's domain, who had just departed the conference hall, returned one after another. This time, however, they dared not approach their seats, be it the obstinate Marshal or the cunning Rudolph. All bore expressions rich with emotion. They stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing towards the youthful helmsman of Alfred not far away, and in unison, placed their right hands upon their chests, kneeling on one knee, revealing their utmost reverence. At that moment, Augustus was their sole king. Augustus propelled his wheelchair slowly forward, coming to stand before the nobles of his domain. Without signaling for them to rise, he regarded them with an impassive expression and stated, "I have proclaimed that as long as you remain in this conference hall, You shall voice no opinions regarding my commands. Even if you have dissenting views, they must be kept to yourselves. Execution is my only requirement." He narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking calmly, "You must remember, Alfred can only have one voice, and that voice is mine." Chapter 34. Who lives lightly? Marquis Soren skillfully and elegantly sliced a piece of black pepper steak, savoring each bite thoroughly, before waiting for the maid to pour him half a glass of crimson wine, which he downed in one gulp. There was no reason not to indulge. Upon receiving the Soren banner from his father, the Marquis surely harbored grand yet not distant ambitions. At that time, he was no longer content with merely being the foremost titan of the wasteland. He aspired to become the undisputed king of the forsaken expanse, and he was more than willing to exert his utmost efforts to achieve this. However, he found himself contending with the ever-smiling, seemingly agreeable helmsman Alfred, that detestable man who simultaneously clung to Christopher's friendship while continually inciting Donald to transcend the wasteland, positioning himself as its arbiter. This not only hindered Soren from leading his family to the pinnacle of glory for nearly half his life, but also forced him to constantly grapple with Alfred's myriad of vexing plots and schemes, filling him with resentment and helplessness. Yet now, fortune had smiled upon him. The loathsome Count Alfred had finally met his demise, and with it, Alfred's fate was sealed. Even if the remainder of his limited life was insufficient for the Soren family to ascend as kings of the wasteland, he had nonetheless paved a direct path to the throne for his heir. With the talent of a terrace, Soren's ascension as the king of the wasteland was nearly an immutable fact. How could the Marquis not feel exhilarated? He took another sip of the vibrant crimson wine, contemplating the words his father had left him before passing, words he wholeheartedly agreed with. In bed, a man must endure longer to ensure a woman's fidelity, and for a politician, the longer he lives, the more likely he is to have the last laugh. A richly personal dinner concluded swiftly under Soren's buoyant mood. He removed the napkin from his chest, wiped his mouth, and casually placed it on the tray of the maid beside him, then smiled at Francis and Stuart, seated across from him, noticing Francis's elongated eyes lingering a tad too long on the ample maid beside him. Soren adeptly transformed his disdain into a congenial tone that all men could comprehend, remarking, "Francis, do you perhaps have any thoughts on the attire of my household maid? Indeed, though it is winter, overly heavy garments may render one somewhat uncomfortable," Francis responded. And they both shared a hearty laugh. Across the table, Count Stuart furrowed his brow slightly. Once the maid cleared away the remnants of his meal, he said, rather than indulge in this trivial topic, "I believe we ought to focus more on Alfred's movements. The final moments are precisely when we cannot afford to relax. I have heard that Augustus has summoned all his servants to a meeting at Alfred's castle. We currently have no knowledge of his intentions. However, considering we know he has previously met privately with the Archbishop of Mass, and reflecting on his demeanor during the conference, it is difficult for me to believe that Augustus is merely engaging in theatrics or has succumbed to madness before his demise." Soren's smile faded. He genuinely appreciated Stuart's steadfastness and meticulous nature, but such traits inherently signified that Stuart possessed his own principles and could not be as unquestioningly obedient as Francis. Thus, Soren often found himself pondering how delightful it would be if Stuart could exhibit the same unwavering loyalty as Francis, though it remained merely a fleeting thought. He gazed at Stuart, smiling, and said, "There is no need for excessive worry. Even if Augustus, that amusing little fellow, has fortuitously met with the Archbishop in private, we all know he could not possibly gain any assistance from the Holy See or the Archbishop. After all, what he seeks to achieve is precisely what we, the sinners of the wasteland, have endeavored for centuries without receiving any pity from the Empire or the Church. Moreover, I do not believe Augustus possesses anything that could sway that radiant young luminary of the Church. As for the meeting he has summoned regarding Alfred, I can only imagine that the nobles of Alfred will ensure he remains restless, even in the face of extinction. Indeed, and while I feel a twinge of pity for Augustus, who can only reap despair, I must admit that if he could indeed persuade the Archbishop or the Church to extend a hand to the wasteland, I would extend my utmost respect to him." Francis shrugged and continued, "After all, this has been the greatest aspiration of the entire wasteland for centuries." Count Stuart's brow furrowed even deeper. Observing the ease and indifference displayed by Francis and Soren, he spoke gravely, "Conceit is a bottomless grave, capable of burying any great man or sage." Soren waved his hand and chuckled, about to reply when the butler of the Marquis's estate abruptly arrived. This butler, whom Soren had always trusted, unusually overlooked the essential protocols of etiquette. ignoring the presence of Stuart and Francis beside Soren and hastily approaching him. Without attending to Soren's displeasure, he leaned in to whisper a few words in Soren's ear. The Marquis rose abruptly, causing even the dining table before him to shake from his sudden movement. Francis stared in astonishment, while Stuart's usual seriousness transformed into an expression of heightened gravity. The Marquis, with a look of profound intrigue, stood in stunned silence for a moment before darkly stating, "A regular nightly order has unexpectedly stationed itself at Alfred's castle, numbering at least 500 men. How is that possible? 500 men. A nightly order would have to traverse the Alps to enter the wasteland. How could you have been unaware?" Francis's voice rose sharply, momentarily forgetting he was questioning the Marquis Soren, whom he typically revered and obeyed without question. As night enveloped the land, a clandestine visitor arrived at a refined small estate in the northwest corner of Soren City. A half-hour carriage ride from the Marquis' residence. The estate servants were evidently unfamiliar with this unexpected guest, who, despite his diminutive stature, exuded an air of nobility. Nevertheless, they took the three-leaf clover insignia he presented to seek approval from their master before allowing him entry. The estate belonged to Soren's servant, the Viscount Cromwell, but since the Viscount's death, the true mistress had become Lady Mary, the Viscount's widow. Of course, aside from her title, Lady Mary was also Soren's clandestine lover. A fact that had become an open secret within the noble circles of the wasteland. In fact, many suspected that Soren had orchestrated the events leading to the Viscount's suspicious demise, though, as expected, no one had any evidence, and no one dared voice this nearly evident conjecture. Lady Mary appeared to be resting, receiving her unexpected visitor in her bedroom clad in a loose-fitting gown befitting a lady of high status. It must be said that while Mrs. Mary, nearing 40, does not possess an exceptionally enchanting visage, with faint freckles adorning her cheeks, her impressive figure undeniably exudes a captivating allure. Particularly striking is the gentle quiver of her bosom as she walks, raising concerns about whether her petite waist can adequately support the weight of her ample curves. She turns to the guest with a radiant smile, embodying the natural charm characteristic of a mature woman, and then strides over to sit before the guest on the grand red sofa in her bedroom. As her voluptuous form presses against his legs, she quips, "Francis, how long has it been since you graced my estate? Were you not trying to avoid direct encounters with me?" The diminutive guest is none other than Lord Francis, who has just enjoyed a dinner at the residence of the Marquis of Soren. Francis chuckles, a peculiar gleam flickering in his narrow eyes, as he boldly reaches between Mary's thighs, withdrawing his fingers to inhale deeply the scent lingering upon them. A flush of near ecstasy spreads across his sharp, gaunt visage. What an enchanting aroma! If I am not mistaken, it belongs to you and young Master Lewis, does it not? By the way, I have yet to inquire. Who satisfies you more, Master Lewis or the skills of Soren? Master Lewis. Lewis Soren, the second heir of Marquis Soren. Mary feigns a coy demeanor. A woman approaching 40 attempting to appear bashful is indeed a sight to behold. She lifts her gaze, yet before she can utter a word, she is taken aback by the sudden chill that has descended upon Francis's expression. Stunned into silence, she watches as he coldly states, "There is a matter I require your insight on. Alfred's Augustus was ambushed in Fairy City. That little incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by you, was it not? Employing a maiden to secure a lethal strike has always been your modus operandi in the wasteland. Only you could cultivate such a girl. That I wish to know your reasoning. Was this arranged by Soren? You have misunderstood me. That affair truly bears no connection to me." Quickly regaining her composure, Mary chuckles lightly, her assets inevitably jostling against Francis's face. Yet, Francis merely regards her with a frigid gaze, his disbelief palpable. Mary's smile gradually fades, and she appears to grow incensed. "You doubt me? 7 years ago, when you urged me to entice Soren's second heir and encouraged Cromwell to relocate the estate to Soren City, why did you place your trust in me? Later, when Soren sought to share my bed, and you, to grant me greater freedom to navigate between the Soren father and son, did not hesitate to eliminate your closest friend Cromwell. Why did you still believe in me? Now, do you think I have aged? My value diminishing, prompting you to question my loyalty?" Perhaps Mary's words stirred a wealth of memories within Francis, as his lips quivered slightly. Finally, he mustered a strained smile, wrapping his arms around Mary perched upon his lap, pressing his lips to her earlobe, murmuring softly, "Forgive me, Mary, it is I who should not have doubted you. You see, the wasteland may soon face dire events, and I find it increasingly difficult to remain composed. I have always been puzzled as to why Soren's most exceptional heir would go to such lengths to side with Alfred. Initially, I thought it mere folly of youthful infatuation, but now I comprehend. Just as a tear has recently appeared with Soren's knights at Alfred's castle, the Inquisition's knights followed suit, which makes it hard to believe there is no connection. Especially since the Inquisition must pass through the Alpine Gorge. How could Soren remain oblivious? Even if the ecclesiastical power is vast, their reach surely cannot extend to the forsaken wasteland. All of this is inextricably linked to Soren. Mary, have you picked up on any hints from him? Mrs. Mary seems momentarily touched by Francis's heartfelt admission, her demeanor softening slightly. Sitting upon Francis's lap, she contemplates before shaking her head. Never. Francis falls into a contemplative silence, his hands having somehow ascended to heights unknown, gently kneading. Mary closes her eyes slightly, a string of low, alluring sounds escaping her lips. It appears that Soren has chosen to withhold any information from me. It seems he has begun to harbor doubts about my loyalty. We must expedite our plans. During this time, ensure that Lewis is thoroughly prepared. Mary nods, keeping her eyes shut, when suddenly she inquires, "By the way, Francis, I've always been curious, since you have maintained a good rapport with Marquis Soren for quite some time. Why do you? Did I not mention that these matters are not for you to question?" The motion of his hands comes to an abrupt halt, and Francis's countenance darkens once more. He even demands that Mary dismount from him. Standing up himself, Mary is momentarily taken aback, but quickly offers a conciliatory smile, attempting to reattach herself to him. However, Francis appears entirely withdrawn, stating coldly, "Very well. I merely sought to inquire about the relationship between the Inquisition's knights and Soren. Since you are unaware, I shall take my leave. Remember, until our plans come to fruition, we must strive to avoid direct encounters." With that, he disregards Mrs. Mary entirely and departs the room. Outside, the cold night sky is ablaze with stars. Standing on the corridor of Mary's estate, Francis does not immediately leave. He sheds the timidity he once displayed before Marquis Soren. Squinting at the celestial tapestry above, his expression solidifies with determination. "I have been subservient for far too long. It is time to experience what it is to be human." In the wasteland, no one lives with ease. Chapter 35. After my death. Even if the floods rise unfathomably, it is difficult to envision any family meeting proceeding with such an unstoppable momentum. The bloodied corpse of Andrew within the conference hall and the dismembered remains of Bastoff outside are of little concern. The nobles, upon witnessing the conspicuous banners, gleaming armor, and sharp lances of the Inquisition's knights outside Alfred's castle, swiftly solidify their stance. Even the most obtuse among them cannot help but feel a surge of elation, transforming from the most despairing, hellish denizens of the wasteland into the most hopeful, nearly heavenly beings. Even the elderly Baron Rudolph cannot suppress his emotions, completely forgetting his usual gravitas and reserve. They wait with reverence and awe for their young earl to dictate the tasks they are to undertake next. Augustus, of course, does not indulge in idle arrogance. He comprehends the disdain his servants had shown him not long ago, as well as their current trepidation. After all, power remains the most splendid adornment of a man. He sits in his wheelchair, calmly observing the nobles who no longer dare to sit, but stand humbly before him, declaring, "First and foremost, upon returning to your respective fiefs, I require you to immediately allocate all your stored grain to the incoming refugees. Remember, this includes all your reserves, even those in your private warehouses. Moreover, it must be prepared as porridge for distribution. This is particularly crucial. Must it be cooked? Could we not simply distribute it directly?" Perhaps caught up in the fervor, Baron Laurent of Say City instinctively questions. Augustus shoots him a glance. "Baron, do you take issue with my orders?" Realizing his grievous error, Laurent nearly collapses to the ground in fright. Fortunately, Augustus is no stranger to the balance of reprimand and reward. Noticing Laurent's trepidation, he refrains from pursuing the matter. Once Laurent pleads for forgiveness for his offense, Augustus softens his demeanor, casually stating this will be a one-time exception before explaining, "Since I intend to retain these refugees, I cannot allow them to leave with provisions, thus necessitating this small stratagem." Not pursued for his transgression, but rather receiving an explanation from the Earl, Laurent feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Augustus continues, "Secondly, swiftly assess the number of guards within your fiefs. There is one requirement. All members must possess at least a level 3 mastery of combat energy, and then assemble at my castle." The nobles express no dissent. However, this has little to do with their newfound awareness. In truth, had any family leader proposed such a request in the past, the cunning servants would have found it nearly impossible to comply, as it would mean relinquishing their entire strength and becoming wholly subservient to their lord. The only reason Augustus's command is accepted without question is abundantly clear. Subsequently, whether it is Augustus's insistence that the nobles ensure security during the lich invasion or details regarding food distribution, the servants before him exhibit an enthusiastic demeanor, resolutely pledging to execute Augustus's commands with utmost diligence. It is as if they yearn for him to issue even more challenging directives, as though without such requests, they could not adequately express their unwavering loyalty to Alfred. Thus, what should have been a meeting steeped in despair and pessimism is transformed by Augustus into a fervent pre-battle mobilization assembly. It seems they are not about to face the brutal and grotesque onslaught of the lich, but rather strategizing for an invasion of the lich. As for the reasons, the spirited conversations among the nobles as they exited the conference hall made it abundantly clear. Firstly, the emergence of the Order of the Knights of the Holy See ensured their survival. Secondly, the nobles, who regarded a return to the embrace of the Lord as a lifelong aspiration, upon witnessing the long-absent knights in the desolate lands at Alfred Castle, certainly understood the significance of this event. Thirdly, Augustus demonstrated the capabilities befitting a steward of Alfred amidst this immense crisis, earning the unwavering trust and loyalty of his servants. Fourthly, no one could deny Augustus's precise grasp of the conference's rhythm. Lastly, as he watched the lords and nobles of Alfred depart the meeting room, Augustus remained seated at the center of the hall, wearily rubbing his temples. When he finally opened his eyes, he recalled a person difficult to forget. Turning his gaze, he spotted a middle-aged man, resembling a farmer, approaching him with a genial smile. The amiable middle-aged man returned the smile with a warm, uncomplicated grin, scratching his disheveled gray hair, and spoke in a straightforward manner. "Thank you for allowing me to partake in this lively and splendid conference. I hope you won't mind my offering a few opinions." Augustus, known for his assertiveness and dominance during the meeting, gestured invitingly. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat pained, as if the organization of his thoughts posed a challenge. Before he continued, "I do not deny that, given Alfred's current situation, effective dictatorship is undoubtedly the best approach, ensuring that all of Alfred remains under your control. However, my amusing friend, the various drawbacks of dictatorial rule have long been proven by the tides of history. You may guarantee that while you live, Alfred will be a loyal and efficient place, but what of after your demise? Understand that it is you they revere and pledge their loyalty to, not your Alfred." Augustus remained impassive, refraining from disputing the middle-aged man's assertions, calmly replying, "After my death, even if the floodwaters rise." The distinctly unconventional middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with sudden insight. Old Vernon pushed the wheelchair across the grassy expanse of Alfred Castle, while the middle-aged man trailed behind Augustus, an odd sight indeed that up to this point, Augustus still could not ascertain the latter's identity. He only vaguely speculated that the middle-aged man was the very person he yearned to meet. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. The fact that the middle-aged man chose to accompany him implied a certain stance. His silence regarding his identity and origins suggested another. The amalgamation of these two attitudes prompted Augustus to first convey his own disposition to the middle-aged man. Perhaps it was convoluted? There was no other choice. The world of nobility operated this way, where even the simplest matters were rendered complex in their eyes. They had grown accustomed to complicating straightforward issues infinitely, then reasoning, analyzing, deconstructing, and ultimately concluding. Thus, at times, even having acclimated to the intrigues and deceptions of the marketplace in his previous life, Augustus felt that this existence would likely prove far more exhilarating, that he relished this thrill. The wheelchair gradually departed the grassy area, arriving at the open space before Alfred Castle. The location of Alfred Castle, to be precise, did not belong to any town within Alfred's domain, for it stood alone at the easternmost edge of Alfred's territory. Like a giant surveying the entirety of Alfred, silently observing and safeguarding all, that Augustus's gaze first settled on the encampment of the Knights of the Holy See to his left, then shifted to the right, where Athelas and his knights were stationed. He ultimately signaled for the old steward to proceed right. There, Athelas remained engrossed in contemplating the Knights of the Holy See stationed opposite him. Upon noticing the wheelchair and the young steward of Alfred, who had astonished him greatly, he promptly approached, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing slightly to Augustus. Augustus reciprocated the gesture, then raised his head, his expression coolly stating, "Why do you linger here?" Athelas smiled. Undeniably handsome, his smile exuding charm as he replied, "Surely this is not the attitude Alfred ought to extend to a noble reaching out with a friendly hand." Augustus scoffed. Yet this is precisely the attitude Alfred should adopt towards duplicitous nobles. Chapter 36. The charming Athelas duplicitous. Athelas chuckled, echoing Augustus's unfriendly remark, and earnestly gazed at Augustus, stating, "I sincerely apologize if my unannounced visit has caused you concern, but you must believe that my intentions are not as nefarious as you imagine. You should know that my knights and I arrived here before the knights of the Holy See. Had I truly harbored ill intent, the defenseless Alfred Castle would have afforded me ample opportunity to execute many dubious actions. Yet in truth, I did nothing." Augustus sensed Athelas' sincerity, yet remained reluctant to believe him. He inquired, "Then, esteemed Lord Athelas, what brings you and your knights to my castle?" Without hesitation, Athelas gazed affectionately at the distant Alfred Castle, a charming smile adorning his handsome face, and simply stated, "Elizabeth." The sensation of someone openly confessing feelings for his sister was a first for Augustus in both of his lives. He found himself at a loss for words, contemplating Athelas' true intentions or deeper meaning. Ultimately, he could only respond, "I convey my gratitude to you on behalf of Elizabeth. However, given that you have seen the knights opposite you, you should know that Elizabeth no longer requires your concern, and you may consider returning. Please forgive me for saying this." Athelas began with an apology before refocusing on Augustus, stating, "Regardless of how you secured the church's support, all those in the wasteland, be they noble or commoner, must express gratitude for your efforts. I sincerely admire your wisdom. However, Lord Augustus, if you believe that with the current contingent of 500 knights of the Holy See and your strength in Alfred, you can adequately withstand the onslaught of the lich, I regret to inform you that this is no simple task. Of course, I surmise you may consider that since the church has made its stance clear, other families, who view a return to the Lord's embrace as their utmost desire, would join you in resisting the lich, and Alfred would no longer stand alone. The consideration itself is sound, and may indeed unfold as you wish. Yet I must inform you that even Alfred's ally, Christopher, may not necessarily stand beside you against the tide of the lich. As for the reasons, I trust your wisdom can discern them. Therefore, Lord Augustus, I regret to say that I cannot simply depart, nor will I abandon Elizabeth." Augustus silently regarded Athelas, who stood earnestly analyzing the situation from his own perspective. He could not help but agree with every word Athelas spoke. His best plan indeed was to leverage the church's influence to fundamentally alter the landscape of resisting the lich in the wasteland, uniting all families under the church's banner to collectively confront the lich, though he was acutely aware that the probability of success was akin to the two sides of a bourbon coin. Yet this was the best he could achieve. It was unreasonable to expect the archbishop to provide him with thousands of knights to vanquish the lich entirely. After all, the costs associated with cultivating a true knight underscored the rarity of the knighthood. Otherwise, Augustus would not have nearly lost his composure when Sophia generously offered him 500 knights. He refrained from revealing the additional considerations or trump cards he had in mind during his time at the Obira Manor, opting instead to frown and ask, "What do you believe I should do next?" Athelas was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that the Lord Augustus, who had just been attempting to expel him, was now seeking his counsel. He chuckled lightly, not holding back, and replied, "First, consider the assets at your disposal, and strive to maximize benefits with your limited resources. This is the hallmark of a wise individual. Even if achieving a complete victory in this war appears increasingly improbable, I personally believe you should aim to exchange the least sacrifice for the greatest benefit, gradually eroding the lich's power." Augustus scrutinized the dashing Lord Athelas for the first time. Leaving aside his striking appearance, it was his refinement, demeanor, and poise that rendered him utterly unoffensive. Even as Soren's foremost heir, Augustus hesitated no longer, candidly stating, "Your camp should possess a complete map of the wasteland. I assume you wouldn't mind elaborating on the preparations Alfred should undertake next." Perhaps this was what they referred to as gaining an inch. Athelas regarded the proud and self-assured young steward of Alfred, who was of a similar age, with amusement and nodded in agreement. As Augustus approached the encampment of the Aturla's knights, he instructed the old steward to summon Captain Kaidieni, armed with the wealth of experience from his previous life. Augustus was confident in his ability to grasp the nuances of human nature and the broader perspective at hand. However, when it came to matters of war, he recognized that they were not his to meddle in lightly. Having previously held a senior executive position in a publicly listed company, Augustus understood the profound truth that one's position often dictates one's perspective. Thus, he believed in entrusting specialized tasks to those equipped to handle them. Upon entering the spacious tent of Aturlus, Augustus surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the inevitable desk and the formidable sword and spear suspended within the tent, there was a conspicuous lack of ornamentation. This simplicity allowed Augustus, with his modest understanding of psychology, to deduce that Aturlus was undoubtedly a person of substantial inner richness, one who required no external embellishments to fulfill his spiritual realm. Captain Kydiene and Aturlus stood before a comprehensive map of the wasteland, while Augustus, his old steward, and an enigmatic middle-aged man lingered behind, listening intently to their deliberations. Initially, Aturlus subtly sought Augustus' opinion. But Augustus, claiming ignorance, presumed that the young helmsman of Alfred was merely being modest. After observing the remarkable surprises Augustus had brought to the wasteland since his awakening, Aturlus soon realized that Augustus genuinely did not intend to involve himself in the forthcoming strategic maneuvers, leading him to cease further inquiries. However, this did not diminish Aturlus's respect. In fact, he found himself increasingly admiring the young helmsman of Alfred. It was hard to believe that someone so young could possess such formidable confidence and mental fortitude. Aturlus questioned whether he himself could maintain composure in the face of life-and-death situations. He suspected he could not. The two professionals quickly devised their respective strategies to confront the lich. Aturlus's plan, consistent with his earlier remarks, advocated for a strategy of sacrificing the local to gain an overall advantage. He posited that, given the lich was dividing its forces into three paths, Alfred should consolidate all available strength to first aim at vanquishing one route of the lich, disregarding the looting and slaughter of the other two paths. The goal was to strike at the second lich before it breached Alfred's territory, leaving the third, which would inevitably invade, to be dealt with as circumstances dictated. Captain Kydiene's approach was straightforward and direct, suggesting that the forces amassed by the nobility within Alfred's domain should be divided into three to target the lich. The primary objective was to delay the lich's advance, granting Alfred's knights and the Order of the Faith ample preparation time, while inflicting even minor attrition on the lich's forces. Once the three liches invaded the heart of the wasteland, all of Alfred's knights and the Order would launch a decisive counterattack to determine their fate. Inevitably, the two professionals found themselves in a spirited debate. Aturlus unreservedly rebutted Kydiene's proposal, asserting that not only was it questionable whether the gathered forces of Alfred could inflict any damage upon the lich, but the notion of a decisive battle for survival was fundamentally flawed. First, did Alfred possess the requisite strength? The lich commanded an army of 3,000, not to mention the ferocious orcs and the formidable titans, along with the unpredictable shamans. What grounds did Alfred have to engage the lich in battle? Moreover, would the Order of the Faith cooperate in a decisive confrontation with Alfred? Augustus's ability to garner the support of the church was indeed astonishing, but it did not imply that those 500 knights were his personal assets. Any significant losses would necessitate consideration of potential repercussions from the church. In conclusion, Aturlus turned to Augustus, seeking his validation of the argument, clearly seeking the support of Captain Kydiene. Augustus did not respond directly. While he admired and appreciated Aturlus, he would never assist the heir of Sauron in undermining Captain Kydiene. Thus, unable to remain silent, he smiled and remarked, "It seems you have overlooked that Alfred possesses a knightly order, besides the yet recovered retinue of Alfred and the Order of the Faith. Master Aturlus's knights could also participate in the final battle." Aturlus was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the same helmsman of Alfred who had recently attempted to expel him from the Alfred castle? Was this the proud and self-assured Augustus? How could he so casually suggest that the knights of Sauron sacrificed themselves for Alfred? Even if the two families were not at outright odds, they were certainly not on friendly terms. Unbecoming? Oh no, the ever-elegant and poised Master Aturlus would never utter such a crass statement. Instead, he smiled and, in his typically enchanting tone, sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Master Augustus, for your unwavering trust in the Knights of Sauron." Regrettably, the difficulty in suppressing his gritted teeth somewhat marred the charm of Aturlus's smile. Chapter 37. The Iris Knights. The atmosphere within the tent gradually warmed as if they had entirely set aside their suspicions and distrust towards the first heir of Sauron. Augustus maintained his friendly smile while conversing with Aturlus, who seemed more than willing to accept the young helmsman of Alfred's sudden enthusiasm. That moment, they resembled two young nobles who genuinely respected one another. seemingly feeling no need to continue with subterfuge. Augustus candidly addressed the confusion he harbored regarding the earlier dispute between Aturlas and Kydiene. He smiled and said, "In truth, whether it be your plan or Captain Kydiene's proposal, I have noticed a significant commonality in your perspectives. Your suggestion advocates for a localized approach to eliminate the lich's forces, whereas Kydiene espouses a more aggressive, final confrontation. This implies that both of you pursue a direct offensive. My question is, given the disparity in visible strength, why not consider a flanking strategy? For instance, luring the enemy into our midst and executing an ambush. An ambush, that is a tactic employed by cowardly infantry. As knights, we can only fall upon the path of attack, not live in retreat," Aturlas replied, seemingly perplexed by Augustus's inquiry, which he deemed lacking in tactical merit. After a slight frown, he provided a concise and decisive response. Augustus was taken aback that an ambush was a tactic for the cowardly infantry. Captain Kydiene, observing his confusion, clarified, "Charge, advance, and then triumph. That is the fundamental creed of a knight." Augustus contemplated, "So, in a knight's warfare, there is forever only one tactic." Not long ago, both Aturlas and Kydiene, who had been embroiled in debate, nodded solemnly in unison, their faces reflecting the same steely resolve, "until the enemy is vanquished. The knight will not retreat." Augustus's expression became particularly vivid, filled with sincerity as he mused, "What a truly admirable knightly spirit." Regrettably, no one in this world, including Elizabeth, truly understood Augustus. Had they done so, they would have recognized that the more genuine Augustus appeared, the more he held their beliefs in disdain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind Augustus seemed to catch on to the peculiarity of his tone, his expression revealing a hint of amusement. After grasping the foundational strategies being constructed by Kydiene and Aturlas, Augustus deemed it improbable to entrust them with the sole responsibility of formulating the strategic plan against the lich. He exchanged pleasantries with Aturlas for a brief moment before noting the darkness that had fallen outside the tent, prompting him to bid Aturlas farewell. As he departed, Augustus invited Aturlas to visit Alfred Castle. Remarking that the tent was indeed cold, Aturlas, usually self-assured, hesitated uncharacteristically, asking, "Is it convenient? Will there be any issues? Perhaps I should remain in the tent for the time being." Well aware of Aturlas's underlying concerns, Augustus chuckled teasingly. Even a genius like Aturlas could not escape the reality of being merely 18 when confronted with matters of the heart. His hesitation was simply an inquiry directed at Augustus regarding whether Elizabeth would also be welcoming. After pretending to ponder, he smiled in response to Aturlas's anticipation, saying, "Perhaps it would be best for you to remain in the tent for now." Aturlas was once again taken aback. This led him to believe that the cunning helmsman of Alfred was undoubtedly the most duplicitous noble in the wasteland, bar none. Upon returning to Alfred's castle, Augustus intended to have old Vernon arrange for the middle-aged man who had been shadowing him to stay. However, he encountered Deputy Captain Philip, whom he had previously dispatched. Philip appeared exceedingly haggard. Lurking in the Siberian coniferous forest to monitor the lich's movements was inherently a challenging and perilous task. His disheveled appearance indicated that he had returned in haste. Without even the time to tend to his wounds, beneath his tattered armor, crimson stains were evident, clearly bearing the marks of an encounter with an attack. This was corroborated by the 4 knights who accompanied him. Augustus felt a heavy weight in his heart, vaguely sensing that the worst had come to pass. Before Philip could speak, he took the initiative to inquire, 12 individuals ventured to the north, yet why do we see only a handful of you?" Philip was momentarily taken aback. The intelligence he had brought back was of utmost importance, and he had not anticipated that his lord would first pose such a seemingly trivial question. Nevertheless, since Augustus had asked, he felt compelled to respond. He bowed once more, licked the stubble beneath his lip, and replied, "Some perished from the cold in the coniferous forest, and a few more fell in battle against a band of orcs. Only we 5 have returned alive." Augustus's expression darkened as he surveyed Philip and the 4 disheveled knights behind him. He remained silent for an extended period. The urgency of the intelligence compelled Philip to break the silence, and he proactively stated, "My lord, the liches have begun their movements. The 2 liches, one from the north and the other from the south, should now be traversing the coniferous forest." Augustus still disregarded Philip's anxiety and tension, his voice a mere whisper as he asked, "What of the bodies of the 7 knights?" Alfred would never allow his knights to be left to rot in the wilderness. "They have been brought back," Philip said, his urgency palpable. But my lord, in no more than 3 days, the liches will emerge from the coniferous forest and appear on the plains. Augustus continued to ignore his agitation, not uttering another word. It was indeed difficult to dismiss the fate of the 7 knights. Even if they were not true knights, merely replacements, Augustus vividly recalled that the first individuals he had seen upon awakening in this life, aside from the old steward, were Philip and those 12 knights, who had escorted him all the way to the walls of Soren's city. He reminisced about the declaration of loyalty made by those 12 knights on Alfred's meadow, proclaiming, "With Alfred, we stand." And the moment beneath the walls of Soren's city when they had shouted, "Glory endures." Furthermore, he remembered his command that their survival was their greatest mission, for reasons unknown, even knowing that death was inevitable. Augustus felt a tightness in his chest. He turned to the old steward behind his wheelchair and softly instructed, "Bury the 7 fallen knights at Alfred's final mountain." Final mountain, located behind Alfred's castle, is the resting place of Alfred's direct lineage, from the first count of Alfred, exiled to the plains 150 years ago, to Augustus's father, all now peacefully laid to rest at Final Mountain. It is not hard to imagine the shock that coursed through Philip upon hearing this. He was first completely stunned, followed by a fervent gaze. Catieni was equally astonished, then bowed deeply, as if concealing something. Even the middle-aged man of unknown origin seemed to sense something, his expression complex. Old Vernon continued to support his master's wheelchair, nodding as he said, "The Knights of Alfred will continue to guard their Alfred at Final Mountain. No. To live is to fight for Alfred. To die is to have Alfred fight for them from the earth below. Trust me, my father and my ancestors would never allow their knights to bear suffering in the afterlife." He fixed his gaze on the unseen expanse behind Alfred's castle. In that moment, Augustus's eyes deepened with significance as he declared, "Knights who sacrifice for Alfred are worthy of the highest honors this world can bestow. One day, whether above or below, every knight adorned with the purple iris insignia shall receive the utmost protection from the Lord. This is my promise." Chapter 38. Small Maneuvers, Great Ambitions. As Augustus received the news of the lich incursion, the meeting room of Marquis Soren was simultaneously preparing for the second Soren conference. This marked the first time in a century that 2 Soren conferences had been held within a single year, with the heads of the participating families having retreated to the Soren territory just days prior. They gathered in the conference room by noon upon receiving the meeting notice, when Marquis Soren finally took his seat at the head of the round table. The second Soren conference officially commenced. However, this time, the meeting could not be as relaxed and casual as it had been a fortnight prior. As the nobles settled in and scrutinized one another, their expressions were uniformly complex, regardless of whether their sentiments were positive or negative. Who could have anticipated that Alfred, once perceived as a mere lamb, would compel them to reconvene and make choices within the span of just half a month? It must be noted that any choice inevitably carries the risk of error, and considering the management of a family, even the most trivial misstep could sow seeds of immeasurable peril. Thus, the nobles' intricate expressions were hardly surprising, particularly since it was a mere 17-year-old child who had forced them into such a position, a reality that was truly difficult for them to accept after a lifetime of navigating honor and disgrace. Marquis Soren surveyed the nobles before him, quickly adjusting his demeanor as his gaze settled upon the weathered face of Donald beside him. "I trust you are all aware that the young head of Alfred has successfully made contact with the church. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the plains, one that merits celebration after centuries of yearning. Now, we must discuss how we can best align our efforts with the young head of Alfred. Please, share your thoughts or suggestions for the meeting." Opinions. Unsurprisingly, there was a profound silence. This was not unexpected, although Augustus had secured the support of the church, thus compelling the nobles to make choices. The family most affected was undoubtedly the Soren family. The Marquis had to consider that should Augustus successfully navigate the crisis posed by the lich invasion, his close ties with the church would almost certainly enable him to rapidly strengthen Alfred, posing a direct threat to Soren's position as the paramount power. Therefore, with Soren presiding over the meeting, his lack of a definitive stance led others to feel no urgency to declare their positions. This was clearly something Soren had anticipated, having spent much of his life engaged in subtle skirmishes with these cunning nobles. After a brief pause, he glanced at Francis, who was seated next to Donald. Francis, understanding the unspoken cue, though appearing somewhat unwell, recognized his role as Soren's sycophant and knew he was expected to break the silence. He instinctively straightened his posture, narrowing his slanted eyes to muster some vigor. and quickly stated, "I do not deny that Augustus has brought immense hope to the plains, but should we not consider other aspects? Indeed, returning to the embrace of the Lord into the empire has long been the greatest wish of the plains. Yet the question remains, what tangible benefits will this bring to us here? I do not believe it will yield any practical advantages for our current situation. Rather, it is the lowly commoners, our serfs within our fiefdoms, who stand to gain the most. Therefore, I propose we choose to remain bystanders in this matter. I firmly believe that even with 500 knights of the church, Augustus will find it exceedingly difficult to achieve ultimate victory against the tide of the lich invasion. Even if he fortuitously endures until the liches depart, the losses he and the knights will inevitably sustain will not significantly alter our subsequent plans. Moreover, do any of you wish to relinquish the resources already within our grasp? The resources already at hand referred, of course, to those that would be divided among the attendees following Alfred's downfall. The nobles remained silent, exchanging peculiar glances at Francis. No one would deny the validity of Francis's perspective, yet aside from Francis, the sycophant of Soren, it was unlikely anyone would dare voice such sentiments openly. Even Marquis Soren was acutely aware of this, as he frowned slightly upon regarding Francis, sensing that his eagerness was perhaps excessive and that he ought to exercise more discretion. Fortunately, his circle included Earl Stewart, who could provide a counterbalance to Francis's fervor. After a moment of hesitation, Stewart took up Francis's argument, frowning as he stated, "We are all aware of what you have said. But the crux of the matter lies in whether our commoners and nobles will resort to extreme actions if we choose to stand idly by. After all, once they learn that the knights of the church have appeared at the forefront of the battle against the liches, they will undoubtedly perceive this as a glimmer of hope, a hope to finally escape the annual cycle of fleeing and resettling. Who would not wish for the knights of the church to establish a permanent presence in the plains, shielding them from the liches, especially now, with a vast number of commoners having temporarily migrated to Soren's territory? Should chaos ensue, the consequences could be dire. This was the very conspiracy that Augustus had spoken to Elizabeth about. The true terror of such schemes lies in the fact that even though the nobles were fully aware that Augustus sought to drag them into the fray alongside him against the liches, they could not openly retaliate against his strategies. Even if they merely pretended to comply, they would at the very least have to tread the path Augustus had laid out to some extent. The meeting once again fell into silence. Frustrated as he might be, Marquis Soren had to concede that young Augustus had indeed brought forth a formidable surprise, one that he found exceedingly challenging to address perfectly. "I have a proposal." To the astonishment of everyone in the conference room, the usually taciturn Count Donald unexpectedly spoke, his voice raspy yet commanding attention, drawing the gaze of all present. This made Soren feel a twinge of discomfort. He recalled that even during the previous meeting, Donald had shown considerable interest in Augustus. With a smile, he encouraged, "Please, Count, do share." Donald, with his aged eyes wide open, placed his hands upon his cane and slowly articulated, "If I am not mistaken, the knights responsible for supporting each family have likely not yet arrived in the territory of Marquis Soren. Since we cannot overtly refuse Augustus, let us instead keep those knights in their respective fiefs. This would provide an explanation to our subjects, of course. Keeping the knights does not imply we must fight alongside Alfred. We can remain as observers, waiting until the strength of the Alfred family has been sufficiently depleted before we assist Augustus in resisting the lich with the Order of the Faithful Knights. This approach would significantly minimize our losses. Moreover, once the lich departs, Alfred will undoubtedly be left without any actual power, rendering the task of dealing with a hollow Augustus rather uncomplicated. I concur with Count Donald's proposal." Stewart promptly grasped the crux of Donald's suggestion. Admiring the elder's shrewdness, he quickly added, "Especially regarding the Order of the Faithful Knights, I have often wondered why a matter that has troubled the wasteland for centuries could be resolved by Augustus's mere visit to the province of Noi. It cannot possibly be so simple. I am almost certain that Archbishop Misa can only temporarily agree to provide Augustus with limited assistance. He cannot fully align himself with Augustus, which suggests that when the lich retreats, the Order of the Faithful Knights may also depart. This would mean that our plans remain unchanged." The situation became clear. Marquis Soren quickly regained his composure, nodding steadily while directing his gaze toward the ever-silent Christopher. Clearly awaiting the stance of Christopher, who maintained the closest private ties with Alfred. As Teres had surmised, Christopher did not voice any dissent. He too chose to support Count Donald's perspective. This was expected. Aside from the innate friendships among the nobility, which are often fraught with interests and exchanges, even though Christopher had once held a close relationship with Alfred, The latter was now deceased. What genuine camaraderie could Christopher hope to maintain with Augustus? Thus, it appeared that the meeting had once again successfully resolved the thorny issue posed by Augustus. After swiftly reaching a consensus, at least on the surface, this iteration of the Soren conference was deemed flawless. Once the nobles departed the conference room, Marquis Soren remained seated in contemplation, refraining from seeing them off. The Saxons' greatest virtue is not their honesty or integrity, but their calm demeanor, which they maintain at all times. Soren was well aware that he could not fully trust the decisions made during the meeting, especially regarding whether Donald truly had his best interests at heart. He was even less inclined to believe this. For if everyone were indeed candidly addressing the issue, someone would have mentioned Ateraz's leading the knights to Alfred's castle. After all, at this particularly sensitive juncture concerning the relationships between families and Alfred, Ateraz's actions could hardly be interpreted as anything but a stance of the Soren family. Thus, the absence of any mention of Ateraz during the meeting led Soren to conclude that matters were far from simple. He could almost ascertain that even if the nobles outwardly adhered to the meeting's resolutions, privately, each would harbor their own intriguing schemes. No longer pondering Donald's true intentions, he recognized the necessity of taking action to secure Soren's position. Speaking of which, Ateraz, the heir who had caused him considerable worry, had indeed delivered a tremendous surprise, gaining significant initiative for Soren in the matter concerning Augustus and the Order of the Faithful Knights. After all, he is the sole hope for the future of the Soren family. Reflecting on the delight brought by his capable heir, Soren casually instructed the servant outside to summon his second heir. Louis Soren. Louis soon arrived. If Ateraz had gracefully inherited the composed elegance of Marquis Soren, then Louis had thoroughly embraced the rough and boisterous aspect of Soren's character. Unlike Ateraz and many other noble offspring who chose the path of knighthood, Louis had rather rudely opted for the lowly route of a swordsman. With a level of combat prowess befitting a rank 3 fighter, he bore an exceptionally broadsword, presenting himself as a common adventurer one might encounter throughout Soren City. Far removed from the elegance typically associated with noble heirs, yet Soren was unperturbed. With Ateraz meeting his expectations on all fronts, he had little concern for the crudeness of his second heir. Observing his boisterous successor standing before him, he solemnly instructed, "There is a task I need you to undertake. I am assigning you a knightly unit of 300 men, consisting of 100 regular knights, to be led by you, stationed at Hugh City, the closest town to Alfred's castle. Additionally, I shall provide Ateraz with a letter. You must fully comply with his arrangements and cooperate with his decisions." Louis grinned broadly. "Rest assured, Father, even if Ateraz commands me to charge straight into the Lich King's court, I shall not hesitate for a moment." Soren furrowed his brow, not out of disdain for his second heir's levity, but rather due to Louis's brash demeanor, which made it difficult to place complete trust in him. However, considering the importance of the task, he had no choice but to trust Louis. After all, Louis carried the blood of the Soren lineage. Unbeknownst to Marquis Soren, Louis, bearing his blood, immediately made his way to the northwestern corner of Soren City, where he would not be a stranger to the Mari Manor. As Louis traversed the path, he appeared in the bedroom of Lady Mari, who lay languidly upon her large bed. With a grin, he tossed his broad sword to the ground, unconcerned with the crisp sound it made upon impact, and leaped onto the bed. What a tantalizing place this is. Alas, I must soon partake in the true war. Are you truly to lead the knights? Lady Mari gasped, her breath quickening and her voice thick. Louis mumbled incoherently. Francis, that old wolf, knows the blind lion of Soren all too well. You ought to inquire when that old wolf intends to make his move. I can hardly contain my eagerness to sever the head of the aging lion and see if Ateraz can still elegantly kiss his bloodied brow. Do not act impulsively. Francis has endured for so many years, and this wolf lurking in the shadows must have devised a perfect plan. For now, my dear Louis, we need only follow his lead, and in due time, the beast within you will surely rend the old wolf to shreds. The woman's labored breaths mingled with the man's raucous laughter as their words grew softer. The man conquers the world, then the woman. The woman conquers the man, then the world, simultaneously, while the nobles of the wasteland, having reached a consensus in the meeting, schemed their small plots and grand ambitions. A simple yet spacious carriage came to a halt before the gates of Alfred's castle. Augustus, having received the formal news of the Lich's invasion, welcomed the little princess of Constantinople, Her Highness Sophia. Chapter 39. Princess Sophia of Constantinople. Augustus led Her Highness Sophia to the room he had previously prepared within the castle, The journey was devoid of the extravagant carpets laid out by Baron Obira. His demeanor was neither cold nor overly warm. He merely arranged for 2 maidservants to attend to Sophia's daily needs, stating simply that they would be responsible for her care during her stay. Should she require anything else, she could seek out Alfred's old steward, who would surely endeavor to fulfill her wishes. The emphasis he placed on other needs was rather pronounced, as one could only speculate whether this princess from the Empire harbored any peculiar preferences. It is said that noble offspring from the Empire often possess unique and exquisite little hobbies. Sophia knelt gracefully, executing a beautiful curtsy. Despite her attire, which leaned towards a knightly style, white-fitted garments paired with dark hunting trousers, her poise remained elegant and impeccable. She did not speak. But this silence stemmed not from excessive pride, but rather from her inherent cool demeanor. Augustus returned the gesture and turned to leave, seemingly considering that Sophia might need rest after her journey. However, this also subtly revealed Augustus's attitude towards Sophia's arrival. Although he never explicitly conveyed that Alfred was unwelcome, he inadvertently expressed this sentiment. However, much to Augustus's surprise, Her Highness Princess Sophia, who had remained silent throughout, appeared to be utterly unconcerned by his unfriendly demeanor. She neither exhibited the typical haughty demeanor associated with noble women of the Empire, nor inquired about the harrowing scenes she had witnessed along the wasteland road. One must admit that Augustus's reluctance to welcome Princess Sophia stemmed largely from apprehensions regarding her potentially overwhelming sympathy, or, more likely, her youthful capriciousness. Upon leaving Sophia's chamber, he fortuitously encountered the old steward, who was returning from arranging for 4 priests clad in the white robes of the Church of Light. Upon learning that the 4 fourth-tier redemption mages had also been adequately accommodated, Augustus pondered for a moment before instructing old Vernon to keep a vigilant eye on Sophia's every movement, particularly once she departed from the Alfred castle. This was yet another reason for Augustus's unwelcoming stance towards Sophia. Despite his suspicion that the Archbishop of the Mass would have arranged for her protection in his absence, if Sophia were indeed, as he feared, a curious wanderer in the wasteland, who could predict the troubles she might bring amidst the prevailing unrest of the entire region? Old Vernon bowed in acknowledgement and inquired whether Augustus wished to prepare a banquet as a superficial gesture of welcome for Her Highness. Augustus firmly declined, stating he was indeed very busy. The lich had already made its appearance in the Siberian coniferous forest and, under normal circumstances, would enter the wasteland within 3 days, which meant Augustus had at most 2 days to prepare. During this time, he first needed to ensure a smooth transition for the influx of numerous outside civilians into Alfred's territory. Secondly, he had to meticulously assess the current strength possessed by the Alfred family, including the 3rd-tier warriors among the gathered servants. Additionally, he needed to judiciously allocate the family's reserves, ensuring they could supply not only the incoming civilians, but also prepare for the impending war. Most critically, the lich was on the horizon, yet Augustus had yet to determine how to utilize his limited resources to counter the overwhelming tide of the undead. With all these pressing matters at hand, coupled with the necessity of receiving the vassals visiting him over the next 2 days, it was evident that Augustus's workload was overwhelming, leaving him little time to prepare any banquet. He proceeded to propel his wheelchair back to the study. The old steward did not follow, as old Vernon had his own responsibilities. Since his master harbored an unfriendly attitude towards Princess Sophia, he, as the steward, needed to convey the Alfred family's implicit sincerity through various subtleties, a task far from simple. In the study, Elizabeth was engrossed in an extensive array of documents, her desk piled high with reports on grain reserves submitted by the various domains of the Alfred family. While it was certain that the nobles of each territory would strictly adhere to Augustus's orders in distributing grain to the incoming civilians, there were still details requiring Augustus's decision, such as the relatively ample reserves in Say City compared to the meager supplies in Greentown, in the face of a roughly equal influx of civilians into both towns. It fell upon Augustus to determine how to ensure that neither town would face a shortage of grain in the short term, for if left to the lords of each town, despite their best intentions, friction and disputes would inevitably arise. This was the original sin of humanity, unchangeable. Augustus seated himself opposite Elizabeth, mirroring her smile as she greeted him, though he felt a pang of sympathy for Elizabeth's toil alongside him. Considering the workload over the next 2 days, and given that Elizabeth had been managing the affairs of the Alfred territory for 3 months, she undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the situation in each town than Augustus himself. Thus, he found no valid reason to refuse her assistance. Moreover, If every detail required his attention, no matter how efficient he might be, it would be impossible for Augustus to be adequately prepared to confront the lich upon its arrival in the wasteland. He retrieved the documents that Elizabeth had annotated and placed them on the desk before him. Elizabeth was responsible for the rational allocation of grain reserves across the towns, while Augustus needed to ensure that each town could sustain its supplies for at least a month. Drawing from their reserves to serve as provisions for the impending conflict, it was clear that the siblings' primary focus was to resolve the issue of supplies. Brother, currently, only in D and say have we seen nearly 10,000 civilians flood in. I fear that once news spreads of the church's Knights of the Faith taking residence in Alfred Castle, the number of civilians could swell rapidly in the next 2 days at that point. Sustaining supplies for a month will require a substantial quantity, Elizabeth remarked, her brow furrowed as she flipped through the documents. Augustus did not lift his gaze, casually replying while continuing to write with a quill, "It's to be expected. There's no need for concern. Old Vernon is already inventorying the castle's treasury. I will find a way to procure an emergency supply from the Empire as quickly as possible. If we can hold out for a month. Once the lich recedes, I will secure ample provisions. A month? But how can you be certain the lich will depart in that time?" Augustus looked up, smiling. "It will. A month will suffice." Elizabeth was taken aback, but soon squinted her eyes in a smile, then lowered her head to continue annotating and recording the documents in her hands. She undoubtedly trusted her brother, which was why she refrained from asking how Augustus would procure emergency supplies from the Empire. Nor would she question his confidence that the lich would retreat within a month. Thus, on the first day, Augustus and his sister devoted their energy entirely to addressing the issue of supplies. On the second day, Augustus began to compile information on the swordsmen with third-tier combat power gathered from various families. While perusing these records, he inevitably recalled what Ateras had said about the Alfred family's insufficient strength to withstand the lich, thus setting aside these documents for the time being. After organizing his thoughts, Augustus penned letters to Count Christopher and Count Donald, entrusting them to the old steward to ensure that they received the letters within 2 days, without fail. For a full 2 days and nights, apart from meal times, Augustus and Elizabeth effectively locked themselves in the study, hardly venturing out. These two siblings, one 17 and the other merely 15, stood stubbornly and resolutely against the lich and the nobility of the entire wasteland. By the third day, Augustus could no longer remain in the study. With the matters at hand having taken a clearer shape through their efforts, only one final and most crucial question remained: how to effectively utilize the existing resources at his disposal to repel the lich's invasion. The shadow of the lich was already looming over the wasteland. Since learning of Ateras and Caitlyn's so-called knightly beliefs, Augustus had resolved not to relinquish the decisions of war entirely to the two of them. Thus, it was imperative for him to seek someone capable of directing the forces at his command, a person who currently resided within Alfred Castle. Augustus propelled his wheelchair alone toward the room of that enigmatic middle-aged man. Passing by the chamber he had arranged for Sophia, it seemed he finally recalled that Princess Constantine also occupied his castle. He hesitated at Sophia's door, but ultimately decided to continue on without stopping. Upon arriving at the door of the middle-aged man, just as he was about to knock, he heard a familiar yet strangely inflected voice emanating from within. After being taken aback by a few snippets of conversation between the two individuals inside, he found himself in a peculiar state of mind. Inside the middle-aged man's room, Princess Constantine was clad in a splendid pink gown, choosing to perch herself atop the desk rather than take a seat, her legs crossed and swinging idly. "Albert, even the Mass has declared you the true first knight of the continent. How could it be that you cannot vanquish Carthage? It makes no sense. There's nothing nonsensical about it. Carthage is, after all, the most illustrious undefeated war god on the Empire's stage. It is only natural that I cannot best him. All right, I shall take that as your modesty. But speaking of which, Albert, you've been in this little demon's castle for so many days, and that little demon hasn't even deigned to come and see you once. Does that not bother you in the slightest? Are you certain you will aid him?" At this point, seemingly recalling how that cold-hearted little demon had neglected her, Princess Sophia quickly added, "Forget that wretched demon, Albert. There's a question I've been wanting to ask you, but never found the opportunity until now. Since I've finally run into you, you must tell me. Many people in the Empire say that when you went to Mount Mocha, you truly encountered that dragon and even managed to blind one of its eyes with your spear. Is this true? Were you afraid when facing the dragon? Is it truly as terrifying as the legends depict?" The middle-aged man, embodying a rather comical and rustic image, scratched his disheveled hair and chuckled. yet he hesitated to respond immediately, seemingly overwhelmed by the barrage of information from Princess Constantine. He then stated, "The true situation is as follows. I ventured to Mocha Mountain, but I did not encounter any dragons. I merely heard a roar at the foot of the mountain, which left me so frightened that my legs went weak, rendering me incapable of climbing further. I did not so much as catch a glimpse of a dragon's shadow, let alone its tail. Speaking of which, I recall bringing along a spear that I rather fancied, but alas, that roar terrified me so thoroughly that I lost track of where I had tossed it, and I doubt I shall ever retrieve it." Chapter 40. The firmest will Augustus hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to wait outside the door. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of little boots colliding with the wooden floor echoed from within, followed by the sound of a farewell from the young lady as the door swung open. During those 30 minutes, Augustus had imagined various reactions from Sophia upon seeing him for the first time. After all, his presence at the door signified to those inside that he had unethically overheard their conversation. Thus, the romantic and youthful image of Sophia in front of Albert would surely realize that her unique air of cold aloofness had been unmasked before a stranger. Would she glare at Augustus in silent reproach for his immorality, or would she be so vexed as to wish him harm? It would surely have been a fascinating sight. However, Augustus was destined for disappointment. Upon opening the door, Sophia's eyes immediately landed on Augustus, who sat in a wheelchair about a meter away from the wooden door. Her astonishment was palpable, but quickly subsiding, she concealed the remnants of her smile. Reverting to her usual icy demeanor, with a slight bend of her knee, she lifted her skirt and departed, leaving behind a solitary and haughty silhouette. This unexpected turn left Augustus bemused. It took him quite some time to shake his head and chuckle. Remarking on what a character the Princess of Constantine was, he composed himself and rapped gently on the ajar door. Inside, the scene was disheartening, had he not been certain that the old steward had adequately arranged for the servant's attendance. Augustus might have found himself engulfed in profound guilt at the sight before him. Dirty clothes and tattered socks were strewn about, and the once neat cotton bedding he had instructed the servants to replace lay crumpled in a haphazard pile in the corner of the small bed. No wonder Sophia had opted to sit at her desk, in such a vast room. That desk was likely the only semblance of cleanliness. Augustus found it hard to fathom how the Princess of Constantine could endure such a dismal environment. Particularly appalling was the sight of the middle-aged man before him, crouched in front of a soiled garment, incessantly rummaging through its pockets, his earnest face adorned with a look of despair that made him resemble a peasant fretting over his next meal. Augustus struggled to mask his discomfort as he entered the room, and upon receiving permission, he forced a smile and said, "I apologize for the neglect over the past 2 days and hope for your understanding." The middle-aged man did not raise his head, but continued to rummage through his clothing, muttering, "Neglect? Not at all. I am quite comfortable here. Actually, it has been a long time since I have enjoyed such tranquility. You may not realize this, but in the imperial capital, no matter where one resides, one can never expect peace. Once you send the servants away from your chambers, they may even threaten your life. It's utterly terrifying." Augustus found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at this man, who thoroughly defied his preconceived notions that he could not reconcile this figure with Albert, the continent's foremost knight, the only true knight on the continent. Where was the grace, the poise, the refinement, the aura? Augustus inhaled deeply, believing that even the Lord would prefer to be safeguarded by the likes of Katie or Aetlos, those paragons of knighthood. Observing Albert as he changed his attire and continued to rummage, Augustus realized that the latter was unlikely to pause for conversation. Thus, he proactively spoke again, stating, "Thank you for your patience. I have a pressing matter for which I seek your assistance regarding the 500 knights dispatched by the Archbishop of the Massachusetts." "I have no specific plans," Albert replied, "since they are sent by the Mass for your sake. I shall not interfere, though, and as for the title of Knight Vice-Captain bestowed upon me by the Mass, you may disregard it. I have already informed the knights." Once again rendered speechless, Augustus found himself wanting to express gratitude for Albert's generosity and trust. However, the sight of Albert's back as he continued to sift through the soiled garments did little to inspire his conversational spirit, having participated in countless meetings in both past and present, successfully persuading or outwitting numerous individuals. Augustus began to doubt his own conversational abilities. Thus, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. The disheveled middle-aged man, clad in coarse linen, continued to rummage through the scattered clothes, oblivious to Augustus's presence. Meanwhile, Augustus, confined to his wheelchair, watched helplessly, Unsure of how to breach the silence, it was not until Albert finished sifting through the last piece of clothing, still unable to locate a particular item that seemed of great importance to him, that he finally appeared to remember he was not alone. Turning to face Augustus in the wheelchair, he flashed a sheepish smile, saying, "My apologies for forgetting you. By the way, why are you still here? The lich will likely set foot on the wasteland by tomorrow. You must be quite busy, no? Don't worry about me. Your old steward has arranged everything splendidly, and I am very satisfied. You should attend to your own matters." Augustus forced a smile, struggling to articulate, "In fact, there is one important matter on which I hope to receive your assistance." "Speak." Albert finally sat down on the small bed. Though his eyes continued to flit about, at least he was no longer turning his back to Augustus. Augustus silently reminded himself that it was entirely normal for prominent figures to possess various eccentricities. Indeed, it was perfectly normal, he continued. "You may find it presumptuous of me, but please forgive my abruptness. Are you able to command the knights personally?" This topic seemed to pique Albert's interest as he turned to face Augustus and inquired, "Why should I be the one to command? In some respects, I suppose I can be considered a knight. However, the truth is, I am not a general skilled in warfare, and I believe your knight captain and that rather beautiful child are far more suited to command in battle." Augustus hesitated before responding. Considering Albert's stature, he was unsure whether to voice his disbelief in the knightly ideals, lest it offend Albert, the continent's sole true knight. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and replied, "No, those two are ill-suited to decide the outcome of this war, at least. Not for the conflict at hand." "Why is that?" Albert asked, intrigued. After contemplating, Augustus explained, "I do not deny the fundamental knightly belief in offense, charge, and subsequent victory. However, I feel there is a crucial element missing in between." Meeting Albert's gaze, he spoke slowly. "Offense, charge, then survive, and finally achieve victory. This is the true knightly creed as I understand it." Albert's eyes momentarily brightened before dimming once more. For an instant, Augustus perceived the essence of knighthood within him, prompting an unbidden reflection. Indeed, if one cannot survive, what is there to celebrate in victory or honor? Once death claims you, how can there be any talk of triumph or glory? Regrettably, even such a straightforward truth may evade the understanding of youth. Naive and cheap fervor cannot alter this world. It can only lead to self-destruction or make one a sword wielded by another. Augustus was likely unaware of the sudden introspection that swept over Albert. Yet the latter's words indeed provided him with a sense of relief. He felt confident that Albert would assist him. However, Albert's next statement was, "You must understand that obedience is also a fundamental principle underpinning the knightly creed. Given that, why not consider commanding this war yourself?" Augustus was taken aback. "I understand what you are implying, namely, that you have never engaged in such matters and are concerned that your involvement may exacerbate the situation. But is it truly worse for you to lead than for your knight captain or that child to take command? Yes, we can all foresee that if those two brainwashed by the spirit of knighthood assume command, Alfred's forces will suffer significant losses in a direct confrontation, eventually depleting entirely. So, what of your leadership? How much worse could it possibly become?" Augustus pursed his lips, contemplating. He still wished to obtain Albert's direct assistance, stubbornly believing that participation in war was not a matter of mere desire. Yet Albert did not afford him the opportunity to speak further. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally exuded the aura befitting a knight, albeit only in demeanor. "Have you noticed a pattern? When you first awakened to despair, you could disregard all costs and consequences, acting without hesitation. You even dared to contact the mass as a condemned individual. You likely have no idea what the mass signifies within the empire, do you? Well, you actually managed to contact him and successfully obtained his assistance. However, what now? You have gained a glimmer of hope for survival, and it is indeed highly probable that you may escape the dire predicament before you. Yet, perhaps you are not even aware that you are now hesitating, fearful of losses, apprehensive about Alfred's power being diminished amidst the lich. But the question remains, can losses truly be avoided? Even if there are losses, could they possibly be more despairing than the situation you faced upon awakening? War, in essence, is a meat grinder. If you wish to approach it with the intent of minimizing losses, or even avoiding them altogether, then your proximity to death becomes alarmingly close. Augustus, I perceive that the arrival of the letter from Misa was due to my recognition of your tenacity and indomitable spirit. I genuinely admire your unwavering resolve. Yet what do I see now? I see a scheming and cunning noble, one whose eyes are solely fixed on self-interest, pursuing the most significant gains. Where is that resolute youth? I am afraid I cannot see him. Albert concluded earnestly, I must confess, I believed that at last, a kindred spirit had emerged in this world, that after my demise, true knights would not merely become a farcical legend on the continent. However, I must inform you, if you have lost even this minimal resolve, you are destined to stray from the path of knighthood. What is faith? The foundation of faith lies in possessing the most steadfast and unshakable will. Chapter 41. Augustus's faith. Augustus remained silent, offering no rebuttal. That it was not that he could not refute. In fact, Albert's judgment of Augustus was inherently subjective, as he could not possibly know that Augustus harbored a soul from another realm. He was also unaware that Augustus's reluctance to engage in warfare stemmed not from a desire to minimize losses, but rather from his understanding of the scientific allocation and utilization of resources, allowing professionals to undertake their specialized tasks. Furthermore, the caution Augustus displayed, his meticulous attention to detail, and his relentless pursuit of perfection were deeply ingrained obsessions from his previous life, unalterable and unintentional. Of course, Augustus could not counter Albert, for he recognized the truth in Albert's words. Since receiving Misa's aid, he had indeed lost some of his audacity. Previously, he had navigated the wasteland and Misa with a mindset of inevitable death. But now he approached the lich with the intent of conserving Alfred's energy to the greatest extent possible. If audacity is what Albert refers to as unwavering resolve, then it is true that Augustus had somewhat relaxed his will in recent days. It seems that a lack of crisis, while not necessarily leading to complacency, ultimately cannot compare to the undeniable strength one gains only in the face of adversity. He bowed sincerely to Albert, remaining silent. Albert's weathered face bore a complex expression as he stated, the true strength of a knight derives from the transformation of spiritual power. But how does spiritual power transform into physical prowess? The answer lies solely in a profound sense of oppression and the looming specter of crisis. Humans often unleash unprecedented potential when confronted with death, for in that fleeting moment of spiritual dissolution, it transmutes into their own strength. Augustus, only by steadfastly holding on to your faith and being willing to sacrifice everything for it, no matter how arduous the path may be, will you be able to convert the perils along the way into the impetus for your journey, thus enabling you to tread further along the path of knighthood. Like me, I major in loyalty. My greatest faith is loyalty. Considering that my master may face formidable foes at any moment, I must continually strengthen myself. Albert is a knight whose primary focus is loyalty. Augustus was momentarily astonished at who could possess such a remarkable knight as Albert as his retainer. Albert paid no heed to Augustus's astonishment and inquired, Augustus, may I know what your faith is? Augustus pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I am uncertain whether this qualifies as faith, but for me at this moment, what I desire is the strength to protect my Alfred and my sister Elizabeth. Once I possess sufficient power to safeguard what I currently hold dear, I wish to traverse the continent. The Lich King's court is a destination I yearn to visit, as are the Holy Empire and the Dioga dynasty. If possible, I wish to witness the legendary 10 golden families, the dragons of Mount Mocha, the Sun Well of Herman, the elven nobility of the Dark Forest, the Apostle Tower standing at the continent's edge, and the heart of the church, the urban laboratory. All of these places beckon me. I am aware the journey will undoubtedly be arduous, and I know many will attempt to shackle my feet along the way. Hence, I require strength, the kind of power that no one can impede. The sky is vast, and the continent is boundless that I wish to leave my mark upon this infinite land, to prove that I have been here and that I have seen. His voice was calm and steady, as though he were merely embarking on a simple journey. Yet it was this seemingly uncomplicated expedition that deeply moved Albert. He understood the formidable arrogance of the legendary 10 golden families. To seek to witness them required qualifications that were not to be taken lightly. And what of the elven nobility of the Dark Forest? How many aspiring heroes attempting to make their names on the continent had mysteriously vanished within its shadowy depths? The Apostle Tower, the urban laboratory. This was no mere faith. It was indeed the most grandiose ambition. Albert found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Augustus added, I am aware that my desires are excessive, my ambitions vast, but since I have the rare opportunity to experience this vibrant world, I can conceive of no reason not to explore these eagerly anticipated places. He squinted, resolute. Even if my aspirations, which may not even qualify as faith, conflict with reality. I shall change reality rather than waver in my convictions. Albert could clearly perceive the unwavering determination of the youth seated in the wheelchair before him. His expression softened as he finally spoke. True faith is independent of rules and standards. It is determined by whether it emanates from the heart. He then smiled, glancing at the wheelchair beneath Augustus, and playfully remarked, "But before you can persist in and continue your faith, you must first possess the ability to stand. I know you have been quite busy lately, yet my time is equally limited. Therefore, I hope that in the days to come, if you find the opportunity, you might allocate some of it to me. I shall endeavor to swiftly open the door to the path of knighthood for you. How far you go depends on you, not me." Augustus was taken aback. Was the Albert, who had recently expressed disappointment, now willing to assist him? He stifled his excitement, eager to thank Albert. However, before he could speak, Albert, stroking his stubbled chin, seemed to revert to his farmer persona. Waving his hand dismissively, "No need to thank me. You ought to first thank Misa, and then yourself for the efforts you have made in recent days. Oh, and for you nobles, accepting gifts from others often leads to unease and suspicion, especially when such gifts are given without expectation of return. Thus, to ease your mind, you may perceive the gift I bestow upon you as a seed I plant for my master, hoping that if you ever find yourself in the Holy Empire, you shall remember this seed. Of course, all this is ephemeral. What you truly ought to be grateful for is your tremendous spiritual power, for in this world, apart from me, you are the only one left. A true knight ought not to become a mere historical footnote." Augustus in the wheelchair fell silent and then said, "The seed you plant today will one day yield a towering tree." Albert chuckled warmly. Saying nothing further, nor did he glance back at Augustus in the wheelchair, he rose once more, moving to the scattered pile of dirty clothes on the floor, resuming his search. Augustus understood that the primary purpose of Albert's visit could no longer be fulfilled. Albert would not command him in war, and thus he would not press the issue. As he turned to leave the dismal room, just as Augustus was about to close the door behind him, Albert suddenly complained from within. Could someone not arrange for that accursed child of the Constantine family to be lodged further away? Just look at the mess he has made today. How else could my room possibly be in such disarray? Augustus nearly collided with the door. Was this truly the continent's foremost knight who had just earnestly explained the path of knighthood to him? Upon returning to his study, Augustus gazed at the letter from Count Christopher in his hand, his expression tranquil. The content of the letter is rather straightforward. Count Christopher extols Augustus with immense enthusiasm for the surprises he has brought to the wasteland. The letter also deeply reminisces about the friendship he shared with the Alfred family. Regarding the assistance primarily requested by Augustus in his correspondence, Christopher's reply is quite sparse, merely mentioning at the end that he would leave a contingent of knights, approximately 200 in number, stationed in the Christopher family estate to cover the rear. Among them, 50 knights possess the strength of 5th-level knights, while the remainder are knight recruits. This cavalry unit will assist Augustus in confronting the liches traversing Christopher's territory, ensuring Augustus's peace of mind. Essentially, this indicates that his cavalry can cooperate with Augustus's strategy, provided they do not stray from Christopher's lands. This is what is termed as friendship within the noble circles. Chapter 42. Disarray. Augustus once again visits the night camp of Athelas, where Athelas and Caetini are gathered around a Maya military flag, simulating strategies for the impending war. The Maya military flag is a recent creation by several young officers of the empire, transforming actual warfare into a highly strategic and tactical board game that quickly gained popularity within the imperial military. It is said that this flag not only won these young officers the conspicuous Iron Acorn Medal during peacetime, but that the Imperial Military Academy is also considering making it a compulsory course for knight officers. However, to be candid, Augustus initially had little interest in the Maya military flag. In his view, such a thing could only produce a crop of young talents akin to Zhaoqua from his past life. Giants in theory, but dwarfs in practice, who, if placed on the battlefield, would likely be obliterated in the onslaught of steel and blood in no time. Yet, after observing several simulations conducted by Caetini and Athelas, Augustus began to perceive that this military flag possesses unique utility. It demands a high level of proficiency from the commander in grasping the overall situation and formulating localized tactics. Unable to explain the flag's uniqueness, Augustus could only attribute it to the directness of warfare in this world. Yet another unsuccessful simulation concluded amidst the furrowed brows of Caetini and Athelas. A palpable sense of dejection permeated the tent as Athelas stared at the chessboard, frowning. Even with a cavalry unit of 200, we could achieve the anticipated outcome. Indeed, Our current forces are insufficient to confront the two liches. Kaitini concurred with Athelas's assessment, which had been their focus over the past few days. Suddenly, Augustus, who had been silently observing, interjected, "I have a proposal." Athelas turned, his expression now laced with mockery, seemingly indicating that this young lord of Alfred was not as mentally formidable as one might assume. As he could no longer resist intervening in the war, Augustus, fully aware of Athelas's jest, shrugged and maneuvered his wheelchair toward the chessboard, stating, "There is no alternative. The liches are imminent, and I cannot afford to wait indefinitely for your plans." This statement was rather blunt, and as the foremost vassal knight of Alfred, Kaitini felt a pang of guilt. Athelas, however, maintained his charming smile, seemingly unfazed by Augustus's disappointment and disdain. This was partly due to his composure and poise, but also because it appeared he had temporarily forgotten his status as the primary heir of the Sauron family. His complete immersion in the responsibility of defending Alfred against the liches led him to overlook any grievances with Augustus. His presence at Alfred's castle was, in itself, something Alfred ought to be grateful for, and Augustus had no grounds to criticize or belittle him. This compelled Augustus to reflect on the beauty of youth. Regardless of Athelas's true intentions for being present, his willingness to remain at Alfred's castle could not be denied, and one must acknowledge the poignant influence of Elizabeth. As Augustus gazed at the chessboard before the two. Contemplating Albert's words, he considered that since Athelas and Kaitini were both thoroughly indoctrinated by the chivalric spirit, even if he were not well versed in warfare, they could scarcely worsen the situation. Finally, he set aside his reservations, stating, "Preliminary estimates suggest that I can assemble a contingent of approximately 500 reserve knights possessing 3rd to 5th level fighting prowess. That I intend to have these 500 men shed their armor and serve as infantry. My strategy is simple. Since we have resolved to counter the two liches, we shall divide this infantry into 2 teams, with each of you leading 250 men. Utilize these swordsmen to scatter the liches upon engagement, which should not be difficult, as the disorganized orcs are inherently marauders and will not maintain tight formations. After dispersing the orcs, your task will be to eliminate them one by one." The feasibility of this plan, which involved dispersing thousands of orcs and systematically defeating them with the strength of the knightly contingent, appeared sound on the surface. However, when applied to steadfast knights like Athelas and Kaitini, it raised significant concerns. Kaitini would not dispute his lord's commands, yet Athelas, unencumbered by such hesitations, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Reserve knights are still knights. Would they willingly descend from their steeds to become lowly infantry? Are knights still knights if they refuse orders?" Augustus retorted casually. Athelas fell silent, recognizing that Augustus's plan, while not particularly ingenious, was the only viable option under the current circumstances. Nonetheless, Athelas instinctively recoiled from it, as such a course of action clashed fundamentally with their knightly ethos and felt ignoble. "I understand that this proposal may seem straightforward to you, and I comprehend why you have not considered it until now. However, I wish to express my profound respect for your chivalric spirit, yet I place even greater value on life if we cannot achieve victory. If we perish, what significance does that proud knightly spirit hold? What glory resides in a knight's sacrifice? You may interpret this as my ignobility or a retreat from my lack of understanding of the knightly creed. But in truth, I am a steadfast proponent of results-oriented thinking. It is the outcome that matters most to me, not the process." A brief silence enveloped the tent. Then Kaitini bowed, placing a hand on the hilt of his great sword, and solemnly stated, "I shall obey your command, my lord." Athelas remained silent, realizing that this young lord of Alfred bore little resemblance to an elegant and noble aristocrat. The laws of knighthood and nobility seemed to impose no constraints upon him. "Very well. Since we have no better alternatives, we shall proceed with this plan. Kaitini, the reserve knights assembled from various towns have arrived. You have only this afternoon to prepare them for battle and organize them into 2 teams. You will lead one team, and young Master Athelas will lead the other. You may decide among yourselves who will be responsible for confronting which direction of the liches." Augustus's allocation was executed with remarkable composure, seemingly disregarding that Athelas was not merely Alfred's vassal knight. Athelas's expression grew complex, as if he had finally recalled his position as the primary heir of the Sauron family. He candidly stated, "I refuse." "Refuse? What grounds have you for refusal?" Augustus inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion, struggling to comprehend Athelas's rationale. Athelas, feeling somewhat defeated, at least had previously witnessed the limitless nature of this young lord of Alfred. which spared him from complete speechlessness. He endeavored to regain his composure, organizing his thoughts to respond earnestly. First and foremost, I am the heir of the Sauron family, and my presence here is already my utmost effort to assist Alfred. Secondly, I believe you are well aware of my purpose for being here. I cannot, and will not, abandon Alfred's castle. We are currently considering how to counter the two liches, but what about the third route? If I am not mistaken, beyond the northern and southern liches, the third lich will undoubtedly advance directly into Alfred's territory. That I know you must have a plan to temporarily halt this third lich. But I must remain here to ensure that neither Alfred's castle nor Elizabeth within it encounters any peril. Augustus leaned back in his wheelchair, suddenly smiling. He was acutely aware of the delicate nature of his relationship with the primary heir of the Sauron family. It could be said that he was navigating a precarious balance. A misstep could sever this relationship, yet if managed well, it could yield not just immediate assistance, but far more substantial support. He articulated, in response to your 2 points, allow me to share my perspective. First, I must acknowledge that your presence indeed provides significant assistance to Alfred. However, young Master Athelas, having already offered help, why not consider extending that assistance further? You should understand that this would earn Alfred's utmost gratitude. Secondly, regarding the liches threatening Alfred's domain from the second and third routes, I indeed have my plans. However, these plans hinge upon the premise that the two liches remain temporarily contained within the territories of Donald and Christopher. In other words, I must ensure that those two liches do not pose a threat to Alfred's domain in the short term. As you have seen, aside from Katie, I currently lack a suitable individual to oversee the other lich. Therefore, only you can ensure that Alfred does not face the direct onslaught of the liches. After a moment's reflection, Ateras found Augustus's words to be quite reasonable. For a fleeting instant, he almost succumbed to Augustus's persuasion. But fortunately, his composure allowed him to recognize Augustus's insidious intentions. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Augustus waved his hand to interrupt, continuing, "You have consistently emphasized that you have come to protect Alfred for the sake of Elizabeth. Thus, consider this. If you are willing to assist Alfred in successfully stalling one route of the liches, it would mean that you, through your own strength, have salvaged the entirety of Alfred. But what if you refuse? Ponder this. Both routes of liches will directly assault Alfred's lands. With merely 100 knights at your command, coupled with my current meager strength, no amount of planning on my part could guarantee the preservation of Alfred. Should Alfred find himself in grave peril, Ateras, while I am inclined to trust you, who can assure us of your true intentions when you stand before the castle of Alfred?" This implied that if Ateras stubbornly rejected Augustus's task, his prior assistance would not only lose its significance, but he could also become the direct cause of Alfred's peril. Ateras was utterly astonished. How had matters come to this? A voice within him incessantly proclaimed that Augustus was brazenly using him as Alfred's servant. Yet he could not resolutely refuse that Augustus's voice, laced with temptation, rang out once more. "Trust me, Ateras, once Alfred successfully navigates the crisis brought forth by the liches, you shall undoubtedly be hailed as Alfred's greatest savior. I, along with Alfred, and of course my sister Elizabeth, will forever remember your assistance today." The most exemplary and proud first heir of Soren, who had always ensured his composure and clarity of thought, found himself in disarray for the first time. Chapter 43. To live is to be honored. Traversing the frigid coniferous forests of Siberia, the boundless wasteland unfurled before the liches gazed to the north. Bordering the coniferous forest lay the territory of the Christopher family, where a throng of orcs had gathered at the forest's edge, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell, faces contorted and grotesque. They roared and shrieked, their mouths agape in a blood-curdling howl. Were it not for the suppression by the orc squad leaders, internal skirmishes among the orcs would likely have plunged them into a bloody conflict before they even stepped into the realm of humanity. This was the most ferocious and brutal of races, yet it could not be denied that they were a breed imbued with natural strength and destruction, as if the devils who created them had endowed them solely with an instinct for annihilation. Before the horde stood a figure enshrouded in a massive black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes. This human stood silently, his gaze hollow and devoid of color, as he coldly surveyed the expanse before him. Waiting patiently. Humans were a cunning and miserly race. For centuries, they had invaded the wasteland annually, yet had never engaged in a direct confrontation with the orcs, nor had they managed to seize sufficient resources through warfare. Each winter, when they appeared, humans would swiftly and sorrowfully retreat behind the great walls, allowing the orcs to rampage at will. However, humans were also a cowardly and selfish race, despite their yearly retreats. They never returned empty-handed, for there were always those who could not escape in time or were abandoned, and some supplies that could not be taken away. Their only objective was to ravage the land like locusts. Leaving no life in their wake, the figure in the black robe caressed his dark staff, a frenzied bloodlust quickly enveloping him. He raised the black staff, and the orcs behind him simultaneously brandished their various makeshift weapons. Howling to the heavens, before them lay the most delectable of feasts. The humans' dissimilar scene unfolded simultaneously in the southern territory of the Donald family. The liches were approaching, when Augustus received news of the liches stepping onto the soil of the wasteland. His knight captain Katie Ennie had already completed the allocation of their existing forces. Aside from the infantry regiment being evenly distributed as per Augustus's suggestions, the allocation for the ecclesiastical order of knights was the result of discussions between Ateras and Katie Ennie. Given their markedly different battlefield styles, the more combat-oriented Katie Ennie retained 200 spear knights and 50 sword knights, without any archers, whereas Ateras retained 100 spear knights, 50 sword knights, and 50 archers, ultimately leaving 50 archers from the ecclesiastical order stationed at Alfred's castle. Augustus did not intervene in these detailed allocations. He would not refuse the 50 archers left by Katie Ennie. Given that Ateras already commanded 100 knights from the Soren family, after distributing food supplies, Augustus sincerely expressed his gratitude to Ateras, well aware that no matter how reasonable or eloquent he might be, he could not compel Ateras to assist him on the battlefield against the liches if Ateras was truly unwilling. Therefore, Ateras's assistance to Alfred was indeed genuine, unrelated to Augustus or even Alfred himself. In response to Augustus's thanks, Ateras simply smiled, as elegantly and charmingly as ever. As the knights and swordsmen prepared to set off, following the customs of Alfred, Augustus was required to deliver a declaration of war to his warriors. In the annals of Alfred's family history, there had been many declarations by earls, some stirring, some morale-boosting, and others mere formalities. However, Augustus's declaration today would undoubtedly be the first of its kind, standing on the grass before Alfred's castle. Facing his 500 warriors, the atmosphere was rife with tension and resentment. Augustus began his declaration in a relaxed tone. I know many of you may harbor grievances about my request for you to dismount from your steeds and abandon your armor. I also understand that being treated as infantry is the greatest humiliation for you. However, I wish to convey that asking you to temporarily set aside your knightly identities is not due to any inadequacy in your strength as knights. On the contrary, each of you can proudly declare that you are indeed the most honorable knights of Alfred. I have asked you to part ways with your steeds because the adversaries you face this time do not warrant the maintenance of your knightly spirit. Knights, before you stands the liches, an abominable dark race loathed by the entire continent. Tell me, does engaging in war against such dark entities require the presentation of white gloves and adherence to your knightly virtues? You are not fighting as knights this time. Instead, you are to fight as a band of marauders. You must clash with the liches and the orcs, but even more so, you must vie with them for what they desire to seize. All the resources left behind by the retreating families are your targets to plunder. You may consider this an insult to your knightly identities, but war is fundamentally about plunder, whether it be resources or lives. What I need from you is to seize the lives of the liches and the resources of the wasteland. The atmosphere became increasingly charged. Many of these 500 knights of Alfred were former adventurers who had been recruited during Augustus's father's lifetime to bolster Alfred's strength. They inherently possessed the audacity and disregard for rules characteristic of adventurers. Donning the guise of knights was merely a transformation of identity. Thus, Augustus's words cleverly resonated with their true nature. As knights, triumph is always the greatest honor that I cannot deny this. However, today, as you prepare to march into battle, I want to tell you that in this forthcoming war, what I seek is not your triumph. I only require you to delay the liches, keeping the filthy dark creatures at bay from Alfred's lands. That shall be your greatest victory. And as you accomplish your task and achieve victory, forget the notion of glorious death for which you would willingly sacrifice yourselves. I want you to remember that for the knights of Alfred, dying is the greatest honor, but living is equally a profound glory. The crowd erupted in astonishment, whispers circulating among them. For this group, who had long mentally prepared to die on the battlefield, the idea that surviving could also be the greatest honor was a novel concept. Did their lord not worry that they might hesitate in their desire to live? Should he not prefer them to charge fearlessly into death? Augustus appeared to harbor no concerns in this regard. As he spoke, seated in his wheelchair, he fell silent, patiently awaiting the knights before him to quiet down. Once the atmosphere settled, he smiled and articulated, word by word, "Indeed, you have not misheard. Sir Alfred, who ventures to the battlefield, survives, and that in itself is glory. I hope that many of you will partake in this honor." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming roar erupted. To live is to have glory. Meanwhile, Soren, the first heir apparent, who had been observing Augustus's proclamation, wore a subtle smile, one that curled the corners of his lips with a hint of playful intrigue. He recalled the conversation he had with Augustus and Caitlin regarding how to deal with deserters, marveling at the young Alfred's remarkable finesse. His ability to ensure that his knights executed his strategies flawlessly on the battlefield while effortlessly gaining their unwavering support was a feat not easily accomplished by nobles of their age. After Augustus paid tribute to his knights, Caitlin and Aturlas led their respective orders of the faithful knights along with Alfred's forces away from Alfred Castle. Caitlin was tasked with intercepting the lich in the northern Donald territory, while Aturlas was to engage the lich in the southern Christopher territory. Before departing, Aturlas gazed intently at the towering edifice of Alfred Castle, though it lacked the presence of the figure he yearned to see most. He remained devout, placing his right hand upon his chest and bowing deeply. Elizabeth, wait for my return. Chapter 44. Two madmen. Regaining the ability to stand is not difficult. You merely need to firmly believe that you can rise. And then you shall. This was the second day of the Knights' march towards battle. Having addressed the pressing matters at hand within Alfred's domain, Augustus temporarily entrusted the intricate details to Elizabeth and departed Alfred Castle alongside Albert. On the castle's lawn, Albert, clad in coarse linen, bore a serious demeanor, shedding the farmer's guise Augustus had first encountered. Although his face remained rugged and dark, it now emanated a robust vitality. Augustus, perplexed, pondered the notion that believing one could stand would indeed lead to standing. For someone who had been a staunch materialist in his previous life, this causal reasoning seemed excessively formidable. Perhaps Albert sensed the abstraction of his words. Meeting Augustus's astonishment with calmness, he remarked, "Do you find it incomprehensible? Feeling it impossible, Augustus? I can assure you that for those of us endowed with powerful spiritual strength, all impossibilities in this world transform into absolute possibilities." Concise yet commanding, Augustus grimaced, contemplating that had he possessed no memories of his past life, perhaps he might have attempted to heed Albert's words. However, the crux of the matter lay in the deep-seated memories of a scientifically grounded past that he could not simply discard. Despite his awareness of the extraordinary circumstances of his current existence and the complete upheaval of his worldview, a lifetime of convictions forged over 30 years could not be so readily abandoned. Thus, it was not a matter of disbelief in Albert's words. Rather, he genuinely wished to believe, but found himself incapable of translating that belief into action. He managed a strained smile, carefully choosing his words. "I am quite a stubborn individual. I have always trusted solely in my own eyes." Albert furrowed his brow, gripping his stubbled chin, seemingly at a loss regarding Augustus's meaning. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Then let us change locations." At the foot of the final mountain, after passing the cemetery where the former leaders of Alfred were interred, Augustus followed Albert, gazing up at the nearly vertical ascent of the final mountain. Augustus could not fathom how changing locations to this peak made any difference, leaving him confused as he looked to the continent's foremost knight for answers. Yet Albert offered no explanations. He instead crouched before Augustus's wheelchair and firmly instructed, "Climb onto my back." Utterly bewildered, Augustus grasped Albert's broad shoulders. With a powerful thrust, Albert lifted Augustus's legs, his calves rigid, and with a sudden force, he left an indentation in the ground, hoisting Augustus upward, soaring at least 10 meters into the air. Utilizing the rocky cliff, he summoned his strength again, and throughout this entire sequence, Albert's formidable and substantial power was unmistakable. Even while suspended in midair, Augustus felt as though he were lying upon solid ground rather than in a precarious state. Though not exceedingly high, the final mountain, standing at approximately 300 meters, was soon beneath Albert's feet that Augustus's yearning for absolute power was ignited, rapidly spreading within him to the edge of the mountain, gazing down into the abyss. Albert's expression remained serene as he addressed Augustus, I have told you that only under the shadow of death does the human soul transform into corporeal strength when on the brink of collapse. So, Augustus, since I must compel you to feel your spiritual power, tell me, do you dare to leap from here? This was the reason Albert had brought Augustus to the pinnacle of the final mountain. Augustus pressed his lips tightly together, revealing no surprise upon his face, yet he remained silent. After a moment, as a hint of mockery appeared on Albert's face, ready to speak, Augustus suddenly interjected, his tone resolute yet tinged with resignation. This is not a matter of daring. The critical issue is that my insensate legs render me incapable of jumping down. Dear Albert, would you mind throwing me off from here? Albert was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What reason could there be to doubt this boy's potential to embark on the path of a true knight? With newfound vigor, he seized Augustus's arms and hurled him down the cliff of the final mountain. Truly, they were two madmen. After a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds, Albert leaped after Augustus, and despite the shared force of gravity, he quickly caught up with him. Grasping a rock on the cliff with one hand, he secured Augustus's collar with the other, anchoring him alongside the rock. After executing this series of actions, Albert did not glance back at Augustus. Instead, he stepped onto the cliff, leveraging his strength to soar again, finding himself at the summit of the final mountain. The mountaintop was swept by a chilling wind, causing Albert's unruly gray hair to dance in the breeze. He gazed down indifferently at the feeble figure suspended on the cliff, speaking to himself, whether it be the power of fighting spirit or the strength drawn from the faith of knights, or even a mage's challenge to the limits of their magical reserves. All are merely attempts to transcend one's limits. Augustus, perhaps there are some things I lack the time or means to teach you. But once you succeed in surpassing the limits of death, the extent to which you can traverse the path of a knight will be entirely in your hands. What limit could be more intriguing than overcoming the threshold of death? On the cliff, Augustus clung tightly to the rock before him, utterly still. Above him loomed the summit of the final mountain. Beneath him lay the cemetery of the leaders of Alfred. He understood that his only recourse was to summon strength in his legs to ascend the peak. Otherwise, relying solely on his hands, he would never reach the summit. Thus, 2 paths awaited him: face death or resign himself to a lifetime confined to his wheelchair. Having departed Alfred Castle in the early morning and returned by afternoon, Augustus had intended to first check on Elizabeth in the study and then dine while continuing his work. However, as he maneuvered his wheelchair through the castle corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Alfred's old steward. Furrowing his brow, Augustus realized that old Vernon would not be waiting there without reason, and he approached him to inquire about the matter. Old Vernon leaned slightly forward, speaking softly. Miss Sophia left Alfred Castle alone this morning, heading to Lorland Town, not far from the castle, and encountered some minor troubles. Augustus raised an eyebrow at so. The seemingly docile little kitten had finally revealed her true nature. Chapter 45. The incomprehensible kitten Sophia walked alone down the decayed and filthy streets of Lorland Town, where the uneven dirt road beneath her feet forced her to tread carefully, lest her flowing black robe be caught underfoot, causing her to stumble. That on either side of her were the town's market stalls. If one could even call them that, Sophia had never before encountered such desolation. The roads were devoid of vibrant shops, and there were no makeshift stands selling wares, only a scattering of wooden baskets filled with unidentifiable, murky items. What struck Sophia most profoundly were the sellers behind these baskets, who, unlike the boisterous merchants of the empire, neither shouted nor bore hopeful smiles. Instead, they appeared numb and cold, their lifeless eyes fixed on Sophia as she passed. Yet offering no response, before a stone house on the street, a frail child crouched, cramming an unfamiliar plant into his mouth. His emaciated frame and bony limbs belied his youth, and upon seeing Sophia, his eyes were filled with wariness, an expression far from what one would expect from a child. The more Sophia walked, the deeper her frown became. A princess of the esteemed house of Constantine, one of the 5 great powers of the Holy Empire. She had never witnessed a scene steeped in such a palpable aura of despair. She understood the existence of the wealthy and the poor, the noble and the common folk, yet she could never have imagined a world so bleak. She had always believed her birth into the Constantine family, with such a father, was her greatest misfortune. Little did she know that, in comparison to this place, even her gilded cage could be considered a haven of happiness. Was there truly such a vast difference between the suffering of life and the struggle for existence? Her eyes brimmed with sympathy and pity, yet she knew this was all she could offer. From a young age, she had realized that she possessed neither the power to change her own life nor the environment around her, let alone the ability to rescue others from their plight. Silently, she traversed the street towards its end. Suddenly, Sophia sensed a gaze upon her, trailing her from behind. She spun around, but unsurprisingly, her eyes met only the same dreary street. She could not see the source of the feeling, for the owners of those gazes had already concealed themselves behind the stone houses. They were a group of ragged yet robust men. In recent times, Alfred's territory had been anything but tranquil. The streets were rife with a mix of commoners from various families, alongside a multitude of criminals and vagrants, with the wasteland itself being a breeding ground for vice. It was only natural that such ugliness would flourish. These men had been following Sophia since her arrival in Town, their eyes glinting with desire that betrayed their intentions, despite her black robe obscuring much of her visage. Her graceful form and fair skin ignited their lust. Moreover, her cautious manner of walking made it all too easy for even the most inexperienced vagrant to sense her otherworldly allure. Thus, for Sophia, to encounter no unexpected troubles while traversing the treacherous wasteland was indeed an affront to the natural order. As Sophia left the market street, she quickened her pace, unable to suppress her rising anxiety. The men following her could no longer restrain their desires. They exchanged glances and, no longer concealing their pursuit, surged forward to encircle her. Yet, she was, after all, a princess of Confronting. The moment she sensed something amiss, she hastened her steps, attempting to mask her inexplicable fear. She had been striving to distance herself from this sordid place as swiftly as possible, and even if she could not achieve that, it was unlikely the vile men would catch her so easily. Still, she refused to succumb to panic. Abruptly halting, her veil was whisked away by the wind, fully revealing her stunning visage to the men. The heavy sound of their breaths filled Sophia with disgust, and she concentrated her energy, summoning the light within her. As the most gifted Redeemer mage under the fourth law, she was not particularly adept at offensive magic. Yet dealing with a few vagrants would be a trivial endeavor. The sphere of light formed instantaneously, radiating like a sun even in broad daylight as she cast it into the air. The wretched vagrants recoiled, blinded by the intensity, wailing in agony, their eyes rendered useless by the brilliance. "Curse it, she's a witch. Seize her, burn her, we cannot allow that damned witch to escape." The shouts echoed in Sophia's ears, and she could not help but smirk. The most sacred power of the Church of Light was deemed witchcraft. Did these filthy vagrants lack the discernment to differentiate between light and darkness? While her derision was undoubtedly justified, the reality was that in the wasteland, where could one find light? Where was the darkness? Just as Sophia had barely managed to exhale in relief, she suddenly found herself engulfed by genuine terror. The previously desolate street, once devoid of life, seemed to awaken at the mention of the word witch. A throng of people emerged from all directions, brandishing hoes, sickles, and other weapons, their hatred for Sophia laid bare as they charged towards her. Perceiving the girl before them as the embodiment of all that was vile and cruel, panic surged within her. Despite her formidable mental fortitude, she had never faced such a dire situation. Were these people truly human? Were they truly beings basking in the light of the Lord? She yearned to flee, yet the menacing crowd surrounded her from all sides. Where could she escape? She attempted to gather her light magic once more. But in her frenzied state, she could not articulate the incantation clearly enough to summon her power. The crowd drew nearer, and Sophia began to tremble. Nevertheless, she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to betray her inner fear. Maintaining her pride and aloofness, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, striving to once again channel her light magic. And then, as the prodigy who had evoked awe even during Mass, the light magic finally enveloped her. Though the vast magical energy was far less lethal than her condensed sphere of light, Sophia, now bathed in the radiance, shone brilliantly. Even though the vagrants would not suffer physical harm, they instinctively shielded their eyes, slowing their advance. Sophia understood she had only one chance. She turned to dash through the throng, but at that moment, the sound of approaching hooves echoed in unison that a nightly order of approximately 50 men thundered onto the scene. Crashing into the crowd with little regard for the number of individuals they sent sprawling, amidst the chaos of horses and men, the knights swiftly formed a protective circle around Sophia, shielding her in their midst. Stunned, Sophia glanced back and met the calm, confident visage of a young man she loathed. His cold laughter and mocking demeanor only tightened her fists and clenched her jaw. "What a proud little kitten you are, Augustus mused as he wheeled himself forward, his derision barely concealed. Yet, in truth, he felt a genuine admiration for the young princess of Constantine. Maintaining her pride and composure in such a dire situation was no feat for an ordinary sheltered flower. Clearly, this princess, whom the archbishop held in high regard, possessed a remarkable independence. However, admiration was one thing, disdain was another. Augustus had initially resented her presence in the wasteland, anticipating the chaos her arrival would bring. He was busy and had neither the time nor the inclination to tidy up after this haughty princess. His wheelchair came to a halt at the periphery of the vagrants, and he observed the bloody chaos unfold. Choosing to wait, before long, Baron Leo, the lord of Lauren Town, hurried onto the scene. Once a knight in Alfred's retinue, he quickly directed his guards to restore order before nervously approaching Augustus's wheelchair. He sought to express his apologies and regrets. But to his astonishment, Augustus preempted him, saying, "My apologies, Baron. I hope I have not caused you any inconvenience." Leo was taken aback, recalling the iron-fisted and dictatorial nature of the young count during their previous meeting. He could hardly believe his ears. Augustus did not engage him further. He merely awaited the still-cold Sophia to approach before turning his wheelchair back. He walked ahead, with Sophia following closely behind. Augustus found it perplexing that, upon casually glancing back, he noticed Sophia still trembling, a most unexpected reaction. Considering she had maintained her composure in the face of such peril, what reason did she have to be anxious and quaking now? Was it merely a lingering fear? The ever-unyielding Augustus casually remarked, "Next time you embark on a journey, you should at least bring along a few knights. The wilderness is not the same as the empire." It was a rather ordinary statement. Yet who could have anticipated that such a simple utterance would provoke an immediate loss of composure in Her Highness Sophia? Like a kitten whose tail has been stepped on, Sophia abruptly halted, her words tumbling forth in a rapid torrent. "On what grounds do you say that? I shall leave your castle whenever I wish, and go wherever I please. What concern is it of yours? Am I your prisoner? Why must I bring knights with me? Do you think I require your guidance on my journey?" Augustus, who had also ceased propelling his wheelchair, found himself utterly bewildered. He turned to gaze at the trembling, unusually agitated Sophia for a long moment before arriving at a conclusion. He furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "Incomprehensible." Chapter 46. Strangers in Kingship. Incomprehensible. How amusing. Augustus, is it truly I who am beyond reason? During my days in your castle, aside from being assigned 2 rather inept maids, do you even recall that a guest has taken residence within your walls? Yes, I understand you are preoccupied, struggling for your very existence. But have you truly become so busy that you lack even a moment to acknowledge your guest? Oh, forgive me, I must surely be a source of your headaches, the troublesome and haughty princess of Constantinople. But Augustus, is this truly how Alfred ought to treat his guests? I know from the outset that you did not welcome my arrival in the wilderness. I am aware you believe my presence here to be a frivolous escapade. And in the current circumstances, you are certainly resistant to my arrival. But the question remains, have I caused you any inconvenience since my arrival? Have I behaved as irresponsibly as you seem to believe? Augustus, you are far too self-righteous. I can assure you that had it not been for Misa's suggestion, I would have had little interest in visiting your castle. Of course, I will not deny that leaving the empire is indeed a novel experience for me. But while I am the heir to Constantinople, it does not mean I must embody a foolishly proud successor. I understand your current predicament. I know you are still far from truly overcoming your crisis. So why would I wish to cause you trouble in such a situation? Who, then, is truly incomprehensible? What a sharp-witted little kitten, clear in thought and quick in tongue. Yet, one must wonder how much resentment must have accumulated for her to unleash such a torrent of words. Augustus, in contrast, remained calm. He seemed not to grasp the significance of Sophia's mention of her arrival being Misa's suggestion. Instead, he simply observed the subtly trembling young woman behind him in silence. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had subconsciously resisted Sophia's presence, assuming that she, as a young person, had come merely to cause him trouble in this untimely manner. Yet, upon reflection, what troubles had she truly brought upon him since her arrival? Even in the midst of this recent incident, the greater share of responsibility lay with him. After all, had he not deliberately snubbed and ignored the princess of Constantinople, Sophia would not have found herself alone in this predicament. Regardless, this proud princess was still a young girl. How could she endure the oppressive silence of Alfred's castle? Augustus finally recognized that his desire for control seemed more intense than in his previous life. He had a tendency to want to grasp every possible change within his reach, instinctively rejecting all unknown variables beyond his control. Thus, in matters regarding Sophia's visit to Alfred's castle, he could neither outright refuse nor subconsciously repel her. Yet, the crucial point was that, at this stage, how much could he truly control? How much could he afford to reject? Life, after all, is a tapestry woven from myriad unforeseen events, and its greatest delight lies in the very unpredictability of fate. Observing the girl whose eyes were slightly reddened, he sighed and remarked, "Rather than attributing your suffering to others, it would be wiser to reflect upon your own shortcomings." Sophia was taken aback. She then took a deep breath. Calming her emotions, and, suppressing her trembling form, lifted her skirts and knelt, responding in a cool tone. "Misa once said that when I remove the splendid mantle of Constantinople, I am merely an ordinary girl, incapable of commanding the attention of all. Therefore, I shall not fault you for your bias against me. However, Augustus, I sincerely hope you can also recognize another aspect of my identity, beyond being the heir to Constantinople. I am likewise a Redeemer mage under the 4th LAW.My presence in the wilderness is largely due to Misa's intention to assist your Alfred. What an astonishing princess of Constantinople! It is undeniable that Sophia is perfect in every aspect." Augustus felt a headache coming on. It seemed since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter a normal child. He would not even mention his 15-year-old sister, Elizabeth, who had managed to support Alfred for a full 3 months during its most trying times with her tender shoulders. Yet, how could the independence, strength, and rationality displayed by this princess of Constantinople possibly pale in comparison to Elizabeth? Good heavens! Could it be true that noble children, nurtured in every conceivable way from a young age, are all mere oddities? Augustus chuckled wryly and said, "Feel free to voice your complaints. After all, grievances are the greatest offerings bestowed upon humanity by the divine and the most sincere part of human prayers." Was he suggesting that she ought to be more foolish and incomprehensible? Sophia found it quite challenging to communicate with this young helmsman of Alfred. Upon returning to Alfred's castle and watching the startled Sophia make her way to her room, Augustus recalled the enchanting image she had presented before Albert in that very corridor. Reflecting on Sophia's calmness amidst her earlier panic, he finally conceded that his aversion to this princess of Constantinople could no longer persist. He then turned and made his way to the study. Augustus cast aside the events that had just transpired and Sophia's grievances. The current state of Alfred remained a fragile vessel upon tumultuous seas, and spending so much time addressing Sophia's matters felt an extravagant luxury he could ill afford. He certainly would not waste even a moment more. The old steward had completed the inventory of Alfred's treasury, revealing a total of over 9,000 Bourbon gold coins, along with various sellable jewels and antiques. Augustus calculated that, given the approximate cost of living for a peasant household was around 17 coins per year, the wealth at his disposal could only sustain Alfred for a week at most. After all, the common folk in his territory needed provisions, and the knights engaged in battle required various supplies beyond mere food. A week was indeed the limit. He perused the inventory of food reserves compiled over the past few days. Coupled with the gold he possessed, Alfred could stretch its supplies to last half a month at most. Yet what would happen after those 2 weeks? Augustus furrowed his brow. Counting on Christoph's support was unrealistic. The response from Count Christoph had not even broached that topic. And as for the initial plan he had discussed with Misa regarding seizing resources, that was to be enacted after the lich's retreat. What of the present? Even if he could devise a way to drive the lich away within a month, how would they manage the supplies needed for the remaining fortnight? He had not a single clue. With a sigh, Augustus decided to temporarily set aside this issue. He called for Elizabeth and requested the old steward to come forth. When old Vernon stood respectfully before him, Augustus instructed him to travel to the Empire, make contact with Baron O'Bira, and devise a means to swiftly exchange the gold coins for food, as for ensuring the safe passage of the supplies through Solen territory. He instructed old Vernon to wait for further instructions in the Alpine Gorge once he had procured the food. This was a necessity. Augustus had to consider whether the nobles, who had chosen to remain passive observers, would go so far as to disregard Misa's stance and undermine his efforts. Old Vernon bowed in acknowledgement, fully aware of the difficulties Augustus faced. Aside from Elizabeth and Cottiani, the only other person Augustus could rely on was him. the old steward of Alfred's castle. Given that Cottiani was engaged in battle and Elizabeth could not venture out alone, it fell to him to undertake this journey as for the castle's safety. He had no cause for concern. Let us not forget, the continent's foremost knight was currently a guest at Alfred's castle. Once old Vernon departed, Augustus buried himself once more in a pile of documents. Even if he chose to temporarily disregard the food issue, he still needed to consider the defense of Alfred's surroundings, for the lich had arrived. Cottiani and Ateras were positioned to intercept the lich from the north and south, and the remaining lich forces could very well cross the coniferous forest and directly enter his territory. Augustus clearly understood the forces he could openly deploy, and thus his efforts would need to focus on clandestine tactics and schemes. Of course, Augustus did not deny that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were akin to a naked girl. Yet, the obstinate Augustus firmly believed that while taking action may seem futile at times, failing to act would certainly lead to a lack of results. He laid out the map of Alfred's territory before him, frowning in contemplation as he pondered how best to arrange the defenses. As he sank into contemplation, he failed to notice that Elizabeth, who had been quietly seated with him in the study these past few days, had discreetly risen at long last. Her Highness Princess Sophia, who had always dined alone at Alfred Castle, was graced with the first invitation from its master. During dinner, Sophia was taken aback not only by the unexpected presence of Elizabeth, whom she had not seen in days, but also by her invitation to dine together. Sophia found it difficult to refuse, and indeed had no reason to do so. Thus, her inaugural reception at Alfred Castle unfolded in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. She was uncertain whether Elizabeth had come to keep her company due to the unforeseen circumstances of the day, or if her arrival was, in fact, the doing of that accursed Augustus as she dined. Sophia's mind wandered with unfounded speculations, and occasionally, she would glance up to meet Elizabeth's warm smile. Yet, she found it impossible to reciprocate. Having grown accustomed to a cool demeanor in the presence of strangers, despite her awareness of Elizabeth's actions in the 3 months preceding Augustus' awakening, which she admired, she had long since lost the ability to express her emotions. Amidst candlelight and steak, these two equally beautiful young women dined in a silence laden with discomfort. Then, Elizabeth suddenly broke the stillness, whispering, "Do not harbor resentment towards Augustus." Sophia looked up in astonishment. Yet, Elizabeth, still focused on her meal, did not lift her gaze, as if she had never spoken, leaving Sophia at a loss for how to respond. She could only lower her head and cut another small piece of steak. In truth, Augustus does not hold any intentional bias against you, nor does he exclude you, Elizabeth continued, finally raising her head, her face adorned with a genuine smile. She explained, "It is simply that Augustus has no choice. He must remain vigilant at all times. Consider the perilous situation he faces. He bears not only his own fate, but also mine, and indeed, the fate of every soul in the Alfred territory rests upon his shoulders. Can he afford to be careless? You may have seen Augustus daring to venture alone to the empire in search of the Archbishop of Misa, and assumed him to be a decisive and resolute individual. But know this, if he had any other option, if he were not utterly desperate, he would never resort to such measures to scheme against the Archbishop of Misa as a wretched sinner from the wasteland. Goodness, has he lost his mind? So, Princess Sophia, you must forgive Augustus. He is simply trapped in a situation where no one can share his burdens. He has no one by his side whom he can fully trust, no one he can let his guard down with. His apparent rejection of you stems entirely from the caution he must exercise. He must be wary of anyone who might bring him trouble," Elizabeth elaborated. "Moreover, to live in constant vigilance against everyone around him, how exhausting, how burdensome that must be." Elizabeth lowered her gaze, murmuring, "You cannot fathom it, nor can I truly comprehend it, but I know it must be profoundly taxing." Sophia suddenly felt a lump in her throat, and she found it difficult to ask, "Was it he who sent you?" Elizabeth looked up with a smile. "How could that be? That fool never apologizes or admits to his mistakes, even when he knows he is at fault. He merely corrects his attitude in silence without uttering a word." Sophia fell silent, unsure of what to say. The two continued to eat in silence, perhaps oblivious to the flavor of the tenderloin before them. "Why did you suddenly share all this with me?" Sophia inquired. Elizabeth narrowed her crescent moon-like eyes. "Because he is Augustus." Indeed, why should she explain? Because he is Augustus, her brother it that moment. Sophia felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. After her father had done such a thing to her in her tender years, she had vowed never to cry again, yet now she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She stubbornly reminded herself that it was merely jealousy. Jealousy of the bond shared by the Alfred siblings. Family ties. Ah, such a foreign concept to her. Chapter 47. The fangs of conspiracy. In the days that followed, Augustus became increasingly occupied in addition to addressing various issues within Alfred. He had to devote mornings to Albert's tutelage. Initially, Augustus believed that leaping from the final mountain constituted the core of his training. However, after 2 days of practice, when he instinctively returned to the mountain for a third time, he was met with Albert's merciless ridicule. Albert remarked that if the first jump was intended to instill a sense of soul power in Augustus under the threat of death, then the second day merely served to reinforce that effect. If Augustus were to jump a third time, it would not only be pointless, but would also label him a fool. Following this, Albert made an inappropriate analogy, likening it to murder. The first attempt might elicit excitement and fear, but by the third or fourth time, one would become numb, unless one had a phobia of uncleanliness, in which case one would still feel filthy. Augustus was at a loss for words, yet he could not help but acknowledge that Albert was a competent and patient instructor. Particularly with conceptual matters, Albert had to painstakingly explain things to Augustus repeatedly. This was not due to Augustus' lack of talent or intelligence. Rather, many seemingly natural concepts presented a barrier to his understanding. The notion that if you think you can stand, was far too revolutionary for Augustus' worldview. Thus, at times, Albert felt an overwhelming urge to dissect Augustus' mind for study. During breaks, knowing that the strength of one's soul corresponded to one's mental fortitude, Albert inquired about Augustus' magical aptitude. Upon learning that Augustus possessed no magical talent whatsoever, the comical first knight of the farmers chuckled and boasted, "At least I have a 5-point affinity with the third-tier fire element." "You truly are an unexpected case, such powerful mental strength squandered." Augustus felt a pang of frustration. Having spent a few days with Albert, he found the latter to be quite amiable and friendly, prompting him to retaliate lightly. Indeed, a 5-point affinity with the fire element is quite impressive. With a flick of the wrist, you could summon 2 small fireballs without breaking a sweat. How enviable. Alas, though, you can forget ever conjuring a firestorm in your lifetime. Rising from the grass where he had been lounging without any semblance of dignity, Albert ceased his teasing of Augustus and adopted a serious expression. "Let us proceed to the final mountain," he stated flatly. Augustus was puzzled, recalling that just moments ago, they had declared jumping again a foolish endeavor. Yet, he quickly realized this was Albert's way of retaliating against his earlier mockery. But if he had already jumped twice, what harm could one more do? Ultimately, Augustus felt no psychological trauma from the previous jumps. However, when Albert brought him to the summit of the final mountain, he soon discovered the true meaning of retribution. Albert commanded him to jump, but with the caveat that he must rely solely on his own strength to grasp the cliffside mid-air. Otherwise, he would plummet to his demise. Having only received guidance for 2 days, Augustus was not yet adept at skillfully utilizing his powers. He looked back, lamenting, "This will lead to death." With a good-natured smile, Albert gave Augustus a firm shove, sending him tumbling down the mountain while calling out, "Then go die." It seemed that even the most congenial first knight of the continent possessed a hint of vindictiveness beneath his amiable exterior. During the days when Augustus was under Albert's instruction, news arrived from the southern Donald family territory and the northern Christopher territory regarding the encounters of Kashane and Ethelras with a lich. Outside the city of Nilo, nearly 300 knights clad in shining armor, their lances poised, stood in 3 orderly rows, gripping their steeds with one hand while holding their silver lances aloft with the other. They gazed solemnly ahead, embodying a sense of majesty and solemnity. Kashane stood at the forefront of the knights, his gaze fixed on the horizon. According to reports from the infantry, they had recently succeeded in fracturing a contingent of approximately 500 orcs and luring a smaller group of about 100 towards the city of Nilo. Kashane's objective was to ensure that this orc force would remain forever outside the city. The chaotic and clamorous sounds of approaching footsteps finally reached the ears of the knights. The grotesque and hideous forms of the orcs began to materialize before them. Known for his prowess in direct confrontation, Kashane slowly drew his great sword from his waist. True to his character, he would typically wait for the orcs to gather and raise their weapons before issuing the charge, a testament to the rigorous chivalric spirit. However, since his lord had mandated that he eliminate the enemy's living forces at minimal cost, he dutifully obeyed Augustus' orders. After all, obedience was the fundamental tenet of the knightly code. The roars of the orcs grew increasingly close. Kashane finally removed his knightly visor, revealing his eyes. He tightened the reins of his steed and bellowed, "Glory shall endure. Glory!" Nearly 300 knights raised a resounding cheer, and on the battlefield, the Knights of the Order of the Faith exhibited an extraordinary level of chivalry. Despite their disdain for the wretched souls of the wasteland, they adhered scrupulously to the commands of their commander, Kaitini, the thunder of hooves echoed, and amidst the purest clash of steel, the brutal slaughter of flesh and blood soon unfolded. Within the territory of the Christopher family, the more agile Athelas removed his helmet. Gazing indifferently at the gruesome battlefield strewn with blood and corpses, he meticulously counted the fallen, realizing that aside from a few infantrymen, no knights had perished in the fray, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. In terms of executing Augustus's tactics, Athelas proved to be far more thorough than Kaitini. Over the past few days, Athelas had faced no more than 70 orcs in direct confrontation. If the numbers exceeded that, he would instruct the infantry to devise a strategy to divide the orc forces before systematically annihilating them. Moreover, with 50 archers under his command, Athelas would often find that once his knights charged into the fray, they were merely harvesting orc lives. Akin to a whirlwind of destruction, he surveyed the priests in white robes of the church diligently tending to the wounded knights. Considering his own knights had sustained minimal losses, he contemplated whether to plan a large-scale frontal assault. Based on his calculations, he had already eradicated nearly 200 orcs, suggesting that the orc strength in the direction of Christopher's territory was theoretically under 1,000. With 300 knights at his disposal, excluding the infantry, and bolstered by the assistance of Christopher's knights encountered the previous day, he felt confident of securing victory even against half the orc forces. This confidence was not blind. After days of battling the orcs, Athelas recognized their individual strength was formidable and their fearlessness in the face of death undeniable. Yet their utter lack of organization rendered them vulnerable against a disciplined knightly order. Furthermore, a nagging sense of unease led him to believe that the greatest threat lay in the unseen presence of a third lich. This suspicion was not solely due to the absence of any formidable titans within Christopher's realm, but also because of the black-robed figure he had glimpsed wielding a staff. It seemed that aside from his own intent to drag the orc horde into Christopher's territory, this enigmatic figure harbored similar designs to entangle him. If this were the case, then the orc presence was merely a means to alleviate pressure on Augustus. What, then, was the black-robed figure's intent? Athelas gazed towards the distant Alfred castle, his expression soft yet resolute. Simultaneously, in the north and south, Kaitini and Athelas successfully impeded the lich's advance, a piece of good news for Augustus, and even more so for Count Francis, in the study of Francis's estate in Soren City. The narrow-eyed Francis appeared cold and calculating as he perused a letter. Leaning back comfortably in the soft chair before his desk, he sighed. What a truly enviable fellow. The two heirs of Soren are far more reassuring than that wretched Mark. First, young Athelas actually ventured into Christopher's territory to confront the lich. Second, Lewis has surprisingly managed to command the 300 knights bestowed by Soren. With that, I need only to focus entirely on Soren. Bring that damned Mark to me, Francis commanded, and his middle-aged steward bowed in acquiescence. When the infuriating Mark finally stood before him, Francis did not conceal his disdain, addressing the heir whose mind seemed filled with folly. I am assigning you a contingent of 200 knights to rendezvous with Louis Soren, and you must ensure that Athelas remains forever within Christopher's domain. Mark hesitated momentarily, though he was well aware of his father's machinations, so he was not entirely surprised. He inquired cautiously, what about the Knights of the Order of the Faith accompanying Athelas? Do your utmost to avoid conflict with the church's knights. Francis furrowed his brow, contemplating. But if it proves unavoidable, then let them go to hell alongside Athelas. Fear flickered in Mark's eyes, clearly apprehensive of the potential consequences of clashing with the knights of the church, yet he recognized that his father's wrath was his greatest fear. He bowed his head, unwilling to contest the order. Outside the study, the night was pitch black, devoid of any light. The schemes that thrived in darkness would inevitably reveal their unclean fangs at the appointed hour. Chapter 48. Great ambitions. Old Vernon had been silent for 4 entire days. Augustus sat quietly at his desk, his fingers drumming erratically, reflecting the turmoil that enveloped the wasteland in a shroud of gloom. The fog before him was thick and disorienting. In truth, the moment communication with the old steward was abruptly severed on the second day, Augustus had dispatched 2 knights to the Alpine Gorge in hopes of uncovering the cause. To his astonishment, not only did they fail to find any answers, but the knights themselves also disappeared without a trace. What this portended was unclear to Augustus. Yet he could ascertain that Baron O'Bara from Fairy City had also not communicated with him regarding imperial affairs for at least a week, indicating that the issue must lie within Soren's territory. Could it be that Marquis Soren severed Alfred's ties with the Empire? The likelihood seemed slim, especially considering Athela's involvement. Moreover, Augustus was aware that following the Second Soren Conference, the Marquis had dispatched his secondary heir to support Athela's in his battle against the Lich, rendering any actions against Alfred unnecessary. With the arrival of the Knights of the Faith, the nobility had initially opted to observe from the sidelines. However, once Augustus disseminated the news that the church might establish a diocese in the wasteland, the fervent anticipation of the common folk and minor nobility across the territories compelled the nobility to assist Alfred in resisting the Lich, making it clear that the wasteland had begun to rebel, forcing the Lich to retreat. This was the entirety of Augustus's plan. In light of this broader context, what reason could Soren have to eradicate Alfred completely? Even if he were unconcerned about the vehement backlash from the common folk and minor nobility within his domain, would he not fear the will of the church on the other side of the Alpine mountains? After much contemplation, Augustus remained convinced that the problem likely did not originate from Marquis Soren. However, if not Soren, who else possessed such formidable power to obscure Alfred's communications with the Empire within Soren's territory? Augustus found himself unable to fathom the answer, and the oppressive clouds hanging over Alfred's skies seemed to thicken once more. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the wooden door of the study, pausing his idle drumming. Augustus did not turn around, but casually inquired, "Are you seeking that dual personality Princess Sophia again?" The term dual personality was Augustus's private, succinct evaluation of Princess Sophia, for she was two distinct individuals, the aloof and proud figure before strangers, and the innocent and lively persona in front of Albert. Augustus was aware that in recent days, Elizabeth and Princess Sophia had inexplicably forged a fragile friendship, a development he did not oppose. For one, Sophia's poise and refinement were qualities he admired. She was not merely a proud maiden with a pretty face, but rather a person of substance. Additionally, Augustus felt a pang of sympathy for Elizabeth, who, abandoned in the wasteland without friends, deserved to engage in the trivial yet delightful conversations typical of young girls her age regarding cosmetics, dresses, and dashing knights, rather than being buried beneath a mountain of tedious paperwork. Thus, he welcomed Sophia's role as a companion for Elizabeth. Yet, he wondered how Princess Sophia, as a daughter of Constantine, would react if she were to discover that this mischievous little devil held such thoughts. To his surprise, Elizabeth did not respond to Augustus immediately. Instead, she coughed softly, seemingly to draw Augustus's attention. When he turned, he beheld Princess Sophia beside Elizabeth, adorned in a magnificent gown, quickly donning a mask of gentle politeness. He nodded in greeting and sincerely remarked, "I never anticipated your highness would grace my humble study with your presence. It seems I must request my servants to steer clear of my study for at least a week." Sophia offered a somewhat awkward smile, as if Augustus's earlier remark about her unreasonable nature had left a lingering shadow. She cursed his blatant hypocrisy and coolly inquired, "Dual personality? Oh, that is a unique term native to the wasteland. Much like yourself, proud before strangers, warm before acquaintances, a perfect amalgamation," Augustus replied, still smiling. With candor and sincerity, Sophia gritted her teeth. Had she not been aware of the veracity of Elizabeth's recent claims regarding Augustus, she would never have been able to believe that the cunning and despicable devil before her could possibly engage in such actions. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Elizabeth smiled and took Sophia's hand, leading her towards Augustus. "Well, brother," she said cheerfully, "Sophia believes there are matters you ought to be aware of. Over the past few days, she has taken the initiative to investigate the situation in the Soren territory. From what she has gathered, a mysterious group has suddenly appeared in both the Soren domain and the Alpine Canyon, seemingly intent on severing all contact between Soren and the outside world. Who they are and what their intentions may be remains unclear. However, it appears they do not target Alfred." Augustus was momentarily taken aback, realizing why the astute Elizabeth had brought Sophia to his rather sensitive study. He had never doubted Sophia's capability to glean information about the Soren territory with ease. He had always attributed the communication breakdown between Alfred and Old Vernon to the Soren lands and had pondered who might be targeting Alfred. Yet now, If this disturbance in Soren was not directed at Alfred, considering that these shadowy figures were clearly concealing their actions from the Marquis of Soren, it was not difficult to surmise against whom they might be plotting. Suddenly, he recalled a minor attack he had experienced in Fairy City. At that time, he had realized that such a level of assassination could not have been orchestrated by the Marquis of Soren. Nor could it have been the work of the nobles in the wasteland. Otherwise, those nobles, who were well aware of his movements in Fairy City, could have executed a far more effective assassination with stronger assassins. Avoiding such petty tactics, Augustus had already begun to sense that this minor assassination was likely a test or a subtle reminder of certain matters. However, without a clear understanding of the overall situation in the wasteland, he could not delve deeper into its underlying significance. Now, connecting the dots with the current anomalies in the Soren territory, he finally understood that the minor assassination indeed served as a veiled hint regarding some intriguing developments. Through that assassination, it led him to subconsciously suspect the number one power in the wasteland, Soren, only to dismiss the conjectured in the absence of a clear lead on the mastermind behind the assassination. The only conclusion Augustus could draw was that some internal strife had emerged within the Marquis of Soren's circle. Excluding Donald and Christopher from suspicion, the only remaining contenders for the assassination of Augustus were those within the Marquis' circle. Yet the assassination was evidently not orchestrated by the Marquis himself. Therefore, whether it was Francis or Stuart, the notion that they might conspire in secret to assassinate Alfred's commander in Fairy City is indeed fascinating. Was it Francis or Stuart? Augustus found the wasteland increasingly intriguing. He squinted his eyes and could not help but quietly muse, there are grand designs at play. Of course, this notion of grand designs pertained to either Francis or Stuart, but more so to the individual who had subtly conveyed these messages to Augustus through that intriguing assassination. He was unaware of this person's identity, yet it was evident that he was likely to become a pawn in their game. Augustus sneered. Being utilized as a pawn at least indicated his value as an asset. Did it not? Without further hesitation, he disregarded Sophia and Elizabeth in the study, maneuvering his wheelchair to leave the room. He instructed the knights outside, command all knights in the castle, including the 50 archers of the Order of the Faithful, to promptly head to Christopher's territory to assist Ephilas and his contingent of knights. We must ensure the safe return of young Master Ephilas at all costs, even if it means allowing the lich to invade Alfred's domain. Chapter 49. Ekaterina to assist Ephilas while allowing the lich to ravage Christopher's territory, subsequently threatening Alfred's lands, was a decision that Augustus had to make, despite fully understanding the grave danger Alfred would face if confronted by two liches simultaneously. He had no other choice in truth. This was a trap laid by the shadowy figure orchestrating the scheme against Soren. If they had indeed devised a plan targeting Soren's primary heir, then the knights dispatched to Christopher's territory would inevitably be at risk, resulting in the orcs within Christopher's lands being left without the strength to resist. It was a twofold advantage. However, even though Augustus's decision was resolute, he realized that he had come to this conclusion a bit too late. In the wilderness outside the town of Taki in Christopher's territory, Ephilas stood calmly, surveying the raging orc forces before him, silently preparing for the final charge. Before him was a battalion of at least 300 orcs, which, given that there were fewer than 1,000 orcs in Christopher's territory, represented a considerable portion of their strength. Ephilas understood that this battle would undoubtedly incur significant losses, yet he remained absolutely confident in his ability to annihilate this orc contingent. This confidence was not blind. Although Ephilas had not previously encountered the battlefield, the recent skirmishes against the orcs had greatly contributed to his growth. His mastery of level for fighting energy was solidifying, with an inkling of a trend towards level 5, which fueled his self-assurance. However, more importantly, he believed in the knights standing behind him. He lowered his visor, facing the grotesque orcs brandishing their clubs, and raised his silver spear. Behind him, 100 knights of the Order of the Faithful and his own contingent raised their lances in unison, their alignment astonishingly precise. In the rear, alongside 50 archers, there were also 100 highly mobile swordsmen. The knights' most radiant glory always shone during a high-speed charge, piercing through the enemy's chest and hoisting their corpses high. Ephilas tightened his grip on his steed, leaning forward to shout, "Victory! Victory!" The knights surged forward. The rhythm of their hooves striking the ground was remarkably synchronized, causing even the earth to roar and tremble in response. The dark mass of orcs roared in unison, charging with wild abandon, their foul mouths agape. The The most destructive race on this continent boldly met them head-on. Bone and flesh, steeds and orcs collided violently in a high-speed charge. The spears swiftly pierced an orc's chest. And narrowly evading the swing of an orc's club, Aethelas jerked the orc's corpse off his spear. Swiftly switching the weapon to his other hand to pierce another orc, he had to admit that despite having anticipated the tremendous recoil when the spear clashed with the orcs. After piercing just 2 orc chests, his hands began to feel numb. He had no choice but to discard the spear and draw the broadsword from his waist, swinging it at the orcs. There was no finesse, no swordplay, only raw strength, the splattering of blood amidst the clash of power, the wailing of horses, the roars of orcs, and the shouts of knights intertwined with iron and blood, rapidly staining the yellow grass beneath them with crimson. The orcs' formidable physiques and their fearless resolve finally brought casualties to Aethelas' knightly order. He clearly witnessed a member of the Order of the Faithful being brutally thrown from his horse by 2 orcs, only to be swiftly surrounded by a horde of orcs that tore at the knight's armor and flesh, oblivious to the anguished cries of their fellow knights as they ravenously devoured the knight's body. War is forever the most terrifying and powerful of demons in this world. Fortunately, the scales of victory still tilted in Aethelas' favor, as he had anticipated, especially when the archers secured their bows and drew their swords to charge into the fray. The disorganized orc forces were quickly enveloped by the knights. In Aethelas' view, the swordsman controlled the orcs' movements from the periphery, while the spearman and his own knights pressed ever closer. It was evident that victory was merely a matter of time. This meant that, regardless of the circumstances, the remaining orcs in Christopher's territory would find it increasingly difficult to pose a lethal threat to Aethelas, particularly since he had over 200 infantrymen encircling the isolated orcs. They would soon be able to return home. Aethelas' broadsword sliced through an orc's chest with force. He knew that all they needed to do was eliminate the orcs before them, and that would suffice. Yet, just as Aethelas began to breathe a sigh of relief, he abruptly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves behind him. Initially, he paid little mind to it, having received assistance from Christopher's knights several times in the past few days. Thus, at first, he assumed it was Christopher's knights. However, when he turned to look, he could not turn back again. Had it not been for the protection of the knight accompanying him, he might have been struck down by the orcs. He saw a familiar face leading a contingent of knights in the distance. As the enormous figure came into focus, Aethelas' expression darkened. Lewis, how dare he? Why did he have the audacity? Aethelas had never issued any commands to his elder brother since receiving their father's letter. So how could Lewis suddenly appear here? Once, Ateras had scarcely paid attention to his brother, merely perceiving him as an ordinary nobleman who reveled in the torment of common folk and the manipulation of women. While it was possible that Lewis harbored resentment towards him, the primary heir, Ateras had never anticipated that he would dare to act in such a manner, especially with the familiar yet fierce visage of Mark Francis, who charged alongside Lewis at the forefront of the knightly order. Ateras was suddenly enlightened. Faced with the merciless onslaught of Lewis and Mark, he could no longer hesitate, raising his great sword. He bellowed, "Retreat!" The knights of the charging cavalry nearby, sensing the urgency in Ateras' command, attempted to heed his orders. However, entangled in a deadly struggle with the orcs, how could they possibly extricate themselves easily? Surrounding them were the savage orcs, and behind them loomed a bloodthirsty knightly order, casting a shadow of death that enveloped them completely. For Augustus, the phrase "misfortunes never come singly" was perhaps epitomized by the present circumstances. Just as he worried about Ateras' situation within the territory of Christopher, news of a third lich's presence reached him from the city of Saya. Outside Saya lay a modest expanse of woodland. During the frigid winter, the wild grasses withered, and the trees stood bare, rendering the forest utterly silent. Yet on this day, as farmers and hunters within Saya sought wild vegetables or attempted to capture prey for sustenance, they suddenly felt the ground quake violently without warning. Accompanied by this tremor, various animals, typically elusive, appeared in a frantic rush to escape, bewildered. The farmers and hunters looked around at the fleeing creatures until a shadow loomed over them. Only then did they sluggishly glance upward, first beholding an unfathomably vast chest, and with great effort, they finally glimpsed the enormous, expressionless faces above. Titans. The farmers and hunters could no longer concern themselves with the tools and harvests in their hands. They scrambled and rolled toward the safety of the woods, each emitting desperate cries that in the territories of Donald and Christopher, whether it be Catieni or Ateras, the Titans, previously unencountered, all manifested within Alfred's domain. This race, closest to the divine, possessed an average height of at least 4 meters. Their strength equivalent to that of a human at the 5th level of martial prowess from the moment of birth, as they transitioned from youth to maturity. Their formidable power escalated in direct proportion to their height, commanding respect even from the once absolute rulers of the continent, the dragons. The reason this powerful race, rivaling the gods, failed to dominate the continent lay largely in the cruel fate that bestowed upon them perfect strength while simultaneously depriving them of the ability to reproduce. The scarcity of their numbers had long been their greatest grievance. Yet today, 18 titans appeared simultaneously within Alfred's territory, a force that nearly represented the core of a titan tribe, apart from the lead titan. The remaining giants marched in 4 rows, each step causing minor tremors. Every footfall sent vibrations throughout the earth. Behind the leading titan, the 17 giants walked in silence, while further back, hooded shamans advanced, followed lastly by the most brutal of orcs. Neither the giants, shamans, nor orcs dared to lift their heads to meet the gaze of the foremost titan, as if he were their king, most astonishingly. If one did not observe closely, it would be difficult to notice the small figure perched upon the lead titan's shoulder, a little girl clad in a pink dress, her cherubic face round and plump. Approximately 7 or 8 years of age, she sat casually on the titan's shoulder, each of his steps causing her golden hair to sway gently, while her tiny feet dangled and kicked playfully against the titan's shoulder. Even when her feet struck him, the lead titan merely turned his massive head, grinning foolishly at the girl, scratching his shoulder in a gesture of affection, his eyes radiating warmth. The little girl played with her golden locks, her adorable eyes fixed on the path ahead, her lips curling into a playful smile that belied her tender age. As they walked, she hummed a whimsical tune. Jelena is a beautiful little shaman. Ooh la la, Jelena is a lovely little shaman. Ooh la la, Jelena is a not evil little shaman. Oh la la, Jelena is a little shaman who does not wish to be a queen. Oh la la. Chapter 50. The prelude to Soren's destruction. All of this transpired with alarming suddenness. Caught off guard, Augustus had to concede that his overarching plan concerning the wasteland and the liches had disintegrated. Initially, he had intended to delay the advance of the third lich until Catieni and Ateras returned successfully, at which point he would execute his final strategy against the liches. However, now, 2 liches threatened his territory of Alfred almost simultaneously. He had planned to tempt the entire wasteland into standing by his side against the liches by announcing that the Holy See would establish a new parish in the wasteland at the last moment. Yet, the wasteland had descended into utter chaos, and the territory of Soren was tightly sealed. Even if he could disseminate this temptation, how much effect could he realistically expect? Alone in his study, seated by the window, Augustus gazed vacantly at the lawn before the castle. He understood that his plan's failure was ultimately due to the brevity of his awakening. The knowledge he had gleaned from documents about the wasteland and the families therein was merely superficial. He had not deeply engaged with the essence of the wasteland situation. Nor could he foresee such a monumental upheaval. But now that it had occurred, what was to be done next? He faced 2 choices: either persist with his plan, awaiting the return of Ateras, whose fate remained uncertain, and then slightly amend his strategy, or he could prematurely propagate the notion of the Holy See establishing a new parish in the wasteland, regardless of the potential effectiveness. For it was certainly preferable to leaving Alfred to confront the liches alone. The crucial dilemma lay in this: if he disseminated this temptation ahead of time, and with Old Vernon and the Empire's supplies failing to reach the wasteland in a timely manner. If some minor nobles and commoners from various families arrived at Alfred's territory only to encounter a food crisis, how would he respond? Under the duress of survival versus death, would the promise of a new parish truly ignite fervor in their belief in Alfred? Augustus harbored doubts. After all, no temptation could rival the terror of death. How then would he contend with the impending fury of the masses, both commoners and minor nobles? It seemed that Alfred would be buried beneath the tide of their wrath even before the liches arrived. This was, without a doubt, a harrowing decision. Since Augustus had awakened once more, he had encountered difficult choices on numerous occasions. Previously, whether during the Soren conference when faced with Donald's olive branch or in Fairy City when confronted by the Archbishop of Mass, he had been able to make decisive choices, for he had approached those moments with a resolute acceptance of death. Yet now, endowed with a glimmer of hope for survival, he found himself struggling in the face of choice. Was this the insidious nature of hope that led to one's downfall? A bitter smile crept upon Augustus's lips. Pandora opened her box, unleashing all the evils of the world, yet she should not have released the final evil known as hope. What could be more agonizing than possessing hope? He repeatedly contemplated the dire consequences he might face should he proceed with his choices. Suddenly, a carriage abruptly entered Augustus's field of vision. That it was a lavish carriage adorned with the emblem of a fiery red fox. Initially, when Augustus failed to grasp the true significance of the firefox, he thought he beheld a moving flame, a sight more akin to blood than fire. Yet when he finally recognized the true meaning behind the firefox insignia, he furrowed his brow, astonished and dismayed at the unexpected arrival of this cunning old fox at his castle during such a sensitive moment. Nevertheless, Alfred's castle was about to welcome a distinguished yet unfamiliar guest. Although Augustus had no inkling as to why this esteemed visitor had chosen this moment to arrive at his castle, he nonetheless needed to demonstrate sufficient respect, personally greeting the guest on the lawn before the castle. His demeanor markedly warmer than when Princess Sophia had visited, he then escorted the noble guest toward the guest chamber of Alfred's castle. Augustus moved his wheelchair at a slow pace for the guest. Leaning upon a scepter, lamented the toll of age, asserting that the bumpy journey had nearly taken his life. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Upon reaching the guest chamber, the maid quietly set down 2 cups of tea before discreetly departing. The elderly man took a sip, releasing a long sigh of relief, his pallid complexion gaining a touch of color. Weary, he settled his aged form into the soft chair that Augustus had prepared for him. Gazing at the young steward of Alfred, who sat calmly in his wheelchair, he suddenly sighed. Soren is about to perish. Augustus endeavored to maintain his calm demeanor, suppressing the inexplicable tension that gnawed at his heart. He pondered the sudden arrival of this old fox, struggling to fathom the reason behind it, particularly when he recalled the olive branch extended to him during the Council of Sauron, the silence that followed, and the letter he had written with no response. The old fox's abrupt visit left him further perplexed. Shouldn't he be in Sauron's city at this moment? Given his tone, it seemed he was privy to the inner workings of the tumult in Sauron. What role had he played in this upheaval? Augustus felt a surge of frustration. The esteemed work of the Holy See, the Missal, contained a phrase that resonated with the elderly figure before him. The wisdom of the aged, he carefully chose his words, speaking with a deliberate cadence, hesitatingly inquiring, "Is it Francis?" Before the elder could respond, Augustus asserted, "It must be Francis." The elder appeared unfazed by Augustus's deduction, rasping, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" From the outset, I sensed something peculiar about Count Francis, though I did not ponder it deeply at the time. Augustus organized his thoughts, frowning as he continued. I found it strange, even if he were to align himself with Sauron. Francis bore the title of a count. Surely, he need not debase himself to the level of a sycophant before the Marquis of Sauron. In retrospect, his subservience seems a mere guise to conceal his ulterior motives. Furthermore, I have heard that Count Francis once sent his 2 daughters to stay at Sauron Castle for an extended period. I am uncertain whether this was a voluntary act on his part or a subtle suggestion from Sauron. But I believe this incident may serve as a minor catalyst. Of course, by the process of elimination, Stewart is ultimately a principled M&T. Principled implies he could not have lurked in the shadows for so long without revealing his fangs. Thus, it must be Francis. The elder gently tapped the sapphire atop his staff. Remaining silent, he certainly was not surprised that this young man could derive so much from such scant information. Otherwise, he would not be seated here. After a moment of silence, as Augustus realized the elder tacitly accepted his analysis, he slowly lifted the teacup before him to his lips, but refrained from drinking. Instead, he softly remarked, "Yet I cannot comprehend why you are so certain of Sauron's impending downfall. After all, as the foremost power of the wasteland, Sauron's strength must have been unassailable for years." The elder, appearing weary, succinctly replied, "Louis Sauron." Augustus, who had just brought the teacup to his lips, was suddenly alarmed. He was well aware that the Marquis of Sauron had dispatched his second heir, Louis, leading 300 knights stationed at the closest point to Alfred Castle. Thus, considering the visible strength of the Sauron family, with nearly 1,000 knights, and accounting for the departure of 100 by Ateras and 300 by Louis, the actual force remaining in Sauron's city was likely fewer than 500 knights. In light of this, Francis indeed held a significant advantage. Nevertheless, Augustus persisted, "That is insufficient." The elder regarded Augustus with a piercing gaze and stated, "Besides Louis, there is also the strategy employed by your father in years past. However, When your father recruited adventurers, he sought not only strength but also the character of those he enlisted. Over the years, Francis has only demanded strength, disregarding all else. Undoubtedly, Sauron has been aware of Francis's covert recruitment of adventurers. However, he has not deemed it worthy of concern. He has been thoroughly beguiled by Francis over the years. Moreover, having occupied the position of Wasteland Lord for so long, perhaps Sauron himself has failed to recognize the arrogance he has gradually acquired. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Chapter 51. I cannot see God. The grand fireplace crackled softly, enveloping the parlor in warmth. Augustus observed the weary elder reclined in the plush armchair, listening intently as he dissected the myriad factors that foretold Sauron's certain demise. Augustus's expression was complex. He could not fathom that the elder, burdened by age, had arrived at Alfred Castle without warning, merely to discuss Sauron's impending downfall. Yet, as he had not disclosed his true intentions, Augustus was content to wait. Patience, a fundamental trait for one who had ascended the ranks of the commercial world in his past life. Speaking of your father's methods from years gone by, Augustus, you have surmised correctly that sending his 2 daughters to Sauron Castle was indeed a latent spark of hatred buried within Francis's heart. That I can further inform you that, if memory serves, your father's presence surely loomed within this catalyst of animosity. As the elder resumed speaking, Augustus found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He was taken aback, bewildered as to why the elder had suddenly invoked his father's name. It is a pity your father passed so abruptly. Otherwise, one can only speculate the state of the wasteland a decade hence. Do not be astonished that a clever child like yourself requires only a few hints to discern the role your father has played in the wasteland over the years. To say nothing of your father's subtle yet patient planting of seeds of hatred against Sauron in Francis's heart. Consider the Donald family. Decades ago, the Donalds did indeed stand apart from the wasteland due to their identity as sorcerers. Yet they were still compelled to adhere to the collective will of the wasteland. Decisions made during the Sauron Council necessitated that the Donalds express support for Sauron's resolutions, regardless of the potential repercussions. Your father's emergence altered this dynamic. He elevated the Donald family and courted the Christopher family, compelling the previously autocratic Sauron to seek the counsel of both Donald and Alfred. This greatly elucidates why Sauron hastily sought to bury Alfred after your father's death. He harbored numerous reasons to loathe the Alfred name. So, the 3 original circles of the wasteland were nearly the creation of his father alone. Augustus was astonished, furrowing his brow as he realized that even in this life, his understanding of his father remained rather limited. In his memories, his father had only urged him to focus on the realm of fighting spirit, seldom allowing him to engage with such matters. Regrettably, fate endowed your father with remarkable wisdom while depriving him of the gift of strength. Had his physique been suited for the ascent in fighting spirit, he likely would not have perished so easily in the assault. Augustus contemplated this, acknowledging that indeed, he possessed no memories of his father's strength. He sensed a profound truth in the elder's words. After a moment's reflection, he quietly inquired, "Why did you suddenly bring up my father? Is it merely because my father's shadow looms within Francis's latent hatred for Sauron?" The elder rose, cradling the teacup in his hands, casting a sidelong glance at Augustus before coolly stating, "I simply find that in certain respects, you and your father bear a striking resemblance." Was that all? Augustus could scarcely believe it. He yearned to press further, yet he discovered that the elder had spoken too much. The old man gently closed his eyes in his parlor. As dusk descended, the long-awaited sun of the wasteland finally graced the horizon, its golden rays streaming through the castle's windows, casting a magnificent glow within. Under Augustus's gaze, the elder, having rested for approximately 5 minutes, laboriously opened his eyes. He paid no heed to Augustus's somewhat aggressive stare. Instead, gazing indifferently at the sunset beyond the window, still cradling the teacup, he abruptly queried, "Do you believe that, considering only the knightly order, Francis's knights could triumph over Sauron's knights?" Augustus, who intended to further inquire about his father's past, was once again taken aback. The elder's abrupt shift in topic felt disjointed to him, and he found himself unable to grasp the elder's true intent. Nevertheless, he earnestly contemplated the question, replying, "It is difficult. Nearly impossible. It is said that only the Sauron family possesses a 100-strong heavy cavalry unit in the wasteland. Under normal circumstances, it is not insurmountable for a heavy cavalry unit to charge against an enemy twice their number. Indeed, If it were a battle between knights, Sauron would still have hope. Alas, this is not a mere conflict of knights, but rather a struggle for survival between two families. The elder spoke with a hint of significance, then suddenly sat upright, supporting himself with his sapphire-topped staff as he gazed out the castle's window, his expression profoundly contemplative. He calmly stated, "On the yellow earth slope outside Sauron City, Sauron's knights shall undoubtedly face total annihilation. After nightfall, there shall no longer be any true heavy cavalry in the wasteland." On the yellow earth slope outside Sauron City, a vibrant red banner emblazoned with a roaring lion fluttered in the wind. Beneath the banner, at the forefront, marched a formidable contingent of heavily armored knights, their entire forms, including their steeds, enveloped in thick, imposing armor. Closely following this armored brigade was the Soren regular knightly order, donned in helmets and mere breastplates. They gazed down in solemn silence upon their adversaries below, awaiting the fateful command to charge. Fearless, calm, and proud, they were accustomed to holding their heads high, departing from one battlefield after another with the spoils of victory. Beneath them lay the noticeably more numerous Francis knightly order. The very appearance of the Francis knights revealed that their pedigree was far inferior to that of the foremost titans of the wasteland. Aside from the 300 knights at the forefront, who were equipped with helmets and breastplates, the remaining cavalrymen were, quite evidently, mere swordsmen mounted on horses, lacking even a single complete suit of armor. The deep, mournful notes of a horn echoed through the air. The knights atop the earthen slope immediately produced a cacophony of clashing armor and silver spears, followed by a whirlwind of dust, and the earth trembling beneath them. Awaiting them were the most contemptible arrows of knightly warfare, and almost simultaneously as the Soren knights launched their charge, the first volley of arrows descended from above. However, to inflict damage upon the nearly invincible armored knights of the continent with arrows was manifestly a daunting task. From the moment the armored knights began their charge down the slope, not a single one fell among the 100-strong contingent. Their momentum remained unbroken, and the force of their descent was rendered even more terrifying by the steepness of the slope. Before them, the Francis knights remained utterly still, quietly entrenched as if awaiting their inevitable annihilation, to be ground into dust. The armored knights regarded them with disdain, fully convinced that they could obliterate this contemptible order with a mere charge. Yet, as they closed the distance to the Francis knights, now less than 100 meters away, the detestable knights suddenly scattered, dividing into two groups that fled to the left and right. Could they still be deemed knights? The unease within the armored knights grew, transforming their disdain into fury. But anger alone could not fill the myriad traps laid before them. Indeed, the armored knights were nearly invincible in direct combat on the continent, possessing the most fearsome impact. Yet, in wielding such formidable strength, they had sacrificed nearly all mobility. Thus, at such a short distance, they were incapable of executing any effective evasive maneuvers. They could only watch helplessly as they approached the traps. Unable to halt their advance, chaos ensued, horses and men tumbling, blood flowing freely, staining the yellow earth, making the vibrant banner of the roaring lion even more crimson. I do not understand, nor do I believe that Soren would be so foolish as to follow Francis's plan. He must know that if Francis dares to confront his knights directly, it would not simply be a straightforward clash. In the drawing room of Castle Alfred, Augustus began to grasp the elder's meaning. Though he remained perplexed, he truly did not comprehend the elder's sudden visit or its genuine intent, but at least he had grasped the rhythm of the elder's discourse. The elder, reclining back into his chair, sighed softly. There is nothing unclear. After all these years, perhaps no one understands Soren better than Francis. Hence, if he can lure Soren's knights outside of Soren City, he certainly possesses the means to guide them to the battlefield of his choosing for a meticulously planned, decisive confrontation. Augustus fell silent. The passage of time lengthened, until the tea before him had grown entirely cold, and the sky outside had finally darkened. He met the elder's gray gaze and inquired, "And then?" "Then, there is nothing more to say," the elder murmured with a bitter smile, as if recounting events already past, his tone unperturbed. "What Francis must do next is seize Soren City. That he knows all too well, that even if he buries the entirety of the Soren family's power, as long as Soren City remains in Soren's hands, as long as Soren lives, it will ultimately be his demise. This is not merely due to Soren being the bastion of the wasteland, reliant upon the Alps, occupying the most advantageous geographical position, and controlling the best smuggling routes. He also understands that only with Soren's death can Soren's second-in-line heir, Louis, possibly wield the power held by the various local lords of the Soren family. Otherwise, such power will forever remain with Soren, and Soren shall always rise anew. It is said that Marquis Soren is the only one in the wasteland possessing a level 7 advanced combat power. How could Francis possibly kill him? Seemingly displeased with Augustus's question, the elder cast a casual glance in his direction and replied succinctly, "Personal strength is indeed significant, but as I have previously mentioned, who knows what kind of adventurers Francis has gathered over the years? Even if none of these adventurers can slay Soren, sheer numbers could overwhelm him. After all, even the fiercest lion cannot contend with a pack of wolves." Augustus nodded slightly, seemingly unaware that his question was rather superfluous. While he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a key figure sprang to his mind, prompting him to ask directly, "What about Stuart? He too is in Soren City. Surely he has no reason to merely observe these events unfold." "He certainly has reason to observe." The elder's expression grew complex. Gazing out into the inky darkness beyond the window, he seemed oblivious to the coldness of the teacup in his hand, speaking with an emotionless tone. "First, Stuart and Soren are merely allies at best, with Stuart in a position of dependency upon Marquis Soren. Second, I cannot conceive of any conflict between Stuart and Francis. Third, Francis must have compelling reasons to persuade Stuart to refrain from intervening. Therefore, if it is merely a matter of non-interference, and no action is required on Stuart's part to gain Francis's promise, what reason would he have to act? After all, Francis's cunning and cruelty are directed solely at Soren. Of course, none of this is paramount. The most crucial factor is that what Stuart has always desired, Soren cannot provide, yet Francis can. I am eager to know what it is that Stuart seeks, which I cannot offer. Yet you can. On the lawn of Soren City, Marquis Soren, clad in a tunic of a swordsman, stood impassively upon the grass, in his right hand, his great sword pointed diagonally towards the ground, and around him. Blood soaked the earth. Surrounding him were numerous bodies draped in black. He had slain many of the despicable assailants, but at a cost, much like the blood upon his sword, which was not solely that of his enemies, but also the crimson streak flowing down his arm from a wound on his shoulder. The position of the wasteland's second titan. Francis stared grimly at Soren's injury, never having anticipated that despite his considerable efforts to regard Soren the Old Lion with due seriousness, and dispatching nearly all of his knights possessing level 6 combat power, he had only succeeded in inflicting a wound upon Soren's shoulder, without causing any overtly grievous harm. This realization indeed left Francis astounded. The position of the wasteland's second titan, a jest. What can you provide that I cannot? Is Donald merely a pawn for you to manipulate at will? Though the treacherous and vile attack incited Soren's fury, throughout the entire ordeal, he never questioned Francis about the sudden reversal. This was not due to a lack of desire to know. Aside from his vague suspicions regarding certain reasons, Soren simply would not permit himself to voice such a trivial inquiry. This was Soren's pride. Even in death, a lion meets its end with dignity. Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance? Gone was any semblance of the previous sycophantic demeanor before Soren. Count Francis, standing behind a dozen or so men in black, narrowed his eyes and sneered. "It seems you have indeed been outwitted by Alfred for far too long. Your courage has been drained by each successive scheme. Even though Alfred is dead, he has left a profound shadow upon your psyche. Donald may be an old fox, but what of his heir? Regrettably, his heir has inherited his magical talents, yet lacks the astuteness essential to a noble. What fear does the Donald family hold? You must understand, Donald is far too old, half his body already resting in the grave. Even he cannot last much longer, and not even God would dare make guarantees. You underestimate Donald and overrate Stuart," Soren replied coldly, and then fell silent. Francis, narrowing his eyes, was in no hurry. The reason he engaged in such lengthy discourse with Soren was not out of compassion or nostalgia, wishing for Soren to draw a few more breaths of life. Rather, it was the desperate rebuke of a dying lion that he had to regard with caution. Hence, as he observed the lion slowly bleeding, he could think of no reason to hasten the process or to wait for the lion's lifeblood to drain away. A competent noble would not merely allow his enemy to draw closer to death by 2 steps. He would ensure that they moved within 1 step of demise. One last question. How will you deal with Louis from here on? Such a proud and arrogant lion, even facing death, could not bring himself to inquire about the rationale behind the onslaught. Did he not fear dying without closure? Francis smiled menacingly. "Rest assured, even considering the care you once showed me, I will not allow Lewis to perish, at least, not for the time being. I need him to oversee your Sauron." Sauron raised an eyebrow. It was unsurprising that his tone was so indifferent when mentioning his second-in-command. He would naturally not feel anger. A foolish wolf born among lions would evoke sorrow rather than rage. "I have a question as well." Given that it was clear he was waiting for Sauron's blood to run dry, and Sauron was quite cooperative, Francis could think of no reason to refuse. He tightened his grip on the slender sword in his hand, licking his parched lips, and inquired, "Why is Demeter not present? If I am not mistaken, your Demeter possesses at least a 7th-tier foundational combat power. With him around, the cost of taking your life would be significantly higher. Sauron never reveals his full strength to those unworthy of being his enemies. Does that imply he is unworthy?" A cruel smile curved at the corners of Francis's lips as he noticed Sauron's hand, which held the sword, tremble slightly. With narrowed eyes, he remarked, "Are you hoping for Demeter to appear by your side in a terrace? I fear you shall be disappointed. However, since you are unwilling to speak, then you shall die." With these words, the black-clad figures before Francis suddenly ignited their great swords, attacking from 4 directions, enveloping Sauron in the shadows of their blades. Sauron smirked derisively. While Francis awaited his blood to drain, he too was regaining his strength. He observed the trembling of Sauron's shoulder, but was it truly trembling? The massive sword plunged into the earth. And utilizing the rebound, Sauron leaped high, his golden hair splaying out behind him, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. With a sweeping strike, he cleaved a leaping black-clad figure in 2, simultaneously directing his sword's tip at Francis. Ignoring the remaining assailants, combat power encompasses strength, agility, and speed. If Sauron's combat attribute is absolute power, then Count Francis embodies absolute speed. Thus, even though Sauron's strike was ferocious and sudden, Francis, standing behind the black-clad men, managed to deflect the tip of Sauron's sword just in time, swiftly retreating to narrowly evade the lethal blow, temporarily escaping the fray, lowering his gaze to the wound on his chest inflicted by Sauron's blade. Francis licked his own blood, gripping the slender sword tightly as he returned to confront Sauron. By this moment, Sauron had been fully encircled by the black-clad figures, around 10 individuals boasting 6th-tier combat power, coupled with Francis's ghostly swordplay. Although Sauron's formidable might allowed him to slay 2 black-clad men attempting to close in, his strength was inevitably waning. By the time his sword pierced the chest of the 4th black-clad man, his breaths became labored. The great sword felt increasingly heavy in his hands. Yet, as Sauron roared and swung his sword towards Francis once more, not only did Francis retreat swiftly, but so too did the remaining 7 black-clad figures. He embedded his great sword into the ground, pressing his hands upon it, gasping heavily, with his head bowed. His gaze, nonetheless, remained proudly fixed on the darkly scowling Francis. He recognized that the gravest error of his life had been underestimating this dog. Yet he would acknowledge his mistake without ever regretting it. In Sauron's world, there was no room for regret. He knew that one day his heir would seek vengeance on his behalf. He believed that his heir would one day rectify his foolishness. "Bow your head, Sauron, and I shall leave your corpse whole." Francis, his expression darkened, was taken aback by Sauron's formidable strength even at the brink of collapse. And he uttered each word with effort. Sauron, breathing heavily, suddenly lifted his head and laughed wildly. "Sauron bows only to God." Francis fell silent, no longer speaking. He fixed his gaze on Sauron, who stood defiantly despite being drenched in blood, and suddenly hurled the slender sword towards Sauron's heart with force. The slender sword would not have the chance to pierce Sauron's heart. However, even Sauron could not foresee that Francis's true scheme lay behind him. At the moment Francis launched the slender sword, 3 arrows suddenly soared towards Sauron's heart, spine, and neck, targeting vital points. Sauron lacked the strength to evade the 3 arrows approaching from behind. The only thing he could do was prevent the filthy slender sword from embedding itself in his heart. He reached out, meeting the incoming slender sword head-on, seizing it in his grasp. Yet he could not evade the hidden arrows behind him. This proud lion, even in death, remained steadfast upon his great sword. Refusing to bow his noble head, Francis approached slowly, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the lingering wild smile on Sauron's face. Gradually, he withdrew the slender sword from Sauron's grasp and positioned it against the neck of the now powerless Sauron. "God will watch you despair and wail in blood." Marching towards annihilation, You shall live your life in the hatred of God. Francis abruptly narrowed his eyes, swiftly circling the slender sword around Sauron's neck. He lifted Sauron's head before him, gazing into those eyes that remained defiantly open, murmuring, "But where is God? I cannot see him." Chapter 52. Donald the Old Fox, who could have imagined that the illustrious and powerful Sauron would plummet into the abyss in just a single night. Augustus was surely shocked, but not to the point of being astounded. After all, this night was the culmination of Francis, the wolf with its tail tucked, masquerading as a dog for at least a decade. If he were to fail, that would indeed be strange. Thus, transitioning from surprise to shock, Augustus remained silent for a long time after hearing the elder's account, ultimately steadying his mind, no longer pondering this event that would undoubtedly alter the entire landscape of the wasteland. He turned to glance at the overcast sky outside the window, slightly alleviating the tension in the parlor before finally realizing that the tea in their cups had long since gone cold. He smiled apologetically at the elder, instructing the maid still waiting outside the door to bring fresh tea, then straightened his posture. "Regardless, please allow me to express my utmost gratitude for your braving the cold to share the situation in Sauron City with me. However, my lord, I trust you are aware that this matter will indeed impact Alfred, yet at present, I seem unable to intervene." The elder, known as Count Donald, took a sip of hot tea, fully aware that this young helmsman of Alfred was subtly inquiring about his intentions. However, he did not directly address Augustus's question and instead sighed to himself. Once Francis successfully gains control over Sauron through Lewis, Donald will inevitably become his next target. This is unrelated to his promise to Stuart. The crux is that he will also need Stuart to replace Donald. After all, if he wishes to dominate the wasteland, he must ensure that no family can threaten him, even if he cannot fully control them all. Augustus lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. Realizing that negotiating with a cunning old fox like Donald required a measure of patience, he replied calmly, "But how does this concern Alfred? He hardly seemed like a mere 17-year-old child, even having witnessed this boy's formidable character during the Sauron meeting." Donald could not help but marvel. He finally recognized that if he did not promptly reveal his stance, he might well remain seated until dawn without the boy ever uttering a word of inquiry. He quietly chuckled, as if that cup of hot tea had restored some of his spirit. He straightened his posture, the dimness of his old eyes brightening considerably, and stated directly, "I am here to seek cooperation." A subtle, intriguing smile curled at the corners of Augustus's lips. That moment, Donald, seated opposite him, was his negotiation opponent. Augustus swiftly entered the fray, decisively stating, "Reason, benefits, costs." Donald pondered briefly, choosing not to leverage Alfred's current predicament to frame his argument. He understood that using Alfred's troubles to imply that the young Count Alfred must cooperate with him would be the most foolish strategy. Lord Sauron believes that Francis cannot provide Stuart with what he desires. Yet he is only partially correct. While Francis has indeed overestimated Stuart, it is clear that Stuart cannot firmly secure his position as the second most powerful figure in the wasteland. However, he is mistaken about the second part. Francis has not underestimated Donald. Rather, Sauron has overestimated him. The reason is simple. My heir is a competent mage, but not a capable noble. I am well aware that my heir cannot navigate the unfolding situation in the wasteland with the finesse that Donald requires. Furthermore, at this point, Donald paused, his gaze towards Augustus becoming especially complex. Furthermore, these years have left Donald weary in maintaining his powerful yet mysterious image. Being hailed as the favored child of God, being a mage is a prestigious profession. Yet it is also an exceedingly costly one. I can even assert that within a year, Donald will have to choose between continuing to cultivate mages or nurturing knights. He can only pursue one. Is this the reason? Augustus skillfully concealed his astonishment. He was aware that Donald's heir had lost his way in the realm of magic, a fact that was hardly a secret in the wasteland. But had the situation of the Donald family truly reached such a dire state? He was reluctant to believe it, yet Donald's candid declaration compelled him to accept the truth. Thus, based solely on Augustus's superficial understanding of Donald, he found it challenging to gauge the credibility of the old fox's words. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, since it was your father who elevated Donald, it is only fitting that it is Alfred's people who must now accept this matter. Augustus refrained from responding immediately in his past life. During business negotiations, he had a habit of locking eyes with his opponents, which led him to fixate on Donald's gaze at this moment. This was undoubtedly an aggressive and rather impolite gesture. But fortunately, the old count seemed unfazed by Augustus's stare. This might very well be the true reason behind your suggestion for the nobles to observe coldly during the second Soren conference, Donald shrugged, unabashedly admitting. It's merely a small tactic. Before Donald makes a decision, I do not wish for anyone else to reach an agreement with Alfred. Otherwise, Donald's value would diminish further. A truly commendable little tactic, Augustus scoffed with a cold smile. However, this rationale is insufficient that I do not deny that Alfred is in grave danger, and I also acknowledge that I seem to have no reason to refuse collaboration with you. Yet, my dear Count, the blood of the Marquis of Soren has yet to cool, and you must understand my caution. This was a comparison of Donald to Francis, suggesting that Donald's abrupt proposal for cooperation could very well harbor ill intentions. The old Count sighed, pondering whether to label this child as foolish or shrewd. He narrowed his aged eyes and spoke slowly. I am aware of Sophia Constantine's identity beyond being the heir of the Constantine family. Augustus abruptly halted his fingers from tapping the armrest of his wheelchair, gripping it tightly, and fell silent. This subtle detail seemed to escape Donald's notice. After stating this, he merely picked up his warm teacup once more and added, "As for the benefits and costs you seek, to put it simply, I exchange Donald's present for Donald's future, trading Alfred's future for Donald's future. I am more than willing to believe that once the lich retreats, Alfred shall undoubtedly rise." Augustus gazed earnestly at the elderly count, who was gently sipping his tea, his expression shifting constantly, yet ultimately settling into a radiant smile. Alfred never hesitates to extend the utmost friendship to his allies. Following this, Augustus and the elderly count engaged in detailed negotiations regarding their collaboration. This was no simple task, particularly when dealing with a seasoned old fox who had experienced the rise and fall of fortune throughout his life. Augustus was acutely aware that a single misstep could ensnare him in the latter's verbal traps. Even in finalizing the details, Augustus approached the negotiation with a mindset akin to a small-scale battle, giving it his utmost dedication. Likewise, the elderly count began to gain a deeper understanding of the aggressive nature of this young helmsman of Alfred. He had previously heard of Augustus's assertiveness and authoritarianism during internal meetings within Alfred, yet that was directed towards Alfred's servants. He had not anticipated that even in negotiations with a partner, this young man would remain so formidable. However, to interpret this as the second most powerful figure in the wasteland continuously conceding would be a grave misunderstanding. In truth, it was only at the very end that Augustus clearly realized that despite his unwavering focus, he had not gained much advantage. The apparent weakness was merely a ruse employed by the old fox, Donald. Finally, as the gray sky outside brightened, Augustus, having finalized most of the details, invited the old count to rest in his castle. Regardless, Augustus had to concede that Donald's proposal for collaboration at this juncture did not stem from a desire to take advantage of his vulnerability. Rather, this collaboration was, to a large extent, more timely and beneficial for Alfred, provided that Donald would not incur excessive losses. Unexpectedly, Donald declined Augustus's invitation, offering a wry smile, stating that for an old man on the verge of eternal slumber, any moment not spent resting unnecessarily was a tremendous waste. Augustus sincerely expressed his respect for the old count. As Donald returned to his fiery fox carriage, Augustus seemingly casually broached the subject of the olive branch Donald had extended during the first Soren conference. Standing before the carriage, with the sapphire scepter in hand, the old count smiled, evidently in good spirits due to the successful collaboration, and calmly remarked, "The reason I expressed my support for you back then was quite simple. I was certain you would never accept my olive branch, for you understood that once you did, you and your Alfred would be drawing closer to death. Thus, merely offering an insincere olive branch that required no sacrifice on my part could elicit a measure of gratitude from you without causing any trouble for Donald. I simply could not fathom any reason to refrain from extending that hollow gesture." Augustus was genuinely impressed, bowing slightly in his wheelchair to once again convey his respect to the old count. Unfortunately, the old count would never see the fleeting expression and shape of his lips as he lowered his head. The old fox, Chapter 53, O God, grant them fear. Ethelred and the knights returned to the castle bathed in the sanguine remnants of the setting sun. When Augustus received the news, he was resting his head on the desk, having just engaged in a night of cunning maneuvers with the old fox, Donald. After Donald's departure, he was compelled to promptly amend his plans based on the assistance Donald had provided, leading him to toil in his study until noon before he could no longer withstand the heavy weight of his eyelids and allowed himself a brief respite. Upon receiving the news, He swiftly rose, accepted the coarse towel presented by the maid, wiped his face, and maneuvered his wheelchair out of the study. As he passed the encampment of the Knight Templar stationed before Alfred's castle, Augustus clearly observed Her Highness, Princess Sophia, clad in a white robe, tending to the more grievously injured knights. Of course, the two white-robed priests from the church who had accompanied Ethelred to the territory of Christopher to fend off the lich were unscathed. However, the issue lay in their already limited magical powers, which could barely suffice to rescue Ethelred from the clutches of death. Attempting to heal other knights was simply unrealistic. Seated in his wheelchair, Augustus stood there for a considerable time, his expression remaining indifferent. Ethelred had departed with approximately 550 individuals, including swordsmen and infantry, but fewer than 330 returned to the castle. Among them, around 80 swordsmen had perished, most falling victim to the savage onslaught of orcs, while the remaining casualties were all knights. The Knight Templars suffered 85 fatalities, nearly losing half of Ethelred's forces, and similarly, Ethelred's direct contingent, the Soren 100 Knights, also sustained over 50% losses, undoubtedly a grievous blow, considering that the knights did not perish in the tide of the lich but rather at the hands of human treachery only heightened Augustus's difficulty in accepting this outcome. Ultimately, he propelled his wheelchair directly into Ethelred's tent. It was hard to imagine that even after narrowly escaping death and enduring such upheaval, Ethelred could still find solace in reading. Upon hearing the sound of the wheelchair, he turned slowly, realizing Augustus had arrived. Augustus immediately furrowed his brow. A scar snaked along Ethelred's left cheekbone, a mark that was not grotesque yet strikingly eye-catching on his otherwise perfect visage. Nevertheless, Ethelred seemed oblivious, even managing to smile gently at Augustus's frown. However, compared to his previous charming and elegant smiles, despite still possessing allure, Augustus distinctly sensed the weight and gloom in this smile, devoid of the former grace and ease. With an impassive expression, Augustus remarked, "I regret the upheaval in Soren, yet I must extend my congratulations. From this moment onward, you are truly the Marquis of Soren, though in name only." It was surprising that Augustus could utter such words under these circumstances. Ethelred was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his smile. He felt grateful, fully aware that Augustus was subtly urging him not to be overwhelmed by hatred and despair. He must transform this nominal marquis into a true noble, placing his right hand on his chest. He smiled and bowed. "Thank you." After a moment's thought, he again bowed earnestly. "You must accept my most sincere gratitude." Augustus nodded gently. All are intelligent individuals, and naturally, they comprehend each other's intentions, much like the two expressions of gratitude from Ateras. One is directed towards Augustus for his timely reminder, and the other expresses appreciation for Augustus's assistance. It can be asserted that, had it not been for the valiant defense of the Knights of the Faith, Ateras would not have survived to leave Christopher's domain. Furthermore, had Augustus not decisively dispatched the last 50 mounted archers to his aid, even if Ateras had momentarily escaped Christopher's territory, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to evade the pursuit of Lewis and Mark. Thus, from this perspective, his gratitude towards Augustus is imperative. Similarly, he cannot harbor hatred, nor can he voice the notion that his journey to Alfred Castle provided Francis and Lewis with an opportunity, for the truth is evident. Ateras understands more than anyone that even if he had remained in Soren City, Francis, that treacherous hound, would eventually reveal his sinister fangs, and he might even face the same fate as his father, merely a matter of time. Next, I have two suggestions for you. Augustus scrutinized Ateras, who stood before him. Due to his injuries, he had removed his gleaming knightly armor and donned a simple white linen garment. The serene demeanor of Ateras made it difficult to believe that his family had just been annihilated, and that he had nearly met the same fate. "First, remain in Alfred, grant me time, and I shall reclaim your Soren." This was unexpected yet anticipated. Ateras resolutely declined, seemingly oblivious to the fact that should he leave Alfred Castle at this juncture, he would be met with the relentless pursuit of Lewis and Francis. Given his current state, survival from this chase would be a formidable challenge, let alone the reclamation of his Soren, it foolish pride. Certainly not. In truth, both Augustus and Ateras are acutely aware that if he were to accept this proposal, even if Augustus genuinely returned Soren to him in the future, it would no longer be the Soren of Ateras, at least. An indelible mark of Alfred would be left upon him. Thus, it is pride, but by no means foolish. Second, you must depart Alfred swiftly. You know better than I that the longer you delay, the less likely it is that the Lord's loyal to you and the Soren family will ever see you again. Ateras did not hesitate. I am waiting for someone. I shall return shortly. Augustus fell silent, pondering for a considerable time before speaking. I am grateful for your arrival at Alfred Castle from the outset, and I regret that the current state of Alfred cannot offer you much assistance. Ateras raised an eyebrow and replied, My father once told me when I was very young that no matter what one sacrifices for others, one should never expect a return. Otherwise, one may harbor resentment when the anticipated outcome is not achieved. Then may the Lord bless you, my dear Ateras. Once Augustus turned to leave, his figure fading from view at the entrance of his tent. Ateras finally withdrew his gaze. He reached out to touch the scar on his face. Glancing at the neatly hung silver armor beside him, he understood that he would never don that armor again. Nor could he aspire to the knightly ideals he once cherished, for from this day forth, he was not merely Ateras of Soren. He was also the rightful steward of the Soren family. He was the Marquis of Soren. He quietly narrowed his eyes, and from once vibrant and compelling eyes, an utter chill now emanated. He picked up the book Augustus had been perusing upon his arrival, casually turning to the next page. His finger landing on the first line of text. I have grown weary of sighing, overtaken by sorrow, ensnared within the machinations of my enemies. They press upon my soul, seeking to cast me into the depths of darkness. O Lord, may you instill fear within them, that they may know they are but mere mortals. Chapter 54. This departure shall be final. I shall return. At the final foothills of Alfred, Ateras, clad in a pristine white shirt, gazed down at the withered branches and grasses beneath him. Against the backdrop of the snow-white collar, the scar on his pale face stood out starkly. He finally mustered the courage to utter this statement. Feeling an unexpected lightness, and without turning back, he smiled faintly before adding, In the past, I relished hearing your voice and desired your conversation, but today, allow me to speak, if you please. The girl standing behind him, observing his silhouette, indeed made no move to respond. Ateras's expression gradually became indifferent as he fixed his gaze ahead, unwavering and resolute. My return may very well lead to my demise, and I may never again have the chance to see you alive. Yet I must return. I admit, the initial days were shrouded in darkness I had never experienced before. How could it be easy? How could one not despair? But the question remains, is despair and fear of any use? No, not only are they futile, but every time I consider that my enemies might laugh at my despair and fear, I am even more reluctant to succumb to them. They are watching me. Those who live wait for my resurgence, anticipating my descent into hell, or worse, reveling in my misfortune. And those who have perished, some mockingly gaze upon me, while others await my fate, especially that deceased elder lion. If I succumb to despair and fear, even in hell, he would not rest in peace. A cold wind swept across the mountainside, not biting, yet every word from Ateras exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Speaking of that elder lion, while he lived, I always believed I had matured, that I could dictate everything concerning Soren. I even thought I no longer needed him, thus I resisted him, disregarding him, pursuing my desires with reckless abandon under his rare patience and tolerance. But now, he is dead, and I find myself feeling more immature than ever, my shoulders insufficient to bear the weight of Soren. Isn't it amusing? Indeed, what is even more amusing is that I have spent these past few days reminiscing about the forbearance he showed me while alive, and everything he provided. It is fair to say that his death took not only my most steadfast pillar of support, but also my final sense of security, especially during the pitch-black nights when I behold the faces of my enemies laughing maniacally. This feeling intensifies. But he truly has departed. That proud lion succumbed to the bite of a dog. I wish for him to return, to tell him I shall heed his words, to never oppose him again. I long for him to come back, so I could declare that I would relinquish the so-called knightly ideals, striving instead to become a worthy and satisfactory heir to Soren as per his expectations. I would promise him never to chase after that foolish and inexplicable notion of love he spoke of, completely forsaking all the beautiful things I once coveted. But he can never return. Elizabeth, do you know, I once cherished you deeply, when I was still young and accidentally trampled on your little dress upon our first encounter. I vowed that you would one day be Ateras's wife, that I would exchange the greatest happiness in the world for the most perfect version of you. In my heart, I firmly believe that having encountered you in this filthy world, I could never allow you to leave. For you, I was willing to have that proud and obstinate elder lion abandon his plans against Alfred time and again. For you, I would sacrifice all of the Elder Lion's rest, merely hoping he would alter his decisions in meetings. For you, I would even threaten him with his position as the first heir to secure the knights to protect you. For you, I was once prepared to sacrifice everything, including my life, to defend you. But all of this belongs to the past. At times, I cannot help but wonder if that Elder Lion, in a fit of punishment, allowed himself to be bitten to death by a dog. Surely, he must have deemed this the cruelest form of retribution against me. I wish to tell him, Father, I apologize for my unrealistic and absurd dreams, but I shall never have the chance to apologize to him. With tears streaming down his face, Ateras made no effort to wipe them away as he spoke. Elizabeth, this departure shall be my final one. He stared blankly at the button in his hand before releasing it. Allowing it to fall, he watched as the button landed on the grass, disappearing into the withered underbrush, murmuring, "Farewell, my love." He still did not turn back, nor did he provide the girl behind him a chance to speak. "If there remains a chance to see you alive, may we not be enemies. Otherwise, I shall forget that you are my beloved Elizabeth." At last, he stood in silence for a long time, and then, without hesitation, resolutely walked toward the foot of the mountain. The girl, who had not uttered a single word throughout, quietly picked up the rusted button from the ground, clutching it tightly in her palm. She gazed at the distant, desolate, and solitary figure, even as she bit her lip. She could not control the tears that fell, not because she understood that his departure would be final, but simply out of heartache. At the foot of the mountain, the wounded knights stood ready. And Dmitri, having arrived, led his warhorse before him. Athelas took the reins but did not accept the gleaming silver armor held in Dmitri's other hand. He gazed at the armor for a prolonged moment before expressionlessly uttering, "I am not a knight." Cast it aside. He mounted his steed and turned to look at the slender figure atop the final mountain. Aware that the Athelas of old was no more, all his weaknesses and naivete had perished at Alfred's final peak. He turned to face the loyal knights who still followed him. Their handsome and flawless visages now marked with imperfections, yet his smile remained captivating that he declared, "Knights, let us return home." Not far away, on the platform of Alfred's castle, Augustus observed Athelas's departure with a complex expression. Those who are extremely obsessive often possess extraordinary strength within their mental realms, and when such strength is provoked or shaken, it inevitably leads to either self-destruction or the annihilation of all. Augustus was all too willing to believe that the young Marquis of Sauron would inevitably tread the path of destruction, that he remained silent. But standing behind his wheelchair, the increasingly familiar and increasingly resentful Princess, Sophia, suddenly spoke up. Her mockery unmasked as she said, "Are you truly just going to watch the heir of Sauron depart? Augustus, this is hardly in line with your usual devilish demeanor. You must realize that if Athelas regains his Sauron, the future Sauron family will surely become your greatest obstacle. Would you truly wish to see Sauron crowned as the king of the wasteland? Should you not extinguish this budding threat while it is still in its cradle? If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly consider your suggestion," Augustus replied calmly without turning. "But I see no compelling reason to prevent Athelas's departure. Is it not advantageous to sow the seeds of hatred between Francis and Stuart? After all, they too are impediments in my path, and I find them far more detestable than the future Athelas." Sophia pouted adorably, realizing that this devil was not acting out of concern for the assistance Athelas had provided Alfred. She muttered, "Are you not worried that the stone you wish to exploit will be crushed swiftly? Francis and Stuart will surely not grant this fledgling seed of hatred the opportunity to take root." Augustus gazed in the direction where Athelas and his knights had vanished, suddenly reflecting, hatred often propels humanity to evolve tirelessly, far more so than love. Chapter 55. Never alone again. No matter how dense the clouds may be, they cannot extinguish the sun's light. After Athelas's departure from Alfred's castle, Augustus ceased to pay excessive attention to Francis and the movements of Sauron City. That he understood that this significant event would undoubtedly impact Alfred, but such effects would not manifest immediately. Thus, considering that Donald's assistance to Alfred was gradually being realized, the ominous cloud shrouding Alfred's realm began to dissipate. Augustus deemed it imperative to leverage this sliver of sunlight provided by the old fox to completely disperse the clouds looming over Alfred. According to his agreement with Donald, aside from Donald's immediate assistance in eliminating the lich threatening Katie, he would also allocate some resources to support Alfred until the old steward's return. Consequently, as Donald's supplies continuously arrived at Grand Town, Augustus focused all his efforts on the allocation and management of these resources. This was undoubtedly a tedious and troublesome task, one that Elizabeth had previously handled. Unfortunately, Athela's departure had adversely affected Elizabeth's mood. While Augustus could not verbally extricate her from this emotional whirlpool, he could at least insist that she temporarily set aside her duties to properly adjust her spirits. Thus, the responsibility fell solely upon him. A torment for someone like Augustus, who excelled in grasping the grand picture but faltered in managing lengthy minutiae. Fortunately, there was Princess Sophia, whose relationship with Elizabeth had recently blossomed. One day, as Sophia happened upon his study, Augustus, having engaged in conversation with her over the past few days, casually requested her assistance with the tasks at hand. He trusted that a mind as brilliant as Sophia's would undoubtedly possess the capability to aid him. Sophia was initially taken aback, having seen Augustus's character. Yet she wondered how someone could be so shameless. It was one thing to enlist the help of his enemy, the heir of Sauron, but only days prior. They had been embroiled in misunderstandings and cold wars. How could he so easily expect her to assist him? In Augustus's presence, she cast aside her deliberate aloofness and pride, smirking. "Are you not afraid I might intentionally sabotage your work and create trouble for you?" Augustus honestly shrugged. "Of course I am. Hence you are only granted the authority to assist. Ultimately, your arrangements must be approved by me." Sophia gritted her teeth, initially intent on ignoring this audacious devil. But then a thought struck her. Causing some chaos amidst these meticulous tasks might go unnoticed by Augustus. And even if he did discover it, he would surely be left with a headache while amending it. This seemed an amusing game, a splendid way to pass the tedium of the wasteland, leading her to unexpectedly agree. Thus, seemingly oblivious to her ulterior motives, Augustus positioned her across from him at his desk, and before commencing their work, he earnestly reminded her, "Entering my study is a rare privilege. One must cherish this opportunity, for I do not allow just anyone to enter." Sophia nearly lost her composure, almost shouting in indignation, "You were the one who asked me to help." During their work, it was Augustus who found himself on the verge of despair. He discovered that the Princess of Constantinople had a marked flaw. She was exceedingly fickle, whether showcasing her intellect or flaunting her ability to multitask. Once she began working, her charming little mouth never ceased its chatter, either discussing exquisite pastries or incessantly posing distracting questions. Initially, Augustus doubted whether Sophia was genuinely focused on her tasks, but upon reviewing her work, he was left speechless, realizing that the term freak aptly described her. "I truly cannot fathom why Donald would extend his assistance to you. Does he not see your ambition?" Despite growing accustomed to Sophia's capriciousness, Augustus, lacking her talent, found himself compelled to pause his work to respond to her inquiries. He observed Sophia, diligently scribbling with her quill, her head bowed, and with a wry smile, he explained, "Firstly, Donald understands that to earn Alfred's friendship, he must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, once the lich retreats and Alfred establishes his footing, that friendship will hold no value for me. Secondly, he is aware of my ambitions, but he also knows that, in contrast to Francis's desire to dominate the wasteland, I am benevolent and trustworthy." To Augustus's surprise, Sophia did not mock or scoff at his characterization of himself as benevolent and trustworthy. Instead, she casually asked, "Isn't ruling the wasteland the same as becoming its king?" Having just prepared to work, Augustus reluctantly lifted his head, regretting his decision to allow Sophia into his study, finding it nearly impossible to concentrate. Of course they are not the same. Ruling implies oppression, while becoming the king of the wasteland entails responsibility. "Oh." Augustus nearly bashed his head against the desk, having earnestly explained, and yet, no response was forthcoming. Once more immersing himself in his documents, he sorrowfully realized that he could no longer devote himself entirely to his work. With a resigned sigh, he glanced at the focused young woman across from him before wheeling himself away from the study. Leaving Sophia alone, unbeknownst to her, time passed without her notice. When Augustus returned, he replenished her plate with an assortment of delicate pastries and poured her a fresh cup of hot coffee, prompting her to finally lift her gaze. She seemed momentarily stunned, though she quickly lowered her head to mask her emotions. Repeatedly, she chastised herself for her lack of composure. She was merely assisting, and this little devil's gestures of generosity were entirely warranted. Why should she be moved? With Donald's aid temporarily alleviating his pressing concerns, the most significant issue confronting Augustus was the matter of the third lich. Oddly enough, even Augustus found this perplexing. Days prior, he had received word of a group of titans and shamanic dark cloaks appearing in the thicket of Deed City. which had initially filled him with anxiety and a sense of threat. However, despite dispatching knights to ascertain the whereabouts of this group of liches, he had encountered no success. It was as if they had vanished into thin air within Alfred's territory. The absence of news from City, and Grand Town regarding this powerful and fearsome group of liches left Augustus utterly confounded and increasingly restless. Regrettably, in this predicament, he found himself utterly powerless. All he could do was prepare for the worst as early as possible, ensuring that he would not be caught off guard when the vanished lich reappeared. However, on this particular night, as Augustus, weary and drained, finally succumbed to slumber after working late into the night, he abruptly sensed a presence watching him from the foot of his bed. He opened his eyes wide, and through the dim haze of night, he beheld the familiar, jovial visage of someone he recognized. Failing to notice the unusually grave expression upon that face, instinctively, he was about to voice a complaint. Yet, before he could utter a word, Albert spoke in a low tone. "Come, let me show you something intriguing." Without acknowledging Augustus's inquiries, Albert waited until Augustus had maneuvered his wheelchair beside him before he remarked. With a furrowed brow, on Augustus's cautious nature, he then proceeded to push Augustus's wheelchair out of the bedroom and onto the lawn in front of Alfred Castle. The night air was crisp and chilly. Wrapped in a blanket, Augustus sat beside a black stone monument on the lawn, waiting for an extended period without witnessing anything remarkable. Not sensing anything amiss, he turned with a hint of suspicion towards Albert, the continent's foremost knight, and quietly inquired about what was to be seen. Albert, however, paid him no mind, leaving Augustus to continue in silence. Suddenly, Albert announced, "It's coming." The earth trembled violently. From the pitch-black night, an enormous figure emerged from the shadows, each of its steps sending tremors through the ground and delivering a profound impact upon Augustus's senses, both visually and spiritually. Having dwelled in this unfamiliar realm for some time, Augustus was acutely aware that this fantastical world was replete with magic and martial prowess, elements beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, his interactions had predominantly involved humans, so the sudden appearance of the legendary Titan was both shocking and exhilarating. The giant towered at least 4 meters high, compelling Augustus to tilt his head back to behold its colossal form. Its face, numbed and cold, bore large features that were not grotesque. Instead, the grand scale of its visage harmonized with its features in a proportional elegance. The giant stood a mere 20 meters away from Augustus and Albert, leaving no room for Augustus to ponder how such a Titan could have materialized before his castle. The giant grinned wide and then suddenly bent down, delivering a tremendous fist to the ground. The entire lawn appeared to quake. Augustus distinctly felt his wheelchair momentarily detach from the earth beneath him. Albert, having long since prepared for this occurrence, leaped into action like a god of war, finally unleashing his resplendent prowess before Augustus. If the attributes of martial energy encompassed both strength and speed, with practitioners able to emphasize one over the other, then a true knight, like Albert at his peak, mastered both attributes through the power of faith. For someone of Albert's caliber, absolute strength and speed had long since fused. In an instant of soaring upward, Augustus could scarcely catch sight of Albert's form, only to witness Albert's foot landing squarely on the giant's chest. The Titan staggered back, but did not fall, compelling Albert, who understood the force behind his own strike, to furrow his brow in caution. Could it be a fully matured, even peak, giant? Otherwise, a single kick of his, albeit not delivered at full strength, would be insurmountable for any human with a martial energy level of at least 7. After taking several steps back, the giant finally regained its footing. Seemingly incensed by the audacity of the diminutive human, it roared, prompting Augustus to instinctively grimace and cover his ears as the giant charged towards Albert with thunderous strides. Albert stood his ground, leaping once more to meet the giant's colossal fist, his aim unwaveringly at the giant's chest. In that fleeting moment, the embodiment of speed and strength manifested. Augustus could barely discern Albert's figure amidst the darkness. All he could see was the enraged giant, twisting its immense body, desperately attempting to seize the human who left imprints upon its form. However, the giant's speed could not match Albert's, who left prints upon the giant's back, chest, and abdomen before finally retreating to stand beside Augustus once more. With his hands clasped behind his back, he maintained an air of serene composure as the giant thunderously collapsed to the ground. Yet, to Albert's astonishment, the giant, whom he had anticipated would be incapacitated, struggled to rise again, this time swaying as it stood, no longer roaring but exhibiting a newfound caution. Albert had held back, and it was evident that the giant still retained considerable strength. Interesting little human, the giant rumbled, clenching its fists as if preparing for another charge. But just as Albert narrowed his eyes, no longer intending to hold back, a bright voice emerged from the darkness behind the giant. Enough, Ares, you are not yet a match for this night. A little girl in a pink dress approached, her form gradually becoming clearer as she walked, her golden hair shimmering. At least in your juvenile state, you cannot contend with this knight. However, once you reach maturity, it will be a different story, and if you attain full maturity, you could easily tear this knight apart. The sudden appearance of the adorable girl and her words struck Augustus with profound astonishment. While Albert was merely taken aback by her proclamation, the girl stood beside the giant, smiling sweetly at Albert's surprise. Knight, you guessed correctly. Ares is indeed a titan blessed by the god of war. He possesses a natural warrior's physique, and with your soul's power, you cannot triumph over a fully matured Ares. Albert's brow furrowed deeply. No one understood better than he the terrifying nature of a giant endowed with the physique of a god of war. Noticing Augustus's diminished presence, the peculiar, charming girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Augustus, too stunned to even breathe, remained motionless. The girl approached him step by step. Even Albert, who was at a loss regarding this strange girl's intentions, failed to notice how swiftly she appeared before Augustus's wheelchair. Augustus instinctively tensed, and the girl stood before him, gazing intently. Her eyes suddenly radiated surprise, tenderness, and profound sorrow. But how could a mere 7- or 8-year-old child possess such complex and deep sorrow? She slowly crouched down, resting her adorable head upon Augustus's lap. Oblivious to his tension and stiffness, she murmured, "It truly is you. How wonderful. In this unfamiliar world, Jelena shall no longer be alone." Chapter 56. The former shaman empress, surely you have mistaken me for someone else? If one still possessed the capacity for rational thought, it would be instinctive for anyone to harbor such a question, and Augustus was no exception. Yet, faced with such a bizarre atmosphere and an equally peculiar little girl, he dared not voice this inquiry. Observing the Titan's obedience to the girl, it was clear to any fool that she bore an invisible, enigmatic aura. This realization led to a stark contrast between the stiffness on Augustus's face and the little girl's expression of pure enjoyment as she nestled against his leg. It wasn't until she nuzzled his leg and reluctantly lifted her gaze that Augustus finally exhaled in relief. He struggled to form words, but upon meeting the girl's eyes, which belied her age with their kindness and sorrow, he found himself utterly speechless. Beyond the sheer strangeness of the encounter, he felt an unsettling chill. Yet, as if sensing his shock, the girl spoke again, her words plunging Augustus into an icy abyss. She fixed her gaze on him, climbed onto his lap, and whispered in his ear, "It must be quite painful to have an ancient soul forcibly confined within a youthful vessel." In that instant, Augustus's world crumbled. His arrival in this strange realm, along with the origins of his soul, constituted his greatest and most enigmatic secret. He was unaware of the ramifications his secret could unleash, nor could he fathom the consequences should this world uncover it. After all, this was a land governed by divine authority and royal dominion, and in many ways, his origins were inherently incompatible with this world, shrouded in the darkest obscurity. Yet, this little girl, with a mere gentle prod, effortlessly pierced through Augustus's most guarded secret. In that moment, his lips drained of color. However, once the initial shock subsided and Augustus's mind began to function again, the connection to the girl's previous statement flooded him with euphoria. He suppressed his excitement and enthusiasm, cautiously glancing at Albert, who sat beside him, furrowed brow and silent. He paid no heed to whether Albert could hear his words. He endeavored to lower his voice, unsure if it was his exhilaration or deliberate restraint causing the tremor in his tone, which took on a high-pitched quality as he inquired, "Have you traveled here as well? From which country?" The eerie little girl, initially bewildered, appeared lost in thought. Augustus furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before asking, "Where are you from?" The little girl's face was still etched with confusion. After a moment of shock, as if a realization had struck her, her round eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. In response to Augustus's fervor, she whispered, "Is it the language of a lost race? How terrifying. Your other soul is even older than mine." The once ecstatic Augustus found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend the implications of her words. Yet, he soon realized that they were not discussing the same matter, and his profound anticipation was swiftly supplanted by disappointment. leaving him devoid of the desire to converse. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, after exchanging a few sentences that no one else in this world could grasp, his fear and wariness towards this peculiar little girl had diminished significantly. However, the girl misinterpreted Augustus's silence as a sign that he deemed the situation unsuitable for conversation. Contemplating for a moment, she then spoke with an unexpected maturity, suggesting that they should privately research the matter concerning their other souls. She then leaped off Augustus's lap and, with her charming round eyes narrowed, pointed at Augustus's castle, declaring, "I have commandeered this castle. It is Queen Catherine's first palace on the continent. You must place the largest bed in the grandest chamber, as that will be Her Majesty's royal chamber." Augustus, bewildered, could hardly fathom how Alfred's castle had suddenly transformed into a commandeered palace. Ignoring his confusion, the girl turned to the Titan giant, hands on her hips, and commanded, "You may return now, Ares, and inform Alpha, that old immortal, that Her Majesty has found the person she was seeking, that I have some personal matters to attend to, and will not partake in your plundering. Let him not disturb Her Majesty, and keep his distance from my palace." The Titan giant, blessed with the physique of a god of war, scratched his head with a grin. "And what of Ares?" "Ah!" The clearly irritable and impatient little girl suddenly screamed. "You must return as well. Did Queen Giuliana not say that once you reach your peak, you shall rule this continent together?" Ares, slow on the uptake, pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and chuckled. "Then I shall return swiftly to join you in ruling the continent. Go quickly, but remember to keep Alpha far from my palace." The Titan giant laughed heartily before turning around and striding into the darkness before Alfred's castle, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him as he receded into the distance. Meanwhile, Augustus, still bewildered, struggled to fully process the events of this amusing evening orchestrated by Albert. This enigmatic little girl of unknown origin had chosen to remain. He glanced skeptically at Albert, who met his gaze with an inquisitive expression. He then turned his attention back to the little girl, whose eyes were darting about, and considering her last words to the departing Titan. He begrudgingly nodded in affirmation to Albert's inquiry. This caused Albert to frown momentarily, but soon, having grasped Augustus's deeper meaning, he wore a profoundly enigmatic smile, casting a lingering glance at the little girl beside Augustus before making his way back to the castle. Ultimately, Augustus returned to his chamber with the peculiar little girl clad in pink. Upon entering the room, she clung to him, demanding he recount the origins of his other soul. Ignoring her, Augustus finally found the space to satiate his curiosity and asked how she had discerned the existence of another soul within him. Without hesitation, the little girl provided an exasperatingly bold answer. "Because I am the great Queen Catherine." Augustus rolled his eyes and insisted that she first reveal her own origins. The little girl twirled her round eyes at least 4 times before proclaiming, "My other soul existed during the era when dragons ruled the skies. Elves dominated the forests, and humans and orcs fight for supremacy over the continent. At that time, I was the most powerful shaman queen. In the course of battle, my soul fell into slumber. In human terms, one would say I perished. However, upon awakening, I discovered that while my body had died, my soul remained unvanquished. Thus, after much hardship, I finally found a vessel that could barely accommodate my soul, and after enduring great trials, I gained dominion over this body, successfully subduing the other soul within me." Augustus furrowed his brow in silence, as the weight of her words was overwhelming. With his limited understanding of the present state of this continent, comprehending her narrative was no easy feat yet. He realized that her seemingly casual recounting belied the struggles and dangers she must have faced in seizing control of this body. He gazed at the little girl who sat on his grand bed, swinging her feet, and refrained from probing further into how she had managed to merge her soul with this unfamiliar vessel. The little girl then declared, "Now it is your turn to answer my questions." Augustus, initially at a loss for words, found himself inexplicably smiling as he replied, "I hail from a lost civilization where airplanes ruled the skies, ships dominated the seas, and cannons held sway over the land. Given your intellect, it would be quite challenging for me to elucidate." The little girl, predictably, sat in astonishment, her expression one of adoration. Augustus maintained a calm smile. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, he failed to notice the glimmer of mischief that danced in the little girl's eyes. By the time Augustus turned back, she had already removed her little leather boots and stood atop his grand bed. With a serious tone, she pointed at him and announced, "Queen Catherine officially declares that from this day forth, You shall be her first knightly retainer. You must vow to defend the fragile Queen Catherine with your life, and I shall consider bestowing upon you the title of knightly retainer for life." Augustus, who should have found this ludicrous, was suddenly struck dumb. Albert had remarked that he and Augustus should be kindred spirits, as it seemed they were the only two individuals in this known world possessing such powerful souls. Yet this little girl, calling herself Queen Catherine, claimed that having found Augustus, she would no longer be lonely, for in this strange continent, only they possessed souls that did not belong to this era, and only they housed two souls within their bodies. Augustus felt that Catherine's assertion was indeed more fitting. He suddenly sensed that as he traversed this unfamiliar continent, he would no longer be solitary. Chapter 57. Mental interference. If one harbors a secret within their heart that no one in the entire world can comprehend or articulate, it must be a source of immense suffering. Having finally liberated himself from this anguish, Augustus found it impossible to sleep that night, not due to a lack of fatigue, but because Queen Catherine was exceedingly demanding. Initially, she criticized Augustus's not sufficiently spacious chamber, exclaiming it hardly resembled a royal chamber fit for a queen. After considerable coaxing, she insisted that Augustus sleep beside her. Although he felt awkward at first, he ultimately succumbed to her bold declaration. "It's quite all right, even if you wish to touch. With this current body of mine, you shall find nothing to grasp," and they lay together. However, Catherine began to lament that the grand bed was not soft enough, far inferior to a proper goose-down mattress. Augustus adopted a strategy of observing without engaging, which surprisingly proved effective. Soon, Catherine, having fallen asleep, appeared innocent and charming, a stark contrast to her waking demeanor. That night, Augustus, having undergone a significant transformation, struggled to calm his racing thoughts. Just as he was about to drift off, he caught sight of Catherine, sleeping yet tear-streaked. Surely, it must be a nightmare. Augustus felt an inexplicable ache in his heart as he gently wiped the tears from her small face. Reminiscent of the dark days he had endured upon arriving in this world. During that time, slumber evaded him. Each night, closing his eyes, he would relive the haunting scenes of his past life. The dreadful moments before his car accident. How could one sleep? To forcibly contain an aged soul within a youthful vessel must be excruciating. Aside from the two of them, no one else could truly understand. He cradled the tearful little girl in his arms, finally grasping why a face that had once seemed so foreign felt so familiar in this moment. Out of compassion, he remained oblivious to the pain of her small hands gripping his waist in her nightmare. Not even furrowing his brow, but instead wearing a gentle expression. The following morning, Augustus prepared to accompany Albert to draw strength from the source of faith. He rose quietly, doing his utmost to avoid disturbing the slumbering Catherine. His movements were delicate and careful, yet he failed to notice that she had already opened her eyes, silently lying on her side, intently observing the bruises that occasionally revealed themselves along his waist. Augustus had just stepped out of his chamber, gently closing the door behind him. Before he had traversed the corridor, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Surprised, he turned to see Jelena, already fully dressed. Following him, he curiously inquired how she had awakened so early. Contrary to his recollections of her as a tempestuous little girl, she exhibited an unusual calmness, merely stating that she could not sleep. After a moment's contemplation, Augustus, having paused his wheelchair, expressed that he had matters to attend to and suggested she wait in the room. Jelena scoffed, questioning what matters he could possibly have, implying it was merely a continuation of the knight's instruction from the previous night on harnessing the power of souls for physical enhancement. Just the sight of Albert had clarified his presence in the castle to her. Augustus marveled at her acute perception, recognizing her as a shaman queen who had lived for countless years. Her intellect perfectly aligned with her actual age. However, he was determined to prevent Jelena from accompanying him. After all, he had yet to ascertain Albert's stance regarding this little shaman. Thus, he smiled politely and declined her company once more. Nevertheless, Jelena, lacking in patience, became irate and proclaimed, "Is it too much for Her Majesty, Queen Catherine, to wish to observe the true prowess of her foremost knight?" Upon reaching the secluded lawn, shrouded in the shadows of Alfred's castle, Albert, who had been waiting there, did not express disdain for Augustus's unexpected companion. Quite the contrary. He appeared equally intrigued by Jelena's true identity as a shaman. He even attempted to circumvent Augustus to question her. But the somewhat incomplete character of Jelena rendered her unresponsive to his inquiries. This provoked Albert, the continent's foremost knight, to ire, as he sensed the essence of the little shaman lingering on Augustus. With a grim smile, he vented his frustrations during Augustus' subsequent training session. Today, you must pierce a small tree with a diameter of at least 200 millimeters with a single shot before you can rest. This was the training regimen Albert had devised for Augustus in recent days. In Albert's words, he sought to ensure that Augustus could wield his strength with precision. Initially, Augustus began with trees of 50 millimeters, tasked with piercing through them while maintaining the rotation of the spear, leaving a perfectly circular hole in the trunk thereafter. At first glance, this might seem manageable, but given that the design of the spearhead on the epic continent was diamond-shaped, achieving a circular hole amidst the necessary rotation proved to be a formidable challenge. Augustus spent at least 3 days attempting to fulfill Albert's requirements, often ending up with holes that varied in size or were marred by splinters. For Augustus, the task of piercing a sturdier tree while ensuring the circularity of the hole was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Nonetheless, he refrained from complaining. In essence, Augustus was a cold and self-serving individual, for he had little to concern himself with in this unfamiliar land. Yet, despite his coldness, he felt immense gratitude towards Albert, fully aware that the guidance offered was genuinely altruistic, even as a true knight. Albert's teaching stemmed from a desire to prevent the knightly tradition from fading into history. As a beneficiary, Augustus felt compelled to express his appreciation. Indeed, after enduring the cruelty and indifference of the aristocrats in the wasteland, Albert emerged as the first ray of sunlight Augustus encountered on this continent, and thus far, the only one. Throughout the morning, Augustus engaged in a fierce struggle with the stout little tree, resulting in a haphazard array of pockmarked holes along its trunk. He ultimately failed to meet Albert's expectations for the morning. Meanwhile, Jelena stood quietly nearby, observing her foremost knight's clumsy yet earnest training. As they departed from the castle for lunch, Jelena, who had been largely silent all morning, suddenly tugged at Augustus's wheelchair. Once Albert had departed with a derisive smile, Jelena furrowed her brow and asked Augustus, "Why is there only training for physical strength? What about magic?" The correlation between a potent soul and a formidable mental prowess was a principle known well to the former shaman queen. It was only then that Augustus realized Jelena, like him and Albert, belonged to a unique category of beings. The distinction lay in Jelena's observation from the previous night, that Albert was a rare individual possessing a singular soul with significant power, while Augustus and Jelena bore the extraordinary trait of dual souls, thus endowing them with their formidable spiritual strength. This, moreover, accounted for Augustus's drastic changes in memory and mental acuity since his arrival. With a hint of embarrassment, Augustus chuckled, "While I possess mental strength, it is regrettable that I lack a proper affinity for any magical elements." The inherently impatient Jelena coldly retorted, "If it were the case that Albert's singular soul endowed him with immense mental strength, rendering his magical affinity non-existent, I might believe it. But possessing two souls without any magical power is unequivocally impossible." Taken aback, Augustus, believing in Jelena's insight, felt a surge of joy. Did this imply he indeed possessed magical power? He unabashedly displayed his anticipation, awaiting Jelena's verdict. A cruel glint appeared on her petite face, and as Augustus began to feel a sense of dread, she exclaimed with wild laughter, "Come now, let Her Majesty Jelena extract your soul and discover your magical attributes." Her small hand suddenly pressed against Augustus's forehead. An uncanny scene unfolded. On the grass, the little girl stood on her tiptoes, her hand upon the forehead of the young man in the wheelchair. In an instant, a radiant light erupted between her hand and his brow. The process of magical guidance was far more brutal than when Sophia had once guided Augustus. Augustus distinctly felt his soul being drawn out. He experienced a moment of suffocation, emptiness, and fear, once again catching a whiff of the familiar yet foreign scent of death. Jelena's once rosy cheeks drained of color, rendering her pallid and on the verge of collapse until she abruptly withdrew her hand. Her face was etched with shock and astonishment as she addressed the still dazed Augustus. Thought interference. Chapter 58. The demon lord thought interference. Augustus, seated in his wheelchair, gasped deeply, akin to someone who had been deprived of air for an extended period. He breathed heavily, glancing up at the pale-faced Jelena, now acutely aware of the true, obscure identity of the little girl who wept in nightmares and tears each night. Was she truly the former dark overlord? Queen Catherine? Augustus's expression was complex, the tremors emanating from his very soul rendering him hesitant to inquire about the elusive notion of thought interference. even though the little girl in the pink dress had lain peacefully in his embrace the night before. Jelena, equally silent, was no longer surprised by Augustus's magical talent. Her icy gaze bore witness to his reverence. Originally, her intention in probing Augustus's soul was twofold: to explore his magical prowess and to impart a deeper understanding of her identity. They were indeed the only two kindred spirits upon the continent, yet between them lay an insurmountable chasm separating humanity from the necromancer. She relished the warmth of sleeping peacefully in his arms. But would he truly be willing to embrace her forever, even if it meant betraying humanity and opposing the entire continent? The exterior of the seemingly innocent Jelena was deceptive. She yearned to know. The sun shone unabashedly upon the frigid grass. After a prolonged silence without receiving an answer, Jelena's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. She smirked, but before she could speak, Augustus suddenly managed a strained smile. Thought interference? That sounds intriguing. What exactly is that kind of magic? Jelena, momentarily taken aback, quickly lowered her head as if to conceal her emotions. When she raised it again, her demeanor shifted back to her typical arrogance. Why should I explain? You are merely my knight, a servant of Her Majesty Jelena. Augustus, now appearing more at ease, smiled warmly in response, retorting fiercely, "Do not forget, your palace is still my castle. No explanation means no lunch." Jelena burst into laughter. How amusing. Do you truly believe that threatening me with a meal will compel your queen to divulge that thought interference is a purely mental attack magic? Mental attack. It requires no affinity for magical elements or stored magical power. Augustus, possessing limited knowledge of magic, asked in confusion. However, he soon smiled and took the little girl's hand, gazing into her pale face. "Let us dine first. Afterward, you must earnestly explain this fascinating thought interference to your foremost knight." Without breaking free from Augustus's grasp, the little girl in the pink dress walked quietly beside his wheelchair. The two figures, one large and one small, basked in the sunlight as they strolled across the grass. "Hello, Augustus. Are you not afraid of me?" "Afraid? How could I not be? But I cannot possibly defeat you." "Indeed. So can I then forever rest in your embrace. The issue is, I have little interest in a little brat devoid of curves." "Ah, who are you calling flat? I shall extract your soul and lash it 100 times." The once enigmatic and mystical world of magic had become dull, fragmented, and tiresome by the time I awakened again that in truth, anyone who had once stepped into the realm of magic would spend their entire life exploring it, seeking to uncover the essence and profundity of magic. Yet it is said that today as human magicians are predominantly novices competing in mental fortitude, while the advanced magicians merely contend with their reserves of magical energy. Is this truly what constitutes a magician? Perhaps it would be more apt to label them as mere incantation machines. The primary cause of the stagnation and decline in magic, I believe, lies in the simultaneous downfall of the 7 great magicians of my era. Oh. By the way, you might not have heard of the magicians. They are the formidable figures who stand at the pinnacle of their respective magical domains. Augustus listened quietly to Jelena's account in front of the castle, finding it somewhat surreal, for, as he understood it, despite he and Jelena being the most similar beings on this continent, they had only interacted for a day, even if she were to genuinely awaken his magical powers. Surely it would require several days of assessment, would it not? Just as Albert, when he first arrived at Alfred Castle, had deliberated extensively before finally deciding to guide Augustus onto the path of knighthood. Yet why had Jelena so hastily conferred upon him the power of magic? It must be noted that Jelena was not a little lowly in the conventional sense, which made Augustus's expression slightly peculiar as he listened to her narrative. She seemed easily able to discern Augustus's unspoken thoughts. With a wry smile, Queen Jelena began. "As the sole knight in service to Her Majesty Queen Jelena, it is only fitting that the Queen bestows gifts upon her servant. Is it not?" After a pause, her small eyes gleamed with fervor. "Moreover, since you have chosen Her Majesty Queen Jelena, it signifies that you have opted to stand in opposition to the Light Church, which views liches as evil. With your current strength, merely having just awakened as a knight, I must ensure that the moment you appear on the continent, the entire realm trembles at the sight of Jelena's knight." Augustus managed an awkward smile, saying little more, and urged, Continue. With a glance, Jelena continued, "Mental interference is, to some extent, an unconventional magical force, for even in my era, those who could master this pure form of psychic attack were exceedingly rare. However, of course, rarity implies strength. Just imagine being able to disrupt the thoughts of your enemies. It is a truly terrifying power, especially since you also possess the fierce lethality of a knight. This means that in any battle you engage in, you inherently hold the advantage of the home ground. Consider this: dragging your enemies into your world to fight. Such an experience would undoubtedly be an eternal nightmare for them. For in your world, you are the absolute sovereign. Augustus, who yearned for such immense power, was thoroughly incited by Jelena, eagerly asking, "But how do I create a world?" It's quite simple. Create a world through imagination. Utilize your formidable psychic strength to guide the world you envision into the consciousness of your enemy. That is how you create a world. Augustus grasped only half of her meaning initially, but he soon understood that Jelena was instructing him to conjure an imaginary world and then somehow invade the consciousness of his enemy with it. The pivotal question remained: by what means could he accomplish the invasion of his mental will? Jelena's expression turned complex as she simply stated, "Your eyes." In an instant, Augustus understood. He promptly shut his eyes and envisioned a vast, desolate expanse of ice and snow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The miracle unfolded. It was as if a world existed within his gaze. The black and white of his eyes was entirely replaced by a dim, grayish-white haze, with wind swirling and snowflakes drifting within his vision. In his eyes, there was a world. However, Jelena, who had anticipated his intentions when he closed his eyes, maintained her cold smile, remaining entirely unaffected. Once Augustus realized this, his eyes returned to normal, and a look of confusion crossed his face. It was then that Queen Jelena bellowed, "You fool! Do you think, with your current grasp of soul power, you can invade the consciousness of the great Queen Jelena?" Augustus felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Psychic attacks could only target those weaker than himself. Although he possessed two souls, granting him formidable psychic might, his understanding of that power remained superficial. Not even Queen Jelena, let alone Princess Sophia, was a colossus he could hope to challenge. Contemplating his overwhelming desire for power, which left him restless and impatient, he simply told Jelena to wait for him and turned to propel his wheelchair toward the castle. Jelena, fully aware of his intentions, scoffed and watched him depart, calling after him, "Experiment or not, do not make that foolish mistake again. Otherwise, the backlash of psychic energy will cause you to lose yourself within the world you create, never to return." Without looking back, Augustus waved dismissively, signaling her not to worry. As he observed the retreating figure in the wheelchair, Jelena's expression softened slightly as she mused, "I truly look forward to the surprises this heretic might bring to this unfamiliar world." At Alfred Castle, Jelena did not have to wait long before a piercing scream from a woman echoed throughout the halls. "Demon!" This was likely the voice of a maid within the castle. It marked yet another unclean title bestowed upon Augustus after his servants had dubbed him the Dictator Lord, Demon Lord. Chapter 59. Symbolic marking the excitement persisted for the entirety of the afternoon, only to be forcibly subdued by Augustus. It was not until dusk that he returned to his study, where he had to calm the terrified maid who had been severely startled. Augustus employed various means to convince a delicate maid named Amy that she was simply exhausted and had imagined the incident. He then granted her a few days of leave before making his way back to his study. Along the way, he was well aware that Jelena was trailing behind him, for having finally arrived in the human world. She sought to fill the void of historical knowledge that the northern realm lacked. Augustus thought little of it at the time, only to soon encounter the greatest dilemma that would plague him for quite some time. Upon entering his study, before he could even reach his desk, he suddenly sensed that Jelena had come to an abrupt halt behind him and turned around, instantly perceiving the palpable hostility emanating from the small girl. Resembling a beast confronted by its nemesis, her round eyes filled with wariness. Bewildered, Augustus was about to inquire when he suddenly felt a heavy sense of enmity coming from the opposite direction. Turning once more, he found Princess Sophia, clad in white robes, her golden hair framing her exquisite visage, frowning as she stood at the desk facing the door. Realizing the crux of the issue, Augustus understood that one was the former Empress Catherine, a lich shaman, and the other was a fourth-tier magician with a magical affinity exceeding 25, both of whom could easily sense the discomforting aura emanating from one another, even without knowing each other's identities. A sense of dread filled Augustus as he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Princess Sophia, frowning at the desk, was the first to break the silence, fixing her gaze upon the petite girl in the pink dress, slowly stating, "I see darkness in your eyes." Jelena remained silent, maintaining her vigilance, her expression impassive. This was likely the pride demanded by the ancient soul residing within her, for no matter how powerful Sophia was, she could only be regarded as a distant descendant from an era long past. Thus, while she remained wary, she would not place herself in direct opposition to Sophia. After a moment of frustration, Augustus finally spoke, his tone concise and unassailable. You seem to have forgotten that this is Alfred Castle, where both of you can only have one identity, guests of Alfred Castle. Princess Sophia, suddenly turning her gaze toward Augustus, fixed her eyes intently upon him. Yet in the end, she said nothing further, merely contemplating as she regarded Jelena once again, her expression gradually relaxing. Augustus quietly exhaled in relief, however, just as he turned back to face Jelena. The small girl in the pink dress inexplicably became agitated, shedding the pride she had shown in her earlier gaze at Sophia. She shouted, I shall extract her soul and whip it." Quick as a flash, Augustus seized the impulsive Jelena, furrowing his brow in irritation as he retorted, "Why? Did you not hear what I said?" Disregarding the blatant disrespect shown to her by the Squire Augustus, Gielena's small eyes incessantly roamed over Her Highness Sophia. As she hysterically exclaimed, "Her bosom is larger than mine, and her dairy re is far more alluring." The sight of Sophia standing before the desk left her utterly bewildered and on the brink of despair. However, it was Augustus's subsequent words that transformed her dismay into outright fury. Irritated, Augustus grasped Gielena and remarked without a second thought, "Is that the reason? In a few years, your bosom and dairy re will surely surpass hers." This revelation seemed to satisfy Queen Gielena, igniting another outburst from Her Highness Sophia, creating a scene of chaotic amusement. "Here are all your property documents, including Donald's support. If your old steward cannot return promptly, your supplies will last a maximum of 5 days." Finally, as silence settled, Augustus shifted into work mode, though he had to occasionally keep an eye on Gielena, who appeared to be quietly reading a chronicle of the continent after he had handed it to her. At least he was now able to function normally. He received the documents from the still aggrieved Sophia with a grateful smile, casually stating, "Could you not hold out a few more days? After all, no matter how optimistic I am about Ateras, reclaiming control of the Alpine Gorge within a mere 5 days is beyond Ateras' capabilities, and it will be difficult for the old steward to return in that time frame." Sophia gently shook her head. Augustus sighed inwardly. The supplies lasting 5 days meant he had to resolve the lich issue within that time frame. But was that realistic? Rubbing his temples in contemplation, he suddenly noticed Gielena beside him. And reflecting on her identity and the Titan who had appeared at her castle, his eyes brightened. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Gielena, sensing his expression, decisively stated, "Do not expect your queen to assist you with the northern dilemma. To be frank, I have merely acquired the title of queen with the shaman high priest's approval. The other priests remain quite mischievous. Therefore, not only can I not dictate matters in the north, but I also struggle to make decisions for the shaman tribe." With a resigned smile, Augustus abandoned this enticing idea and looked back at Sophia, unmasking his intentions. Unexpectedly, Sophia, who had not initially acknowledged Augustus, turned her gaze to Gielena, biting her lip in contemplation before changing her mind and declaring, "A week is the maximum I can negotiate. You must understand that your supplies can only be reduced to this extent." A week? At least that was 2 days more than 5. Just as Augustus was about to express his gratitude, Gielena suddenly raised her head to meet Sophia's gaze, and, with a disdainful tone, provocatively remarked, "While I cannot dictate the shaman tribe, Ares is the sole heir of the Titans. Thus, Ares' departure means you need not worry about the Titans any longer. Moreover, as for the shamans, Alpha is a direct descendant of the high priest. Since I have instructed him to keep his distance from my palace and not disturb me, he will undoubtedly choose to accompany Ares back. Consequently, the remaining shamans should not pose much trouble for you. This means that your true enemies from the north are merely the lowly orcs, none of whom are even high-ranking orcs." A subtle air of playful animosity seemed to envelop the study once more. However, Augustus, who had unexpectedly received a tremendous surprise, had no time to dwell on such matters and no need to worry about the Titans or the shamans. The only challenge remained the intellectually inferior lowly orcs. This essentially indicated that the lich no longer posed any threat to Alfred. Augustus promptly immersed himself in his work. Next, with Donald's territory responsible for exterminating one group of orcs and Kadiani and his knights dispatched to Christopher's territory to deal with another group. All he needed to do was hold out a little longer. Once Kadiani returned, the orcs directly threatening Alfred's territory would be eradicated, and the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over Alfred would be decisively severed. For the time being, he would not need to concern himself with Alfred's fate. The sun finally pierced through the gloom. Augustus swiftly laid out the information of the various families on the plains before him. Aware that once the lich ceased to be a threat, the ensuing complex situation on the plains would become a critical issue he must address. He meticulously reviewed the files of families such as Christopher, Francis, and Stuart, engrossed in his task to the point that he failed to notice Sophia had quietly risen and was now standing behind him. Sophia observed Augustus as he marked a circular symbol on the Stuart and Louis Soren files, and a simple triangular mark on Donald and Ateraz's documents. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally inquired, "What do these markings signify?" Without lifting his gaze, Augustus replied calmly, "Symbols marked with a cross indicate those who must die. Those with a triangle signify those who may live, and the circles denote those pending a decision." As he spoke, he marked a glaring cross on Christopher's file. Chapter 60. Living to enjoy glory. The beautiful Sophia, who had been assisting Augustus in managing the intricate affairs concerning Alfred, wore an expression of confusion. Fortunately, her burgeoning bosom was proportionate to her intellect. Otherwise, she might have posed a foolish question like, shouldn't Christopher be Alfred's ally? Silently, she watched Augustus mark a cross on Christopher's family file and a circle on the cover of the Stuart family file, and couldn't help but scoff inwardly, pondering how cunning this devil must be to don such a heavy mask of hypocrisy. Who could have imagined that those who ought to be his friends were instead marked for demise, while those who should be his enemies held a glimmer of hope? O Lord, is this treacherous devil truly just a mere 17-year-old child like her? Perhaps no noble in the empire, no matter how sinister, could rival his profound darkness. Do you have any basis for these markings? The beautiful Sophia finally succumbed to the demon of curiosity within her. Augustus's quill paused momentarily as he turned to meet Sophia's gaze, making her feel like the fool. Before she could unleash her frustration, Augustus, despite his discomforting tone, explained, "Since I have chosen the young Marquis Soren, it follows that Francis, who shares a blood feud with Ateras, must be my primary adversary. Is there any doubt about that?" Sophia clenched her jaw tightly, her fists balling up as she realized that speaking with this cursed devil often caused her to momentarily forget her elegance and restraint. She struggled to suppress her emotions, striving for calmness. "I am not asking about Ateras, nor am I inquiring about Francis. I am asking about Christopher's family and your direct enemy, Stuart. This is not difficult to comprehend. The war between Stuart and Alfred is merely a public conflict. I hold great respect for my enemies. After all, formidable adversaries are the greatest source of my rapid empowerment." He paused at this point. "No more?" After waiting in vain for Augustus to elaborate further on Christopher, Sophia nearly forced the words out through clenched teeth. "What about Christopher?" "What of Christopher?" Augustus retorted without turning. "Why must Christopher die? Who do you think you are? Having barely escaped the depths of hell, do you truly believe you can dictate the fate of the plains? Perhaps the only thing you have forgotten is to draw a massive, vivid cross on Alfred's head." The outburst from Sophia caused her to completely abandon her elegance and composure, to the extent that she failed to notice Giolina's disdainful expression nearby. Regardless, the following days would undoubtedly be the most delightful Augustus had experienced since his resurgence. The shadows looming over Alfred's skies were gradually dissipating. Each morning, he trained under the tutelage of the continent's foremost knight, Albert, while midday was spent in the midst of Giolina's roaring lectures on the theoretical application of magic. Evenings were filled with intellectual exchanges with Sophia, making for a fulfilling and joyous experience, particularly as news of the dwindling orc numbers from Donald's territory continued to arrive, and Kadiani within Christopher's domain steadily grasped the situation. Augustus felt as though the sun was warming him. However, while the warmest sunlight may dispel the heaviest of clouds, it inevitably leaves behind mottled shadows on the ground. In the former Soren castle, now known as Soren City, Count Francis sat calmly in the spacious and comfortable chair of the study, his demeanor serene. This moment, it was hard to associate him with the once obsequious Francis who had groveled before Soren. Such is the reality of power and its ability to impose authority upon men. Even causing Francis's narrow eyes to appear deep and inscrutable, he pushed the letter he had just received across the table. Seated at the desk opposite the Earl of Stuart, the man furrowed his brow as he unfolded the letter. Quickly scanning its contents, his frown deepened, This is impossible. Even with the support of the Holy See, and to some extent, Donald, how could he possibly have expelled the lich in such a short time? What about the Titans? The shamans wielding dark magic. They surely have yet to make an appearance, right? But this is indeed the truth, Francis replied, his brown, neatly tailored leather coat accentuating his sharply pointed chin. Lending him an air of authority, habitually squinting his narrow eyes, he continued. In fact, including Sauron, we made a significant error from the start. It is true that the 500 paladins cannot determine the outcome of the battle. But what does their presence signify for the lich? Over the past century, the lich has never faced direct opposition during its invasions. Suddenly, this year, it encounters a robust counterattack, particularly from the Knights of the Holy See. Who can guarantee that the Lich 1T developed the absurd delusion that the Holy See intends to seize the wasteland? Therefore, if this is indeed the case, it is not hard to comprehend why the Lich would retreat so easily. Moreover, even if the Lich does not withdraw, the Titans and Shamans have merely yet to appear. However, after Alfred's little companion has dealt with the numerous orcs, I imagine survival will not be an issue. Stuart remained silent. During this period of interaction with Francis, he had come to deeply realize that Francis' ability to topple Sauron was no mere accident. He sincerely admired Francis's meticulous strategizing regarding the latter's thoughts, while simultaneously marveling at the latter's patience and concealment over the past decade. But we all know that Alfred cannot simply survive unscathed. It is almost certain that once that troublesome little fellow survives, he will undoubtedly join forces with a terrorist. I cannot tolerate these two rascals causing us any trouble under the instigation of that old fox, Donald. Perhaps mentioning Sauron's first heir, who was damned yet still alive. Francis furrowed his brow as well. One must commend Terraz's formidable capabilities. Within just a few days, he successfully contacted Sauron's foolish followers and, using his rightful status as Sauron's first heir, re-established the flag of Sauron's roaring lion in the southern town of Sauron's territory. This exhibited an overwhelming audacity, particularly when juxtaposed with the fact that Sauron's heir, who possessed an absolute advantage in strength and timing, failed to manage even this trivial matter, causing Francis's frown to deepen. What should we do then? If the last attack on the Paladins was an accident, will launching another war not trigger the Holy See's sensitive nerves? Francis raised an eyebrow and replied decisively, no. At least one thing I agree with that old fox Donald on, is that the Holy See cannot provide this little fellow with direct support. It is likely that the 500 paladins only received unilateral assistance from the Archbishop of Misa. We do not know why the Archbishop made this decision, but I believe this little fellow is not enough to compel the Archbishop to fully intervene in the Forsaken Wasteland. Stuart pondered in silence, seemingly deliberating the reliability of Francis's deductions. However, it was evident that Francis had already made up his mind. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, "This can be considered our best, and indeed the only opportunity before the Lich completely vacates the wasteland." While the Lich is still entangled with Cadienne and the Paladins, that enigmatic old steward by his side remains in the Alps, ensuring his demise should not pose significant difficulty. Sauron once said that without Count Alfred, Alfred would be a docile and lovable little lamb. The only reason Alfred currently poses a problem for us is that this mutated little lamb brings forth too many surprises. Once we successfully eliminate this troublesome little fellow, I am curious to see what other tricks that old fox Donald can conjure. Stuart remained silent, seemingly still worried about the Archbishop of Misa behind this little fellow. However, connecting the dots of this little one potentially surviving and growing ever closer to that old fox Donald, he finally asked in a deep voice, "What exactly should we do?" Francis smirked coldly. "Is it necessary to orchestrate an elaborate plan against a powerless, wheelchair-bound little fellow?" In that instant, the confidence exuding from Francis led Stuart to momentarily believe that the proud old lion he once knew still sat before him at that familiar desk. In the wasteland, the living bask in glory, while the dead are merely forgotten. Chapter 61. Beneath the earth, beneath the sky, a magnificent black carriage made its way towards Lorland town. Augustus perused the resource allocation documents meticulously prepared by Sophia during this recent period. Everything had proceeded smoothly in the resistance against the Lich. However, another minor nuisance had simultaneously knocked on his door. His foundational ideology revolved around retaining as many commoners as possible within Alfred's territory, generating productivity through labor. Yet, recently, small-scale conflicts among commoners had erupted across various towns, including, say, D. and Lorland town. This issue could be trivial or significant on a minor scale. Augustus could easily disregard it, as conflicts would naturally subside under the suppression of the local lords. However, on a larger scale, such disturbances, even if temporarily quelled by force, could potentially sow the seeds of future hazards for his developmental ideology. Augustus, who firmly believed that the big picture is God's will, while the details are the devil's, could not allow such a risk to fester. Having finished reviewing Sophia's documents on resource allocation and confirming their accuracy, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was it truly merely an unavoidable minor conflict between incoming and local commoners? Sitting across from him, Princess Sophia sneered, knowing that Augustus had indeed failed to uncover any issues. Internally cursing the audacity of Augustus for suspecting her laborious contributions had caused trouble, she pouted her charming lips and taunted. Now do you believe that it isn't an issue with the resource allocation that led to this series of conflicts among the commoners? Augustus nodded absently. It seems it has nothing to do with food. Sophia, indignant, thought, is that it? Not even a single word of apology. Just as she was about to speak, Augustus, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly looked up, scrutinizing the enchanting Sophia with her radiant golden hair clad in a round-shouldered shirt. Augustus smiled. I never suspected you had made an error in the allocation. As I have reviewed every single distribution you prepared, I simply have a compulsive tendency to see if I can uncover any clues. Sophia was taken aback, clearly not expecting Augustus to explain himself so earnestly. Still smiling, Augustus added sincerely, regardless, I must express my utmost gratitude for your assistance with these trifles. Princess Sophia, who had long grown weary of hearing various praises and sweet words, found herself momentarily speechless. After a considerable time, she muttered, who cares about your thanks? Augustus chuckled lightly and chose not to elaborate further. Initially, he hadn't intended to bring Sophia along, considering Lorland Town had left her with dark and grim memories. However, given that Queen Jelena had been entirely confined to her study, seemingly transported to a new world, and Augustus was uneasy about leaving Sophia alone with Jelena, he had not refused when Sophia expressed her desire to accompany him. Upon reaching Lorland Town, Sir Leo, who had received the news, promptly approached the carriage, waiting at the sole road intersection in town. The young knight, who had only his right arm remaining, observed Augustus descend from the carriage with the assistance of his two attendants. He respectfully approached to sincerely apologize regarding the commoner conflict incident in Lorland Town. Augustus waved his hand, saying, "This is not your fault. Such occurrences happen in every town," indicating that the problem lies deeper than it appears. Having experienced both Augustus's iron will and his kindness, Leo did not excessively express gratitude for Augustus's understanding and leniency that he remained silent, similarly pondering the deeper cause of this matter. "Show me the way," Augustus instructed. Leo led the way, with one attendant pushing the wheelchair while the other followed closely behind. Sophia walked alongside Augustus as they proceeded towards Lorland Town. Passing the first site of the commoner conflict, Augustus observed a scene of devastation, but it was evident that this was a distribution point for porridge. A large iron pot lay uncleaned on the ground, its contents of dark rye remnants scattered about, though there were not many traces of blood. The second conflict site was a different story, soaked in blood, a wide open space serving as a natural arena for brawls. Finally, at the last location, as Augustus and his party arrived, the aftermath had yet to be cleaned up, with two groups of ragged commoners still shouting at each other. Augustus instructed them to pause temporarily. Then he carefully observed the two groups of similarly ragged individuals facing off. Everything appeared quite normal. At least on the surface, it seemed to be a minor conflict stemming from a lack of activities after a hearty meal, coupled with an absence of women to expend their energy. But why had such conflicts erupted simultaneously across various towns in such a short span of days? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Augustus, who had never been inclined to believe in any so-called coincidences, meticulously observed the two opposing factions of commoners. Perhaps due to the intoxicating sin of blood, every filthy visage, be it young or old, was suffused with a fierce and frenzied emotion. They clutched an array of makeshift weapons in their hands, leaving no doubt that, were it not for the protective guard of Leo standing between them, their hands would soon be stained with blood. As his gaze swept across the crowd on the left, Augustus slowly shifted his attention to the other side. Yet, suddenly, as if sensing something, he swiftly returned his gaze to the left, where he discerned a middle-aged man in the center of the throng, whose gaze was indeed fixed upon him and his entourage. Augustus furrowed his brow, In an environment rife with animosity and fueled by anger, how could this man maintain such calm while regarding them? He reached out, intending to instruct Leo to bring the man forth. But abruptly, as if responding to his gesture, the ragged middle-aged man bellowed fiercely, and, with a sudden leap, revealed a massive sword that had been concealed in his previously hanging arm. His roar was evidently a signal, as from the tumultuous crowd on both sides, 5 men armed with giant swords charged towards them. The ignoble adventurers, lurking among the common folk, had indeed prepared for this moment. Reacting instinctively, Augustus grasped Sophia's small hand tightly, while his other hand propelled the wheelchair swiftly backward. Simultaneously, Sir Leo, now down to one arm, finally reacted, drawing his knightly broadsword, which he had kept even after shedding his armor, and shouted, "Protect the Lord." However, the guards' response was a moment too late. As they drew their long swords, 5 had already fallen into a pool of blood. Of course, reaction time was one aspect, but raw strength was paramount at the 5th level of combat prowess. A threshold was crossed. Mastery of 5th level power not only allowed one to choose the path of a knight but also awakened the attributes gained from training in combat. Thus, for Leo's guard, whose average strength barely reached level 3, to thwart 5 adventurers wielding 5th level power was an insurmountable challenge, especially since these 5 adventurers had already devised a detailed plan, with one swordsman brazenly engaging Leo's guard in brutal combat, while the remaining 4 formed a fan shape. Driving directly toward Augustus, Leo found himself powerless. Had he still been the valiant Alfred, mounted and armed with a lance in one hand and a great sword in the other, he might have managed to hold off 2 adventurers. Yet, with one arm severed, even fending off a single adversary proved exceedingly arduous, leaving him no choice but to entangle himself with one. Meanwhile, 3 adventurers bore down on Augustus, their massive swords aimed directly at him. Augustus, in his wheelchair, wore a solemn expression, devoid of fear. Beside him, Sophia's complexion paled, her lips clenched tightly. Faced with 3 swordsmen wielding 5th level powers, it seemed they had no chance for resistance. However, just as the 3 adventurers believed their success was all but assured, their lips curling into cruel smiles, 2 seemingly inconspicuous attendants leaped forth from beside Augustus' wheelchair, blocking 2 of the despicable adventurers from either side. Their speed not only matched that of the adventurers, but appeared to surpass it, clearly indicating their superiority in strength. This sudden turn of events momentarily halted the adventurers' advance. Yet, to expect them to abandon their objective was out of the question, even if only one remained. Claiming the head of the young man in the wheelchair would still suffice. The adventurer facing Augustus had already directed his giant sword toward Augustus' forehead. With the wheelchair rapidly retreating, Augustus found himself with no further escape. Then, let the battle commence. A chill descended upon Augustus' demeanor as he pressed down on the wheelchair to cease its motion, resolutely pushing Sophia aside, facing the grim visage of the adventurer. His gaze seemed fixated on the massive sword before him, yet also appeared to pierce into the very eyes of the adventurer. The miracle unfolded once more. Augustus' eyes, clear as black and white, were suddenly enveloped in a murky haze of gray and yellow. The adventurer before him, sword in hand, abruptly halted, as if ensnared in an endless quagmire. The fierce expression on his face swiftly transformed into one of fear and struggle, his great sword unwittingly drooping in his grasp. However, Queen Yelena had warned that when the mind interferes with an opponent possessing greater mental strength than Augustus, he might face a backlash, trapping him within the world he had conjured. Conversely, should the target possess superior physical strength, unless the attack was utterly unexpected, the foe would simply cleave through the illusory realm Augustus created. Thus, although the adventurer before Augustus was momentarily ensnared within his fabricated world, once he realized that all he beheld was an illusion and recognized his own 5th level prowess, he quickly suppressed his fear and raised his great sword once more, attempting to break free from this bizarre and terrifying phantasm. Yet, he would find no opportunity to return to reality. The sword he hoisted had no time to react. A formidable force twisted it in an instant, severing his throat. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers stunned, none able to react. Even the vile adventurer who had slaughtered Leo's guard believed the young man in the wheelchair was doomed. He harbored no intention of aiding his companion, but instead chose to direct his great sword at the girl on the other side of the wheelchair. The sword appeared before Sophia, the attributes bestowed upon him by his combat prowess evidently enhancing his speed in such close quarters. Sophia had no time to utter her incantation. This was likely the first time in her life that she faced death. Even the previous darkness in Lorland Town had not brought her this close to oblivion. Yet, Princess Sophia remained defiantly unblinking, her pride refusing to let her close her eyes. Thus, with her eyes wide open, she beheld a slender figure suddenly interposing itself before her, confronting her foe head-on, leaving only a frail silhouette behind her. In that moment, despite being acutely aware of the perilous situation, Sophia was momentarily taken aback. She stared, astonished, at the not-so-tall and seemingly frail figure before her, suddenly realizing that this silhouette seemed so substantial, providing a sense of security she had never experienced, even in the presence of Misa. Albert undoubtedly understood Augustus' strength better than anyone. He had remarked that Augustus had formally embarked on the path of the awakened knight, a journey that represented a starting point on the long road of knighthood. Yet, due to Augustus' exceptionally potent soul, even though he had not traversed this path for long, he possessed strength comparable to that of a fourth-level combatant. This implied that even if he could not directly confront the adventurer wielding fifth-level power, killing him was out of the question. Augustus calmly regarded the suddenly halted vile adventurer before him. The great sword he had seized, still dripping with blood, angled toward the ground, allowing the blood to fall freely. He had never felt such strength nor such solidity before. Was this what it meant to have one's feet firmly planted upon the earth? In that moment, Augustus felt the sturdy ground beneath him and the vast sky above. Chapter 62. The dawn of war on the wasteland. The massive sword slowly rose. The sword techniques of the Holy Empire were diverse, with mainstream styles on the imperial stage categorized into 3 types based on combat attributes, and the chosen path post-level 5, the broad and hefty greatsword suitable for strength-focused attributes, the slender long sword apt for those emphasizing speed or technique, and finally, the sword designed for knights, which was narrower and less thick than the great sword. This meant that although the adventurer before Augustus clearly favored speed in his combat attributes, his choice of a great sword had inevitably sacrificed some of his swiftness, yet the trade-off had resulted in an amplification of his strength as the great sword was raised and then swung down toward Augustus. It emanated a suffocating ferocity. Augustus did not flinch. It was not solely the presence of Sophia behind him that left him with no retreat. Rather, Augustus himself was eager to discover if his current strength could withstand the fifth-level power. Having trained under Albert during this time, he had persistently occupied a position of subjugation, leaving him no opportunity to understand his true strength. Now that he had encountered this chance, he would not let it slip away. Furthermore, while Augustus could not comprehend the knightly beliefs of Catiani and the former Ateras, that did not imply he was merely an opportunist who favored cunning. In truth, if conditions allowed, the allure of absolute power would undoubtedly ignite a fervor within Augustus. With resolve, he unleashed all his strength, meeting the descending great sword with his own. The 2 blades collided with a resounding, thunderous clash, producing a sharp metallic sound that pierced the air. The great sword was predictably momentarily halted. However, the tremendous force from the impact not only left Augustus' hands numb, but also compelled him to step back 2 paces. The outcome is evident. From a perspective of strength, even though the opposing adventurer has chosen a path emphasizing speed, the 5th-level fighting spirit of Augustus remains unmatched. This undeniable reality brings a tinge of regret to Augustus. Yet the sentiment scarcely lingers for even a second. In the next moment, with his great sword firmly grasped, Augustus advances, initiating a direct assault. The adventurer, caught off guard by this sudden rise of the young man before him, takes half a step back, leveraging his speed to evade the thrust of Augustus's sword. He swiftly pivots, aiming to pierce Augustus's heart from the side. Based on his assessment, this illustrious young man would surely opt for evasion. Thus, he has already prepared his next strike to ensure the young noble could not escape. However, to his astonishment, the young man not only refrains from retreating, but also brandishes his great sword towards the adventurer's throat, openly declaring an intent for mutual destruction. This must be a deliberate posture, thinks the adventurer, narrowing his eyes as he refuses to alter his stance. Yet, Augustus's great sword remains resolute and unyielding. Albert had once stated that the true path of a knight involves incessantly challenging oneself and pushing the limits. If Augustus were to retreat in such circumstances, he could never hope to embark on the path of the awakened knight within a month. The great sword has already brushed against the outer garment covering Augustus's heart, while simultaneously, the adventurer feels a chill at his throat from the sword in Augustus's grip. Ultimately, the adventurer, who has always prioritized his life throughout his many years of perilous quests, grits his teeth and withdraws. He sees no reason to perish alongside this madman. Confident in both his speed and strength, he questions the wisdom of such a foolish confrontation. His reasoning is sound, yet this fleeting moment of doubt or faltering courage costs him the singular opportunity to triumph over the young man. Combat has always been dictated by disparities in strength. However, the gap in speed and power is not the sole determinant of the outcome. Otherwise, the continent's foremost knight would not have insisted that Augustus persist in his training for strength control. Coupled with Queen Jelina's meticulous teachings on mental interference, Augustus has developed the capacity to leverage his magical talents within his current limits. Creating a world that grants him an innate home field advantage is a significant aspect of mental interference. Conversely, the ability to disrupt an enemy's psyche through mental prowess is another notable characteristic of this skill, while the actual effects of this ability may not be as formidable as creating a world. One can easily imagine the implications of unexpected mental disturbances in life and death struggles. Thus, as the adventurer temporarily withdraws, preparing to engage once more with the young man's great sword, he is suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of weakness. Although he quickly realizes this strange feeling emanates from the young man's gaze, he finds himself deprived of any chance to regain the initiative. Seizing the moment of the adventurer's distraction, Augustus' great sword decisively pierces his heart. A true knight possesses an innate equilibrium of power and speed, and Augustus's extraordinary magical talent is nothing short of remarkable. His ability to slay foes of a higher level is hardly surprising, particularly since a significant aspect of his magical prowess remains known only to Queen Jelina, leaving his enemies utterly unprepared for such lethal interference that it is likely that the adventurer will die with his eyes wide open in shock. Augustus, indifferent to the blood that splatters upon him, forcefully withdraws his sword from the lifeless body, which collapses to the ground. Simultaneously, the two attendants who accompanied Augustus swiftly dispatch their respective foes, aiding Sir Leo in eliminating the last of the vile adventurers on the spot. Thus, a meticulously plotted ambush unfolds, only to conclude with equal swiftness. Augustus casually discards his soiled sword into the pool of blood at his feet, first glancing back at Sophia to ensure her safety before returning his focus to the scene before him. Long ago, during Albert's initial guidance up the final mountain, Augustus had acquired the ability to stand. However, he had deliberately concealed this fact, intending to unveil it as a grand surprise at a critical moment. Who could have anticipated that such a minor skirmish would compel him to abandon his plans? While Augustus is acutely aware that his sudden emergence from his wheelchair has utterly shattered his enemy's schemes. As they had dispatched only 5 individuals due to their underestimation of him, a crippled heir, he still feels a twinge of regret. The nature of trump cards is such that each use diminishes their quantity. Taking a deep breath, he recognizes that dwelling on these thoughts is futile and promptly dismisses the chaotic reflections from his mind, directing his gaze towards the bloodied ground littered with corpses. Aside from the 5 deceased assailants, the injured guards of Leo's retinue writhe and wail in agony, rendering the sight unbearable. Augustus surveys this scene with an impassive expression, astonished to find that his first act of killing has not induced any disquiet within him. Instead, at the very moment his sword pierced the enemy's heart, he experiences a twisted sense of exhilaration, as if he has seized dominion over life and death. Could this sensation stem solely from his awareness that the world is a cruel and frigid place? He suddenly perceives that the closer he draws to this harsh reality, the further his soul drifts away from it. Meanwhile, Sir Leo, who has narrowly escaped death, and Augustus's 2 attendants stand in stunned silence. Fully aware that this young nobleman is a seemingly incapacitated heir confined to a wheelchair. Although none can deny his cunning and strategic acumen, he has always lacked physical power. Yet now, the young baron has abruptly freed himself from his wheelchair, demonstrating not only a remarkable balance of strength and speed, but also the audacity to personally slay 2 5th-level swordsmen. Such a feat is nothing short of astonishing. Of course, Sophia is not overly surprised. She has long been aware that Augustus has regained the ability to stand. Yet, she is taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his newfound strength. Curiously, even she seems oblivious to the fact that she ought to express her scorn towards Augustus at this moment. Perhaps with remarks about no longer pretending to be weak while seated in a wheelchair, rather than silently observing him as she currently does. Augustus first extends his gratitude to the two attendants who played pivotal roles in the ambush. These are not Alfred's attendants, but rather a proposal for assistance offered by that old fox, Donald. At the time, Augustus had accepted with enthusiasm, yet he truly did not comprehend Donald's intentions. Now, however, he understands. He genuinely admires Donald's cunning and sharp insight, as well as Francis's cautiousness and decisive nature. Indeed, Augustus anticipated that Francis would take action against him, for he would not idly watch Augustus regain his footing and ally with Aetlos under Donald's support. It was an obvious conclusion. Yet, Augustus had not anticipated that Francis's vigilance would reach such heights, making a decisive move even before Augustus had fully stabilized himself. Such foresight is genuinely beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, surprises aside, Augustus is acutely aware that this moment presents the optimal opportunity for Francis to strike. Realizing this, and recalling how Donald had long predicted that Francis would not afford him the chance to stand firm, he cannot help but reflect that no one is a fool, and all are formidable adversaries. With a complex expression, he takes one last sweeping glance over the battlefield, squinting as he softly declares, "The war has begun." Chapter 63. The curtain rises on war. The carriage returns to the castle. Given that the conflict among the common folk is likely a deliberate pretext orchestrated by Francis, Augustus promptly resolves to leave Loren town and return to the castle. The two powerful attendants from Donald's retinue have already followed his orders. With one hastening to Donald's territory and the other swiftly heading to Christopher's domain, this leaves Augustus to assume the role of the grand carriage's driver himself. While even the disinterested Sophia can discern the implications of his attendant's hasty departure, seated beside Augustus, Sophia's delicate features reflect a myriad of sentiments. In the brief span of a month spent in this forsaken wasteland abandoned by the Empire, her experiences have been extraordinarily vivid. First observing Augustus, the pitiable little devil, struggling for survival amidst the necromancer's tide, then witnessing the catastrophic downfall of the ally he had so painstakingly secured, Soren. Next, observing Francis, the sycophant Augustus referred to, successfully usurp power, dethroning Soren and becoming the foremost titan of the wasteland. And finally, Augustus, who inexplicably loses Christopher's friendship while gaining Donald's, now faces relentless pursuit from the newly ascended Count Francis Domai. This is even more convoluted and eventful than her favorite book, No Thanks for the Flowers. With a complex expression, Sophia gazed at Augustus, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, and finally could not help but inquire, having just faced a failed assassination attempt, "Are you certain that Francis will soon launch another offensive?" Augustus, whose intellect seemed inversely proportional to his skills in driving a carriage, struggled to control the reins but nodded resolutely, asserting, "It is almost inevitable. I had thought the Count Francis I remembered possessed considerable cunning. Yet he has proven to be even more adept than I had imagined. His recent failure was largely due to his underestimation of me. However, once he realizes that Alfred, whom he remembers as a wheelchair-bound invalid, has been masquerading as a feeble, helpless figure, he will be even less inclined to allow me to thrive. That he knows that if he cannot kill me this time, he will have no choice but to wait for me to sever his head from his shoulders." Sophia, who had been silent for quite some time, wore an odd expression, and her occasional glances at Augustus left him perplexed. Then, having regained her true demeanor after the attack, the princess, once cold and aloof, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly seem pitiful. After such a harrowing escape from the necromancer's clutches, you now face Francis's relentless pursuit. How utterly deserving of sympathy." Augustus shrugged and casually remarked, "Whether or not I am to be pitied is of little consequence. After all, men are born to bear suffering." Men. Sophia rested her small head on her curled-up legs, tilting her head to observe this young man, whose profile was not conventionally handsome but bore distinct features. Smiling vacantly, upon returning to the castle, Augustus unexpectedly drew a series of astonished gazes as he alighted from the carriage. The servants of the castle were accustomed to seeing their young and kind master smiling at them from his wheelchair. But upon witnessing him walking freely across the lawn, despite still greeting them with warmth, the shock was overwhelming. They momentarily forgot their tasks and the fundamental hierarchy, staring directly at their master as he approached the castle, where he was met by a bewildered Elizabeth, who, unable to conceal her astonishment, lowered her head in response. Elizabeth, whose emotions were well regulated, looked in astonishment at her brother as he approached. It was not the fact that Augustus had left his wheelchair that surprised her. In truth, She had been informed of his first steps on solid ground, and even expressed more excitement than he did at the time, recalling how he used to carry her around the castle when they were children. However, considering Augustus's need to keep his legs as a trump card, they had chosen to discuss it privately in the study. Thus, her astonishment now stemmed from why Augustus had revealed this trump card. Was something amiss? This logical deduction was confirmed by the bloodstains on Augustus. He gently ruffled Elizabeth's golden locks, which he tried to protect from his playful assault, and smiled. There is no need for concern. It is but a minor issue. By the way, Elizabeth, please inform the castle staff to remain close to the castle during this time. We may have some visitors coming to inspect our defenses. Such a humorous statement. Elizabeth, returning Augustus's smile, understood he wished to spare her from worry, and she readily feigned indifference, casually inquiring, "Is it troublesome?" Perhaps invigorated by the strength and self-assurance he had recently discovered, Augustus exhibited an unusual lack of concern even in the face of Francis's unyielding pursuit. He shook his head with a smile, but before he could respond further, a sudden roar erupted from the study on the second floor. "Ah, you had the audacity to take that large-breasted, large-bottomed woman into battle without consulting your queen." Sophia instantly reverted to her characteristic coldness and aloofness before strangers. Augustus, feeling a headache coming on, quickly exchanged glances with Elizabeth, hastily retreating from this contentious scene that he understood that he was racing against time with Francis, needing to secure the defenses of Alfred's castle before the next assault. Oddly enough, the concerns that would have plagued him 2 weeks prior were now diminished, for the pressure from the necromancer had lessened significantly, with the absence of titans and shamans. The lower-tier orcs struggled to withstand the onslaught of Donald and Kathiani, indicating that he merely needed to ensure the 50 knights stationed within the castle were adequately prepared before the arrival of reinforcements. Indeed, it was a race against time, as Augustus had anticipated. The news that the troublesome Alfred had been feigning his disability had deeply shocked both Francis and Stuart, especially since they were now almost certain that the two adventurers had perished at the hands of this young count. Their astonishment quickly morphed into unmasked horror and fear. Could a mere 17-year-old possess at least level 5 martial power? This troublesome young Augustus had swiftly become their most pressing concern. Even the formidable Ateras could temporarily be set aside. They had to do everything in their power to eliminate this potential threat at its inception. Stuart, who had been waiting for news and had not left Soren Castle for several days, silently observed as Francis made one decision after another. Once Francis finally reclined wearily in a plush chair, Stuart could no longer contain himself and asked, "I concede that we must destroy Alfred before the necromancer retreats and Kathiani returns to the castle, thus dispatching Mark and his knights, who are closest to Alfred's territory and currently stationed in Christopher's domain. Theoretically poses no problem. However, why must we insist that Mark also go? The knights alone should suffice." Francis glanced at Stuart, fully aware of the essence of his inquiry. After all, Mark was his sole heir. Regardless of how much he loathed him, he refrained from elaborating on this trivial matter, simply responding, "Do not worry about Mark. That troublesome young man is resourceful and possesses patience. Such clever individuals rarely take reckless gambles. Even in failure, Mark will encounter no issues, for he understands that if he falters, he and we will have no room for reconciliation. Given Alfred's current position, even with the necromancer's retreat and Donald's support, he would still be utterly powerless to withstand our full-on assault." Having said this, seemingly still troubled by his heir's failure to eliminate Ateras, which had led to a series of complications, Francis's expression darkened further as he added, "Moreover, if he fails again this time, there will be no need for Mark and his knights to return." Stuart chose to disregard Francis's last statement, deeming it mere venting. After all, even nearing 50, Francis had only this one heir. Neither spoke further, having arranged all that could be arranged, leaving only the waiting. They awaited the young man who had just been attacked, knowing he would not immediately grasp the situation or discern their intentions. This was also Francis's underestimation of that accursed young man, leading to their missed opportunity, and if they failed again, they would have no chance to alter the inevitable fate of the wasteland. Such a scenario was one that Francis would never allow to transpire. With this thought in mind, Francis abruptly stood, his narrowed eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Chapter 64. The night's war lesson night descended upon the land. In the frigid winter, beneath the bright yet icy moonlight, the small grove before Alfred's castle lay utterly still, devoid of insect chirps or bird calls. Not even a whisper of wind rustled through the trees. The world was steeped in a dense darkness, exuding an eerie scent of death. Suddenly, The earth trembled irregularly. Accompanying the tremors, the previously silent grove became lively. First, the hardy curlew emitted a piercing scream, followed by a cacophony of buzzing wings from insects hidden in the grass. In an instant, the entire world seemed to regain its breath of life, as the thunderous sound of hooves approached. The grove erupted in chaos. Creatures sensing the scent of blood raised their heads to glance at the half-moon above the towering castle before frantically fleeing the grove, racing towards the shadows cast by the moonlit castle and hastening to the mountains behind it, seeking refuge from death. Soon, a nightly company of approximately 100 appeared within the view of Alfred's castle. Upon receiving the news, Augustus, who awaited at the castle's front lawn, gently raised the corners of his lips. Reflecting on Count Francis's decisive prowess, he squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the approaching lead knight, whose youthful visage bore a sense of familiarity, not striking, yet utterly ordinary. Augustus struggled to recall where he had encountered this face before, finally remembering that it belonged to the young man who had stood behind Count Francis during the Soren conference. Was this not the sole heir of Count Francis, young Master Mark? What an audacious wolf, Augustus mused. He understood that Francis, eager to launch an assault before Katie returned, would undoubtedly mobilize the knights stationed in Christopher's territory. This was beyond question, for if he were to dispatch knights from Soren, he would have to consider the 3 days it would take for them to reach Alfred Castle, during which Augustus might discern the slightest signs of war and respond swiftly. Thus, this knightly order, closest to Alfred, was his primary choice, something Augustus had anticipated and confirmed. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that, in such a high-stakes gamble, where victory hinged upon reflexes and the race against time, was it not overly confident to send his only heir to the front lines? Did he not fear that his sole successor might forever lie within the realm of Alfred? Augustus narrowed his eyes suddenly. Beside him, Queen Jelena closed her eyes, taking deep breaths, her delicate face radiant with ecstasy. The scent of blood, her eternal favorite. The knightly order came to a thunderous halt, their formation precise, showcasing that the knights entrusted to his heir were not a ragtag assembly of adventurers. On a patch of land approximately 50 meters from the black stone monument on the Alfred lawn, Mark slowly lowered his visor, frowning as he gazed upon the Alfred castle and the 3 figures before him. Something felt amiss. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Yet why were there only 3? He had heard that the formidable Alfred, who instilled fear in his father, had not only abruptly risen from his wheelchair but also possessed remarkable strength. Regardless of how powerful one might be, he could not withstand the charge of 100 knights. There had to be a conspiracy. An ambush must lie in wait nearby. Young Master Mark, not particularly clever, yet certainly not foolish, quickly reached this conclusion. But what of it? As he surveyed the surroundings, he saw no outlines of hidden knights, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless, this was undoubtedly the most splendid command his father had entrusted him, to flatten Alfred Castle, allowing him to deal with Alfred's Elizabeth as he wished, the thought of the treasure he so cherished. Elizabeth, now in his grasp, lying in his grand bed, was not merely thrilling, it was intoxicating. Mark forcibly suppressed the tumultuous excitement within him, preparing for the charge. This war, both anticipated and inevitable, required no further discourse. The knightly order swiftly obeyed the command, forming a square, their long spears and swords gleaming ominously under the moonlight, aimed at Alfred Castle before them. Just as the order prepared to charge, the 3 figures before young Master Mark finally moved. Though not revealing an ambush, rather, the only one mounted on a warhorse took a few deliberate steps forward, the continent's foremost knight, Albert. This was not part of Augustus's initial plan. Fully prepared, Augustus had been confident that he need not devise elaborate strategies to confront a war dictated by time. However, during his preparations, Albert had voluntarily expressed a desire to partake in the conflict, a request Augustus had no grounds to deny. Nor would he, even though he remained unaware of Albert's sudden insistence. Albert tightened the reins and advanced 2 steps. The Caucasian hybrid beneath him was anything but a traditional warhorse, lacking the endurance, speed, and impact required of a knight's steed. Yet Albert paid no heed to these deficiencies, even wielding a rusted spear he had carelessly procured from Alfred Castle. He held the spear aloft, facing the 100 knights before him. Was he truly intent on facing 100 alone? The astonished Mark, along with Augustus, shared a moment of disbelief. Albert had never indicated he would engage in such a grandiose manner. If you possess the strength of a faith source and can be deemed a knight, then today, I shall impart to you your final lesson, a lesson titled Knightly Warfare. With that, he disregarded Augustus's complex expression, calmly raising the spear that seemed ill-suited for his stature, then gripping it tightly with one hand. Instantly, the spear bent under the immense force, nearly forming a complete arc before snapping back, trembling violently. The rust flew away, revealing the spear's original silver HUEIN Albert's hands. Even the most mundane spear became extraordinary. He tightened the reins, leaning forward, the spear parallel to his horse's body. This was not a rhythm of 1 against 100. It was a singular force charging against the white knightly order. The stunned Mark could only stare at the approaching knight. No, not even a single piece of armor adorned him. How could he claim the honor of a knight? This was merely a comical figure charging forth, shattering Mark's worldview and leaving only ridicule in its wake. Let this absurd man perish. Mark's sword suddenly descended, meeting the charge head-on, his battle horn blaring in unison. There was no thunderous collision expected from a knightly charge, nor the grand spectacle of bloodshed and fallen men. Perhaps this world would never again witness such a brilliant moment. Augustus clearly saw as Albert surged forth, raising the silver spear, which he hurled with ferocity, piercing the first knight before he even reached him. With the spear trailing blood, Albert swiftly caught the shaft, driving its tip into the heart of the second knight. Without a pause, he effortlessly lifted the lifeless knight, still impaled, using the spear to smash through the oncoming ranks of the knightly order. This entire sequence transpired while he charged at high speed. He truly charged against 100 knights alone. And in his wake, there remained no mounted knight nor standing warhorse. The chaotic scene of bloodshed finally unfolded, yet it was tragically ironic that this devastation was wrought by a single individual. Albert sliced through the knightly formation, cleaving it into 2 disordered segments, seemingly unfinished with his lesson that he reined in. Turning, bloodied yet composed, he gazed at the knights now turned away from him, then tightened his grip on the silver spear. Launching another charge from a different angle, no one could approach him, or rather, no living soul could draw near. Surely, even a true god of war would pale in comparison. He once more penetrated the ranks of the 100 knights, further dividing the already fragmented formation into 3. The once mighty Mark's knights were thus reduced to ruin. In that moment, Albert, returning to Augustus's side, shone with unparalleled brilliance. He sat atop his steed, the silver spear dripping blood, framed against the radiant half-moon in the imposing Alfred castle behind him, creating a scene of striking visual impact, a Gothic tableau. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 spear, ruling the world. Chapter 65. A fitting gift. The vast expanse of the wasteland harbors numerous sins. Pride, betrayal, lust, and slaughter find a fertile ground for their vile growth. Yet, paradoxically, the wasteland is also confined, a concentration camp for the nobles who, having approached the imperial line, have been exiled here over the past century. One could scarcely find a singular force capable of dominating the wasteland, let alone shining upon its stage. Even the so-called mightiest Marquis Soren of the last decade barely reached level 7, ultimately succumbing to a casual demise at the hands of 10 level 6 swordsmen. Thus, for Augustus and Mark's generation, branded as sinners under the noble title, they may have heard tales of 1 against 100, or valiant knights slaying dragons to rescue beautiful princesses in their youth. Yet deeply ingrained in their hearts was the simple, yet profound truth: strength in numbers. This led to young Master Mark, witnessing Albert's swift charge that obliterated his 100 knights, standing in stunned disbelief, feeling as though reality had unraveled before him. Augustus remained composed, fully aware that Albert was the sole true knight on the continental stage. Aside from himself, having previously witnessed the tentative skirmish between Albert and the Titan Prince, he found the blood-soaked scene before him both shocking and exhilarating, yet not absurd that he couldn't help but speculate. Surely Albert was more than just a saint's knight. A glance at the disheartened young Master Mark reminded him of an absurdly dark joke from his past life. To take the enemy general's head amidst a sea of soldiers is as easy as reaching into a pocket. What's there to boast about? Even Empress Catherine could effortlessly extract their souls for punishment. Jealous of Augustus's unabashed admiration, Queen Yelena, who upheld the principle of, if you discomfort me, I shall ensure your perpetual discomfort, called out to the continent's foremost knight. Hey, knight, do you still have enough strength for another charge? Do be cautious. A fall mid-charge could ruin the powerful image you've so painstakingly cultivated. Once a figure of martial majesty, Albert abruptly discarded his silver spear, dismounted from his horse, and patted the Caucasian steed. which surely couldn't sustain such an intensity of charge. He sighed, "Alas, I am growing old." Augustus smiled kindly, of course believing Albert's strength was more than sufficient for another assault. He recognized that Albert had merely fulfilled his instructional purpose and had indeed grasped the extraordinary might of a true knight at a certain level, which led him to abandon further charges. Now, it was time for Augustus to fulfill his own duties. He turned to face the opposite side where Master Mark, unexpectedly, had regained his composure. This heir of Francis, who harbored profound fear of his father, likely knew nothing of despair beyond that which his father instilled in him. The greed for Elizabeth may have faded from his mind, yet he clearly remembered his father's command. If he failed again, he would never return. Knowing Augustus would not dare to kill him, he could hardly conceive of a reason to complete this task without sacrificing all the knights. It was a pity for the 100 knights behind him. Their deaths would merely serve to provide him a rationale for evading punishment. Without looking back at the already shattered knightly order, he raised his great sword in a frenzy, sounding the call for another charge towards both Augustus and Castle Alfred. Obedience has always been the cornerstone of the knightly code. Augustus raised an eyebrow, coldly smiling in response to the charge of the mutilated knights opposite him, and waved his hand. Arrows shot forth, glimmering ominously in the night sky, encircling Mark's knights without granting them any chance for retreat. Swiftly forming a siege against Mark's contingent, neither Augustus nor Albert held any psychopathic aversion to the knightly spirit. They sought to minimize sacrifices in pursuit of maximal gain, rather than simply charging recklessly. The arrows easily pierced the knight's armor. The bowmen sent by the order of the protectors were indeed knights wielding the power of level 5 aura, and the essence of their archery lay in concentrating their aura into the sharpest tips of their arrows, making it relatively simple to penetrate light cavalry armor. Particularly since Albert's earlier charge had already worn down the hardiest of knights, there were hardly any left with true level 5 aura strength. Those remaining could not hope to effectively defend against the archers of the protectors. Consequently, the collapse of this beleaguered knightly force was almost inevitable. Francis could never have anticipated that the knightly order led by his heir would fall so decisively at Alfred. In fact, even Augustus had not foreseen the process unfolding so smoothly. All of this was, of course, attributable to the vivid lesson in knighthood that Albert had provided Augustus. No one could deny that this knightly order was effectively obliterated by Albert alone. Augustus waved his hand once more. The war was essentially declared over. On the lawn before Castle Alfred, blood and corpses intertwined. Even the once bloodied black stone tablet was now soaked in gore, appearing especially sinister under the bright moonlight. Once the rain of arrows ceased, 100 bowmen emerged from the shadows surrounding the castle, indeed stepping down from their steeds under Augustus's orders, taking on the role of the most scorned archers in the Imperial Legion. Thus, Mark could not discern their concealed forms nor pinpoint their precise locations. The knights quickly surrounded Mark and his severely diminished contingent. Augustus then stepped forward towards Mark, this fortuitous fellow who had merely fallen to the ground after his horse was struck by an arrow, sustaining little harm himself, a stroke of luck that left Augustus somewhat amazed. He looked down at Mark, who struggled to raise his head, and noticed that the latter met his gaze without fear, nor any hint of panic, causing Augustus to furrow his brow slightly. Mark grinned. "I suppose I am now your captive. You may notify my father to commence negotiations." So bold, Augustus, taken aback, felt Mark had somehow divined his thoughts. Recognizing that he truly dared not kill him, this was undeniable, for he well understood that, even with Francis having declared war, Alfred lacked the strength to engage in outright conflict with Francis and Stuart. Especially with Count Christopher lurking nearby, watching closely, gazing down at Master Mark. A smile suddenly broke across Augustus's face. "Now I understand why your father sent you into this uncertain and time-sensitive war. He was indeed correct in his assumptions that I would not dare to kill you. Ultimately, I must confront your father at the negotiating table for our final showdown." Mark appeared somewhat perplexed as to why Augustus would utter such seemingly pointless words. However, he soon grasped the underlying implication. Augustus maintained his smile, seemingly contemplating something, before abruptly stating, "Regrettably, your father has miscalculated one aspect. While I shall indeed face him at the negotiating table for our final confrontation, I must first present him with an appropriate gift." Sensing the ominous shift in tone, Mark's expression changed dramatically. There was nothing bold about his earlier demeanor. Augustus suddenly leaned down, whispering into Mark's ear, "Dear Mark, I trust you wouldn't mind if I borrowed your head for a moment. I can conceive of no more fitting gift than your very head." Mark's eyes widened in shock. Leaving him no chance to react, Augustus's sword swiftly sliced through his throat. He then discarded the sword and commanded the knights to sever Mark's head and prepare it for presentation. Departing the battlefield with an impassive demeanor, he paid no heed to Yelena, who danced amidst the corpses, nor to Albert's bewilderment over his actions, simply withdrawing a pristine handkerchief from his pocket to gently wipe the blood from his hands. No one had ever done this for him. He alone bore the burden of leading Alfred through its trials. Chapter 66. Move forward. Do not look back, Augustus demonstrated, through bloodshed and a flawless victory with 0 casualties, that the security measures of Castle Alfred were, at least for the moment, sufficiently robust. Yet, he did not wish for his castle to undergo a second test. The following day, news arrived from Chedieni that Francis had indeed dispatched not only his heir, but had also temporarily reassigned a portion of the knights defending against Attila to reinforce the territory of Alfred. With his gift prepared, Augustus knew it was time to confront Francis in Soren city once and for all. There was no option to continue this covert war with Francis. He needed time and must restore Alfred's strength to the greatest extent possible in the shortest time frame. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to restore Alfred to its former glory, but he would also find it increasingly difficult to fend off Francis and Stuart's incessant assaults. He could not guarantee how much longer the fragile Alfred could endure. It was either total collapse or a temporary truce. This was the clearest strategy Augustus could formulate at present. However, it seemed that Francis, who would not grant him the luxury of time, would never opt for a ceasefire. On the evening of the following day, Augustus announced his intention to temporarily leave the castle for Soren city in his study. An urgent meeting was convened, where Elizabeth, who consistently opposed bringing the bloody gift to Soren city, remained silent. She understood that once Augustus made a decision, it was not easily altered, and her absolute trust in him dissuaded her from vehement opposition. However, Princess Sophia, unburdened by such considerations, was quite vocal, asserting that Augustus's approach was akin to thrusting his head into Francis's noose. Augustus smiled at the unexpectedly reactionary Princess Sophia. Unfazed by the peculiar undertones of Augustus's smile, Sophia took a sip of her tea and continued, "I concur with your counterattack. I understand that yielding unconditionally invites harsher assaults. However, Augustus, what you have severed this time is the head of his sole heir. Had he possessed other successors, he might have been inclined to join you at the negotiating table, but alas, he does not. My lord, I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Must we truly eliminate that useless heir, Francis? Very well, if we must, but you intend to carry his head to negotiate with Francis? I concede that the Holy Empire is rife with such nobles. Smile at them, and they disdain you. Strike them, and they would eagerly lick your boots. Yet, the weight of this slap is simply too severe. Trust me, no noble can endure the extinction of their bloodline, especially someone like Francis, who has struggled to ascend to the position of Soren." Augustus maintained his serene smile, finding a certain charm in Sophia's flustered demeanor, particularly as her princess gown accentuated her delicately flushed face. This brought to mind memories of their time at the Obira manor in Fairy City, when the aloof and haughty Sophia had dismissed him as a country bumpkin, so proud, so unappealing. Indeed, the Sophia of the present was far more endearing. Heaven knows, if Sophia were aware that her earnest attempts to dissuade Augustus were met with such distant thoughts, would she not display her pride once more? Is the stereotype of large breasts, no brains truly a reality? The scene of Augustus wanting to bang his head against the wall replayed itself as Queen Jelena, with a serious expression, declared, "Even a fool would recognize that Augustus is essentially placing his head into the noose prepared by Francis. Does Augustus truly believe he is a fool, if he feels compelled to go? He must have confidence in his safe return. Only women with ample bosoms would indulge in such futile worries. Who here has the authority to speak like a child?" After days of bickering, Augustus finally discovered the queen's Achilles heel. Her reaction to being called a child shattered her feigned seriousness, and she roared, "No one in this continent has the right to call her majesty, Queen Ekaterina, a mere child. I shall extract your soul and brand it with a deep imprint, so you forever remember this statement." Grasping the irate queen, Augustus felt a headache coming on as he chose to ignore the war between the two women. He turned to his sister, Elizabeth. To be honest, he would rather endure Sophia's vehement opposition than face Elizabeth's silent disapproval, though she had not uttered a word. The mere worry and dissent reflected in her eyes were enough to render Augustus heartbroken and reluctant to refuse her. With great difficulty, he managed to smile. unsure whether it was more taxing to control Jelena or to face Elizabeth, and said, "Do not worry. I shall return within half a month at most." Elizabeth remained unresponsive for a considerable time before squinting her crescent-shaped eyes. Offering a smile, regardless, Augustus eventually set forth on his journey to Solen City. He needed to buy time for Alfred. The scarcity of resources in the territory was one issue, and fulfilling the promises made to Bishop Massardo was another that he had yet to address. Most crucially, Alfred required time to regain his strength. Before departing, in the meadows of Alfred's castle, Augustus informed Elizabeth and Sophia that the matters concerning Alfred would be in their hands for the time being. Only after Elizabeth nodded did Augustus turn to Princess Sophia, aware that her displeased expression stemmed solely from concern for his safety. That he smiled, saying, "You must know, I am not merely a country bumpkin. I am a country bumpkin capable of miracles." Perhaps hearing that endearing title, she had coined eased Sophia's expression slightly. Augustus continued, "I would be most grateful if you could assist Elizabeth with some tedious tasks in my absence." "Another insincere thank you," Sophia pouted adorably. Augustus chuckled softly and said nothing further, raising his gaze toward the imposing Alfred castle. Internally, he vowed that no one would be able to destroy this stronghold, nor would anyone impede its ascent to glory. One day, he would stand atop the castle, and no one would dare infringe upon it. The carriage rolled away slowly. Inside, besides Queen Jelena accompanying Augustus, was the continent's foremost knight, Albert, who should have been riding a horse, due to Augustus's prolonged farewells with Sophia and Elizabeth outside the carriage. Albert engaged in a conversation with Queen Jelena in recent days. Not only had Sophia uncovered Jelena's soft spot, but Albert too had realized the young shaman queen's keen interest in human literature. Thus, hoping to draw secrets from the shaman queen's lips, he sought to win her favor with human books. Consequently, when Augustus boarded the carriage, the continent's foremost knight clumsily read aloud from Goethe's Faust to Queen Jelena. "Move forward, you have your own path. Although the end of that road may not be one of glory and light, as long as the journey is filled with unforgettable memories, it suffices. Upon reaching your destination, you will find that you possess more than mere memories. Thus, forge ahead, and do not look back." Chapter 67. The Head. I must share a secret with you. Humanity is doomed. In the comfort of the smoothly rolling carriage, an absurd yet entertaining scene unfolded beside Augustus, like a clumsy bard. The continent's foremost knight, Albert, struggled to recite Goethe's verses with a tone that seemed utterly unnatural, making it hard to reconcile this with his earlier majestic presence. Opposite him, seated on the carriage seat, was a little girl whose feet barely touched the ground. Enraptured by Albert's recital, with her eyes closed, she swayed her tiny feet, occasionally opening her round eyes to critique Albert's lack of rhythm, prompting him to nervously attempt a better rendition before she resumed her enjoyment. Truly, a queen remains a queen, while the knight, well, let us leave that aside. Augustus, feeling somewhat uneasy, chose to temporarily forget Albert's true identity. Having nearly adjusted to this peculiar tableau, he turned his gaze to the carriage window. As they passed through Alfred's territory, then Donald's, and finally entered Solen's domain, Augustus gained a deeper understanding of the overall landscape of the wasteland. Poverty aside, he recalled vividly the haunting images from his return through the Alpine Gorge, where the corpses of refugees lay scattered. Similarly, on this journey to Solen, the threat of the lich having diminished, many commoners returned from Solen, yet it remained a harsh escape. Augustus was uncertain how much pain or resentment lingered in the hearts of these displaced individuals, enduring a winter of turmoil, but he knew that if this situation persisted unchecked, the wasteland would indeed meet its demise, taking with it all its denizens, commoners and nobles alike. He did not possess grand aspirations of saving the world, but he harbored a selfish ambition to ensure the survival of himself and Alfred. His next objective was to develop Alfred, and it was clear that the scenes unfolding before him could not be allowed to recur. Otherwise, no matter how many commoners he retained or how much land he cultivated, it would all be devastated by invading liches during a harsh winter. This meant he must fundamentally alter the yearly plight of the wasteland, which faced lich raids within a mere year. Could he achieve this? How ought he to proceed? Furrowing his brow, Augustus momentarily set aside this colossal question and redirected his thoughts toward the development of Alfred. Develop Alfred simply meant to make it wealthier and more powerful. But how to implement this? Mining for gold was out of the question, and no matter how reluctant he was, Augustus had no bargaining power against Bishop Massardo. Thus, he was left with only the option of utilizing the existing resources of the wasteland. Yet therein lay the crux. Which resources could be harnessed from the barren wasteland? Merely relying on commoners to cultivate the land would scarcely elevate Alfred to the heights he envisioned. Even given 100 years, then there was the smuggling route previously controlled by the Soren family, which seemed a viable option. However, the entire wasteland coveted this juicy tidbit. How much benefit could it truly bring to Alfred? Monopolization. Although Augustus, with memories from a past life, understood that monopolies yield exorbitant profits, it was simply not feasible at this juncture. This was not merely a question of capability. The nascent Alfred lacked the strength to become the enemy of the wasteland. Even if he established a foothold, he could not hope to claim this prize for himself, for interests are always the root of conflict. Augustus found himself pondering that if he were to act in such a manner, even Donald might declare war upon him. Audacity does not equate to a lack of reverence. He soon recalled the principle that the accumulation of primal capital is invariably steeped in sin and tainted blood. Gazing out at the desolate wasteland and then casting his eyes upon his own hands, Augustus maintained a tranquil demeanor. As the carriage arrived at Soren City, the silhouette of the city walls re-emerged within Augustus's sight. Curiously, Albert seemed disinclined to take his leave, still eagerly extracting secrets from Queen Jelena, which left Augustus perplexed. He was well aware that the lesson on knightly warfare he received that evening was, in fact, Albert's final class. A subtle indication of his imminent departure from the wasteland. This journey to Soren City was presumably en route for him. So why had he not broached the subject? Albert quickly discerned Augustus's confusion and, still cradling a collection of poetry, casually remarked, "The little one is concerned. I must provide an account to the mass, so I shall escort you a bit further." The seemingly unrelated terms little one and mass suddenly enlightened Augustus. Stirring a sense of gratitude within him, he had not anticipated that Her Highness Sophia would implore Albert on his behalf. Naturally, he would not decline. He possessed his pride, though it was not foolish pride. For to refuse would be the act of a fool. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Albert, but as Albert was preoccupied with appeasing Queen Jelena, who was in a foul mood due to the little one comment, there was no time for him to acknowledge Augustus's appreciation. With 10 knights and 3 individuals in the carriage, Augustus and his companions entered Soren City, navigating with familiarity directly to the heart of the city at Soren Castle. Awaiting them was not a warm welcome nor a lavish feast, but rather the anticipated sight of long spears and great swords. Almost as soon as the opulent purple iris carriage came to a halt before the castle gates, the previously empty entrance erupted into a fervor, knights clad in armor and wielding great swords converging from all directions, marching in perfect unison. The metallic clang of armor and weaponry created a cacophony that swiftly enveloped the newly arrived carriage. Augustus could not ascertain their precise number, but judging by the display, it was likely more than 100. He was the first to disembark, and the knights, gripping their swords tightly, remained vigilant, given that their orders were merely to encircle. Without further directive, they maintained their watchful gaze upon the composed young man descending from the carriage, their weapons trained upon him, yet refraining from any overtly aggressive actions, effectively stifling his every movement. Ensuring he could be dispatched to hell at a moment's notice, Augustus calmly surveyed the vigilant knights of Francis, then lifted his gaze to the familiar Soren Castle. The harsh sunlight was blinding. He squinted slightly. His expression serene, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, undeterred by the glinting swords and spears. Standing at the epicenter of this encirclement, he felt as if he were upon the lawn of his Alfred castle. The knights facing the castle gates parted to create a path, and then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed against the cobblestones from within. The arrival could only belong to the current lord of Soren Castle. Count Francis, mounted upon his steed, clad in a finely embroidered gentleman's attire, he reined in his horse approximately 10 meters from Augustus, and, gripping the reins, fixed a grim stare upon him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke indifferently. "Where is my heir?" Augustus maintained his smile, exuding the same calm confidence as ever. He did not directly address Count Francis's inquiry, but gestured behind him, and when a knight presented a box to him, he raised it with a grin, declaring, "Right here." With that, he tossed the box toward Francis. The Count allowed the box to fall before him without making any effort to retrieve it, letting it crash to the ground a mere 2 meters away. In the cold of winter, devoid of blood or decaying heads rolling on the cobblestones, the severed head, eyes still wide open, faced the brooding Count Francis, not gory, yet exceedingly grim and foreboding. Chapter 68. Will not kill. Dare not kill. Only blood can cleanse the hatred born of blood. Count Francis, his countenance dark, stared at the lifeless head on the ground for a long moment before finally uttering this declaration. He then abruptly drew a delicately crafted narrow sword, its ornamental nature overshadowing its practical use. Instantly, the square before Soren Castle erupted into a cacophony of heavy footsteps and the clash of swords and spears. A formidable and synchronized force, seemingly poised to bury the enemy in their hatred. Francis advanced with purpose, and the knights in the square followed suit, slowly and resolutely encircling their youthful adversary, their long spears and swords drawing ever closer. Under the weight of this overwhelming and suffocating presence, one would be hard-pressed to maintain composure. Augustus remained unperturbed, even the sword in his grasp betraying not the slightest tremor. He merely squinted at the approaching Francis and calmly declared, "You will not kill me." The mounted Count Francis displayed no change in expression, his narrow eyes still gleaming with cold hatred as he continued his advance, closing the distance to Augustus. "At least not now, for you know better than I that you cannot kill me at this moment." His step showed no sign of hesitation or pause, and the mocking glint in Francis's cold gaze questioned the absurdity of not killing. His sole heir lay dead at his feet. What reason did he have to refrain from sending this wretched captain of Alfred to hell alongside his heir? What folly led him to believe he could not kill him? The distance had dwindled to less than 5 meters, and the knights' long spears were nearly upon him. Yet Augustus remained motionless, his words accelerating in urgency as he continued, "If I were to die, Alfred would have but one path left, that of becoming Donald's vassal. The aging Donald, as it happens, cannot withstand a direct confrontation with you. Thus he would be compelled to offer his utmost support to Ateras in the south of Soren. This means you would face not merely Ateras and those foolish loyalists of Soren, but nearly half the wasteland. The pressure upon you would be immense. Indeed, I have heard that merely contending with Ateras has already caused you distress. What would become of you, then, when Ateras, bolstered by the full support of Donald and Alfred, drives you to the brink of madness? However, if I remain alive, Donald will certainly not consider Ateras, and given Alfred's current frailty, he cannot possibly engage you in battle. You would have ample time to swiftly eliminate Ateras and then turn your attention to a potentially fortified Alfred. This is your only choice. You will not kill me." The narrow sword was poised directly before Augustus. Having just spoken, he felt the chilling cold of the blade. However, he remained motionless, neither attempting to evade the sword nor raising his own. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon Francis's eyes. "Is this the rationale that supports your presence in Soren? This pale and foolish deduction is sufficient for you to believe I might temporarily set aside my hatred for my heir." With the last phrase raised in pitch, Francis's narrow sword swiftly found its place against Augustus's throat, placing him precariously at the threshold of death. Yet Augustus smiled. "No, of course it cannot be merely that." He continued without faltering, ignoring the menacing long spears and swords surrounding him. "Indeed, you have only one heir, Mark, but that was once, when Soren still thrived. You were compelled to maintain this fact, for through your singularly mediocre heir, you sought to assure Soren of your loyalty, to convince them that you harbored no grand ambitions. After all, upon your demise, one cannot expect Mark to elevate Francis to the pinnacle of glory, so why would you attempt to betray Soren? Such a meticulous and persuasive rationale. I believe Soren's enduring trust in you has, to some extent, been influenced by this reasoning. Yet now, with Soren deceased, do you not feel the urge to cultivate a few more heirs in the absence of such constraints? True, you are 48 years old. You are aging. But still, at 48, barring unforeseen circumstances, you have at least 20 more years of life ahead. Surely, within those 2 decades, you could produce several heirs of whom you could be proud. This must surely be part of your plan. My Lord Count, would you not agree? Oh, and do not rush to deny it. I have heard that upon seizing Soren Castle, you swiftly dispatched all male servants to their doom, while retaining all of Soren's female servants. That much is an undeniable fact, is it not? Certainly, while one might perceive the maid as a minimal threat to you, I stubbornly maintain that retaining the maid, allowing Sauron's castle to become a realm solely inhabited by women, is fundamentally your attempt to transform the castle into the most fertile ground for your sowing and cultivation. Only by creating such a debauched yet fertile soil can you swiftly amass a significant number of Francis heirs worthy of nurturing. Thus, you have merely lost an unremarkable heir. What does that truly signify? The narrow blade remained steadfast against Augustus's throat, neither retreating nor advancing. However, the mounted Francis finally exhibited a shift in expression. albeit one marked by a more perilous smirk that in response to Augustus's calm demeanor, he twisted his lips into a cruel arc and remarked, "I have long recognized your cleverness. I did not anticipate your insight to be so profound. Indeed, you speak the truth, but what of it? Until I secure my next heir, Mark remains my sole successor, despite my utter disdain for this waste of space. Augustus, if you believe that you can depart safely with nothing more than these paltry yet factual arguments, you are sorely mistaken. You shall be disappointed, yet you will never have the chance to regret it." Augustus abruptly recoiled, breaking free from the narrow blade at his throat, mere inches away from the long spear at his back. Francis's pupils constricted sharply, yet he refrained from pursuing that. It was as if the layers of white ruff around his neck constricted him too tightly. Augustus first loosened his ruff, then glanced at the opulent carriage beside him. Upon turning back, he unexpectedly smiled. "Since I dared to come, I certainly did not do so with mere presumptions." His speech slowed, and with each carefully articulated word, his expression grew increasingly composed, until he finally wore a mask of neutrality. "My return is predicated on the firm belief that you lack the audacity to kill me. Why am I so confident that you lack the courage to slay me? The answer is simple. Count, do you not perceive that the unscathed Athelas is fundamentally different from the former first heir of Sauron? He and the remnants of Sauron's loyalty are far more troublesome than you can imagine. It is no surprise. You must understand that the knight Athelas lost everything. He ceased to be the elegant and dignified knightly noble he once was. He would not confront you head-on at this juncture. Rather, he would opt to gradually erode your power while bolstering his own. Thus, you cannot allow this situation to persist. Before Athelas meets his demise, how dare you expend all your efforts to kill me? Secondly, the position of the foremost lord of the wasteland that you painstakingly acquired after a decade of lurking is surely not as glamorous and comfortable as it appears, not to mention the headaches caused by Stuart, who merely shouts without contributing, but young Master Lewis, whom you foolishly believed you could manipulate, has likely caused you considerable trouble as well. I recently heard that Master Lewis has already declared that Francis must vacate Sauron's castle. You see, the youth of today are so impatient. How could he forget so swiftly that Sauron's castle was built solely by you, Count Francis? Oh, my heart aches for your plight. Thus, you now find yourself reluctant to step outside the castle. For you are acutely aware that should you leave Sauron's walls, young Master Lewis from the north and Athelas from the south will swiftly divide Sauron's territories. In that eventuality, after humbling yourself for over a decade and finally struggling to ascend, you would find that you have succeeded only in toppling the Sauron family, yet gained not a single tangible benefit. Is that a fate you can accept? Of course, none of this truly matters. Whether it be myself, Athelas, or even Lewis, we are all but children in your eyes. The order in which you wish to eliminate us is merely a matter of time. Yet do not forget, Christopher is still lurking nearby. Francis, on the surface, it may appear that you have successfully dismantled the Sauron family, securing a beautiful victory, but only you truly understand the extent of the losses you have endured. In such circumstances, should you recklessly bury Alfred, you must have considered the outcome that awaits you. Have you not? Oh, and do not place your hopes on Stuart. It is imperative to recognize that what you can offer Stuart, Christopher can equally provide, and indeed, he can offer much more. There are no allies, no friendships. Everything is predicated on interests and exchanges. The atmosphere in Sauron Square remained sharply tense, with the spear and sword still poised just inches from Augustus's heart. However, Augustus had completely relaxed. He fixed his gaze on Francis, who still held the narrow blade aloft, and surveyed the vigilant knights encircling them, his expression inadvertently revealing a hint of mockery. Francis, seated upon his steed, wore an expression of profound complexity as he regarded the madman before him, exclaiming, "I can scarcely believe you are but a 17-year-old child. Augustus, I cannot deny any of your assertions. I am sincerely grateful for your astute analysis of Francis's predicament. Likewise, I cannot deny that had you remained within your castle, even if you killed my only heir, I would not dare to seek vengeance against you. However, the most grievous error you have committed is your pride. Since your foolish pride has led you to Sauron and into my presence, what reason have I to hesitate in slaying you?" Augustus, who had initially appeared relaxed, suddenly furrowed his brow. He seemed weary of repeating these vacuous and pointless exchanges with Francis after their confrontation. He dismissively pushed aside a long spear that had inadvertently brushed against his coat due to a knight's nervousness, expressing his impatience. Must you always emphasize your sole heir, Francis? Did you not compel me to kill him? If not, why did you send him to Alfred's castle to launch an attack? I am not foolish. I am well aware of your intentions. You wish to ascertain whether the leader of the Knights of the Faith is a sheep or a lion. I can say with unwavering certainty that if I do not slay your heir, you will undoubtedly conclude that the Knights of the Faith are merely under the command of a sheep. What combat efficacy can a pack of lions led by a sheep possess? You would feel more at ease and unrestrained in your slaughter of Alfred, would you not? Conversely, if I were to demonstrate that I am a lion, you would adopt a more cautious approach and maintain a certain distance from Alfred. This world is indeed mad. Taking a step back does not always yield a vast horizon, while advancing may very well lead one to the precipice. Whether astonished by Augustus's absurd reasoning or shocked by his deranged theories, Francis found himself at a loss for words. In a manner that mirrored his own expression, he seemed unaware that his narrow blade had gradually lowered. Augustus's lips curled into a cruel smile. He knew it was time to place the final straw upon the camel's back. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister grin, and, with a sudden flourish, raised the sword he had not yet lifted. Just as Francis furrowed his brow in fury, and the surrounding knights instinctively tightened their grips on their spears and swords, producing a dull clinking of armor. Augustus swung down, effortlessly cleaving Francis's narrow blade in two. The sound of the blade striking the cobblestone floor resonated sharply. In the face of Francis's narrowed eyes, which now reflected a fierce rage, Augustus declared firmly, "If my deductions and all the reasons I have provided for you not to kill me are insufficient, then, Francis, I can unequivocally tell you that since I have come, you shall not be able to kill me." It seemed to validate Augustus's assertion. From the opposite direction of Sauron Castle Square, a loud and hurried sound of hooves suddenly echoed. As the rhythmic clatter grew ever clearer, a knight clad in shining armor swiftly appeared at the edge of the square. He dismounted from his steed at the perimeter of the encircling knights, signaling for them to make way. With an expression of urgency, he quickly reached Francis's horse, stammering, "A contingent of at least 400 knights has suddenly appeared outside the walls. One banner bears the purple iris, while the other is likely the crossed banner of the Knights of the Faith, who have been active in Christopher's territory." Francis abruptly turned, not discarding the half of the narrow blade he still held. He squinted, coldly asserting, "Is this the reason I cannot kill you? Young Augustus, you seem to have forgotten the most notable characteristic of Sauron Castle. Do not speak of 400 Knights of the Faith, even if 4,000 of them were to come. There would be ample time for me to sever your head before they could breach Sauron Castle. The reason Sauron Castle has always served as a strategic rear for the retreat from the wasteland each year is that it lies closest to the Alps and farthest from the northern lich. Moreover, its sturdy and vast walls are more than capable of withstanding an assault from the lich. Thus, for a contingent of knights, who are inherently ill-suited for siege warfare, breaching Sauron Castle is a daunting task." Augustus, fully aware of this fact, refrained from directly addressing Francis's inquiry. With an unexpected smirk, he abruptly turned, wielding his great sword. He surveyed the nearby long spears that were perilously close, just a finger's breadth away. In such a confined space, he twisted his body, and almost immediately, the rhythmic clash of the spear tips against his sword resounded, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of spearheads clattering to the ground, striking the bluestone floor. This was a perfect embodiment of the fusion of speed and strength, the ability to sever the spearheads of approximately 10 long spears in such a brief moment was not merely a matter of possessing sufficient power. The bewildered knights huddled together, while Count Francis, mounted on his horse, grew increasingly grim. Augustus slowly retracted his great sword, placing his right hand on his chest, and spoke earnestly. "Trust me, my lord, I will not wait for my knights to arrive. I shall appear at the city gates to fight alongside them." Chapter 70. I come for peace. Francis, who had once attempted to eliminate the unpredictable variable that was Augustus, understood that this troublesome little fellow, upon relinquishing his wheelchair, possessed formidable strength capable of instilling dread across the wasteland. Although the strength here may not have been overwhelmingly powerful, the fact that at his age he could audaciously slay 2 fifth-level swordsmen was sufficient to keep Francis and his cohorts on high alert. Thus, from the moment Augustus raised his great sword to the instant, he cleanly severed 10 spears. While speculating on Augustus's intentions, Francis meticulously observed his true prowess. Indeed, it was astonishing. Even Francis, who had not sensed the aura of battle, perceived the balance of strength and speed that characterized Augustus. In that moment, he found himself puzzled by the source of Augustus's power, yet he was acutely aware that if Augustus was not concealing his strength, then the force he had displayed was inadequate to slay two fifth-level swordsmen. How then had he accomplished that feat in the town of Loren under Alfred's domain? Francis was bewildered. Nevertheless, in this context, such considerations were ultimately trivial. What truly mattered was the reason behind this loathsome little fellow's deliberate display of power. Was it merely to announce that he had emerged from his wheelchair, boasting the strength to break free from encirclement? Absurd. Even if he could simultaneously slay 10 or even 25th-level swordsmen, he could not possibly breach the encirclement of 200 knights before him. Such a notion was not lost on his not-so-foolish mind. Why did he act in this manner? Francis, eager to believe that this infernal Captain Alfred would not go mad without reason, soon contemplated a possibility that left him tense. Finally, for the first time, he diverted his gaze from Augustus to the splendid carriage that had accompanied him, his expression rife with vigilance. Noticing this, Augustus smiled calmly. With the spearheads removed, the remaining long spears posed no immediate threat to him, thus granting him greater freedom of movement. He slightly inclined his body and remarked, "You are correct, esteemed Count. I presume you are recalling the harrowing scene that unfolded when your heir attacked my castle." "Indeed, that night happens to be aboard the carriage, en route back to the Empire, and coincidentally passing through Soren, that I trust you no longer doubt my ability to break free and arrive at the city gates." Count Francis, still fixated on the carriage, wore a complex expression. Augustus, adept at utilizing every available resource, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by Albert's presence, viewing it as the final straw to break Francis's back. He felt no moral qualms in exploiting this advantage, keenly observing Francis atop his steed, fully aware that he could not, and at present, was unable to kill him. He had successfully stifled the flames of hatred within Francis. At least for the time being, as pressure mounted from various psychological cues, Francis was compelled to momentarily set aside thoughts of his heir. Unfortunately, the Knight of the Continent, residing within the carriage, failed to cooperate with Augustus's design, neglecting to elevate this psychological maneuver to its zenith. Instead, the scene was disrupted by the unwelcome appearance of Queen Jelena, who could no longer contain her desire to intervene, perhaps having heard Augustus's words or sensing the shift in atmosphere. Queen Jelena drew back the curtain of the carriage, stepping forth to stand atop it. She gazed down at the mass of knights, then turned her attention to Francis, hands on her hips, unabashedly exuding arrogance as she sneered. "A pitiful assembly of frail humans. You should be grateful for your fragmented souls, lest Queen Jelena take an interest in flaying them." Initially, Augustus managed to mask his discomfort, but the arrival of the continent's foremost knight rendered him entirely unnatural, merely poking his head out, revealing a face marked by stubble and wrinkles. This knight displayed humility. His eyes fixed upon Queen Jelena standing before the carriage, he smiled obsequiously. "Why bother with such trivial matters? Let us return to the prior topic. You have yet to explain how the 7 great mages met their demise." Augustus was resoundingly defeated. Certainly, no one understood better than Francis, who had lain in wait for over a decade to overthrow Soren, the adage that what one sees is not always the truth. He would never underestimate the peculiar little girl or the disheveled middle-aged man. On the contrary, he felt compelled to exercise greater caution. He once again regarded Augustus, masking his hatred and malice. The previously tense atmosphere in the square became exceedingly peculiar with the sudden entrance of the little girl clad in a pink princess gown. Francis looked down at Augustus, hesitating for a considerable time before finally uttering, "State your intentions." Augustus beamed brightly. First, he surveyed the knights surrounding him. Then his gaze fell upon the desiccated and grotesque head on the ground, and he declared with a smile, "I come for peace." How ironic. Yet, despite the irony, it was unsurprising that Francis indeed engaged in negotiations concerning peace with Augustus in Solon Square, although the knights, long spears, and great swords surrounding them permeated the atmosphere with hostility. The two sides treated this backdrop as the most fitting negotiation table under the twilight. Augustus was the first to express sincerity, unequivocally asserting that Alfred would not participate in the forthcoming war between Francis and Augustus, nor would he provide even a single knight in assistance. Likewise, his demands were simple, merely seeking an unspoken peace between them. He concluded with a smile, explaining that, in truth, There had been no real conflict or hatred between Alfred and Francis. Rather, the current predicament stemmed solely from Francis's unilateral bullying. He had first ambushed Alfred's men in the town of Loren, then brazenly launched an attack on Alfred's castle, while Alfred's side had merely retaliated with a mild response. From this perspective, Francis, who had attacked Alfred twice, had gained the upper hand, although Alfred had also severed the head of Francis's heir, rendering the situation somewhat balanced. Francis's gaunt visage trembled slightly. Should he be grateful for the cursed Captain Alfred's forbearance? With a stoic expression, he accepted Augustus's proposition. There was no alternative, for Augustus's earlier assertions indeed represented the genuine challenges Francis currently faced. He had just overthrown Soren and had yet to fully digest his victory, only to be confronted with the bloodthirsty revenge of Augustus and the remnants of Soren. The foolish Louis undoubtedly harbored ambitions that far exceeded his intellect, making matters even more precarious. Moreover, he could not deny that he lacked the confidence to swiftly vanquish the alliance of Donald and Alfred. Considering the predatory gaze of Christopher nearby, he found himself with no choice but in the end. Just as Francis believed Augustus would take his leave, this infernal little count from Alfred's domain unexpectedly extended his hand with a smile, demanding 1,500 bourbon gold coins. His reasoning was sound. Of the 100 knights who had attacked Alfred's castle that fateful night, around 30 had survived and received treatment from the papal white-robed priests. As prisoners of war, per the rules of the wasteland, Francis was obliged to pay a certain sum to redeem his knights, and Augustus had set the price at 50 bourbon gold coins per knight, which seemed a fair price. After stating this, Augustus added with a grin, "Do not rush to refuse, my lord. I am aware you did not expect this knightly order to return. However, consider the war that lies ahead. Even an additional 30 or so expendable knights would be advantageous, would it not? Furthermore, they are not purely expendable. At the very least, they are competent knights. Though their steeds may have perished, their armor and weapons remain intact. Of course, you may disregard this, but I suspect the adventurers you have recruited are not as numerous as I had imagined. Otherwise, only 5 swordsmen would have participated in the ambush at Loren." Count Francis's lips quivered once more. Perhaps he had not anticipated that he could maintain his composure. He spoke darkly. "At most, 1,000 bourbon gold coins." Augustus counted on his fingers for a long while, lamenting the desolation of the wasteland, before reluctantly agreeing that the 30 or so knights would soon be delivered to Solen Castle. Finally, as Augustus leaped into the carriage under the watchful gaze of the knights, he wore an expression of discontent, as though he were the one who had suffered losses on this trip to Solen. Thus, having lost both the heir and 1,000 bourbon gold coins, Francis could no longer contain his fury and gripped the exquisite narrow sword tightly in his hand. Speaking of the narrow sword, he had lost half of it. He was left with but a fragment. As he watched the damned Alfred's carriage depart from Soren Square, he squinted and repeatedly murmured to himself that only blood could cleanse the hatred and disgrace of this day. Everything progressed slowly under Augustus's control. Initially, Francis believed Augustus would not dare to kill his heir, confiding to Stuart that the wretched Alfred, the helmsman, was a cunning man adept at patience, and such individuals rarely entertain reckless, all-or-nothing thoughts. The very nature of patience is not one typically associated with a paranoid gambler. Thus, he would always subconsciously leave room for de-escalation, avoiding a to-the-death confrontation. Yet today, his assumptions about Augustus and Augustus's actions were manifestly at opposite extremes. Ironically, perhaps even Francis was unaware that his earlier analysis of Augustus had been thoroughly validated. Having patiently endured for at least a decade before ultimately toppling the Soren family, how could Francis, too, not be a cunning man skilled in patience? How could he easily entertain reckless, all-or-nothing ideas, or make a hasty decision to burn his ships? Chapter 71. The continent is vast, and we are insignificant thus. A grand and intense negotiation concluded in a most dramatic fashion. The magnificent carriage, which departed Soren Square with poise amidst the encirclement of long spears and great swords, did not immediately leave Soren City. Instead, it aimlessly wandered a few circles in the relatively prosperous commercial district. During this time, Queen Jelena inquired with curiosity of Augustus, wondering if his continued presence in Soren City was meant to further provoke Francis, whose nerves were already fraying. Augustus smiled and shook his head, claiming he simply wished to allow Her Majesty to experience the rudimentary version of the human world. Jelena was certainly skeptical, yet it seemed Augustus was indeed just indulging in a leisurely stroll. Even passing by a jewelry store where the newly affluent pauper spent 20 gold coins to purchase her a butterfly hairpin adorned with a poorly set ruby. Consequently, Queen Jelena, who was particularly enamored with anything reminiscent of the color of blood, paid no further heed to Augustus, oblivious to the small trinket he had also acquired. However, to be candid, Soren City could indeed be described as a rudimentary version of the human world, surrounded by towering walls. It served as a rear base for the annual migrations of the wasteland, making it, in terms of both population base and prosperity, the most resplendent city on the wasteland, unlike the primitive societies of other towns in the wasteland. Constructed entirely of stone, Soren City boasted a wealth of shops and a crowd that, while not overcrowded, was certainly not desolate, at least in comparison to Alfred. Soren City, with its commercial district and material exchanges, was a vibrant and luxurious city, one to be coveted. The carriage continued its exploration until dusk before finally departing Soren City. Outside the city, the prominently displayed banners of Kaitani and the Order of the Faithful Knights were neatly stationed beneath the walls of Soren City. Although they faced towering walls that could not be shaken by any charge, the recently disengaged knights still emanated an air of resolute determination, leaving no doubt that, upon receiving a command, they would swiftly charge towards the walls. This distinction set the Order of the Faithful Knights apart from the various family knight orders on the wasteland. No matter how polished their armor or sharp their weapons, the resolute spirit exuded by the Order of the Faithful Knights was unmatched by the family knights of the wasteland. This was a formidable knight order forged purely by faith. As long as faith endures, the knights shall remain eternal. This was the most solid foundation of the Order of the Faithful Knights. Kaitani approached the carriage, not dismounting but crossing his arms over his chest and bowing slightly to Augustus. He showed no signs of fatigue or hardship one might expect from someone just returning from battle. Augustus calmly appraised his proud knight captain, noting the 2 dents on his otherwise dull armor, marks left by the ogre's clubs. Although Kaitani's injuries had been completely healed under the 4th spell of Her Highness Sophia, restoring him to the peak of his 6th level advanced combat power. Even the mightiest personal strength is hard to escape unscathed on the battlefield. He then lifted his gaze to Kaitani's handsome and rugged face beneath his golden locks. Secretly lamenting that this was perhaps the greatest legacy left to him by his father, he then softly inquired, "Have our men withdrawn from the territory of Christopher?" There has been no movement from Christopher's side. Either, according to your orders, we departed only after the infantry regiment returned to Alfred's territory. Since our direct encounter with the ogres, we have not seen a single knight from Christopher. This was indeed peculiar. Augustus fell silent for a moment, gazing towards the northern territory of the Christopher family. Unable to fathom the intentions of the middle-aged man he remembered as having particularly pale skin, it was evident that Christopher was shrouded in an aura of mystery. The recent turbulence that had directly affected the dynamics of the wasteland was not insignificant. With Soren's downfall, Ateras had embarked on a blood feud against Francis, and Alfred had nearly gone to war with Francis. Yet throughout this series of events, there was no trace of Christopher to be found. This was undeniably abnormal. After all, Christopher was one of the major powers on the wasteland stage. Regardless of his direct involvement, he should at least express some form of attitude, yet he remained silent. Especially since his lukewarm response to Augustus's letter, following a modicum of assistance when Ateras was active in his territory, he had grown even quieter, so quiet he was almost forgotten. Could it be that he sensed Augustus's growing suspicion? Augustus could not discern this, yet he was inclined to consider it. However, if this were the case, his continued silence was even more puzzling. One would expect him either to maintain a facade of friendship with Alfred or to boldly sever ties and align himself entirely with Francis. Such would be the most appropriate response. Yet, he remained silent. Augustus found this unfathomable. Yet one thing was clear. There was undoubtedly an unseen hand, perhaps even an entire force hidden from the wasteland, manipulating Christopher. This reality rendered it impossible for Augustus to maintain a superficial friendship with him. It was far too dangerous. The currently weakened Alfred could not withstand the sudden consequences that might arise. Similarly, Augustus was unwilling to rashly sever ties and declare war on Christopher. He had to consider the unseen hand behind Christopher as a key factor. In addition to the necessity of allowing Alfred the time to regain his strength, unable to make sense of it, Augustus chose to set aside his thoughts. Responding to change with consistency was the wisest course of action. He withdrew his gaze and spoke to Kaitani. "Before you return with the knights for a respite, there is one more matter that requires your attention." Caetani bowed in acknowledgement, having devoted his very soul to Alfred. He harbored no grievances. The carriage made its way toward the Alpine Canyon, followed by the grand procession of the Order of the Faithful Knights. Having previously dabbled in logistics, Augustus instinctively considered how to maximize cost efficiency in any situation. This implied that this journey to Soren was not merely a superficial negotiation with Francis and a farewell to Albert. Far more crucially, the old steward had waited long enough in the Alpine Canyon. And lacking food supplies, Augustus needed to retrieve him. Thus, seizing this opportunity to summon Caetani in the Order of the Faithful Knights was, in fact, to escort the old steward back along with the supplies. Not far from the canyon, Caetani went to meet the old steward, while Augustus took a moment to bid farewell to Albert in the vast wilderness. Standing beside the carriage, he expressed his sincerest gratitude to Albert with a deep bow. Albert, who hardly embodied the image of the continent's foremost knight, remained silent, observing the boy before him. His time in the wasteland was not long, yet he had gained considerable insight into this child. From the boy's steadfast resolve during Alfred's internal meetings to the swift and decisive actions taken in the wake of the Soren family's demise, as well as the powerful mindset displayed amidst the series of conflicts with Francis, and the cunning, shrewdness, and ruthlessness he exhibited when confronting Francis as a noble, Albert had witnessed it all. Furthermore, he had seen this child rise from the confines of a wheelchair to embark upon the path of awakening as a knight. These experiences left Albert with no doubt that whether on the path of nobility or knighthood, this boy could go far, far indeed. He spoke softly. "I will await you in the Empire." Augustus nodded without hesitation. Having no doubt that he would one day step onto the stage of the Holy Empire, realizing that they might not meet again for several years, Augustus finally furrowed his brow and asked, "Before you leave, may I inquire why you are willing to assist me? I am aware of the factors involving the Archbishop of the Mass, and I do not entirely dismiss the notion that your initial intention to assist me was merely to plant a seed. However, when all these elements are considered together, they are insufficient, and they cannot possibly be the primary reasons. When the time comes for you to know, you will naturally come to understand." This statement, delivered with a hint of indifference, clearly indicated that Albert was reluctant to delve further into this topic. He turned, gazing out over the vast, desolate expanse, and abruptly inquired, "Augustus, do you harbor a sense of awe for this world?" Although Augustus felt a twinge of reluctance, he could not deny the truth of the matter. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he replied, "It is more than mere awe." Perhaps recalling Augustus's earlier declaration of unwavering faith, Albert's gaze became particularly complex as he continued, "Augustus, this world is immense, larger than you can fathom. There are countless matters of which you may have only heard whispers, or perhaps not even that. Nevertheless, I implore you to adopt an attitude of acceptance towards all that exists in this world. For our ignorance does not negate the existence of those things. On the contrary, it only serves to highlight our insignificance and our unworthiness to comprehend or engage with them." Augustus, unsure of why Albert voiced such sentiments, furrowed his brow. Yet, sensing the weight of the conversation, he sought to lighten the mood by remarking, "Like dragons." However, Albert's demeanor turned unusually grave as he responded, "No, for I have at least encountered dragons and even managed to blind one of its eyes. Yet there are certain things which, even I, lack the right to touch." Augustus was taken aback, wondering what could possibly be so formidable that even the continent's foremost knight could not approach it. He could not discern Albert's motivations for sharing such thoughts before departing, but he instinctively felt that it was intricately linked to Albert's desire to guide him along the path of knighthood. He fell into silence. Albert calmly stated, "One day, I hope you have the opportunity to unveil the greatest secret of this continent." After much contemplation, Augustus slowly vowed, "If necessary, I pledge to do so, even if it requires me to stand at the pinnacle of the continent." Chapter 72. Uranus. There was no possibility of experiencing the so-called reluctance to part ways. After bidding farewell to the first knight, who left an indelible mark on his life, Augustus lingered at the mouth of the Alpine Gorge for quite some time. Only when Albert had completely vanished from his sight did he return to the carriage. Without a doubt, Albert had been the individual who provided Augustus with the greatest assistance, arguably even more significant than the Archbishop of the Mass, who had rescued Alfred from the depths of hell. This was not only evident in how he had guided Augustus onto the path of knighthood, but also during Alfred's most vulnerable moments. As he had consistently resided in Alfred's castle, with Albert's presence, the castle felt invincible. Thus, from this perspective, Albert's departure signified not just his own absence, but also the loss of the castle's most formidable trump card. If faced again with a small-scale knightly charge, Augustus could no longer afford to watch Albert make a decisive strike, simply bending down to collect the fruits of victory. Regretting this realization, Augustus offered a faint smile, but soon cast aside the feeling of regret. He was, after all, a stubborn individual, not one to easily rely on others or place his hopes for destiny in their hands. Turning away, as he awaited the arrival of his old steward, he did not rush to leave the area. Instead, reflecting on certain issues encountered by Cadienne during the siege of the Lich, Augustus hesitated before inquiring about Queen Gelina's authority on matters concerning the northern Lich King's domain. Queen Gelina was undoubtedly an authority that Augustus could trust. Perhaps sensing the shadow cast over Augustus's emotions by Albert's departure, Queen Gelina unusually refrained from challenging him. When Augustus asked about the black-robed humans among the orcs encountered in Christopher's territory, Gelina provided a brief explanation. She revealed that there had long been humans in the northern kingdom who had surrendered their souls to demons. Previously, these individuals had operated independently in the shadows. But in recent years, they had formed alliances with the orcs, whose intelligence was inversely proportional to their strength, leading to increased unrest in the north. She cautioned Augustus to remain vigilant about this situation, especially since Alfred's territory was merely separated from the north by a coniferous forest. Augustus furrowed his brow in contemplation, posing his gravest concern. Over the years, the northern Lich's plundering of the wasteland has faced no hindrance whatsoever. After encountering direct resistance from the Paladin Order this year, will there be any repercussions? It is worth noting that the Lich retreated so easily due to your sending back the giants Ares and the shaman. But they also did not anticipate such a strong counterattack from the wasteland. Might they reorganize to invade once more? Queen Gelina, her patience evidently wearing thin, began to fidget with her little feet while toying with an exquisite butterfly hairpin in her hand. She teased Augustus, saying, "Little Augustus, your Queen Gelina can indeed provide you with a definite answer to that query. It is foreseeable that the north will soon descend into a quarrel, with orcs and humans blaming the shaman and titan for their retreat. However, the noble shamans, who have always despised the abominable orcs and wretched humans, and the proud titans will undoubtedly pay no heed. Thus, the year will pass amidst their bickering. As for next year, should their disagreements yield a resolution, your Alfred and perhaps the entire wasteland will likely face doom. And if there is no resolution, the outcome remains the same." Having succinctly articulated this disconcerting conclusion, Queen Gelina momentarily set aside the topic, her expression one of triumph. "Beg me, bow down before your queen in her pink skirt, and perhaps she might graciously reveal the reasons behind it all. But if you please your queen this year, she may even consider resolving this trouble for you next year. Hurry and beg." Habitually exasperated by Gelina's complex personality, Augustus surveyed the little girl opposite him, sighing. "I can beg, but to bow before your pink skirt is truly a predicament." Sensing Augustus's disdain, Gelina quickly grasped that his notion of predicament referred to her modest bosom, and she became incensed, exclaiming, "Let your soul tremble." Finally, the old steward arrived, even after waiting a week in the Alpine Gorge. The old steward appeared impeccably groomed, his tailcoat pristine and his hair graying yet tidy. He calmly approached Augustus, offering a slight bow as a sign of respect, his demeanor and tone faultless. He reported that Cadienne had returned to the castle with supplies. Augustus did not engage in extensive conversation with his rather unobtrusive old steward, yet this was not due to unfamiliarity or estrangement. In fact, the old steward was the first person Augustus had seen upon awakening to this world, and he felt a natural sense of affinity and trust towards him. He believed that many of his thoughts did not require extensive elaboration, for the old steward would understand his intentions and execute them flawlessly. Consequently, the old steward took his place at the opulent carriage driver's seat, confirming the route for Augustus's return. Just as he was about to drive the carriage away from the wilderness, Queen Gelina unexpectedly poked her head out from inside the carriage. Upon seeing the old steward, her pupils dilated in alarm, and even Augustus could easily sense her tension and wariness. Confused, he turned to see that the queen's demeanor resembled that of a small beast, brimming with vigilance, a stark contrast to her usual irritable and impatient self. After observing the old steward for a considerable time, she finally spoke. "I can sense the essence of Alarasto within you." The old steward, still calm, cast a dispassionate glance in Gelina's direction, seemingly aware of her lady's curiosity. Ignoring her, he explained to Augustus, Alarasto was the former high priest of the shaman tribe. Augustus realized, at last, that the old steward's injuries had never healed because the high priest had placed an eternal curse upon him, sacrificing his life to do so. So it seems you are the human Uranus upon whom Alarasto enacted the soul shackles at the cost of his life. Perhaps recognizing that the powerful and enigmatic elder before her was Augustus's steward. Jelina's expression softened slightly, though her wariness remained palpable. Augustus, perplexed, wondered, soul shackles. Was that the dark curse cast by the high priest using his life? And what was this human Uranus? His understanding of the world was painfully inadequate. Having merely grasped that martial prowess was simply categorized into 9 levels and 12 ranks. The Count did mention during his lifetime that I could be considered a human Uranus, he recalled. Acknowledging Jelina's inquiry, the old steward elaborated. Uranus is a term used in the human world for those who possess martial capabilities beyond level 9. Above Uranus lies the legendary level of Zeus. Augustus was silently astonished. Realizing that his old steward had once reached such an extraordinary pinnacle, old Vernon must have been one of those who once stood at the pinnacle of the human pyramid, right? He gazed in astonishment at his old butler. Suddenly recalling the true identity of Her Majesty Queen Jaelina. In that fleeting moment, overwhelming surprise enveloped him, and he instinctively inquired of Jelina, by the way, is there any way to lift the soul shackles on old Vernon? Immersed in vigilance. Jelina's expression was complex. She was acutely aware that even at her peak, she might not be a match for the aged elder in his prime. With great difficulty, she spoke, slowly articulating, if my soul power were at its zenith, I could attempt it. However, the crux lies in the fact that my currently weakened soul must even allocate a portion to suppress another soul, that I fear there is no one else on this continent who possesses the requisite soul power to remove the soul shackles. Of course, you may acquire it in the future, but you are the forsaken child of the 5th law of death's entanglement, destined never to possess the talent for soul magic. From surprise to disappointment, Augustus silently regarded Jelina, fully understanding her implication, that she could only assist if she returned to her peak. Yet, that would undoubtedly require a protracted wait. Suddenly, amidst Augustus's feelings of regret, Jelina added, however, once I regain a modicum of strength, even if I cannot lift the curse of the soul shackles, I can at least eradicate some remnants of Alastor's soul at that point. Achieving the sword saint level in your human realm should not pose a challenge for him. Augustus, caught in astonishment, did not react much. His greedy mind was solely focused on how to restore his old butler to the zenith of Uralno. The notion of the sword saint seemed trivial in his eyes. Conversely, the old butler remained consistently calm and stoic, for to him, whether possessing a mere level 7 intermediate fighting force or a sword saint beyond level 9, even the peak of Uralno held little significance. His most vital identity remained singular. He was old Vernon, the loyal butler of Alfred. Chapter 73. He will rise. Unstoppable, there were 2 paths for Augustus to return to Alfred. One was to circumvent the Soren territory, heading north through the Christoph domain, and the other was to retrace his steps south through Donald's territory. Theoretically, this should not be a difficult choice. However, Augustus meticulously weighed his options before ultimately suppressing his many questions regarding Christoph. Abandoning the idea of taking the northern route, this was quite natural, as the human nature itself is driven by an irresistible curiosity towards the unknown enemy, especially for someone like Augustus, who possessed a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency along with a profound desire for control. The urge to explore Christoph's secrets became almost instinctual, leading him to gaze northward intermittently, even as the carriage continued towards the Donald family territory. An amalgamation of curiosity, trepidation, and an insatiable greed, the carriage rolled steadily along the uneven dirt path. Within, Augustus, under Jelina's relentless urging, stumbled through the obscure realms of magic. Over the past 2 days, Jelina had once again elucidated the specific considerations Augustus must heed regarding his unique thought interference system. Just as Augustus had unexpectedly leveraged his magical talent to triumph over 2 level 5 swordsmen in Lorland Town, Jelina unreservedly pointed out that it was merely luck that had drawn the favor of the goddess of fate. The 2 swordsmen had been utterly unprepared for Augustus's magic. Otherwise, should they have disrupted his illusionary space or severed his mental interference, the backlash would have left Augustus vulnerable to their onslaught. Augustus verbally acknowledged her concerns, though inwardly he remained unconvinced that it was not that he disagreed with Jelina's worries. Rather, he understood that in such circumstances, If he did not take some necessary risks, it would be utterly impossible for him to extricate himself unscathed. Jelena, naturally oblivious to Augustus's concealed thoughts that had reached an apex of sophistication, ultimately concluded that the potency of Augustus's thought interference hinged entirely on the degree of development of his soul power. This implied that Augustus's magical talent would almost invariably progress at a parallel pace to his knightly aptitude, a double-edged sword. The benefit was that as Augustus's soul power converted into physical strength, his magical talent would similarly flourish, maintaining a steady growth without spiraling out of control. The downside, however, was glaringly evident. The path of a knight was fraught with thorns and rugged terrain. Should Augustus encounter stagnation on this knightly journey, his magical talent could never reach its zenith. Even if he managed to advance steadily along the knightly path, the probability of him becoming a rare thought interference magician in his lifetime seemed bleak. A magician, what a distant aspiration. Augustus, unable to gaze so far ahead, pragmatically inquired of Jelena regarding the primary manifestations of his magical talent's growth, just as he could perceive the augmentation of power and speed in his knightly aptitude. What about magic? This seemingly simple question was met with Jelena's outright refusal. The rationale was straightforward. The path of magic was fraught with temptation, should Augustus learn in advance of the fruits he could potentially harvest. She feared he would become lost in the labyrinth of magic. That a notable case in point was the heir to Donald, who had succumbed to the allure of magical achievements instilled in him by Donald, ultimately losing himself in the world of magic. The carriage arrived at Nilo City within Donald's territory. The remnants of the necromancer invasion lingered in the air, leaving the city imbued with an aura of decay and desolation. This rendered the Donald Castle, situated on the outskirts of Nilo City, particularly solitary. Contrary to Augustus's expectations of a grand and imposing structure, the castle did not follow the majestic route of Alfred's stronghold. Instead, it adhered to a design that sought balance and perfect proportion, closely aligned with the Donald family's legacy as a cradle for magicians. The three-story castle, with each floor precisely measuring 3.3 meters in height and 7 rooms per level, maintained a distance of 3.3 meters between each door, a unique embodiment of the world's perfect golden ratio. Yet, this distinctively shaped castle inexplicably recalled to Augustus a universal architectural style from his past life: a prison, a cage. Perhaps this was an alternative insinuation from the Donald family, casting aside their noble identity, suggesting that once one stepped beyond the confines of the magical realm, it was precisely the path to becoming a magician as Jelena had described. Transitioning from a magician to a magician of higher caliber was not merely a disparity in realm and strength. As Augustus descended from the carriage, holding Jelena's small hand, he immediately spotted the elderly Count Donald waiting at the castle's railings. Trembling and appearing even more frail than before, it was evident that without the support of his butler, the ruby scepter in his grasp would hardly sustain his aged frame. Augustus did not dare wait for the old count to approach. He released Jelena's hand and declined the butler's assistance, instead gently supporting the count's frail arm as they proceeded slowly. After exchanging customary pleasantries, as they made their way to the castle's parlor, the old count struggled to ask, "Has the matter with Francis been resolved?" Augustus nodded lightly, not concealing the genuine concern, whether real or feigned. In his eyes as an ally and a junior, Augustus deemed it necessary to express respect for an elder who, even with one foot in the grave, tirelessly labored for his family. "Francis will regret granting you this development time," the old count said, laboriously clutching his scepter, his age spots on his face resembling a disturbing tapestry. 10 years of lurking have indeed endowed Francis with formidable tactics and a resolute spirit. But having grown accustomed to caution, he has inevitably lost his audacity. He will deeply regret today's decision. After reiterating the word regret twice, Augustus smiled and replied, "I will not give him the chance to regret." Was this cruelty? No, it was arrogance. Count Donald turned his head to regard Augustus earnestly, lamenting, "I wonder if the me lying beneath the earth in the future will regret today's decision." Augustus carefully assisted the old count up the steps, remaining silent before responding, "Your descendants will undoubtedly take pride in your decision today. This is the honor you deserve." As the setting sun radiated its brilliance over the castle, casting its glow on the young man and the old man, the fire-red fox in front of the castle appeared particularly enchanting. Dinner was a lavish affair, reflecting the meticulous attention to detail characteristic of the empire's noble families. just as Augustus, inheriting the title of Count Alfred, was served a peacock wing as the main course, adorned with 5 varieties of meat primarily in shades of red, complemented by 3 vegetable dishes, a total of 9 dishes. Numerically speaking, this corresponded with the hierarchy of nobility: Emperor 13, Prince 12, Duke 11, Marquis 10, descending to Count at 9. While this may seem tedious, the mundane itself constituted the greatest pleasure of the nobility. Expensive crimson wine flowed into the goblets. Augustus did not intentionally prevent the old earl from indulging in wine, as that would have been a slight against the latter's proud identity. At the dining table, perhaps due to the effects of the crimson wine, Donald's complexion appeared rather flushed, casting his gaze across to Augustus, whose demeanor was impeccably refined and entirely befitting of noble stature. He remarked, "Even having witnessed you rise from your wheelchair, I find it hard to believe that the events in your domain of Loren were orchestrated by your own hand. Augustus, that I am aware that prior to Alfred's assault, you possessed one of the rare and remarkable talents within the realm of combat in the wasteland. Yet how did you manage to slay 2 5th-level swordsmen? To be frank, when I first received this news, I could hardly fathom its truth. Even after its confirmation, disbelief lingered. I dare say the entire nobility of the wasteland was left in astonishment at your prowess." Augustus chuckled lightly, retorting with a hint of sarcasm, "If the goddess of fate, that wretched harlot, has kept Alfred firmly ensconced in hell for a full 3 months, surely it is not too much to expect her to toss a few condescending glances his way upon finally releasing him." This was clearly a subject he wished to evade. Despite his ailing health, Donald, with his astute mind, gently cleared his throat and refrained from pursuing the matter further. Observing the indiscreet dining habits of Queen Jelena, Augustus resignedly abandoned any attempts to intervene. He casually remarked, "By the way, my dear Earl, regarding what I previously mentioned about diverting the waters of the Nile to Alfred's green town, I intend for this to be my foremost undertaking moving forward. You would not oppose this, would you?" The old Earl looked up in surprise. When Augustus had first broached the subject, he had assumed that the young steward was merely speaking idly. However, it now appeared that Augustus was genuinely intent on embarking upon this grand endeavor. He furrowed his brow and candidly inquired, "The crux of the matter is that you seemingly lack the fundamental resources to undertake such a project, do you not? It is crucial to understand that excavating the Nile requires more than just tools. It demands substantial manpower and material resources." Setting down his cutlery, Augustus smiled and shrugged. "As it happens, Alfred currently possesses an abundance of manpower. After all, this group of individuals is simply idling away their time." Initially perplexed, Donald suddenly grasped the implication, his once dimmed old eyes brightening with realization. He finally recalled the purpose behind Augustus's decision to leave that group of commoners behind. He gazed intently at the youthful Augustus, and a feeling of dread began to swell within him, a sensation he had not expected. He understood that this was likely the first step in Augustus's grand strategy for the entire wasteland, which had now become a chessboard in the hands of the young Earl of Alfred. At that moment, the old Earl's mind was unexpectedly flooded with the phrase, "He shall rise, unstoppable." Chapter 74. The sorcerer. During the course of the dinner, Augustus noted an intriguing detail. The maids serving alongside the long dining table all bore strikingly similar visages, not in terms of appearance, but rather in their identical black maid uniforms, each adorned with a white apron tied around their waists, and their expressions were uniformly apathetic and rigid. This stood in stark contrast to the cautious and meticulous demeanor of the maids from the former Soren castle, as well as the ever-smiling maids that Alfred employed, prompting Augustus, cognizant of Donald's status as a sorcerer under the 3rd law of the Donald family, to wonder if this was merely a peculiar custom of Donald's, or if the maids had become accustomed to the rigid doctrines of sorcery. As dinner concluded, the maids quietly cleared away the remnants of food and utensils from the table before departing. Without regard for etiquette or decorum, Queen Jelena leapt onto Augustus's lap, her face radiating satisfaction. Augustus affectionately caressed Jelena's radiant golden tresses while, as the old Earl indulged in some unknown botanical delicacy post-meal, he surveyed the interior architecture of Donald's castle. With dusk approaching, the opulent Gazuma chandelier above cast a soft yet dim glow, and the small crimson magical stones placed in the corners of the parlor illuminated the dark ambience with flickering flames, creating a Gothic scene reminiscent of a medieval castle, which Augustus suddenly felt as though he had stepped into. A castle inhabited by male witches, shrouded in enigma. The only element missing to complete the eerie atmosphere was the foreboding presence of a large black cat with glowing green eyes, which caused an involuntary complexity of emotions within him, leaving him feeling both conflicted and absurdly real. Regarding the matter of the Nile, since you have resolved to proceed, then let it be so. However, Augustus, I must remind you that excavating the Nile is no simple task. While manpower is a prerequisite, it is not the sole requirement. You must be prepared for the myriad details involved in the execution, the old earl said gently, wiping his lips with a pristine handkerchief and lowering his eyelids once more. Age is indeed the greatest treasure, a sentiment both profound and weighty. Augustus redirected his gaze, perhaps due to the weight of Jelena on his lap, causing discomfort in his legs. He adjusted himself slightly and smiled. It is not nearly as complex as you might envision, my dear Earl. This does not constitute a grand undertaking. You may have misunderstood my intentions. I do not aspire to traverse the Nile through Alfred's domain. I simply require the Nile to flow past Greentown, thereby transforming it into Alfred's granary. The old Earl nodded, finding this proposition considerably simpler. He sighed, reflecting on what a rare heir Alfred had, a figure of ambition without greed. Such a noble heir would surely not remain obscure even among the foremost families of the Holy Empire. There is one more matter, Augustus continued, still smiling. You previously mentioned that in no more than a year, the Donald family must choose between the costly sorcerers and the knightly order. My suggestion is that Donald focus on cultivating the sorcerers, while Alfred can provide the knights. What do you think? The Earl's expression remained unchanged, though the slight tremor of his relaxed facial skin did little to mask the shock brewing within him. How could Augustus present such a request with such calmness? He was acutely aware that Augustus's true aim was to request the Donald family's retinue of knights. If initially aiding Alfred against the Lich had been a gesture of friendship from Donald, now Augustus's unsolicited proposal to hand over Donald's retinue to Alfred was not merely an impertinent overreach. It was an act of unforgivable avarice. Ambition without greed, the old Earl suppressed his anger, laced with derision, and replied in a low voice, "Thank you for your suggestion, but at present, it seems unnecessary." Augustus chuckled, wholly unaffected by the rejection, and pressed on. "Do not be hasty in your dismissal. I urge you to consider this proposition carefully. I assure you, I have contemplated this matter from your perspective. Weighing its pros and cons, I need not elaborate on the drawbacks. You may temporarily forfeit a solid frontline defense. However, as for the benefits, I trust your wisdom will illuminate their significance. You must believe me when I say that I sincerely hope the friendship between Alfred and Donald is not as fragile as mere parchment that could tear with a gentle poke. I wish for Alfred to enjoy his glory without solitude." Clutching his ruby scepter tightly, the old Earl remained obstinate as a child, unwilling to entertain another word from the infuriating Augustus. Expect an old man on the brink of his grave to relinquish what he had dedicated his life to protecting. The cruelty and indifference aside, Augustus's current stance toward the aging Donald was a stark departure from the gratitude one should exhibit to a friend who had offered him so much assistance. He ought to be expressing concern and sympathy. Alas, it seemed Augustus was entirely oblivious to these nuances. However, the truth was evident to them both. Had Augustus not been ruthless, had he possessed any semblance of compassion, Donald would never have chosen Alfred in the first place. How absurd! The atmosphere in the parlor grew increasingly stifling, and the old Earl lost interest in the conversation. He turned to his steward and instructed him to escort the esteemed guest to rest, before turning back to Augustus to inform him that it was getting late and that these matters could be discussed at a later time. With that, he struggled to rise, his resolve unmistakably firm. Yet Augustus, still smiling and devoid of any sense of defeat, flatly refused the old Earl's suggestion. As the Earl's brow furrowed in irritation, on the verge of losing his composure, Augustus interjected with a smile. "Since I've gone to the trouble of visiting your castle, I must be allowed to meet your heir." This was a request the old Earl could not decline. From this point forward, the fate of the Donald family seemed to rest in the hands of Augustus and his heir, making the necessity of an introduction all the more pressing. Ascending to the second floor of the castle, Augustus attempted once more to assist the old Earl up the stairs, but given the evident displeasure stemming from his earlier proposal, the old Earl rebuffed his kindness. At one point, when Augustus persisted stubbornly, the old Earl simply discarded his scepter and halted on the staircase. Thus, Augustus found himself in an awkward position, watching as Donald's steward helped the old man ascend. While he held Jelena's small hand, trailing behind, his eyes betraying a mixture of delight and cunning that would likely earn him Jelina's disdain. This was perhaps one of the rare moments in the old Earl's life when he shed the guise of the old fox upon reaching the second floor. Despite the lingering displeasure, the old Earl would not neglect the necessary etiquette. His tone, no longer calm, was laced with impatience as he introduced Augustus to each room, noting whose private space it belonged to. Augustus merely nodded in silence. It was evident that the wizards of the Donald family could not solely consist of direct or collateral descendants of the Donald lineage that in truth, for various reasons. Many favored by the divine would temporarily reside within the Donald castle, having wandered into the forsaken wasteland. This was hardly incomprehensible, for the Donald family alone could provide the ample conditions that wizards required: private laboratories, an array of magical materials essential for experimentation, and the communication necessary for resolving issues. Only here could those needs be adequately met. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued, ultimately establishing the Donald family's unparalleled autonomy in the wasteland. At the end of the second floor, the old Earl gestured for his butler to push open the door. Augustus, contemplating whether he should knock, was momentarily stunned as the door swung open. Before him unfolded a scene of magical wonder that left him in awe. On the floor, a grand and intricate pentagram glowed with a vibrant green light, seeming to pulsate with life as the energy flowed along its lines, submerging the entire room in an emerald-hued magical realm. At the center of the pentagram stood a young man, a book cradled in his hands, surrounded by a tempest of chaotic magical elements. His long, brown hair floated in the air as if caught in a breeze. Standing upright, it appeared he was entirely oblivious to the presence of others. He raised the book high, causing its heavy pages to scatter and drift elegantly through the air. He spoke calmly. Elements. Instantly, a whirlwind formed around him, and the pages danced wildly in the air. He continued, constrained. The whirlwind vanished without warning, and the pages remained suspended, the scene freezing into a magnificent tableau. Chapter 75. The Choice. Augustus, still in the early stages of his understanding of the magical realm, had witnessed the most gentle form of magic, the fourth law, the judgment of light, wielded by Her Highness Sophia, and had experienced the most brutal magic, the suffocating darkness that accompanied Queen Jelina's extraction of his soul. However, he had only heard tales of the third law, the judgment of elements, the most vibrant aspect of the epic continent, and had never beheld it with his own eyes. The first knight, Albert, who had once guided him on his path of knighthood, had never conjured the unique fireball spell that characterized Augustus. Therefore, upon witnessing such a resplendent and colossal magical array, Augustus was inevitably struck with astonishment. Falling into a state of stupor, transfixed by the radiant pentagram that glimmered with green light. In this days, he failed to notice the profound glimmer of meaning that briefly flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged butler standing beside Donald. However, while Augustus remained entranced, Jelina, beside him, regarded the exquisite display with disdain. Noticing the butler's complex gaze as he turned, the queen, whose small head and delicate face were in stark contrast to her keen insight, quickly discerned the obscured intent behind Donald's ostentatious display of magic. With a cold smirk, she tightened her grip on Augustus's hand and taunted, "Is a low-level magic array, constructed with a power that must have been stored for an eternity, truly worthy of pride? Though this ridiculous wizard boasts an impressive affinity of 18 with the wind elements, is it not rather pathetic that at such a young age he barely manages to reach the threshold of a level 5 wizard?" Gradually regaining his composure, Augustus might not have grasped the staggering implications of Jelina's words. Yet, Donald and his butler instantly recognized the gravity of the situation and were left aghast. A low-level magic array. An affinity of 18. A level 5 wizard. This uncanny young girl had seen straight through the essence of his heir's soul. The old Earl, turning abruptly, could not mask the shock in his aged eyes. Initially, he had assumed this little girl in a pink princess dress was merely a relative of Alfred. But who would have thought she possessed such seemingly unfathomable power? Was she also a wizard? But how old could she be? Could she even ascend to the first tier of the magical realm? Most astonishingly, how could she so effortlessly pierce the veil of his heir's soul? Such a feat must require an immense mental prowess. Level 9. Possessing a mid-level mental capacity of level 7, Donald found himself utterly unable to fathom it, as that level of power felt too distant from their reality. Speechless, he was rendered mute by his astonishment. The characteristically flawed Queen Jelina, however, did not cease her merciless onslaught. With a cold laugh, she added, "No wonder your pathetic heir has been lost in the realm of magic for at least a decade, without finding his way out. without granting Donald any time to react. She abruptly turned toward the pentagram array within the room, extending her delicate hand into the void and softly gripping the air. "Bind," she uttered. The suspended pages instantly twisted as if being violently crumpled, soon forming a chaotic mass in the air. Releasing her small hand, she gently pronounced 2 words, "Silence." Not only did the floating paper debris fall to the ground without warning, but even the once vibrant green pentagram fell into a sudden stillness, devoid of any color. Were it not for Donald's extensive experience navigating the tumultuous tides of honor and disgrace, which barely sustained his understanding of the magical realm, he might have found it impossible to believe the dark scene before him. The spells "Bind" and "Silence" were not terrifying. Despite having traversed the magical domain for a lifetime, Donald had never witnessed these 2 spells in action. Yet, he was acutely aware that they belonged to the 5th law, a dark magic of lesser tiers, and even the ease with which these spells tore apart his heir's wind element magic array was not particularly alarming. After all, his heir possessed only a level 5 storage capacity for magic, and any moderately powerful magic release could easily overturn such a low-level array. The crux of the matter lay in the identity of the spellcaster, who possessed a magical storage capacity exceeding level 5. A little girl, a charming young girl in a pink princess dress, appearing as delicate as a porcelain doll. More importantly, Donald was keenly aware that when his heir unleashed the power of that low-level magic array, despite his efforts to conceal it, anyone familiar with the magical realm would recognize that he had thoroughly enchanted the incantation at an astonishing speed before executing what appeared a grand release of magic. But this little girl, standing right before Donald, he was certain he had neither heard nor felt any incantation or magical preparation. The notion of releasing magic without the chant entirely exceeded Donald's comprehension of the magical world. In that instant, he felt breathless, his hands trembling uncontrollably as they clutched his staff, as if he might collapse at any moment. Augustus, witnessing the scene, quickly supported the old earl's quaking form, smiling as he explained, "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce her. Miss Jelena is a guest from the northern shaman tribe. You must remember that I mentioned her in my letter. She is the one who assisted me in fending off the shaman and Titan's assault, allowing me to successfully evade the tide of liches." Fixing his gaze on the little girl, Donald finally exhaled slowly. It was not surprising that the northern region harbored inexplicable phenomena, and though difficult to accept, he was willing to strive for understanding. His furrowed brow gradually softened, yet he remained captivated by the immeasurable mental power possessed by this little girl. Augustus smiled, and at this juncture, with the unambiguous hint from Queen Jelena, he too discerned the veiled implications behind the magic of Donald's heir. In fact, witnessing this resplendent display of magic served as a subtle indication from the old earl to Augustus that, although his heir might not be a competent noble, he certainly possessed the potential of a capable wizard. Regardless of the future, Augustus must regard Donald's heir with significance, as there would inevitably come a time when he would require the power of the Donald family's magical realm. Thus, this clever arrangement had unfolded. Augustus did not resent the old fox's cunning plans. Rather, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. Even as he sensed the footsteps of death approaching, the old man endeavored to pave the way for the future of the Donald family through every detail. It was a testament to greatness, yet also a poignant tragedy. Indeed, it seems no one has it easy, Augustus mused, his perception of the old fox profoundly transformed. Meanwhile, Queen Jelena stood at the doorway, gazing intently at the young man still positioned at the center of the overturned pentagram. The young man, with his clear eyes, was likewise scrutinizing the little girl who had disrupted his magnificent magic. His expression was one of confusion, devoid of anger or surprise, as if he were entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. He looked at Jelena, then down at the pentagram, lost in thought, yet utterly perplexed, rendered speechless and bewildered. Such a disposition would undoubtedly be intolerable to Queen Jelena, who was inherently lacking in patience. With her hands on her hips, she openly displayed her disdain and derided. Those lost within the realm of magic indeed possess a greater chance of grasping its true essence. However, individuals like you, who are enamored with trivial techniques and attempt to construct cumbersome magical arrays, are not only outmatched by advanced magicians in terms of magical energy reserves, but even those low-level magicians who compete in mental fortitude are far more promising than you. You would do well to abandon the path of magic, for not only is it uncertain whether you can comprehend the true nature of magic, but even if given another 50 years, you would still be ensnared in your own magical labyrinth. The young man remained bewildered. Yet, Donald, standing nearby, suddenly tensed, his expression shifting from surprise to hesitation. He had compelling reasons for his indecision. The young girl's formidable understanding of magic and her words led him to believe she could indeed guide his heir out of the magical maze. However, the troubling fact remained that this girl hailed from the fifth law under the shamans, a dark sorceress scorned by humanity. What terrifying, unpredictable consequences could arise from allowing such a being to lead his heir? Especially when Donald's association with dark sorcerers would inevitably come to light within the Sacred Empire's magical guild, the repercussions were all too easy to foresee. Yet, as he stood on the precipice of death, he desperately needed his heir to escape the magical maze. This was a difficult decision, yet it should not have been so, particularly for those like them, the exiled sinners of the wasteland, when one is in hell. Why strive to gaze upon the light? Chapter 76. Refusal of glory. Having made his decision, Count Donald no longer hesitated. Meeting Augustus's gentle gaze upon the girl in the pink dress, he subtly inquired whether Augustus could extend his stay at Donald's castle. Initially perplexed, Augustus began to grasp Donald's intent upon observing the old count's complex expression directed towards Giolina. Just as he was about to speak, Giolina abruptly turned, a half-smile gracing her lips as she directly asked the old count, "Do you have the capacity to lead your heir out of the magical maze?" Augustus felt a pang of embarrassment, and the old count quickly expressed his intentions, inviting the peculiar young girl to remain a few days longer. Giolina, with unwavering resolve, extended her hand, demanding reasons, rewards. How familiar this scene was, reminiscent of the initial investment in Augustus, who had employed similarly succinct terms. The old count's first instinct was to look back at Augustus in confusion, only to receive a resigned shrug in return, clearly indicating that it was not his affair. Naturally, the old count, who could scarcely believe that a 7-year-old girl could possess such mercenary inclinations, was filled with doubt. He turned back, calmly stating, "I believe Alfred requires a clever companion rather than a mere pedantic sorcerer. As for the reward, you may propose." "What does Alfred have to do with me?" Giolina muttered, her gaze fixating on the old count's scepter. Pointing at it, she declared, "I want it." The old count instinctively tightened his grip on the ruby scepter. A bitter taste in his mouth, he understood that to someone like Augustus, who was outside the realm of magic, the scepter might symbolize more than its practical use. Yet for the favorite of the divine, the ruby embedded within the scepter was an extraordinarily rare magical artifact. It was indeed the reason Donald could unleash 7th-level advanced magic with his mere 7th-level intermediate capacity. It was also the most cherished legacy of the Donald family, making it painfully difficult for him to relinquish. With a forced smile, he cautiously suggested, "Is it not a bit cruel to demand the scepter that supports an old man's feeble steps? Let us consider another reward. You may choose anything you see within the castle." Giolina, twirling her round little eyes, replied, "Very well, you may keep the scepter, but I shall take the ruby." Even if the true value of the ruby was not immediately apparent, Augustus recognized that Giolina's insistence on acquiring it was not merely due to its blood-like hue. The old count, with a bitter smile, stroked the scepter in his hand, and no longer hesitating, he reverently handed the scepter to the girl in the pink dress, his gaze lingering upon it. Augustus observed the scene with a knowing smirk. Realizing that the old count, now devoid of the scepter's support, appeared steadier than ever, as if he had mastered the art of deception. He had indeed become accustomed to using an appearance of frailty to beguile this sordid world. As the girl enthusiastically toyed with the ruby, the old count, having made a considerable sacrifice, could not resist prompting, "Do you need me to prepare a separate room for you?" Giolina discerned the ulterior motive behind the old count's words. Suppressing her desire to remove the ruby, with a face full of disdain, she retorted, "The great Queen Giolina never stoops to deceive the lowly human beings." Clutching the scepter, she turned and entered the room. Directly confronting the bewildered young man, she crouched down, delicately tracing the 5 corners of the vast pentagram magical array, connecting the curves that a miracle unfolded as the once dreary and lifeless magical array suddenly regained vitality. Glowing with a green hue that illuminated the astonished expression of the young man, in the center of the pentagram stood Queen Giolina, exuding an otherworldly charm. Augustus marveled. How could Giolina, under the 5th law, unleash magic of the 3rd law? Old Count Donald narrowed his eyes, not astonished, for he understood that as long as one possessed a considerable mastery within the realm of magical arrays, even without the ability to manipulate the wind elements, One could activate the array to summon the wind elements to swirl around. This was the secret of magical arrays, and the very reason his heir had become lost within the realm of magic. He no longer doubted that his substantial investment would yield fruitful returns. Turning to Augustus, the old count did not disguise the inquiry and skepticism in his aged eyes. Could this 7-year-old girl in a pink dress truly be just a little shaman? Subsequently, due to the transaction between Queen Giuliana and Donald, Augustus postponed his departure plans to remain an additional day at Donald's castle. The following morning, as Giuliana set out to unlock the door to Donald's heir within the magical maze, Augustus stood alone. Surveying the surroundings of Donald's castle, he noticed a few figures in black robes engaging in simple physical training on the grass before the castle. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be the resident sorcerers of Donald's castle. Did sorcerers require physical training as well? Augustus recalled a perspective Giuliana had once shared with him, that the frail physique of a sorcerer was nothing more than a malicious slander from knights. One could easily deduce that if a sorcerer were physically weak, how could they conduct the numerous intricate and meticulous experiments? Without a healthy body, how could they face the myriad of challenging dilemmas? Especially since the incantation of advanced magic spells typically required dozens, if not hundreds, of uninterrupted syllables. Could a frail body possess such lung capacity? Ultimately, the frailty of sorcerers was merely relative to knights. This only served to reinforce Augustus's suspicions regarding the old count's seemingly feeble health. In the afternoon, unable to quell his curiosity, Augustus ventured into the room of Donald's heir, eager to witness how the impatient Queen Giuliana would guide the lost child. Upon pushing open the door, he was once again taken aback. The not overly spacious room was filled with numerous obscure magical arrays, large and small, extending from the entrance to the side walls. Augustus roughly estimated that there were at least over 100, especially as the multitude of intricate and convoluted magical arrays shared a suffocating color. Standing at the entrance, he could easily sense the oppressive heaviness of pure black enveloping the room. He paid no mind to Giuliana's alluring smile as she raised her little face. Retreating instead, he felt genuine sympathy for the unfortunate heir of Donald, for with such an impatient guide, it seemed likely that he would collapse under the weight of the overwhelming knowledge Giuliana forcibly imparted before ever escaping his magical maze. Yet, this did align with Queen Giuliana's character. She had no patience for guidance, merely imposing her understanding of magical arrays without a thought for the heir's well-being. May the omnipotent Lord watch over this unfortunate child. That evening, Augustus engaged in conversation with the old count, acknowledging the latter's keen insight into the various families of the wasteland. It was known that while the wasteland was not vast, over a century it had accumulated numerous noble families who had committed offenses. Excluding nearly half who had perished in the traps laid by liches or the Soren Council, many families still remained. Yet, Augustus's understanding was limited to only the major powers of the first tier. He had merely heard of the second tier, but had not delved deeper. Thus, this was undoubtedly a night of great benefit for Augustus. On the third day, Augustus had to bid farewell to the old count on behalf of Alfred, regardless of his reluctance. The old count, fully aware, understood that Augustus must return. Having only recently secured a brief reprieve from Francis, it was imperative for Augustus to make the most of this time to lay a solid foundation for Alfred, one that would not easily crumble with the slightest push. Considering the peculiar and obscure knowledge left by the eccentric little shaman regarding magical formations, Augustus believed that if his heir could grasp the core edges of those formations, he would be able to navigate the labyrinth of magic. Thus, Donald did not attempt to retain him at the castle's enclosure. Observing the young Count Alfred standing before the carriage, along with the 10 members of the Knightly Order of Protection beside it, Donald abruptly inquired, "When will the Knightly Order depart?" Although unprepared, Augustus maintained a smile and firmly replied, "We shall not leave." The old Count's gaze was complex, uncertain of how much to believe in Augustus's words. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, "I shall provide you with 30 true knights of the gun. Do not concern yourself with the rest for now. Donald requires knightly protection and will not easily relinquish any inheritance cultivated by his ancestors." Understanding this, Augustus smiled and bowed in gratitude. However, the old count did not afford him the opportunity to express his thanks, instead reflecting, "Augustus, you claim that this decision will bring me glory, yet have you considered whether I desire such glory?" Having devoted his life to Donald, the old count, who had always maintained a low profile with survival as his only goal, narrowed his eyes and continued, "Indeed, A man must carry many things to the grave when death approaches. Yet, my father once told me that a successful man should bury many things before entering the grave, such as love, glory, and even life itself. Thus, I long ago rejected the notion of glory. He sought not a splendid crown for Donald, but rather a path free from hindrances. Chapter 77. The busy Elizabeth on the journey back to Alfred's castle. Augustus inquired of Jelena whether she had truly assisted Donald's heir in discovering the key to escaping the magical labyrinth. Jelena shot him a disdainful look, as if to say that since his heir was lost in his obsession with the intricacies of magical formations, all she could do was present him with the rudimentary knowledge associated with them. Whether he could escape was not up to anyone else, including God. Augustus, realizing this, was about to speak when Jelena, unexpectedly revealing a depth of sentiment unbecoming of her age, mused that while the little fellow might be somewhat foolish, the detour he had taken would greatly benefit his magical prowess. Once he escaped the confines of magic, his prospects would undoubtedly be brilliant, far surpassing those so-called magicians in Donald's castle who merely recited incantations. Filtering out Jelena's complaints about the continent's magicians, Augustus seized upon the notion of a bright future and asked, "Is it possible for him to become a mage?" The queen, known for her aversion to fools, immediately bristled, retorting, "Do you think becoming a mage is as easy as tending to the wild grass in your castle garden?" Finding her words oddly familiar, Augustus managed an awkward smile and refrained from further inquiry. Yet, the previously irate Jelena suddenly softened, saying, "Augustus, I'm feeling quite tired." The abrupt transition from queen to child left Augustus momentarily stunned. He recalled Jelena mentioning that her soul was in a weakened state, needing to partition a portion of it to suppress another soul within her. This realization shed light on why she had appeared particularly pale after extracting his soul, compounded by the immense mental energy she had expended in constructing magical formations for Donald's heir. Surely, she was quite fatigued now. Understanding that Jelena had her reasons for assisting Donald's heir, Augustus regarded her with gentle eyes. He glanced at the small bed at the rear of the carriage, his intention clear. However, the little girl spread her arms, playfully demanding to be held while she slept. Augustus, feeling a headache coming on, nevertheless opened his arms, allowing her to leap onto his lap. She nuzzled against him, her expression still somewhat stiff and awkward before he softly murmured, "Sleep." The little girl nodded and mumbled a lament that no one was reading to her, before quickly drifting into slumber amidst the jolting of the carriage. Resembling a carefree child, upon arriving at Alfred's castle, having passed through Greentown, Augustus should have consulted Baron Marshall regarding the impending excavation of the Nile. However, he did not linger. The reason was simple. Having opted for a style of governance characterized by territorial despotism, he deemed it essential for the lords of various towns to come to his castle to heed his directives, rather than engage in discussions. Moreover, he could no longer parcel out the rights to Alfred's territories, relegating him to a supervisory role atop a pyramid of power while the lords of the towns governed autonomously beneath him. Augustus intended to thoroughly dismantle this pyramid-like familial structure, reclaiming all decision-making authority within his domain and establishing a dictatorship centered around Alfred as the absolute core. In essence, this marked Augustus's audacious alteration of the noble structure that the Holy Empire had upheld for nearly 1,000 years, which would undoubtedly impose an unimaginable workload upon Alfred. After all, dictatorship entailed that every matter, large or small, required Alfred's approval, including finances, laws, and defenses. It seemed that Augustus was indeed courting trouble for himself, yet he had no choice if he wished for Alfred to embark upon a rapid path of development in the shortest time possible. He had to wield such an iron fist. The carriage halted on the grass before the castle, and apart from the servants, no one awaited his return, which puzzled Augustus. He first glanced towards the study, then carefully cradled the sleeping Jelena back to her room, gently placing her on the bed. Noticing that she remained furrowed in slumber, he quietly exited and made his way to the study. Inside, Elizabeth, buried beneath a mound of documents, only lifted her gaze when Augustus entered, her expression transforming from surprise to a radiant smile. Observing the shift in her demeanor, Augustus sighed softly, finally understanding why Elizabeth had not been present to greet him at the castle's entrance. She had been so preoccupied with her tasks that she had forgotten his return date, even to the extent that she remained unaware of his arrival at the castle. Feeling apologetic, Augustus intended to speak, but astute Elizabeth would not grant him the opportunity as he approached the desk. She swiftly handed him a stack of documents, smiling. Aside from the matters you left behind, Sophia and I have already arranged for the supplies that arrived the day before yesterday. Conservatively estimating, we have enough resources and food to last at least 10 days. Pausing for a moment, she saw Augustus about to interject and continued. As for the issue of the relocated civilians, they have been concentrated in accordance with your wishes to Greentown and D-City. However, brother, while I understand your plans for Greentown, what is the necessity of so many civilians in D-City? Augustus managed a difficult smile, recalling that it was this very 15-year-old girl who had shouldered Alfred's burdens alone during his unconsciousness. Therefore, he was not surprised that she could handle such matters adeptly. Elizabeth indeed possessed that capability that it was only after his awakening that she had chosen to downplay her abilities, revealing her formidable prowess and determination only when the time came for him to rely on her. There is a mine in D-City. Having never mentioned his secret agreement with Archbishop Mizadu to Elizabeth, Augustus had only just begun when she narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes and quickly interjected. So what Sophia told me is true. Is that gold mine confirmed? After a moment's hesitation, Augustus shook his head, attempting to shift the topic with a forced smile. Speaking of Sophia, where is she? I recall instructing you both to manage these affairs together. Surely this proud little princess of Constantinople hasn't left you to toil alone in the study. Not at all. Sophia just returned to rest this morning. As soon as she said this, Elizabeth adorably stuck out her tongue, realizing she had let slip too much. She understood that she had inadvertently revealed that both she and Sophia had worked tirelessly through the night, while she herself had been busy until now without rest. Augustus frowned. Clever Elizabeth quickly set aside the cumbersome documents in her hands, refusing to allow Augustus the chance to express his negative emotions. All right then, I shall go take a rest now. You can review these materials once more. Ultimately, unable to bring himself to reproach Elizabeth, Augustus offered a wry smile. Shaking his head in silence, he turned slightly, bending down to gesture for her to go rest. Elizabeth smiled as she walked past Augustus, heading toward the study door. She pulled open the wooden door to the study. Elizabeth, who had paused at the threshold, suddenly remarked, "By the way, Augustus, since Sophia mentioned that the gold mine truly exists, the words you spoke to Archbishop Mizadu must also hold some truth, correct? Do not deny or forget it. The entire gold mine exists solely for the sake of that one thing that allows me to continue living." Augustus fell into a contemplative silence. Without turning around, Elizabeth maintained her smile and continued, "Augustus, you should be grateful that your transaction was not accepted by Archbishop Mizadu. Otherwise, consider this, with father gone, if you were to perish as well. How would I survive, and why would I even wish to? Therefore, you were quite foolish back then to entertain such a ludicrous notion. Augustus, from now on, regardless of the circumstances, you must not think in that way again, for it would surely displease me." Chapter 78. The ivory necklace. Having roughly gone through the documents organized by Elizabeth without discovering any issues, Augustus tossed them aside, showing no inclination to review them again. Naturally, he was eager to trust the tireless efforts of Elizabeth and Sophia, two brilliant minds whose intellect matched their beauty. After a moment's thought, Augustus retrieved a black notebook, grasped a quill, and began to jot down notes. This habit, inherited from his past life, involved summarizing the events of each period and contemplating whether his methods in handling these matters required further deliberation. While perhaps of little significance, it was indeed a deeply ingrained habit. Habits can be formidable things. He inscribed a name legible only to himself, Albert. Reflecting upon Albert, Augustus felt there was no need to delve too deeply into the fundamental reasons why he might lead him down the path of knighthood. This was akin to how Archbishop Mizadu had once pulled him from the depths of despair. There were superficial reasons, of course, but also substantial truths that Augustus had yet to uncover, secrets surrounding his old steward, old Vernon, and even his Alfred family, all waiting for him to unearth. Though he was uncertain of what revelations these secrets might bring, they were inevitable confrontations he would have to face. As for the matter of managing the attitudes of Francis and Donald, Augustus sensed he might have pressured the old fox, Donald, a bit too eagerly. Even though the old fox was undoubtedly aware of Augustus's intentions, the latter felt his subsequent approach should be more tempered. Regarding Francis, Augustus furrowed his brow as he gripped the quill. This was not an element he could control. The duration of peace and development that Francis would grant him was beyond his determination. The only thing he could influence was a terrace, which undoubtedly left Augustus feeling unsettled. regardless of his faith in Ateraz's capabilities. Indeed, it seemed that his obsessive tendencies were a malady that required remedy. With a wry smile, Augustus reviewed his recent summaries, forming a rough outline in his mind. Before shifting his focus to the tasks he needed to undertake next, he first pulled out a map of the Alfred territory, his gaze fixating on Greentown, clearly contemplating the matters concerning the Nile. Since returning to the castle and entering the study, Augustus remained seated until dusk fell. It was only when his old steward informed him that dinner was ready that he rubbed his weary eyes and set aside the relentless stream of documents. This would mark the first genuine dinner for Alfred. During the preceding month, amidst calamity, Alfred had been deprived of any formal dining experience, with Augustus perpetually occupied in the study, subsisting on the meager provisions prepared by the old steward. Since he was absent, Elizabeth had likewise refrained from dining in the hall, which meant that the esteemed guest, Princess Sophia, had been relegated to her own quarters. Albert would likely not have attended even if invited. Thus, as Augustus entered the dining hall and beheld Sophia and Elizabeth seated at the table, he experienced a rare sensation of familial warmth. He washed his hands in the basin prepared by the servants and casually inquired why Jelena was absent. When the maid sent to summon Jelena smiled and informed him that she was still asleep, Augustus contemplated this, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He took his place at the head of the table. This was Alfred's first formal dinner, symbolizing a significant step towards stability. Before the meal commenced, Augustus had anticipated that Princess Sophia, being particularly close to Archbishop Massad, would adhere to the customary practices of the church, perhaps offering a prayer or expressing gratitude to the Lord. Contrary to his expectations, she simply smiled and remarked, "Let us dine," before picking up her fork with no further preparation. This left Augustus somewhat puzzled. But he dismissed the thought, merely gesturing for Elizabeth to join the meal before he began to eat with the knife and fork that felt entirely natural in his hands. The candlelit dinner, though not extravagant, was sufficiently refined that a tinge of regret lingered in the air as both Elizabeth and Sophia, having toiled through the night, appeared visibly fatigued, leaving Alfred's inaugural formal dinner devoid of a lively atmosphere. After dining, as the servants cleared the table, Augustus instructed the weary Elizabeth to return and rest, then turned to Sophia. To his surprise, she paid him no heed, following Elizabeth back to her room, leaving Augustus somewhat bewildered, prompting him to stand in the dining hall for a moment before breaking into a bemused chuckle. He stepped outside into the castle's front lawn. The night was dense and dark, devoid of any stars. Augustus closed his eyes and stood amidst the grass. The chilly wind swept over him, instantly dispelling the fatigue that had plagued him throughout the afternoon. That he relished this enveloping darkness, as if, within the expanse of the universe, he were the sole inhabitant, free from any trivial concerns. The surroundings were utterly silent. It was difficult to discern just how long Augustus stood there until he heard faint footsteps from within the castle behind him. Turning his head, he noticed it was Princess Sophia. Not rushing to speak, he first appraised her, now clad in a flowing white gown, and observed that her already lovely features appeared even more exquisite. It suddenly dawned on him that her earlier silence at dinner was due to her lack of makeup, reflecting on how imperial noblewomen were far more meticulous about details than those of the plains. Augustus offered a benevolent smile. Sophia, maintaining her composure, smiled back but remained silent, standing beside him. In the enveloping darkness, Augustus seemed unaware that his world had gained another presence. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rummaging through his pocket without turning, he remarked, "I've often been accused of offering insincere thanks, so this time I brought you a gift." Sophia looked up in surprise, momentarily flustered, her gaze lowering. From his pocket, filled with 1,000 bourbon coins extorted from Francis, Augustus presented her with a pristine ivory necklace, smiling candidly as he said, "You might find it unremarkable and cheap. To be honest, it cost me only 20 bourbon coins, which is hardly significant for many nobles. However, for someone whose entire net worth doesn't exceed 100 bourbon coins, it is quite precious. You must believe me. If I possessed 1,000 bourbon coins, this gift would certainly be worth 200 coins. And if I had 10,000, it would be valued at over 2,000. Thus, you cannot refuse it simply because it seems inexpensive. You must understand that I am willing to part with 1/5 of my wealth for this gift." Startled, Sophia accepted the ivory necklace from Augustus's hand, tightly grasping it, as if it held more value than even the crown atop a Bourbon princess's head. Yes, she looked back at the vast night sky. Augustus casually remarked, "What a pity there are no stars. They would have made the perfect backdrop for presenting a gift." Sophia, who had remained silent until then, paused momentarily before smiling and lowering her head. Soon, her white gown began to shimmer with a soft glow, accompanied by her gentle incantation. A sphere of luminous elemental magic formed in her right hand. She quietly grasped the brilliantly shining magical orb within the night. And as she uttered another spell, the orb disintegrated, cascading into her palm and settling at her fingertips. With a delicate flick, each point of contact sparkled with stars, illuminating the space before her and Augustus. The starlight shimmered. This clever and strong-willed princess of Constantinople revealed a charming innocence and vivacity that she reserved solely for moments of intimacy away from Miss Sad. She returned the ivory necklace to Augustus. Smiling, "Please gift it to me once more." Chapter 79. The gold mine. Old Vernon stood quietly beside the desk, his hands crossed over his abdomen, as rigid and meticulous as ever. Augustus furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Indeed, it felt like a formidable challenge. He understood that the excavation of the Nile River was certainly not a task that could be accomplished by mere manpower. In fact, for the past few days, his study of the Nile and Greentown had been focused on determining the excavation route. Yet now that the route was nearly established, he found himself at a loss for professional expertise to design the undertaking. Channeling the sole water source that could be deemed a river from the wasteland into Alfred's territory was no simple feat. It involved the scientific allocation of the Nile River basin area, a matter he believed required specialized knowledge. Unfortunately, he could not find anyone suitable. Even his omniscient old steward, after a couple of days of observation, could only deliver a disappointing outcome, which undoubtedly left Augustus feeling disheartened. The issue of the water source basin was indeed a crucial factor in his vision of establishing Green as a granary. He turned his gaze to the map of the Nile River basin flowing down from the Alps, traversing Donald's territory and extending into the northern regions, and inquired, "Has construction begun in Greentown?" "It has commenced. Baron Marshall should be on his way," came the response. Augustus nodded slightly, indicating that Marshall's arrival was his intention. His initial plan had been to initiate construction simultaneously in Donald's territory and Greentown to minimize the timeline. However, now that he could not find a professional to strategize this endeavor, he had to consider how to determine the details along the route, the direction of the basin, and other trivial matters during the construction process, which undoubtedly required someone well-versed in Greentown for reference. He pushed aside the various drafts and pseudo-blueprints he had sketched over the past few days, deciding to temporarily set aside the matter until Baron Marshall arrived. Then, he raised his gaze towards Old Vernon. Changing the subject, "It seems we haven't received any intelligence from Baron O'Byra in several days. You just returned from that vicinity. Did you uncover anything?" Old Vernon contemplated for a moment, his face etched with wrinkles. And before he could speak, the wooden door of the study was suddenly flung open. Indeed, it was flung open. Augustus frowned instantly and turned to the entrance, where a middle-aged man with a bushy beard appeared. Looking disheveled, it was Philip, Alfred's knight lieutenant. After Philip and his companions returned from the coniferous forest, Augustus had not allowed them to participate in frontline warfare again, instead assigning him to D City to assist Baron Rudolph in searching for gold mines within Alfred's restricted zone. He had not received any updates from them for quite some time, and Augustus, preoccupied with his affairs, had not inquired further. The unexpected appearance of Philip at this moment, in a state of unrestrained jubilation that disregarded propriety, was not difficult to interpret. Augustus rose abruptly. Philip, drenched in sweat, held a piece of black stone as if it were a precious treasure. He approached Augustus, suppressing an overwhelming joy that was clearly beyond his control, and stammered, "My lord, there is indeed gold." Augustus maintained his composure, a testament to his mental fortitude, capable of controlling his emotions. In truth, however, the hand hidden behind him was subtly trembling. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Philip, grasping his lord's intent, wiped his brow and hurled the stone onto the floor of the study. The fractured stone revealed glimmers of resplendent gold. Joy immediately engulfed Augustus, causing him to abandon thoughts of O'Byra and the impending arrival of Marshall. And he strode towards the door, commanding, "To D City." Upon exiting the room and descending to the castle's lower level, he fortuitously encountered Her Highness Sophia, who had just come from the meadow. She could evidently perceive Augustus's unmasked delight. Although Sophia was unaware of the reason, she did not hesitate to bestow her smile upon him. Just as she was about to inquire about the circumstances, Augustus, without pausing in his stride, took her hand and cryptically remarked, "I wish to show you something remarkable, to share in my joy." The journey from Alfred's castle to D City, bordering Christopher's territory, would typically require at least 6 hours. However, in less than 4 hours, Augustus found himself in the Alfred's restricted zone, meticulously planned by his father. As soon as the carriage came to a stop amidst the sparse grass and gravel-strewn desolation, Augustus promptly leaped down. Had it not been for Sophia's timely emergence from the carriage, the exuberant Count of Alfred might have momentarily forgotten the basic tenets of gentlemanly decorum. Once he assisted Sophia down, he made his way towards a nearby stone wall. Due to the small boots Sophia wore, which necessitated her to lift her skirt to walk, Augustus urged her at least 3 times to hasten her pace. Upon passing the stone wall erected by Augustus's father, he was greeted by a scene brimming with excitement and joy in the vast pit. Despite the mined gold or being of no direct relation to them, the primal allure of gold compelled the common folk to sweat profusely in their labor, creating a remarkably invigorating atmosphere. Baron Rudolph, the old lord of D City, appeared at Augustus's side, unable to conceal his own elation. He opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly silenced by Augustus's decisive gesture. Though taken aback and perplexed, Rudolph dared not utter another word. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the lines on his face from relaxing as he murmured praises for the Lord's blessings upon Alfred. Augustus, confronted with the pit concealing boundless wealth, felt the divine favor was inconsequential to him at that moment. His only consideration was that Alfred had now established the foundational conditions for its ascendance. Although 70% of the wealth belonged to Bishop Missidor, the remaining 30% was more than sufficient for Augustus to accomplish numerous ambitions. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, and gradually, his expression softened. After several repetitions of clenching and unclenching his fists, Augustus regained his composure, revealing none of the joy that had previously surged within him. First, he glanced at Sophia, whose small face was filled with astonishment and delight at witnessing such a scene for the first time. Then asked, "What is the purity?" Old Baron Rudolph, standing behind, immediately recognized the inquiry was directed at him and replied with a smile, "Preliminary estimates suggest it should be around 2 to 3%. Augustus quickly calculated in his mind. This meant that for every ton of gold or extracted, there would be at least 20 kilograms of gold. Approximately 3 kilograms would fall into his hands. As for what Bishop Missidor would obtain, Augustus swiftly extinguished any thoughts that should not arise in his mind. Rationality dictated that he must not entertain any aspirations at this juncture. What is the output? Based on the current labor force, achieving 10 tons a day is entirely feasible. Augustus nodded, then suddenly turned to Sophia beside him, asking, "How would the refined gold be converted into bourbon coins?" Naturally, the amount of gold would correspond to the weight of the coins minted. Sophia smiled, responding to Augustus's apparent confusion. She understood that Augustus was contemplating the fact that minting coins was ultimately a monopoly of the Bourbon royal family. And how could there be no reduction at all? Therefore, she preemptively smiled and said, "Do not underestimate Missidor's influence over the Bourbon royal family." Augustus fell silent. Unfortunately, neither Sophia nor Baron Rudolph noticed that Augustus, gazing towards the pit, appeared increasingly vacant. Later, it was Sophia who inadvertently noticed Augustus squinting his eyes, prompting her to instinctively pout, for she understood that someone was about to face misfortune. This complex and enigmatic little devil had undoubtedly made some dark decision. Sure enough, when Augustus spoke again, his eyes fixated on the pit, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, Rudolph, according to the food distribution, shouldn't the provisions for these commoners have been exhausted 2 days ago? Why have we yet to receive your report on Alfred providing food?" Baron Rudolph smiled, pride radiating from him. "My lord, the provisions you allocated earlier were more than sufficient. These despicable commoners are not entitled to be fed at every meal, as long as they are not starving and have the strength to work. That is enough." "Oh, so you are now daring not to voice your opinions, but rather disregarding my commands and making decisions unilaterally. Is that correct?" His voice was not cold, yet it struck like icy water on a sweltering summer day, causing Rudolph's countenance to turn pale, dispelling any semblance of joy or pride. He was not foolish. Having been responsible for all matters pertaining to D City at the moment Augustus's father designated the area as a restricted zone was a testament to his capabilities. Thus, he was acutely aware that with the discovery of the gold mine, Augustus would no longer be able to retain him in D City. The reasons eluded him, nor did he need to know. All he could do was beseech this young count. whose shrewdness and age were in stark contrast. An explanation. How could he possibly explain? Would he confess to Augustus that his actions were merely to conserve resources for Alfred? Or would he blame Augustus for not mentioning it sooner? Only to bring it up now that the gold mine had been confirmed? It is unnecessary to explain. The intentions of Augustus are already abundantly clear. The astute recognize that the consequences of rebellion will undoubtedly be dire, as exemplified by the fate of Bastov and Saya City. Thus, the sufficiently wise Rudolf quickly adopted a humble demeanor, fervently beseeching Augustus for forgiveness. Augustus appreciates intelligent individuals like Rudolf. However, he remains expressionless and indifferent, contemplating that the discovery of a gold mine in D City must not be entrusted to a cunning and unscrupulous old noble. That he coolly instructs, leave the wasteland and proceed to the imperial city of Fairy to assume the duties of Baron Obira. As for how to deal with Baron Obira, I trust you are well aware. Rudolf, filled with trepidation, was momentarily taken aback. As a direct core member of Alfred's inner circle, he certainly recognized Baron Obira of Fairy City, and their group harbored a profound envy towards him. After all, that city belonged to the Empire, a veritable paradise, and was endowed with greater autonomy, receiving substantial monthly funds from Alfred. What a splendid opportunity it would be. Was this a punishment? Once more casting a glance at Augustus, Rudolf bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude for being lifted from the depths of despair to the heights of paradise. Yet he also felt a profound awe towards the young count's formidable authority. Chapter 8. Unprecedented busyness. The first step was to dispatch all individuals of level 3 and above from Alfred to conceal themselves in D City. The second step involved stationing half of the Knights of the Faith at the nearest city, Saya. The third step mandated Philip to ensure a tight and vigilant surveillance of all activities surrounding D City, maintaining an outwardly relaxed yet internally vigilant rhythm. To maximize the prevention of the gold mine's information from spreading. Augustus undertook nearly every decision conceivable. Although it was evident that the news could never be entirely contained, his keen intuition made it clear that he must proceed in this manner. Each additional day would grant him further control. Upon returning to Alfred Castle, after making a series of decisions, Augustus deliberated extensively and ultimately penned a letter to Archbishop Misa. The letter did not directly express his concerns, but subtly indicated that should the Imperial Iron Belt Legion stationed in the Alps catch wind of the gold, he could not guarantee sufficient gold would remain for Misa. Furthermore, he suggested that Misa sow a seed in the Alpine Valley, and if necessary, it would be prudent to expand the church's influence in the wasteland. For once the existence of the gold mine was fully divulged, Alfred would be ill-equipped to sustain such immeasurable wealth. Augustus, being exceptionally astute, harbored no doubts that the gold mine could incite Donald, already weakened by financial issues, to turn against him. Moreover, it could lead to a temporary cessation of hostilities regarding Aetlos, with the entire wasteland, including Francis, uniting to bury Alfred. This was certainly not mere paranoia. Wealth inevitably awakens the demon of greed within humanity. Had it not been for the irreparable enmity between Aetlos and Francis, Augustus was virtually certain that even Aetlos would be stirred to action. The gold mine represented an opportunity, the opportunity for Alfred's rise, yet it also invited avarice, posing the threat of Alfred's overnight demise. After completing the letter, Augustus promptly entrusted it to the Knights of the Faith, repeatedly urging the swiftest delivery to Archbishop Misa. Otherwise, with the current insufficient number of fewer than 500 knights in the wasteland, he could not feel entirely reassured. Watching the knight depart felt akin to waging a small-scale war. From ecstatic joy to immense anxiety, Augustus sensed a weariness settle in his spirit, rubbing his aching head. He turned to Sophia, who had been accompanying him all along, and smiled, inquiring if she had any additional suggestions regarding his arrangements. With a complex expression, Sophia shook her head, replying, "Augustus, you have done remarkably well." After a pause, she added with a smile, "Would you like me to write a letter to Misa?" Augustus declined, asserting that Alfred had never placed such burdens on women. "But I am not Alfred's woman," Sophia murmured quietly, uncertain whether Augustus heard. Just as old Vernon approached from the opposite end of the corridor, reporting, "Baron Marshall is already waiting." Augustus offered Sophia an apologetic smile before turning to leave. How busy it all was. Suddenly feeling dejected, Sophia muttered to herself, "Are you tired?" Perhaps it was the joy and worry brought by the gold mine that led Augustus to present his hastily devised Nile excavation plan to Baron Marshall for reference. While he settled opposite him, closing his eyes to rest in silence, Baron Marshall, who inherited the title from his brother, who had been hanged by Elizabeth, sat respectfully in many respects. Marshal did not conform to the traditional noble image. He was rough, dismissive of etiquette, and donned a coarse swordsman's attire devoid of elegance. The only trait befitting a noble was his brutality. It was said that his greatest pleasure in Greentown was to wield a whip, striking down lowly commoners in the streets. A phrase he once uttered solidified his authority in Greentown. No sound is more melodious than the wails of humanity, not even the whispers of women. Thus, it was difficult for Augustus to expect any constructive suggestions from such a baron. He merely required Marshal's familiarity with Greentown. Marshal quickly perused the plan Augustus had provided, breaking into a grin. Regardless, his admiration for the young count was unmistakable. This was not the admiration born from the awe of Augustus's formidable prowess, as experienced by Alfred's other servants, but rather a genuine respect for strength. If the emergence of the Knights of the Faith had compelled Marshal to respect Augustus for his remarkable energy, then the later incident in Lorland Town, where Augustus, having risen from a wheelchair, brazenly slayed 2 level 5 swordsmen, cemented that respect. How long do you estimate it will take to complete this project, my lord? My lord, it is not so complicated that it is merely a matter of digging a channel. As long as water flows through, how could we not create suitable soil for sowing grain? If one channel is insufficient, we can dig 2. Surely one will suffice. Augustus, having opened his eyes, fixed his gaze intently on Marshal. Remaining silent for an extended period, Marshal's heart sank as he recalled the count's formidable authority. During the unforgettable meeting, Augustus had clearly stated that they had no right to offer suggestions. Marshal's rugged face flushed crimson as he met Augustus's gaze. Wanting to explain, but at a loss for words, he could only rise. Yet, the initially sharp-eyed Augustus suddenly smiled, softening considerably in an instant, and gestured for him to sit down. Augustus regarded the unconventional baron with an amused expression. Marshal felt a mix of unease and confusion. Augustus realized he had indeed entered a misunderstanding. After all, digging a channel was hardly a convoluted task. As long as they could divert the Nile's waters to Alfred's territory, there was no reason to worry about finding suitable soil for sowing grain. If this basin proved unsuitable, they could simply extend the excavation along the diverted channel. Surely, an appropriate soil could be found. Moreover, if the soil was inadequate, grain need not be singular. Alternatives could be considered. This tendency to complicate simple problems is typical of intelligent individuals, Augustus remarked. Do not fret, Baron. I have stated that no opinions are to be offered against decisions I have made. Now that I am inquiring about your thoughts, you are certainly welcome to share your input, and I wholeheartedly agree with your suggestion. The matter itself is indeed one I have overcomplicated. By the way, Baron, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete this endeavor? Marshal was taken aback. The dictatorial tyrant of a count was actually admitting a mistake. The astute and wise count was endorsing his opinion. With no more reservations, he grinned broadly, extending 3 fingers. 3 months. Winter is about to pass, and I will strive to fulfill your request by spring. Augustus furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Is 3 months sufficient? Baron, I require a definitive answer. Quite enough. Marshal narrowed his eyes, adamantly stating, rest assured, I will personally oversee the work and ensure it is completed within 3 months. It was not difficult to foresee the calamities that the common folk might endure during this project. However, Augustus merely nodded lightly. Good. I expect to see the Nile belonging to Alfred in 3 months. In the ensuing days, Alfred found itself enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of tension, not the tension of crisis, but rather a vibrant and upwardly mobile tension that seemed as though the entire territory had suddenly sprung into action, whether it was the mobilization of commoners or the allocation of resources. Throngs of commoners, supply-laden carts, and earth excavated from Greentown were ubiquitous. The dust generated by this flurry of activity seemed poised to blanket the very sky. Similarly, Augustus's study was steeped in a frenetic busyness. Elizabeth and Princess Sophia scarcely left the study for meals, working diligently to allocate resources and address the myriad issues reported by various territories, given that all decisions ultimately fell to Augustus. Such a scenario was unavoidable. Additionally, the immense consumption of food supplies exacerbated the already severe shortages. Augustus had ordered his servants to unconditionally lend the family's assets to Alfred temporarily, placing Elizabeth in the challenging position of negotiating with the obstinate servants, who would willingly lend their property. This was clearly a protracted battle of attrition. However, the results were indeed present. After all, Gathering 5,000 bourbon coins was no small feat coupled with the coins that Augustus had procured from Francis. Katie Annie personally ventured into the empire to procure supplies. Everyone was bustling with activity. In contrast, Augustus found himself without any pressing matters at hand. That moment. He was fully immersed in contemplating how to address Alfred's food supply dilemma. He was acutely aware that the few thousand coins he had would scarcely last until the first profits from the mines materialized. Therefore, he needed to prepare ample supplies to sustain them during this interim period. But how was he to resolve this predicament? Alone on the grassy expanse before the castle, Augustus furrowed his brow, pondering one solution after another. Initially, he had intended to borrow from other nobles in the wilderness, but now, with Soren's downfall, the situation in the wilderness had become exceedingly delicate. The circumstances were utterly transformed compared to when he had sought to leverage Soren's assurances to accomplish this task. Hence, he needed to alter his strategy. As it stood, he could only seek to borrow from the second-tier families surrounding Alfred. But how could he go about this? Was it necessary to resort to coercive means to borrow? Yet, did Alfred possess the strength and opportunity for plunder at this time? He absent-mindedly plucked a piece of wolfsbane and, in an ungraceful manner, held it between his lips. In fact, there was another plan he had initially considered, spreading the news that the Holy See would establish a new parish in the wilderness. This would likely facilitate his borrowing endeavors, as the Knights of the Faith were stationed in Alfred's territory. Once the Holy See established a new parish, Alfred's solidified position would become nearly unassailable. And at that point, he believed the nobles would be inclined to extend goodwill or invest in advance. However, there was a significant risk involved. Augustus understood that the Holy See could not possibly establish a new parish in the wilderness. At least not in the short term. When the nobles eventually learned that this news was nothing but a fabrication, how would Alfred withstand their backlash? Although these nobles could only be second-tier nobles from the wilderness, who had even been ineligible to participate in the original Soren conference. The saying goes, ants can gnaw at an elephant, especially a weakened one. Augustus was indeed at a loss for a decision, however. It no longer required his determination. Just as Augustus sat hesitating on the grass before the castle, old Vernon quietly appeared behind him, bending down to place a note before him. Initially indifferent, Augustus cast a cursory glance, only to suddenly snatch the note from Vernon's hands and rise abruptly. He perused the news from the eastern wilderness at least 5 times, unable to resist squinting toward the east, scoffing. Our esteemed young Lord Ateris, who excels at seizing opportunities, has indeed presented me with quite the conundrum. Chapter 81. When in hell, one naturally no longer fears it. Young master, will the Holy See truly establish a new parish in the wilderness? In a small grove outside the eastern town of Soren, a young man cloaked in a black coarse robe sat upon the dry grass. With his handsome visage marred by an indifferent expression, his disheveled golden hair cascaded down the sides of his face. Partially obscuring his eyes, he exuded an aura of solitude, particularly as the cold wind stirred his golden locks, revealing the long, serpentine scar that marred his cheek, rendering him even more sinister. It was difficult to reconcile that he was once the elegant and charming Lord Ateras of Soren. He poked at the fire before him with a stick, glancing up at the butler Dmitri, whom he had always found unlikable, and replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "I do not know." The inherently cold Dmitri chuckled darkly. That is true, regardless of the veracity of this matter. Once the news spreads across the wilderness, that old dog Francis will undoubtedly face a series of troubles. People are always inclined to embellish speculation with vast imaginations. Once the other families, including those shameful traitors from the south, receive this news, they will realize that if the Holy See intervenes in the wilderness, Alfred's rise will be unstoppable. Given that Alfred's little wretch has just severed the head of Francis's heir, the two families will undoubtedly find themselves at odds, and maintaining a distance from Francis will be their only viable option. Dmitri inhaled deeply, reveling. I can already envision the scene of those damned traitors from the south wailing and begging for mercy. It is truly something to anticipate. Ateras remained expressionless. This was precisely the reason he had disseminated this conjecture, devoid of any evidence. Shifting his sitting position, Dmitri fixated on the flickering flames of the fire before his young master, his narrowed eyes reflecting the flames of hatred. He licked his lips and declared, "This information you have cunningly utilized, young master, is merely an interest that Alfred's little wretch must pay before I sever his throat. I shall not forget to express my gratitude when I personally detach his head." Ateras's movements, stoking the fire, came to a sudden halt. He frowned. Despite harboring no animosity toward Augustus, The individuals around him were, to varying degrees, deeply resentful of Alfred. They firmly believed that had it not been for that wretched Alfred deceiving their young master, Soren would not have collapsed overnight. That he understood this sentiment well and could neither alter nor evade it. He needed them. Such words should not be spoken in the future, especially when you lack the capability to act on them. Dmitri responded with a sinister smile. As you command, my young master. Speaking of which, it seems the little wretch you deceived is indeed difficult to kill. Those who revel in darkness like you will always find their opportunities. Ateras cast the dry twig he had been using to poke the fire into the flames. He was well aware that Dmitri's reference to deception pertained to Augustus's shocking departure from his wheelchair in Lorland town, which had sent ripples through the wilderness. Suddenly, a clear call from a red-breasted bird echoed through the grove. Dmitri sprang to his feet, swiftly darting toward the source of the sound. His martial prowess emphasized speed, making him resemble a shadow flitting through the trees. Soon after, he returned to the fire, facing the slightly furrowed brow of Ateras. And reported, 13 individuals have fallen into the trap. They are on their way. Ateras shrugged off the black coarse robe draped over him, grasped the large sword beside him, and apathetically rose to follow Dmitri toward the edge of the grove. Recently, under the intense pressure from Francis, he had been compelled to abandon the town and adopt such tactics to lure Francis into dispersing his forces to search for him. He would deliberately leave traces for them to pursue, gradually eroding Francis's strength. Indeed, this method was despicable and yielded limited results. Yet at present, it was the only way for him to survive. Compared to his previous life, nurtured under the Soren family's protection while pursuing the so-called knightly spirit of undying enemies. This existence was absurd, but could anything be more absurd than the overnight collapse of the once mighty and unassailable Soren family? At the grove's periphery, the 13 individuals, empowered by Francis, had already entered his ambush zone. Ateras concealed himself behind a sufficiently sturdy tree, patiently awaiting their arrival within the optimal range of the hidden archers nearby. He watched as the 13 swordsmen cautiously trod upon the dry branches. Observing their surroundings, and a cold smile involuntarily crept across his lips, the sound of branches snapping beneath their feet grew ever nearer. Ateras suddenly emerged from behind the tree, facing the enemies who were now less than 20 meters away. The swordsmen, upon spotting him, retained their composure and refrained from rushing in blindly. Instead, they formed a cautious circle, surveying their surroundings. How fortuitous for his trap arrangements! With a decisive wave of his hand, arrows suddenly shot forth from the surrounding area. He must express gratitude to these 13 foolish individuals for their cooperation. Standing together and becoming a hedgehog only served to enhance the archer's accuracy. Truly, they were worthy servants of Francis. Even in their cautious approach to meet death, they remained uniformly compliant. Of course, a single volley of arrows would not eliminate them all, as the arrows flew. The not-so-foolish among them had already attempted to scatter. Yet regrettably, they were soon met with the assault led by Dmitri, who possessed the power of 7th-level basic martial arts. The entire ambush was executed flawlessly. The prey ensnared in the trap required little effort to subdue. Even without lifting a finger, Ateras calmly approached the battlefield. He surveyed the fallen, moaning adventurers and glanced at the loyal followers of Soren who were gradually emerging from the woods. His silence paying tribute. It seems these damned Francis's lackeys have grown weaker. Not even a single 5th-level swordsman among them. Dmitri quietly approached Ateras, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Ateras offered no reply, whether strong or weak. They remained enemies, and death awaited them all. There was no distinction. He slowly approached the 13 individuals, some already lifeless, while others clung to life. With a detached demeanor, he drew his great sword, bending down before the first person, gently rotating the blade against the throat, and soon a head was cradled in his hands, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering across his body, his hands, and even his face. Being in hell, one naturally no longer fears it. Ignoring the blood splattered upon him, he replicated the same motion with the same indifference, methodically severing the heads of all 13 individuals. Leaving him drenched in blood, he calmly commanded, "Deliver this batch of gifts to Count Francis." Dmitri bowed in acquiescence. Leading Sauron's servants in their cleaning endeavors, Ateras turned, casting a glance at the blood staining his attire, his expression devoid of emotion. He then gazed upward toward the unseen sky beyond the trees, softly murmuring, "Father, can you see?" The news, imbued with the wings of imagination, soared freely across the wasteland. Count Francis of Sauron City was inevitably struck by a tremendous shock, despite his early awareness of the dreadful consequences that would ensue once this rumor spread. He found himself utterly devoid of effective countermeasures. What could he do? Strive desperately to prove the absurdity of this rumor. Yes, he knew it was utterly unbelievable, but the pivotal concern lay with those foolish souls in the wasteland who regarded returning to the Lord's embrace as their ancestral pursuit. Could they suppress the seeds of hope germinating in their hearts? Particularly as the Knights of the Faith still resided in the Alfred territory. The quill in his hand had become misshapen from his tight grip. Francis, squinting, ultimately realized that he had but one path ahead, with no other options. Having made his decision, he would, of course, not hesitate. He soon instructed his steward before his desk in a somber tone. Mobilize a portion of the knights stationed in the southeast of Sauron to Valera City. Closely monitor the movements of the territorial servants. Should any clandestine actions be detected, they are to be dealt with ruthlessly. Inform Sauron that his domain must remain devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Even if it necessitates the eradication of everyone on his land, we must ensure that Sauron's servants cannot contact Ateris. Send someone to the estate of Count Stewart to inform him that I wish to discuss the allocation of territories held by Lewis. The steward, who had always adhered to authority, bowed in compliance. Such was the terror of rumors. Not only could it swiftly lead the servants of the Sauron family to abandon Francis, but it could also incite chaos within Francis's own territory. This necessity compelled him to delay his siege against Ateris and to station the knights in Valera City, which was the sole reason. Certainly, these matters paled in significance compared to Stewart's stance. After the steward departed, Francis gazed vacantly at the doorway of his study. Reached this juncture, he had endured countless humiliations. How could he allow it all to come to naught? Chapter 82. A pawn at the end of its road. Interestingly, the baseless inferences cast by Ateris, with his keen insight, not only dragged Alfred to the very center of the wasteland's vortex, but also delivered a monumental shock to figures such as Francis and Louis. It even directly impacted the Christopher family in the northwestern corner of the wasteland, and it is feared that none could foresee that the one most severely affected would be Count Christopher himself. The Horseshoe Manor, situated south of Morgantown at the heart of Christopher's domain, was modest in scale and unremarkable in architectural design. Apart from a small mill and a storeroom, it featured a solitary main building standing at the heart of the estate. It was said that this manor was once inhabited by the first-generation Christopher, who had been exiled to the wasteland as the Christopher Castle rose to prominence. The estate gradually fell into desolation. And now, apart from an elderly servant, it was devoid of any caretakers, bearing a forlorn and dilapidated appearance. Even Count Christopher would not linger when passing by Horseshoe Manor. However, during this time, Horseshoe Manor exhibited unmistakable signs of life. At this moment, Count Christopher stood before the main building of Horseshoe Manor, bathed in gentle sunlight, his unusually pale skin taking on a sickly hue. His ordinary visage remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the manor. Calm and indifferent, as if in wait or perhaps in anticipation, from within the main building, the deep laughter of a man mingled with the melodious laughter of a woman, interspersed with suggestive whispers. Continuing for at least half an hour. Throughout this duration, Count Christopher maintained the same stance and expression at the door. What a scoundrel skilled in the wars of the bedroom, even without any glimpse of the scene within. One could easily surmise the ferocity of the conflict occurring therein, especially considering the duration of this battle, which truly warranted the title of epic war. As the tumult gradually subsided, Count Christopher, having silently observed the fray, noted the growing silence within. After standing for 2 hours and waiting an additional 5 minutes, he finally reached up to arrange his neatly combed hair, cascading over his shoulders, then ensured that his black robe bore no wrinkles before stepping toward the interior. Ascending the stairs without knocking, directly pushing open the door, a strikingly grand Gothic scene unfolded before his eyes. In the center of the main hall lay an enormous bed, enveloped in a deep crimson hue. From the quilt and mattress to the pillows, all uniformly dark red, directly facing the doorway, a woman's head rested in the crook of a man's arm, forming a perfect tableau of intimacy. One must admit, the man's robust physique was indeed captivating, muscles pronounced, skin bronzed, his body radiating strength and texture. The woman, however, bore little distinction, her physique merely passable, though the angle at which her head rested on the man's arm was notably acute. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that her once rosy eyes now held no color. Lying in the man's embrace, silent and unresponsive, she resembled nothing more than a cold corpse. This undeniably infused the scene with an eerie atmosphere. Count Christopher sat calmly across from the grand bed, observing the man reclining against the headboard. His gaze drifted over the woman's lifeless body, and he instinctively raised an eyebrow, refraining from speaking immediately. He had never concealed his disdain for this man. Yet he remained perplexed as to how such a demon, who could so ruthlessly sever the throat of his bedroom adversary at the peak of desire, could remain at the side of the master. Yet regardless of his confusion, he could not alter this reality. Even as one serving the same master, he had to temper his revulsion in the presence of this man, for he recognized the latter's significance in the master's eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice calm and steady. "I do not understand." The man reclining at the headboard smirked condescendingly, toying with the hair of the woman in his embrace, disregarding him. "I have read the master's letter. Yet I do not comprehend. If the Holy See categorically refuses to establish a so-called new parish, why then would the master allow such absurd rumors to proliferate across the wasteland? One must understand. If this rumor persists, foolish people will undoubtedly believe it. Who then could halt Alfred's rise? Is it merely a matter of waiting? If the wait extends long enough without the emergence of a new parish, will the wasteland rebound? But by that time, Alfred will have already ascended. Even if these foolish wretches realize they have been deceived, who would dare resist a risen Alfred? Moreover, regarding the knights of the faith, the 500 of them that remain in the wasteland have yet to depart. Yet why can the master tolerate the arrival of 1,000-strong contingent of knights to garrison the wasteland? This fundamentally solidifies Alfred's position. Has the master not considered this? It was hard to believe that the typically taciturn Christopher could articulate so many questions in one breath. Clearly, Christopher was genuinely fearful. What could incite greater revelry than instilling fear in Christopher? He regretted having prematurely silenced this woman, yet alas, there was no one left to celebrate with him. The man gently kissed the side of the woman's face, chuckling. "What does the garrison of 1,000 knights in the wasteland signify? The master understands this better than you. Unfortunately, for the bishop of the mass, he must ensure the continuous and secure flow of golden blood from the wasteland to the empire. Hence the master cannot intervene. As for the new parish you speak of, Christopher, since you are aware that this matter is utterly impossible, what is there for you to fret about? What if it spreads? You wouldn't dare tell me you have begun to fear that little fellow, would you? Cannot intervene? Is it not that he does not wish to intervene? I know the empire's mammoth roulette has already been set in motion, with over 60% of the great nobles recognizing the bishop of the mass as the next patriarch's heir. Yet still, a significant 40% do not acknowledge this. Why does the master repeatedly compromise with the bishop? He was indeed terrified, even daring to question the master's judgment. The man burst into laughter, dismissively replying, "You dare question the master's decisions? You presume to think the master would challenge the authority of the bishop under the pressure of 60% of the great nobles?" Christopher's previously rigid and austere demeanor finally shifted. He subtly narrowed his eyes and reiterated, "I do not understand. I do not understand why the master dismissed my suggestion to eradicate the roots from the very beginning. I do not understand why. When Augustus successfully contacted the bishop of the mass, the master still forbade me from taking action. I likewise do not comprehend why, just as Francis was poised to declare war on Alfred, the master sent you to thwart me. I further do not grasp the significance of our previous efforts once the 1,000-strong knights arrive, solidifying Alfred's position. No, you do understand. You simply refuse to admit it. Christopher. We can only regret that the bishop of the mass has also learned of the gold mine. Indeed, it is precisely because Bishop Mizadu has become aware of the gold mine and has sought to meddle with it that their efforts, no matter how diligent, have ultimately led to resignation. Yes, he is certainly cognizant that his lord does not permit him to take action, which in itself signifies an abandonment of his rhythm, a pawn in this grand game. Christopher undoubtedly possesses the awareness expected of such a piece, yet he cannot come to terms with it. The man reclining on the bed scoffed with a sardonic smile. "Be content, dear Christopher. Your lord has promised you a glorious future for the Christopher family. Remember, he never makes promises he cannot fulfill, especially to you. From this perspective, I must admit I am quite envious of you." Envious? Christopher coldly regarded the man, his gaze lingering for a long while, yet he remained silent. He lowered his eyes to his hands. If God is unwilling to redeem a tainted soul, then why should the tainted soul not turn to the devil? Chapter 83, The Awakening of the Little Demon in the Swirling Chaos. Alfred finds himself amidst a bustling peak of activity. Ever since the news of the new parish spreading across the wasteland, this marks the third guest that Augustus has received in his study. This time the Viscount of Constance, hailing from the territory between Stuart and Christopher. Constance is a handsome middle-aged man sporting a refined pair of mustaches, his discourse and demeanor exuding just the right amount of scholarly charm. Coupled with his consistently subtle smile, it is hard not to feel favorably inclined toward him, especially after encountering the selfish, cunning, and cruel visages of various nobles in the wasteland. Augustus almost perceives this candid and reserved Viscount Constance as the epitome of noble appearance among the wasteland's aristocracy. However, despite any fondness, to suggest that this would lead to intimacy or trust in Constance is entirely out of the question. Augustus is acutely aware that this man was once a staunch vassal of Soren. And following Soren's turmoil, he promptly expressed a rather unambiguous friendship with the neighboring Stuart that, of course, while one might argue that this was a necessary maneuver for the survival of his family. The subsequent discovery of the whereabouts of several of Soren's associates, coupled with his assistance in Stuart's eradication efforts, speaks volumes about the dexterity with which Viscount Constance navigates these treacherous waters, from his former friendship with the late Earl Alfred, Augustus's father, to his nostalgic remembrances and sincere expressions of regret regarding the attacks. The Viscount has seamlessly occupied Augustus's study for at least an hour. He seems reluctant to broach the subject of intent. Augustus glances at the fading daylight outside before finally smiling and reminding him, "By the way, Viscount, aside from expressing concern for Alfred, have you perhaps brought any good news from your journey through Alfred Castle? You must know that, in comparison to wallowing in past misfortunes, Alfred is in greater need of good tidings at this moment. It is not that Constance lacks patience. Had he come before the news of the new parish spread, Augustus would have welcomed him with the utmost enthusiasm. However, the question remains, is it still necessary? Does a lion need to exhibit unyielding patience with an antelope? At this juncture, Alfred, with the friendship of Donald, indeed stands as a lion, while Constance's family remains relegated to a secondary status within the wasteland. Constance maintains his smile, for who could have anticipated that the nearly extinguished Alfred, just 2 months prior, would ascend to become the paramount power of the wasteland in such a brief span, especially when considering that all this has been orchestrated by the very young man before him. He must convey his sincerity. He chuckles softly, stroking his elegant mustaches, and nods. What I bring may not be particularly good news for you, my lord. It appears that the despicable commoners refusing to vacate your territory must surely be a source of great distress for you. I must express my respect for your noble heart in willingly sheltering these peasants without recompense. And as some of these individuals have also lingered over from Constance's territory, it is only fitting that I share in your burden, as anticipated. It is yet another offer of material support, for it is evident to all in the wasteland that Alfred is in dire need of assistance at this time. Augustus beams with gratitude. Thank you for your friendship. This is indeed my most pressing concern at the moment. To be honest, I am almost tempted to sell Alfred Castle. After a pause, the rather unamusing jest, following their mutual amiable smiles, Augustus candidly states, "However, Viscount, I would like to know how much of my burden you intend to alleviate. Please forgive my directness. This question is indeed quite vexing. Enough provisions for 3,000 people for a week." Constance replies lightly, as if this sum were of little consequence to him. It is a significant gesture. The question is, does Constance truly possess such wealth? Augustus is taken aback. Compared to the previous 3 guests, this Viscount is exceedingly generous, leaving him momentarily bewildered by the extent of his largesse. However, it soon dawns on him. He must thank Stuart. It appears that Constance, due to his closeness with Stuart, feels compelled to be particularly magnanimous because of the animosity between Alfred and Stuart. Augustus sincerely smiles. Your generous friendship will not be forgotten by Alfred. Seated with impeccable posture, Constance seems to have a habit of stroking his grand beard that he smiles discreetly. I would prefer to exchange this friendship for your acceptance in the near future. At that time, Constance shall offer even more, even loyalty. This is somewhat overt. Nevertheless, considering that this near future coincides with the establishment of the new parish, Augustus can roughly comprehend the implications. Yet, he remains silent. Loyalty, such a concept is akin to a harlot's chastity, a merchant's promise, or a noble's oath. One can only regard it as a jest. After hosting 3 guests over the past few days, Augustus disregards Constance's subtle probing and jovially declares, "At that time, Alfred shall certainly not refuse. Thus unfolds a delightful conversation, with both host and guest in high spirits. Subsequently, after confirming the specifics of the material support, Augustus bids farewell to Viscount Constance and hands over the exact quantity of supplies to old Vernon. Vernon swiftly carries them off to a separate study, where he entrusts them to Elizabeth and Sophia for distribution. While it is arduous work, the rewards for such labor are indeed ample. Over the past few days, Augustus has not shunned the friendships extended by those second-rate family heads who, just 2 months prior, had reveled in their anticipated downfall. It is not that he lacks concern for the possibility of a united counterattack from these families should the new parish fail to materialize. However, worrying proves futile. After Lord Aetlos made his decision, even if he were to deny the news, those nobles who had harbored doubts since the emergence of the Protectorate Knights would not believe his words, only concluding that Alfred rejects their friendship, rendering them increasingly apprehensive. Thus, Augustus simply continues along with Attilus's good intentions, leaving any potential backlash for the future. In this regard, Augustus has never been a man to hesitate. Finally, the study falls silent, allowing Augustus to resume his tasks. Over the past few days, he has been refining and amending the upcoming management measures for the territory, aiming to overturn Alfred's previous pyramid-like hierarchical governance and establish a centralized rule with Alfred at its core. Hastening Alfred's ascent to prominence, he undoubtedly requires a complete reformation of the ruling philosophy for every detail: political system, economic framework, defensive measures, and knightly management will determine the rise and fall of his envisioned court. This is, without a doubt, a monumental and intricate undertaking, particularly given its specialized nature, which only Augustus can expand upon with grand ambition. Fortunately, the experiences from his past life provide him with a wealth of reference material. He picks up a quill pen, dips it in ink, and after a moment of contemplation, continues writing on the parchment, following the content preceding Constance's arrival. Regarding the knightly order, the reserve knights shall be retained. Yet, in light of the current severe situation concerning the supplementation of knights in Alfred, where the distinctions between true knights and supplementary knights have become thoroughly obscured, the Alfred family's knightly order, including the structures within various territories, shall be entirely disbanded. A new Iris Knights order will be established, with the stipulation that spirit power must be at least level 5. This is a non-negotiable requirement. The essence of Augustus's creation of the Iris Knights order lies in valuing quality over quantity. Even if his current true knights comprise only Cachenet and the 30 men sent by Donald on the economic front, the previous independent operations and self-imposed taxation rights of each town shall be abolished, with Alfred unifying and determining taxation. The financial offices of each town shall no longer be retained. Just as Augustus diligently outlines the frameworks needing establishment, old Vernon quietly appears, announcing that Miss Jelena has awakened. Augustus promptly sets down his quill, for Jelena's prolonged slumber has been his greatest worry. He leaves the desk and strides directly to her room, pushing open the door to find Jelena seated on the bed, her little face still dazed. It takes at least a minute for her to finally break into a familiar smile and extend her arms. Understanding the unspoken cue, Augustus likewise smiles, sits on the bed, and gently embraces Jelena, without uttering a word. Lying upon his chest, Gielena's voice, rare and delicate, softly murmured, "Augustus, the little demon has awakened, seeking to seize control of this body. I am so frightened that if I fall asleep again, I may never awaken." Chapter 84. Invincible defense, powerless offense. Gielena's body is a battlefield, where a war devoid of bloodshed and flames unfolds, one that is not brutal, yet directly determines the fate of the young queen. Augustus felt a profound ache for her, yet he was also perplexed. How could the once audacious little girl have become so frail in mere days? No matter how severe the depletion of her mental strength, it should not have led to such a state. He could not fathom it. But he understood that he must not allow Queen Gielena to drift into slumber and face the very real possibility of never awakening again. Therefore, cradling her fragile form, he smiled and said, "Then let us not sleep. If you provide no battlefield for that little demon, how can she wrest your shell away from you?" Even in her weakened state, Gielena would not relinquish her queenly aura, casting him a playful glare. "Fool, do you think I wish to sleep? It is not within my power to decide." Fear gradually enveloped Augustus, sensing the sudden change in his expression. Gielena forced a smile and reassured him, "But do not worry too much. This is merely a necessary stage in the growth of her Imperial Majesty, Empress Ekaterina. Only by continuously overcoming the little demon can the queen steadily ascend to her imperial path. Augustus, this is simply an early onset of my growth phase. I may not have been adequately prepared, but that does not mean I shall inevitably fail. The possibility of failure lingered ominously. Being a natural pessimist, Augustus exhaled deeply and feigned a fierce demeanor, declaring, "It is not a matter of possibly failing. It is a certainty that we shall not fail. My queen Giuliana is the greatest demon in this world. Can the little demon truly consume the soul of the greater demon? You must listen to me and help me deal with her, ensuring that she can never threaten my queen again." Giuliana's round eyes sparkled with excitement, but this joy quickly faded, her spirit growing even more feeble. Unable to maintain her faade, Augustus gently remarked, "It must be because of me, the matter concerning the heir of Donald, that has precipitated your growth phase, right? You foolish child, why do you assist me in this way? Moreover, you must know that I have 100 ways to compel that old fox Donald to relinquish his knight to me without needing your intervention." Giuliana shook her head with great difficulty. Then, a tender warmth filled her eyes, reminiscent of the first time she laid eyes on Augustus. She lifted her delicate arm, gently caressing his face. Filled with concern, she softly said, "Little Augustus, you have no idea of the dreadful situation you would face if the secret of another soul residing within you were to be revealed to this continent. Let me reveal a small fragment to you. You have already become the greatest heretic in the human realm. Trust me, even those who currently offer you assistance, like the Archbishop Misa, would hasten to see you on the gallows of St. John. In this dark and frigid world, it is only you and I who walk together. If I do not help you, who will?" Augustus pressed his lips tightly together. Giuliana slowly closed her eyes. Before drifting into slumber, she said, "Augustus, the stories in human books are so fascinating. Could you read them to me?" Without a book in hand, Augustus paid no heed to whether Giuliana, with her eyes shut, could see him nodding and no longer feeling embarrassed. He pondered for a moment and replied, "Let me tell you a story that does not exist in this world." It was a fairy tale from his past life, Sleeping Beauty. He narrated it earnestly, his voice low and soothing. Queen Giuliana fell into a deep slumber once more that a tear slipped down her small face, landing on the pillow beside her. "Augustus, if I can never awaken again, will you kiss my forehead like in the fairy tale?" Who could have imagined that Giuliana's condition would deteriorate so drastically in just a few days? Even though Augustus had always known that the young queen did not live as carefree and unrestrained as she appeared, he had never anticipated the perilous reality she faced. Each step of her growth was a dance with death, and when compared to the ever-looming threat of her soul being devoured, the danger that accompanied Alfred seemed trivial in comparison. He sat quietly at her bedside, stroking her delicate face, reflecting on the moments since Giuliana had arrived at his castle, accompanying him to Soren. The images of her, hands on her hips, commanding him as her servant, filled his mind, deepening his sorrow. He finally realized that during this time, Giuliana, who shared his dual existence, had unknowingly become profoundly significant to him. He gazed down at her small face, murmuring, "No one can take you from me, not God, nor the devil." Then, resolutely, he rose. Though he was filled with worry and sorrow, he had to remain acutely aware that he had no time to dwell on his concerns. That was his tragedy. Leaving the bedroom, Augustus did not return to his study but directly headed to the new study of Sophia and Elizabeth. During this brief journey, he managed to rein in his anxious emotions. Upon entering the study, he projected his usual calm and composure. Sophia, of course, could not see through Augustus's faade. Noticing his entrance, she immediately rose from her desk, holding a letter. It was a response from Archbishop Misa. Augustus took the letter, reading it with a tranquil demeanor. Gradually, however, his expression grew increasingly complex, especially upon reading that Misa would be sending 1,000-strong contingent of the Knights of the Faith to the wastelands to ensure the safety of the gold mines and transportation. Augustus could no longer contain his astonishment. Initially, he had believed that the gold mine was merely an excuse for Archbishop Misa to draw Alfred from the depths of hell. What significance could a gold mine hold for the youngest and most radiant son of the Holy See? Why would Misa concern himself with such a sordid, worldly thing? Yet now, the attitude Misa displayed suggested that he placed great importance on the gold mine. But why? Augustus could not comprehend it. He had tried to extract the true reason from Princess Sophia during this time. But regrettably, the astute and clever Sophia had never granted him that wish, and no matter how he attempted to insinuate, Sophia would simply reply, "You think too much. Misa is nothing but a penniless fool. no one dares to bribe him. So of course he would treat the gold mine with utmost importance. Could it really be so? Augustus resolutely did not believe it, yet he could find no reason to refute it. He tucked the letter away, folding it into his pocket, and mused. This has become quite interesting. Alfred has transformed into a giant so formidable that no one in the wastelands could dare to challenge him. Regrettably, this giant lacks a sufficiently sharp sword, Sophia remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. Augustus could only smile wryly. Such was the current state of affairs that in the wastelands, no one would dare to confront Alfred, now fortified by the formidable knights of the faith. Yet, simultaneously, the knights tasked with safeguarding the gold mine would not heed Augustus's commands beyond those related to the mine. Nor could he leverage their power for offense or invasion. This resulted in an intriguing predicament for Alfred, invincible in defense, yet utterly powerless in attack. Chapter 85. The unending beginning. The Knights of the Faith dispatched by Archbishop Misa officially stationed themselves in the wastelands. Yet contrary to Augustus's initial assumptions, they did not all settle in Alfred. Instead, they boldly traversed much of the wastelands, extending from the Alps to the territory of Soren, passing through Donald's land, and reaching Alfred, creating an indomitable supply route. Such a display left no doubt in the minds of the inhabitants of the wastelands regarding the Holy See's intentions to establish a new diocese. Even Augustus, who knew that the Holy See had no such plans in the near term, began to suspect that Archbishop Misa was laying the groundwork for establishing a major diocese in the wastelands. After all, this move was exceedingly sensitive. The wastelands were, after all, imperial territory, the empire's prison. Would the Holy See's brazen intervention not provoke a backlash from the empire? Engaging in such a level of strategic maneuvering was clearly beyond Augustus's grasp. He could only strain his mind to speculate on Misa's intentions, cautiously pondering whether this was a manifestation of Misa's ambition. It was said that the Holy See's most glorious achievements lay in expanding the faith into barren lands. Surely, once Misa, who also held the title of Cardinal of the Noi province, simultaneously assumed the role of Archbishop of the new diocese in the wastelands, he would be one step closer to wielding that scepter. Right? However, these matters held little relevance for Augustus at present. This moment, he was focused on organizing the logistics for the first shipment of gold or to the empire following the Knights of the Faith stationing in the wastelands. In the forbidden zone of Alfred, the entire scene was filled with noise and activity, as thousands of civilians labored to load the recently mined black gold or onto nearby carts, their brows glistening with sweat. Under the supervision of Philip, who personally led the efforts, there was no pause. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, the atmosphere abuzz with the scent of harvest. Augustus stood by, observing the scene before him. No matter how excited and joyful he felt inside, he maintained a calm exterior. As for Her Highness Sophia, who stood beside him, she displayed even less emotion. After all, this gold mine was merely an inconsequential trinket for the Constantine family, who held the reins of the empire's finances. Conversely, Elizabeth, visiting the forbidden zone for the first time, exhibited the most pronounced emotions among the three. During this period of Alfred's busyness, Elizabeth and Sophia had been cooped up in the castle without venturing outside. Seizing the opportunity of today's fruitful harvest, Augustus readily agreed to Sophia's suggestion to take them out for a stroll, allowing for a brief respite amidst their hectic lives. Brother, are you saying that this batch of approximately 30 tons of ore is sufficient to exchange for over 10,000 bourbon gold coins? Elizabeth, unable to conceal her delight, calculated carefully. According to Augustus's estimations, each ton contained about 3 kilograms of gold belonging to Alfred, while each bourbon coin weighed approximately 8 grams. Thus, without considering any potential losses, this calculation seemed quite plausible. Augustus nodded with a smile. In fact, the amount of ore extracted over this period far exceeded 30 tons. However, due to the limited transportation capabilities in this world, the Empire's vast supply conveyance relied solely on rivers, and the wasteland lacked such transport that a convoy could only manage a maximum of 30 tons at a time. That I can hardly imagine that D city harbors such immense wealth. Elizabeth remarked softly, inquiring, "Is there any way to tally the total output?" Augustus regrettably shook his head. Alfred indeed lacked the capacity to assess the mineral yield. He explained to Elizabeth, although this data cannot be quantified. Given the current circumstances, maintaining this extraction rate for a month or two should pose no issue. How many gold coins would that amount to? Piled up, it would likely surpass even Alfred's castle in height. Unable to ascertain a specific figure, Elizabeth's face reflected sheer astonishment. before she swiftly composed herself and began to outline the potential uses for this monumental wealth. Her Highness Sophia, too, felt genuine joy for Alfred's prospects. Meanwhile, Augustus, having finished his explanation, turned to walk aside, approaching the dignified Kaition Ni, who would accompany the convoy to the empire. After bowing to Kaition Ni, he cheerfully remarked, "I must trouble you once again. You shall travel with the convoy to the empire." Maintaining her graceful and composed demeanor even amidst the dust-laden mining area, Kaition Ni replied, "It is my honor." Augustus contemplated briefly and instructed, "Upon arriving in the empire, Bishop Misa will advance 30 of the gold coins. Remember, I do not require you to bring back a single coin. All should be used for procuring supplies." Kaition Ni bowed in acknowledgement. At this juncture, the only purpose of gold coins for Alfred was to acquire provisions, a fact that Augustus was acutely aware of. Simultaneously, he discerned that through the transportation routes established by Bishop Misa in the wasteland, he could indeed create a smuggling route between Alfred and the empire. This was a rare opportunity. Failing to engage in such legitimate smuggling would be foolish. Everything progressed smoothly and efficiently. It seemed that Alfred had finally garnered the favor of Lady Fortune. On the way back to the castle, Sophia, who had witnessed Alfred's flourishing state, could no longer contain her curiosity after passing through D City and observing its bustling atmosphere. She finally posed the question that had been on her mind. "Augustus, why do you exert such tremendous effort in managing your territory, whether it be the excavation of the Nile or the layout and construction of the towns within your domain? It seems entirely unnecessary to me. Are you not concerned about the impending winter wraith? All your hard work may come to naught then. Furthermore, even if you have your reasons and confidence in preventing Alfred from facing the winter wraith's devastation next year, given that Alfred's rise is now unstoppable, why do you still race against time? You could easily wait for Ateras and Francis to exhaust each other, and then calmly ascend to the throne of the wasteland. Did a visit to Feli City awaken a desire in you to transform your territory into a bustling metropolis?" The last remark was clearly a playful jest from Sophia, perhaps reminded of the wraith. Augustus's expression dimmed momentarily, but soon, he smiled and replied, "You guessed correctly. Indeed, the splendor of the empire has inspired me." He paused, glancing at Elizabeth, who was smiling back at him, with clarity in his gaze. He reflected, having lived in the empire since childhood, you may not sense this, but for Elizabeth and me, our journey to Feli City was profoundly impactful. Tio put it simply, as you may have noticed. The entire wasteland, aside from Soren City, lacks even a proper market. If Elizabeth wishes to purchase cosmetics, clothing, or flowers, she must journey to Soren City. You understand what that implies. I do not want my sister and me to perpetually exist in such an environment. I cannot alter Alfred's status as a subject, but I can at least strive to improve Alfred's living conditions. What you see is my endeavor. Indeed, I am doing this. And I will ensure that Alfred's territory becomes a city that does not appear impoverished in the wasteland or even the entire Holy Empire. Trust me, within 3 years, at most 5, Alfred will undoubtedly shine as a brilliant gem on the map of the Holy Empire. I will not allow Elizabeth to suffer for lack of suitable attire. Nor will I permit her world to contain any voids. What the Holy Empire possesses, Alfred will certainly have in the future. What the Holy Empire lacks, Alfred will also possess. Elizabeth's south smile froze in place. What had initially been a light-hearted jest left Sophia in shock. Was Augustus's ambition to become the king of the wasteland? Yes, but compared to that, the vision he painted was his grander aspiration. Was it not? Her Highness Sophia, of the esteemed Constantine lineage, found herself at a loss for words. From a young age, she understood that she could not change her life or her surroundings. All she could do was adapt to them. But now, Augustus was not merely contemplating a change in environment. He was fundamentally altering his life and his surroundings. With a complex expression, she softly remarked, "This path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and thorns. Augustus, forgive my candor, but the conflict between ideals and reality may reveal the terrifying nature of this endeavor." Augustus raised an eyebrow and smiled. "When ideals clash with reality, I will strive to change reality, rather than abandon my ideals. Change reality. Is this the true essence of Augustus?" Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The surge of unease washed over Augustus as he lifted the carriage curtain and glanced at the elderly steward in the driver's seat. Questioning him with confusion, the steward loosened the reins and calmly replied, "It seems we have encountered a minor inconvenience." Augustus swiftly assessed the carriage's predicament. It was flanked by dilapidated stone huts. Having just entered a narrow street, peering ahead, he soon saw 6 swordsmen clad in gray cloaks, wielding large swords, emerging from the street's end. Their expressions were equally grim as they slowly advanced towards the opulent carriage adorned with purple irises. Their murderous intent unmistakable. The brief tranquility of Alfred had come to an abrupt end. In an instant, Augustus discerned the identity of these 6 swordsmen. At that moment, Francis would not dare to breach the verbal peace treaty. Nor did Stuart possess the resolve to do so. Thus, it could only be that Christopher, unable to endure Alfred's burgeoning power any longer, had decided to take action. This was not difficult to surmise. What shocked Augustus the most was Christopher's precise timing for this attack. Due to recent favorable developments and the arrival of the Inquisition Knights, Augustus had not brought along any knights this time, despite typically taking at least 10 knights with him. Additionally, although he had arranged for numerous watchful eyes monitoring any unusual activity in D City, the location where the carriage had just arrived meant they would not be discovered in the immediate term. Truly, Christopher was a seasoned friend of Alfred, possessing an intimate familiarity with the terrain of D City, as well as an understanding of Augustus's route and movements. No one in the entire wasteland could rival him. Realizing that this was more than just a minor inconvenience as the steward had claimed, Augustus drew a large sword from within the carriage without looking back. He instructed Elizabeth and Sophia, "Do not leave the carriage. The steward and I will hold them off. Look for an opportunity to escape quickly, and remember to return the way you came. It will increase our chances of retreating safely." Gripping the sword tightly, he stepped down from the carriage. The old steward, Vernon, also slowly retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket. Inside the carriage, Sophia's face was filled with confusion after her initial worry. Elizabeth naturally understood her confusion as she gazed at the assailants before Augustus and the old steward. Unable to conceal her concern, she explained, "Augustus would never allow the old steward to single-handedly fight for our chance of escape. Nor would he let him face Alfred's enemies alone." Sophia's expression was complex. Having resided in Alfred's castle for an extended period, it was only today that she felt she had truly deciphered Augustus. What the filthy world could observe was his indifference and cruelty, yet those close to him could perceive the stubbornness he was willing to protect with his very life. This was the true Augustus. Chapter 86. The threat of death. Old Vernon led the way, with Augustus closely following. The 2 figures, one old and one young, walked calmly toward the enemies who sought to bury them, clad in identical coarse gray linen. Their resolute expressions revealed that Christopher's deployment was evidently more determined and meticulous than Francis's. This was easily inferred from the steady approach of the 6 swordsmen, who, rather than mere swordsmen, were more aptly described as knights dismounted from their steeds. The fierce aura and murderous intent radiating from them were sufficient for Augustus to ascertain that they were undoubtedly the 6 most elite members of Christopher's retinue, and such elite status implied formidable strength. Thus, the assault could not possibly be the mere nuisance that old Vernon had suggested. He was indeed unaware of why Christopher, who had remained silent for so long, had suddenly declared war, but he knew that once Christopher formally declared hostilities against Alfred, the outcome was already predetermined. One would die, the other would live. There were no other possibilities. Augustus narrowed his eyes, gripping his great sword. Suddenly, the previously calm old steward came to an abrupt halt. And without giving Augustus time to react, he powered down with his right foot, leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Instead of targeting the foremost enemy, he opted for a bold assault on a swordsman to his left. The 6 knights, masquerading as swordsmen, maintained their formation, undeterred by old Vernon's sudden charge. Their orders were clear: to sever the head of Alfred's helmsman and return it. Thus, they needed only to focus on the young man before them. Old Vernon instantly appeared before the swordsman on the left, while the 5 swordsmen, forming a fan shape, closed in on Augustus, now less than 10 meters away. Instinctively, Augustus tightened his grip on the greatsword. Sensing that the swordsman before him was poised to charge, and he prepared himself cautiously for the final confrontation, that he understood that, with his current awakened knight's power, he could not hope to withstand the force of a level 5 battle aura, let alone face 5 swordsmen, each possessing strength at or above that level. Therefore, not even the slightest chance could be found, especially since he dared not use his mental interference in such a situation. He was acutely aware that these resolute knights could not be compared to the adventurers sent by Francis last time. Should he resort to his unique magic, he would only face the dismal fate of having his spell forcibly interrupted, leaving him utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Augustus could not remain passive. The swordsmen confronting him had already raised their great swords, and Augustus silently positioned his own sword before him. Just as he intended to seize the initiative with his speed, his gaze suddenly flicked toward old Vernon's direction. Crack! The crisp sound of a neck snapping echoed through the street without warning, plunging the scene into silence. The attacking swordsmen instinctively turned their attention toward old Vernon's direction, witnessing alongside Augustus as their companions slowly collapsed to the ground. They were instantly struck with shock. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unassuming elder, whom their master had warned them never to underestimate, possessed such formidable strength? After all, he was a true knight of intermediate level 6. Did this swift execution of a level 6 knight imply that the elder possessed at least level 8 strength? Augustus was equally astonished. He knew that his old steward had once been exceptionally powerful, yet now he was merely at the intermediate level of 7. However, as he had perceived the situation earlier than the swordsman, he clearly recognized the steward's immense power and the extraordinary speed that defied the capabilities of a level 7 battle aura. The combination of these two elements was indeed terrifying. It was common knowledge that battle aura attributes could only emphasize one aspect. Yet old Vernon evidently mastered a balance of both speed and strength. Were it not for Augustus's understanding that the old steward wielded battle aura power, he might have believed that the steward had, like him, drawn strength from a source of faith. While Augustus was astonished and the swordsmen were bewildered, old Vernon exhibited no hesitation, effortlessly snapping the neck of an enemy before swiftly appearing before the swordsman closest to Augustus. He sidestepped the swordsman's downward strike, his gloved hand gripping the swordsman's throat with lethal precision. It was concise and domineering, leaving the swordsman with virtually no chance to resist. Another swordsman collapsed to the ground. At this moment, everyone, including Augustus, clearly discerned old Vernon's true intention. He had deliberately chosen not to confront the most formidable leader, but instead aimed to eliminate each opponent one by one, evidently buying time and opportunity for Augustus. This strategy made sense. Yet if the knights still failed to grasp old Vernon's intent after the deaths of two comrades, they would indeed be utterly foolish. Do not mind me. Focus all your efforts on taking his head. As expected, the leading swordsman soon made a decision. With his low, commanding tone, he too rushed toward old Vernon at great speed. Armed with the initial power of level 7, he attempted to entangle old Vernon, using his great sword to restrict the steward's movements. His objective was clear. He would sacrifice his life to prevent old Vernon from realizing his intentions, with one level 7 swordsman sacrificing himself merely to ensnare him. Old Vernon found it increasingly difficult to escape, even though his former prowess as a Eurylean knight lingered. Yet, his strength had undoubtedly diminished. The remaining 3 swordsmen seized this opportunity, launching a simultaneous attack from the front, forcing Augustus to parry and retreat, striving to buy time for old Vernon to escape. However, the only option available to Augustus was one that the 3 swordsmen anticipated. As Augustus began to retreat, they swiftly separated into 3 directions, encircling him in the street. Augustus was left to struggle for survival beneath the onslaught of 3 great swords that he narrowly evaded a sword that grazed his neck. But the great sword aimed at his heart was beyond his ability to dodge. Although he possessed both speed and strength, how could he utilize his speed when ensnared? Having attained the rank of an awakened knight, Augustus had no chance against 3 swordsmen, each averaging a battle aura strength of level 6. Inevitably, a long sword pierced Augustus's back, and despite his swift reactions, having deflected yet another great sword, he still sustained injuries. Blood spilling forth. For the first time, the taste of imminent death washed over him. This was not the fleeting brush with death he had experienced upon first arriving in this world. It was a visceral encounter with the specter of mortality. Another long sword sliced across Augustus's shoulder, the intense pain nearly forcing him to relinquish his grip on the great sword. Yet, he stubbornly clung to it, facing the threat of death with stoic resolve, silent and unyielding. Meanwhile, from the carriage that would not depart, Elizabeth, having received swordsmanship training since childhood, though her battle aura was merely at level 3 and thus of little consequence, could not remain a passive observer upon seeing Augustus's blood. Without glancing at Sophia beside her, she drew her exquisite narrow sword from the carriage and leapt down, striving to reach Augustus's side. However, Sophia, who initially overlooked Elizabeth's reaction, jumped down even faster, grasping her hand. With a frown, Sophia slowly produced a scroll of parchment. In the past, it would have been a matter of no debate as to whether the parchment in her hand or Augustus's safety held greater importance. Yet now, the question of whether the parchment or Augustus was more significant was unequivocally settled. Chapter 87. Christopher walking in the night. If the dazzling and deadly magic wielded by the sorcerer is the scepter bestowed by God upon his favored, then the ability to inscribe magic upon parchment represents God's attempt to crown his chosen one with a royal diadem. In the realm of humanity, power and wealth can be acquired through various means to bolster one's strength. The most common being the nurturing of knights. However, to exchange power and wealth for one's own strength, there exists only one rigorously demanding method: the acquisition of magical scrolls. Magical scrolls are the sole rare items in the realm of magic capable of facilitating instantaneous spells without the lengthy incantations. Provided one possesses sufficient mental strength and elemental affinity to communicate with the scrolls, a level 5 sorcerer could effortlessly unleash the might of an 8th level spell. Thus, it is easy to envision the resplendent glory of the crown belonging to the sorcerers. Of course, God is fair. He bestowed upon the sorcerer this exquisite crown, simultaneously inscribing countless bindings upon it. Aside from the fact that crafting a magical scroll necessitates a mastery of magic that exceeds the scroll's minimum by at least 2 levels. The requirements for the parchment are so stringent that they verge on the absurd point. One need only imagine that a robust ghastly goat must commence its diet of precious magical crystals from its youth, persisting until its natural demise, after which the sheepskin must be preserved in an environment rich in magical elements for centuries before it can be deemed suitable for scroll production. Thus, one can comprehend the unimaginable worth of a magical scroll in the realm of humanity. Is it merely a matter of chance? No, it is a rarity that is even less attainable. However, within the desolate lands of D City, an 8th level magical scroll, treasured by Bishop Misa for a decade, was bound to incite covetousness across the entire continent as it radiated its deadly brilliance. Sophia gently tossed the parchment into the sky, and simultaneously, a profound luminosity enveloped her, with light elements cascading towards her, bridging a miraculous and blinding connection between herself and the parchment hovering in midair. With an expressionless visage, she calmly murmured, "All impurities, all evil shall ultimately face judgment. The Lord declares that the wicked soul shall tremble and crawl in the flames of light, until they are reduced to ashes." Divine radiance. The earth erupted in flames. Rare white flames suddenly encircled Augustus, yet astonishingly flowed around him without singeing his garments. In stark contrast, the 3 swordsmen encircling him were unable to evade the flames. And despite their frantic attempts to extinguish the fire, it only blazed more fiercely. What was even more terrifying was that the flames clung to their clothing without igniting it, as though they were being consumed from within. Their souls incinerated, eliciting horrific wails that instilled dread. The 3 swordsmen soon collapsed, convulsed, and then perished. Overwhelmed more by fear than shock, Augustus scanned the surrounding white flames, momentarily unable to process the situation, even forgetting his own injuries. Utterly incredulous, he had always known that Her Highness Sophia must possess hidden cards. Since Bishop Misa had brought her to this wretched prison of sin, it was undoubtedly under circumstances that ensured her absolute safety. Yet, he had presumed it was Bishop Misa who had arranged for guardians to protect Sophia from unseen perils. Little did he fathom that Sophia wielded such unfathomable power, not merely 3 6th-level swordsmen, but even 5 or 10 would likely be turned to ashes in an instant by this terrifying magic. Was this not the might of the 4th law's branch, judgment? Augustus struggled to turn. The flames on the ground had vanished, and the parchment in midair had likewise turned to ashes. However, the 3 corpses retained their complete form. Even the coarse linen garments remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Their faces twisted in agony, eyes wide open in terror, refusing to close even in death. Meanwhile, as flames surged and anguished cries permeated the air, the formidable knight Christopher, despite his indomitable will, could no longer maintain his composure and was swiftly dispatched by the old steward. His neck snapped. Though the sound of the sharp crack was dulled by the horrific scene, his death was equally abrupt. Only then did Augustus turn his gaze to Sophia, who stood before the carriage. It seemed that unleashing the 8th-level magical scroll had drained her mental strength, as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Her smile towards Augustus appeared slightly frail. Indeed, she was a redemption sorceress of the 4th law, yet the essence of light magic was inherently the same. Triggering the power of judgment was not difficult for Sophia, who possessed an astonishingly high affinity of 25 slots with light elements. Ultimately, Augustus refrained from expressing gratitude, even if he could not fathom the value of that parchment. Such matters could not be encompassed by mere words of thanks. He rested his hand on the great sword planted in the ground, exhaling softly, allowing the old steward to bandage the wounds on his shoulder with a handkerchief and wipe the blood from his back. He merely frowned slightly, uttering not a sound. Throughout this time, Augustus continued to gaze intently towards the north, where Christopher's territory lay. He understood that this attack was merely the beginning. The true counteroffensive from Christopher was yet to come. Indeed, as they were on the brink of hell, any delay in retaliation would prove catastrophic. The cold smile crept upon his lips as he directed his gaze towards Christopher's domain, his eyes narrowing gradually. The guard team of D City finally arrived, yet Augustus did not reproach them for their tardiness. He simply endured his injuries and calmly instructed the trembling guards to clear the battlefield. With the assistance of old Vernon, he returned to the carriage. Inside, the atmosphere was inevitably somber. Elizabeth, noticing Sophia's worried expression, refrained from engaging with Augustus, opting instead to offer a faint smile and speak softly with Sophia. Augustus, however, was unperturbed. He sat within the carriage, occasionally clenching his fists in response to the jolts, his back injuries causing him to grip tightly until his knuckles turned white, yet he remained silent. Sophia, seated directly opposite him, perceptively noted his demeanor, and with a hint of regret, sighed as she remarked, "It is a pity that your constitution naturally repels light magic." Augustus forced a pained smile and waved his hand, choosing not to respond, nor did he acknowledge the concerned gazes of Sophia and Elizabeth. How could it not hurt? Upon returning to the castle, Augustus did not retreat to his study as was his custom. Instead, he headed straight to the guest room, lying on the bed as he awaited old Vernon to tend to his back injuries. Although the swordsman had not pierced his heart, the long scar left a deep impression on Augustus's back. Appearing gruesome and horrifying as old Vernon treated the wounds, Augustus softly instructed, "Alfred Castle must be placed under martial law. This matter will require your diligence." Old Vernon nodded calmly. As the steward of Alfred Castle, this task was certainly within his purview. The impending counterattack from Christopher soon enveloped Alfred in a palpable sense of crisis. No one knew what form Christopher's next assault would take, nor could they ascertain when he might act, rendering the waiting process excruciating for Augustus. Accustomed to controlling every situation, he found it particularly challenging to remain at ease in such an environment. What was most terrifying, however, was that despite Augustus's immediate decision to enforce martial law in the castle, Christopher's sinister fangs remained omnipresent. On the night following the attack on D City, had it not been for Augustus's habit of light sleep, he might have fallen prey to yet another dark ambush by Christopher. Indeed, it was almost unfathomable that even within his castle, a maid could be a pawn of Christopher. When Augustus abruptly opened his eyes to see that familiar face, he initially failed to comprehend the situation until the maid, whose demeanor starkly contrasted her usual submissiveness, raised a dagger with ferocity. Only upon perceiving the dagger's gleaming blade under the moonlight did he finally grasp the magnitude of Christopher's threat. Of course, the maid's dark attack would not inflict any harm upon him. Ultimately, the dagger was plunged into the maid's throat. That night, Augustus did not sleep again, fixating on the maid's cold corpse, contemplating the friendship between his father and Christopher, deducing that there must be more of Christopher's pawns concealed within his castle. After all, decades of deep-rooted friendship had left his father with no suspicion towards Christopher, allowing the treacherous Christopher to plant seeds of malice with remarkable ease. This indicated that it was not a sudden incident that had incited Christopher's hatred towards Alfred. Rather, the animosity had always existed. Rather than gazing up at the resplendent sun and seeking praise from the masses, it is wiser to lower one's head and tread cautiously in the darkness alone. Augustus reflected on this familial adage of Christopher's. Unable to suppress his emotions, it was no wonder that Christopher had chosen not to align himself with the admired Soren of the time, but had steadfastly stood beside Alfred. One must acknowledge that the sentiment of cautiously walking alone in the dark had been thoroughly embodied by Count Christopher in adherence to his ancestors' counsel. At the same time, as Augustus struggled to cope with Christopher's covert actions, Alfred Castle welcomed a guest from the Empire. Chapter 88. Farewell, Sophia, Nicholas Alexis Yacket. This guest, hailing from the Empire with an unwieldy surname, may not possess noble lineage, Yet his current position afforded him a status that commanded respect and caution even among the second-tier families of the imperial capital, as he was one of the few stewards trusted by the head of the Constantine family. Considering that he was merely 35 years old and held the deep trust of the old Duke Constantine, it was not difficult to envision his special standing within the capital at times. Nicholas himself could, to a certain extent, represent the old Duke Constantine in specific contexts. Yet, this uniquely positioned guest appeared without warning in the desolate lands, arriving at the sensitive Alfred Castle. Point 1, contemporarily set aside the crises and troubles brought forth by Christopher. As Augustus promptly appeared before the castle to welcome the guest, then, Her Highness Princess Sophia of Constantinople had also arrived. As Augustus approached Sophia, he exchanged cordial greetings with the somewhat effeminate-looking Nicholas, who bore a gentle smile. Sophia, intrigued, inquired about the reasons for Nicholas's presence in the desolate expanse. Dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, the middle-aged man, who perpetually wore a warm smile, showed no signs of weariness from his journey. He bowed slightly and stated, "My arrival is at the behest of the Duke. If it pleases your Highness, I shall serve as your dedicated personal steward from this day forth." Sophia was taken aback, and Augustus too was momentarily astonished. Despite his limited understanding of this world, he was acutely aware of an unwritten tradition among the elite circles of the Holy Empire. When a head of the family appoints a personal steward for an heir, it signifies that the heir has automatically acquired the right to be the primary successor to the family's helm. This was indeed a momentous and shocking event, particularly for the Grand Constantinople banking family. Yet, it was undeniably abrupt. Not only Augustus, but even Sophia, who had received no prior hint from the mass, found it difficult to process. She quickly asked, "Who has been ousted?" Nicholas bowed again, his smile seemingly an intrinsic part of him. Young Master Lance succumbed to a sudden demise a fortnight ago. This exemplified the ruthless nature of succession battles within prominent families. Successfully navigating the complexities of a vast family was no trivial task. The leader must possess a plethora of remarkable talents and abilities, making survival of the fittest the prevailing theme in disputes over succession. Only through this method could the most suitable head be chosen. A sudden demise. What a subtly grandiose conclusion. Sophia pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Augustus's expression grew increasingly complex, instinctively creating a barely perceptible distance from Sophia. He recognized that with the arrival of Sophia's personal steward appointed by the venerable Duke of Constantinople, she was no longer merely the Princess of Constantinople. She had also become a potential heir to the vast Constantinople family. Typically, there were 6 primary heirs in such an illustrious family, which meant Sophia now possessed a 1 in 6 chance of becoming the steward of Constantinople. Though this probability appeared modest, in a family with a plethora of heirs, direct, collateral, and otherwise, such odds were hardly negligible. Nevertheless, this non-negligible chance also implied the possibility of severe dangers that Sophia might soon face. "I do not comprehend why my grandfather made this decision, but I distinctly recall telling that damned Frodo that I do not desire so-called rights of succession." Finally speaking, Sophia's tone was calm yet devoid of warmth. Augustus could not possibly know that the damned Frodo she referred to was her father. Nicholas smiled and shook his head. "I apologize, Your Highness, but this is not for me to ponder. It is your grandfather's decision." At this juncture in their conversation, Augustus felt it inappropriate to delve further into the internal matters of Constantinople. He instinctively smiled, effectively halting Sophia's attempt to speak again, unaware that his unintentional display of authority elicited a slightly amused expression from Nicholas. He then guided the guest into Alfred's castle, knowing that Sophia undoubtedly harbored many questions. Hence, he arranged a private room for her to converse with her personal steward while he took care of the servant's duties regarding tea and refreshments before departing alone. As he walked away, his expression grew increasingly complex. The carefree banter he once shared with the astute princess of Constantinople seemed irrevocably lost. What was his status? Merely a pariah in the wasteland. While Sophia had now become one of the primary heirs of Constantinople, how long would it take to traverse the chasm between their worlds? Would he even be able to reach her? Casting aside these bitter thoughts that were impossible to avoid, Augustus endeavored to focus on the pressing matters concerning Christopher, with Christopher having declared war and refraining from a large-scale assault on Alfred. It was certain that his underhanded tactics would not cease, leaving Augustus to deal with the exhaustion of his endurance. This was the most profound embarrassment for Alfred at present. a complete lack of capacity or strength to counterattack. In light of this, Augustus sifted through the meticulously organized documents compiled by the old steward concerning all the servants and attendants of the castle. He understood that he must avoid incidents akin to the maid's ambush from 2 nights prior at all costs. And he needed to eliminate the various traps Christopher had laid throughout his years in Alfred's castle. Yet, such a task was no simple endeavor. Given that decades had passed, as he stared at the myriad unfamiliar names. Augustus realized that, having relinquished his noble identity, he found himself at a loss in dealing with Christopher's desperate measures. That he furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, what surfaced in his mind were the initial coolness and aloofness of Sophia, followed by her pride and tears during the events in Loren Town, and ultimately her smiles and brilliance. How could he not think of her? Especially when recalling that star-studded night on Alfred's lawn. It was even more impossible for him to settle his mind on the matters he ought to consider. He sat in silence, grasping the quill pen before him, lost in thought, his gaze vacant. As a result of his arm injury, he could no longer write with force, and the scrawl that emerged on the paper was particularly illegible. Farewell, Sophia. Chapter 89. I have no heart left. The night was tranquil. Under the gentle glow, Augustus, surrounded by an array of documents about the castle's servants, resorted to the most rudimentary process of elimination to clear the castle of hidden threats. After all, he had only been in Alfred Castle for a little over 3 months. Possessing merely a vague understanding of the servants, having scarcely interacted with any of them individually, thus, he could only separate the servants who had arrived post-attack from those who had been in the castle prior. Focusing his scrutiny on the latter, guided by age and position, this was undoubtedly a tedious and uninspiring task. Yet, considering the chilling dagger wielded by the maid that fateful night, he felt compelled to proceed. The disgraced Count Christopher had indeed posed significant challenges for him. Augustus was genuinely curious about the reasons behind Christopher's sudden madness, as he meticulously sorted through the documents in his hands. The only sounds in the study were the rustling of paper and the scratch of writing. Abruptly, the door swung open. Turning to see Sophia, Augustus offered a slight smile, set down the quill, and casually remarked, "Have you gathered the general situation from your personal steward? Oh, I almost forgot to congratulate you. From today forth, you are the primary heir of Constantinople. With the influence of Bishop Misa, you stand a good chance of becoming the matriarch of Constantinople." Sophia, her mood clearly subdued, furrowed her brow in silence. Despite Augustus's expression and light-hearted tone being largely unchanged from before, she sensed an inexplicable distance. She earnestly asked, "Augustus, do you truly believe this is a matter worth celebrating?" Augustus remained silent. He was not naive. Rather, his past experiences had granted him an extraordinary perspective beyond his years. He could discern the intentions behind the Duke of Constantinople's sudden designation of Sophia as the primary heir. In simple terms, the elder, who orchestrated the family's affairs from behind the scenes, was using Sophia as a whetstone for the future matriarch of Constantinople. Compared to other heirs, Sophia's advantages were strikingly apparent. Bishop Misa's favorable disposition towards her was no secret within the Holy Empire. Thus, should such an heir fail, it was easy to imagine how another heir would rise to the position of matriarch by stepping on Sophia's failure. Conversely, if Sophia succeeded and claimed the position of matriarch of Constantinople with the backing of the future pontiff, would that not suffice to grant the elder eternal rest? What an exquisite yet cruel scheme. Did he not consider the dangers his granddaughter might face in the fierce contest for succession? Familial bonds, in the grand scheme of a colossal family like Constantinople, were utterly insignificant. Augustus, having seen through it all, felt a surge of anger and heartache. Yet what could he do? He was merely a pariah exiled to the wasteland, and had it not been for Bishop Misa's compassion, he and Alfred would have long since met their demise. Even now, he remained a pitiable figure struggling for survival. What could he do for Sophia? Resist? Was that realistic? Did he possess such capability? Would an ant's display of indignation even register with an elephant? Sophia, perceptive as ever, had evidently noticed Augustus's despondency. However, unwilling to transmit her own negativity to the unfortunate Augustus, she made an effort to muster a smile and suggested, "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" Augustus, who should have risen, remained seated. Even as he smiled, it was a smile devoid of sincerity. He waved a hand over the documents before him and stated, "I have some tasks that require my attention. I have no time." In that instant, A chill enveloped Sophia. The vague sense of alienation she had felt swiftly crystallized into a palpable awareness of distance. She longed to retort sarcastically to Augustus, "Oh, so now that I have become the first in line to inherit the title of Constantine, I am no longer Sophia. When did this cursed little devil ever become self-doubting?" Yet, such words remained unspoken. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Augustus, her usually indomitable spirit faltering as tears threatened to spill. Nevertheless, the resolute Sophia would not permit herself to weep. She refrained from pressing Augustus further and, with stubborn pride, declared, "Then I shall wait for you outside." Turning away, she left. Augustus, seated, gradually descended into indifference, ultimately remaining unresponsive. He pivoted back to his desk, calmly resuming his examination of the documents, seemingly engrossed in his work. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his clenched fists had turned his knuckles white. Outside the study, the night was dark and frigid. Dressed in an exquisite black and red princess gown, Sophia stood silently by the door, her expression void of emotion under the cold moonlight. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, resembling a statue. Still and waiting, solitary and fragile against the backdrop of night, she maintained her stance, her expression unchanged, for what felt like an eternity until Augustus finally emerged from the study. Only then did she manage a strained smile. Seemingly surprised, Augustus furrowed his brow. "You actually waited here?" Then, with a hint of resignation, he added, "Do we really have to go for a walk?" Sophia, still smiling, nodded insistently. Augustus could only respond with a wry smile of acquiescence. They descended the castle steps, walking quietly towards the lawn before the castle. She walked ahead, he followed, the distance between them seeming but a single step, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. "I was born into the grand Constantine family of the empire, and it seems that from the moment of my birth, I was destined to be surrounded by praise and adulation that I in the eyes of many. I am Princess Sophia of Constantine, possessing the noblest bloodline and basking in the most resplendent glory this world has to offer. I can seize everything I desire without restraint, or so many believe. On the surface, I should be the happiest of all. But is that truly the case? Augustus, you once claimed I possess a dual personality. But do you understand why that is? How could you possibly know? Allow me to enlighten you. When I was 7, my mother perished due to my father's failed machinations. That I recognized that such tragedies are commonplace in so-called noble families, and I harbor no resentment. However, when I turned 14, my father demanded that I bear a child for David to ensure the purity of our bloodline. You probably do not know that David is my brother, my biological brother sharing the same blood. Naturally, I vehemently refused and resisted, resulting in that pitiful creature becoming blinded, never to gaze upon me again. Does that disgust you? Apologies, but it gets worse. That night, my father, yes, the current first in line to inherit Constantine, Count Florido, crept into my chamber. That I dare not dwell upon it, nor do I wish to remember. Had it not been for the mass, I fear I would have perished in this filthy, revolting environment long ago. Everyone can witness my splendor, yet who can perceive the filth that surrounds me? Disgusting? It is utterly shocking. Augustus's expression remained impassive, yet he began to understand why the once indomitable Sophia had trembled alone in Lorland. No amount of experience could prepare him for such revelations, and he felt his nails digging into his flesh, but he remained silent. Sophia continued onward, treading upon the withered buttercup grass, her voice unusually tranquil in the stillness of night. Augustus, in the beginning, I truly despised you, not for your so-called commoner plan, for having endured the dirtiest of affairs. I understand the cruelty necessary for survival. Rather, I resented you for your unwarranted vigilance and inexplicable disdain towards me. However, that eventually changed. When I witnessed your efforts in dire circumstances, when I felt the depth of your sacrifices for Elizabeth, I confess, I became envious. I genuinely envied Elizabeth for having a brother like you. Do you recall the ambush orchestrated by Francis against you in Lorland? Augustus, at that moment, I felt utterly secure, as though with you by my side, I had nothing to fear. I knew I was safe. Truly. As time passed and I became more acquainted with you, I realized that I, who once made all my own decisions, had gradually grown accustomed to acting according to your will. It seemed that as long as you were present, and your choices were made, everything would be fine. I even began to relish the notion of you making all the decisions. And then there was your ambition. You know how remarkable you are. I could never have imagined that someone would dare to attempt to change reality. Even the most exceptional heirs of the empire would not dare to undertake such a challenge. I seem to have developed a certain reliance on you. Though I cannot quite articulate this feeling, I it a sense of security, a feeling of dependence. They arrived at the black stone monument on the castle's lawn, and Sophia abruptly halted, turning to face Augustus. With a smile, she remarked, "By the way, I believe I forgot to tell you how much I adore the ivory necklace you gifted me. Augustus, it is my most cherished possession." Perhaps Sophia's rapid speech and sudden topic shift momentarily left Augustus at a loss for words. He also smiled, yet it was a smile that lacked authenticity. Sophia, seemingly oblivious to his emotions, continued to fidget with her delicate fingers, saying, "You are unafraid of the perilous and challenging environment, managing to struggle and lead Alfred towards greater heights. Augustus, you must be the most fearless person alive. Therefore, even though I am the first in line to inherit Constantine, you should not cower." She gazed intently into Augustus's eyes, seemingly searching for the answers she sought within them. Yet, regrettably, no emotions were revealed. Augustus remained utterly silent. After what felt like an eternity, Sophia's voice finally lowered. "Augustus, I must take my leave." Augustus remained mute. She bit her lip, tears flowing unbidden down her cheeks, falling onto the cold ground. Looking down, she whispered, "Augustus, I like you." Augustus stood before her, still silent, never uttering a single word. The night deepened, and Augustus's gaze grew increasingly profound. The following day, no one could have anticipated that Princess Sophia would abruptly decide to depart. Even her newly appointed personal steward, Nicholas, was baffled by his mistress's sudden decision to leave, having only the night before expressed her intention to stay for several more days, without even organizing her belongings. She simply commanded Nicholas to prepare the carriage for her immediate departure on the grass before Alfred Castle. Nicholas, ever smiling, conveyed his gratitude to Augustus for his care of his mistress during this time. Meanwhile, Sophia put forth great effort to smile as she bid farewell to Elizabeth, revealing none of the reasons behind her sudden departure. The astute Elizabeth refrained from inquiring into the matter, resulting in a brief and poignant farewell. Her departure was so abrupt that it became ironically fitting. When the esteemed Princess Sophia of Constantine arrived at the wilderness, she was met with no welcome, no grand banquet. Similarly, as she departed the wilderness and Alfred Castle, she encountered no send-off, no grand farewell feast. She walked away amidst the withered grass. Then, as they watched the carriage grow smaller in the distance until it vanished from view, Elizabeth glanced at her brother's solemn expression and could no longer restrain herself, softly saying, "Brother, if it pains you, why allow it to happen?" Pained, Augustus slowly turned, lowering his gaze to his chest, his hand making a diagonal motion across it as he murmured, "I often wish to carve out my heart to see inside. But alas, I find I no longer possess one." Chapter 90. Trivial Matters, Diaries. Fools. Augustus remained as busy as ever. After organizing the staff records of the castle, he entrusted the pertinent details to old Vernon for further handling. While he could not be certain of the outcome, he had faith that Vernon would provide a satisfactory conclusion. Uncovering the hidden traitors within his castle was of utmost urgency. As for their fates, death was a normalcy, while survival would be a surprise. Augustus himself was counting on this unlikely surprise. Otherwise, why would he bother sifting through these records when it would be far simpler to expel all suspicious servants from the castle? Then there is the matter of D-City. After an initial fervor, the mining output has inevitably begun to cool, dropping from an initial content of nearly 3% to around 2% now. While the discrepancy may appear significant from a data perspective, it suffices for Augustus, especially since the unceasing flow of gold to the empire not only provides resources to sustain Alfred through this harsh winter, but Cachenet has also stockpiled a collection of the precious crimson wine from the wasteland as per his instructions, securing a promising financial future for Alfred. There is no need to worry about the market, as the recent upheaval caused by Sauron has left Francis in a state of turmoil, leading to a near depletion of the expensive crimson wine in fact, many guests visiting Alfred's castle during this period have expressed sentiments in this regard. Furthermore, the news of the new parish in the wasteland has brought Augustus a delightful dilemma. An increasing number of commoners are flocking to Alfred's territory, compounded by Augustus's initial promise of unconditional welfare for their survival. Although Alfred is no longer troubled by food shortages, this situation cannot continue indefinitely. It is important to note that even without precise statistics, the entire population of the wasteland certainly does not exceed 600,000. And currently, the number of commoners in Alfred's domain is approaching 100,000, accounting for nearly one-sixth of the wasteland's populace. Even if such a substantial population base could cultivate more land in Alfred's domain come spring. Prior to any harvest, Alfred will ultimately need to sustain these nearly 100,000 commoners without compensation, a burden that is not difficult to imagine. Therefore, the influx of commoners into Alfred is indeed an issue that Augustus must address promptly. Fortunately, this problem is not solely a source of concern for Augustus. The most frequent visitor to Alfred's castle recently, Viscount Constans, has humorously pointed out the awkwardness faced by their second-tier families. They are not wealthy to begin with. And as the lich retreated, the commoners no longer returned, leaving the limited soil in their territories untended as a lord. How lamentable is it to see the number of subjects dwindle? He has repeatedly and subtly implored Augustus to devise a solution. Augustus shrugged, expressing his own predicament. One cannot simply disregard the fate of the incoming commoners. After all, that is a promise made by Alfred. Viscount, do you wish for Alfred to betray his commitments? He is no child, but rather a most cunning old noble. Viscount Constans pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, what if I and the leaders of other families set up defenses in our respective territories to prevent the commoners from flooding into Alfred? Augustus smiled pleasantly. Viscount, that is your own concern. Alfred has no reason to interfere. Constance's expression grew complex. The troubles that once belonged to Augustus have thus been resolved by them, and these viscounts must instead express gratitude for Alfred's generosity and tolerance. Cunning? No. In truth, the most fitting description is that true nobles always know how to elegantly navigate the intricacies of advance and retreat. It was yet another bustling night. Augustus set aside the letter detailing Baron Rudolph's issues encountered during the handover with Baron O'Bira in Fairly City. Closing his somewhat weary eyes for a brief respite, to be candid, he was not overly concerned about the affairs in Fairly City. He possessed a detailed and thorough understanding of Rudolph. This trusted scion of Alfred, whose methods and capabilities were not inferior to the astute Baron O'Bira. Therefore, he did not feel the need to worry about Fairly City. Moreover, having entrusted Rudolph with the task, Augustus must naturally display his absolute trust in him. The study was enveloped in silence. Despite the busy days, Augustus seemed to have no inclination to contemplate any unrelated matters. However, the reality remained that he was human. How could he fail to notice the palpable changes at Alfred's castle over these past days? Gone were Queen Jelina's domineering presence, the melodious laughter of Sophia, and the fiery animosity between Jelina and Sophia. Alfred's castle had become significantly quieter and, regrettably, more monotonous. Sophia, recalling the tearful visage of the young girl from that night. Augustus forcibly dispelled those unwelcome images from his mind, rising with the intention of first checking on the slumbering Queen Jelina before seeking rest as he passed by the room once inhabited by Sophia. He hesitated momentarily before pushing the door open, allowing the candle in his hand to illuminate the vacant space. Clearly, no servants had attended to this room in recent days, as it remained in the state Sophia left it in haste. A modest bed, a simple writing desk, and a few pots of flowers that had withered and decayed, serving as the princely Constantine's living conditions over the past months. This elicited a self-deprecating smile from Augustus. Pondering whether it stemmed from his initial stinginess and foolish aversion, or from Princess Sophia's grace and understanding, he slowly entered the room, realizing that Sophia's favorite color had always been a soft, understated lavender, rather than the striking purple of her dress, something she had mentioned to Augustus, who could also discern it from the items on her bed and the arrangement of her room after she had tidied up. Yet, in his busyness, he had never given it much thought. Standing quietly before the bed where Sophia once slept, he appeared tranquil, lost in contemplation of unspoken thoughts. Finally, his gaze fell upon a lavender-covered notebook peeking from beneath the pillow. He gently extracted it and began to peruse its contents. December 3 RD. Sunny Misa. I have arrived at that little devil's castle in the wasteland, just as you described. Indeed, a barren and desolate place. I know why you insisted on bringing me here. You must realize that even though I have distanced myself from the imperial capital and that filthy family, I cannot escape those sordid affairs or completely forget those shadows. You wish to provide me with a change of scenery, do you not? But while a change of environment is welcome, I must complain. Why did you choose to send me to this desolate place? Would it not have been better to send me to the Dioga dynasty, where you once ventured? Is there not your influence there, ensuring my safety? Moreover, the Dioga dynasty is undoubtedly safer than this wasteland at present. Nevertheless, Misa, I must thank you, but do not expect me to call you Godfather, even though you are indeed 1. December 30th, overcast Misa. Today I ventured out of that wretched little devil's cage alone, but alas, I encountered something revolting not far from the little devil's castle. However, that is of little consequence. I no longer fear such events. What matters is that the wretched little devil showed no remorse and instead reproached me, as if my presence were a burden to him. The question is, why should I be a burden to him? Who does he think he is to expect me to inconvenience him, right? Well, enough of that. In the end, he did arrive just in time, so let's call it even if he did say something quite true. Rather than blaming others for our suffering, we ought to reflect on our own shortcomings though. And by the way, today his sister Elizabeth dined with me, and truly, I like this clever girl who is much like me. Yet, for some reason, I feel envious of her. January 5th. Does it truly never rain in the wasteland? By the way, Misa, do you remember when I told you that the little devil had me help him with something? You must have found it unimaginable, right? To think that this man, who was so outrageous just days ago, would have me organize those tedious materials is indeed absurd. Humph, he is the one who is absurd, particularly since he did not trust the results of my organization and actually attempted to verify them in the field. Unfortunately, he encountered an ambush in Lorland town, where someone sought to kill him. How pitiful it is that he, after such hardship waiting for sunlight, must now face these challenges that he remarked that men are born to endure suffering. Is that truly the case? I do not know. All I know is that at that moment, he stood in front of me, shielding me from those assailants. For some reason, I suddenly felt exceedingly safe, as though I had never felt such security before. Misa, is this what it means to feel secure? January 11th. Sonny, this stubborn fellow insists on going to Sauron City at this time to confront Francis. What is he thinking? Should I secretly send someone to follow him? But he is so proud. Would he not dislike that? Misa, I am somewhat worried about him. Misa, is this what you mean by a love as terrifying as a devil? But then, he is indeed a little devil. Smile. January 31 SD. Sonny, I have seen the series of arrangements he has made and every action he has undertaken. I wonder, is he attempting to transform Alfred's territory into a city akin to the Empire? My heavens, has he lost his mind? Is it truly necessary to undertake such a grand project in this barren land? He would be better off figuring out how to return Alfred to the Empire. Misa, you do not know. You still do not fully understand him. He is genuinely remarkable. Alas, it seems I have truly fallen under the devil's spell, but I am willing that I relish this feeling of not having to consider anything, having him make the decisions for me, and I enjoy this sense of complete carefreeness, knowing that with him around, everything will be just fine. February 2 ND, brilliant sunshine today. He gifted me an ivory necklace, claiming it is quite inexpensive. However, for someone like me, who has never received any gifts, this is truly invaluable. It is unfortunate that this fool only mentioned the lack of stars after presenting the gift, deeming it unsuitable. Does he not realize that I can conjure countless stars? Am I the first person to accept a gift and then return to actively request more? How utterly embarrassing. Yet, I feel a sense of happiness. Misai, he must like me too, right? On February 14th, spring has yet to arrive. Nicholas has come. I am unsure if you are aware of this matter or why you would consent to such a situation. Yet, in comparison to this, which drags me back to that sordid environment, it truly feels insignificant. Misai, I told him. Misai, I confessed my affection for him. But, he does not want me. As Augustus quietly flipped through his diary, his gaze softened. Yet, the evident tear stains on the final page tugged at his heart. He closed the notebook and stood there, gently closing his eyes, the image of the girl lying on the bed, wiping her tears while writing simple words, vividly resurfacing in his mind. Even as her tears fell upon the notebook, she made no effort to wipe them away, and he could picture her wailing as she wrote the last line. His complexion paled instantly, and as he gazed at the pale lavender notebook, his fingers caressed its cover, feeling an acute pain. He bowed his head and murmured, "Fool." Chapter 91. The most exemplary gambler. The incident in the new parish, which caused turmoil in the wasteland, has finally evolved into a dark cloud enveloping the entire expanse, bringing forth flames of war and rivers of blood. Within the city of Tackle, northeast of Soren, desperate wails, frantic escapes, and terrified screams, coupled with the blood and corpses spilling from the southern town into the city, painted a suffocating portrait of hell. And at the center of it all was a young man riding a purebred Caucasian warhorse. He appeared to be around 20. Rugged in appearance, clad in a coarse blood-stained garment, galloping across the uneven dirt roads of Tackle, he swiftly caught up to a middle-aged man who was terrified and shouting as he attempted to flee death. And raised his broadsword high. He laughed maniacally, suddenly bending low mid-charge, cleaving the man in two, thick blood splattering onto his face once more. Yet, he merely wiped away the crimson that obstructed his view and turned his horse away, not casting a single glance at the half-dead man behind him. The civilians hiding behind stone houses trembled in fear, watching the man who resembled a demon, hardly daring to breathe. Fortunately, the young man's eyes betrayed no regard for these wretched commoners. As he let out a boisterous laugh and galloped back towards the southern part of the city, upon his arrival at the unassuming small manor at the city's south, his attendants had already gathered at the entrance. And the entire estate was surrounded by blood and corpses, even the wooden door smeared with blood. He did not dismount but grinned, revealing his stark white teeth, casually inquiring whether all had been slain and confirmed that there were no survivors. After receiving an affirmative response, he surveyed the manor's surroundings, and his eyes suddenly fell upon a pile of weeds within the fence. With a sinister grin, he urged his horse onto the mound. And unsurprisingly, faint cries of agony reached his ears that he ruthlessly trampled the pile at least 5 times before signaling his attendants to lift the weeds. A small boy's corpse, his face a bloody mess, slowly emerged from the debris. The young man suddenly bellowed, "Do you not understand the meaning of total annihilation? Search carefully, leave not a single soul behind." His attendant swordsmen, trembling in fear, hurriedly dispersed to conduct another sweep of the small manor. Bathed in blood and fury, the young man finally returned to the exquisite manor in the northwest corner of Soren City. The purebred Caucasian warhorse, adept at long-distance galloping, ensured he did not take long to arrive. He appeared at the manor entrance as if he had been waiting there all along. Lady Mary watched as the man dismounted, extending his bloodied hand towards her towering chest. She recoiled in disgust, pushing away the bloodied hand, indifferent to the blood staining her own, and coldly remarked, "Has the family of Sir Julian been exterminated? Louis, including Julian, 3 nobles have perished at your hands during this time. I am quite curious to know who you will target next. Do you intend to slay all your servants?" The young man, formerly the second heir to the Marquis of Soren, Master Louis, hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, unfazed by Lady Mary's attitude, and chuckled. "As long as these damned servants dare to harbor thoughts of betrayal, then whomever it may be shall face the same fate." What a commanding and domineering stance. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that you are currently slaughtering mere figurehead servants. When the truly powerful servants from other towns unite in resistance, what will you use to confront them? Your reserve knight order, which barely numbers 300, Louis, must you remain so naive? Lady Mary retorted with a bitter laugh, though it was merely a sardonic one. Louis frowned. Though simple-minded, he was not foolish and certainly caught the undertone of Lady Mary's sarcasm. However, the sight of her ample bosom and curvaceous figure quickly smoothed his furrowed brow, and he laughed again. "What is there to fear? Is not that old dog Francis still around? Moreover, any disturbances within my territory shall be suppressed at the first sign." Which is precisely the old dog's intention. He will undoubtedly support me. Lady Mary found herself at a loss for words. She had initially chosen Louis because of his simplicity, which made him easier to control. But who could have anticipated that a simple mind would indeed be uncomplicated? The question remained, could she truly control this maniac, whose eyes were solely fixated on bloodshed? Francis would undoubtedly support him, perhaps even wishing for him to wipe out Soren's servants, thereby easily seizing control over the territory north of Soren, which he could either hand over to Stuart or take for himself. At that point, what value would Louis hold without any servants? An heir to Soren whom Francis no longer needed to govern the people of Soren. Was it worth maintaining? Lady Mary understood these principles clearly. She should patiently make Louis comprehend them as well. Yet, for some reason, she suddenly felt disinclined to articulate such elementary reasoning. Was it despair? She numbly gazed at Louis, drenched in blood. The burly figure of Master Louis sensed her silence and burst into laughter. Discarding his blood-soaked sword, and hoisted Lady Mary onto his shoulder, striding into the manor. For Louis, the world revolved around slaughter and women. As he walked, Lady Mary, slung over his shoulder, swayed slightly, but remained unresponsive. Her initial plan was sound. Had everything gone smoothly, Francis would certainly require Louis as the public face of the Soren family, allowing her to seize control over him, gradually undermining Soren, and ultimately establishing her own independent kingdom unbeknownst to Francis. However, the problem was that plans can never keep up with changes. Who could have predicted that Soren's first heir, the handsome and charming Master Aetlos, was not only alive but also causing Francis considerable distress? Who could have anticipated that news of a new parish in the wasteland could plunge Francis into such anxiety? Lady Mary was acutely aware that this news had stirred unrest among the inhabitants of Lewis's territory, who were contemplating distancing themselves from the seemingly favorable situation with Francis and aligning with the surviving Aetlos. This realization left her feeling utterly hopeless. It seemed likely that they wouldn't even need to wait for Francis to seize control of the territory still under Lewis's command, if Stuart did not come to take over soon. And if Lewis continued on this foolish path, the roaring lion flag of the Soren family would soon be flying over Soren once more. This was undoubtedly a terrifying thought. Lady Mary understood that when the time came, Lewis's fate would be irrelevant to her. She would face death, as those treacherous nobles eager to curry favor with Aetlos would undoubtedly tear her apart for inciting Lewis to betray the old lion. What could she do? Return to Francis? Impossible. Given Francis's suspicious nature, one could only imagine the dreadful consequences she would face now that he had already acted against Soren out of suspicion. She had no way out. Lady Mary S. had sagged weakly against Lewis's broad shoulder, which was devoid of any safety. Suddenly, she remembered someone and recalled the subtle hints she had planted for that person in Fairy City. A spark ignited in her dull gaze. The most absurd thought took root in her mind, as she recalled the current chaos in the wasteland, which was almost entirely due to that terrifying young man. She instinctively raised her gaze towards the southwest direction of the wasteland that a seed named Hope swiftly took root and began to grow in her mind. She was aware of the absurdity of it, but felt she had no alternative. The unrest in the northwest of Soren City quickly reached the southeastern lands. Due to the pressure stemming from the new parish incident, Francis could no longer fully encircle him. Aetlos, accompanied by his retinue, departed the jungle and temporarily camped on the outskirts of the town of Istanbul. This moment, within his not-so-spacious tent, he faced the loyal servants of Soren, who remained steadfast by his side despite the dire circumstances. He meticulously analyzed their current situation and the actions they should take next, deploying detailed and thorough strategies while remaining ever vigilant against a sudden attack from Francis. My lord, I believe we should focus all our efforts on capturing the small city of Albasan. On one hand, this will expand our operational space, and on the other, Albasan possesses supplies we urgently need. Draped in a tattered gray cloak, Athelas remained handsome, yet his demeanor was marred by an unmistakable air of indifference as he cast a sidelong glance at the Viscount Tolstoy, who had dared to offer him counsel. Within his dwindling circle, Tolstoy undeniably held the most authority, not merely because he was among the first to rally to Athelas' side, but more critically, due to the formidable knightly order he commanded, comprising 200 knights, each boasting an average combat prowess of at least level 3. Thus, Athelas had no choice but to accord this Viscount a significant measure of respect. However, to assume that Tolstoy's allegiance to Athelas stemmed from a genuine loyalty to Soren would be a folly of the highest order. Whenever Athelas recalled the advice or demands that the Viscount had proffered upon first joining him, he could not suppress a sardonic smile that he stated coldly, "I require no room for maneuver, nor do I need so-called supplies. What we ought to do now is to seize the opportunity presented by the reallocation of Francis's knights and annihilate as much of his living forces as possible. As for supplies, if our horses are lacking, we can seize them. If we lack weapons, we can plunder those of the enemy, and if food is scarce, we can likewise appropriate it. Furthermore, roots and weeds shall not render us weak." Indeed, roots and weeds had become the primary sustenance for the once noble Athelas. The Viscount refrained from further speech. His most admirable trait was his reluctance to oppose Athelas in the presence of others. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, and Dmitri, whose footsteps exuded an aura of chill, silently appeared by Athelas' side to report the latest developments from the northwest. Athelas' expression remained unaltered, betraying not the slightest hint of how significant and fortuitous this news was for him. Yet, inevitably, the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly fervent as the remnants of Soren, long tormented by despair, finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. Athelas slowly raised the corners of his lips, surveying his attendants, and narrowed his once charming eyes, decisively proclaiming, "We need a victory that restores confidence to the north." Once those traitors up north realize we are still alive and still fighting, I believe they will choose to return to Soren's embrace. And I, of course, shall not refuse. A rare smile graced his features, albeit the elongated scar across his face rendered it sharp and cruel. I must express my gratitude to my brutal brother. His folly is always so creatively inspired. Laughter erupted within the tent, a harmonious sound that had not been heard in some time. The dawn of hope seemed tantalizingly near. Dawn. The Earl of Stuart, who had also received news of Soren's bloody affairs to the north, furrowed his brow in silence. During this period, he had taken little action, neither aligning himself with Francis as per their initial agreement nor paying heed to the reactions of Louis or Athelus, the two heirs of Soren. He merely withdrew his retinue to the border of Louis's territory, biding his time for the opportune moment. Even though he recognized that the territory promised by Francis was within his grasp, he remained cautiously observant rather than recklessly seizing it. The influence of the new parish was indeed significant. He was uncertain whether Francis could withstand this latest upheaval. Nor did he know if Francis would survive the inevitable confrontation with Alfred, should Athelus be eliminated. Thus, he was unwilling to place all his bets on Francis's precarious balance. True, he harbored ambition, but he was equally prudent and restrained. He understood that survival was the only pathway to realizing his ambition. Once dead, all would be lost, and aspirations would be moot. Yet, according to his understanding of Francis, that cunning old dog renowned for his patience, the situation was not so straightforward. The most skillful gambler was neither the reckless fool who risked everything for the highest stakes nor the timid coward who watched opportunities slip away, but rather the eventual victor willing to forego a portion of gain for a greater triumph. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop his castle, Stuart gazed toward the direction of Soren City, pondering in silence. Is this truly dawn, or merely a grave that Francis has prepared for Athelus? Chapter 92. I shall reason with him. Even when cloaked in the most enchanting dawn, a grave remains a grave. Augustus received word of the turmoil within Louis Soren's territory somewhat later, a delay dictated by geographical factors beyond his control. Yet, almost as soon as his steward had finished outlining the general situation surrounding Soren City, Augustus swiftly concluded that this must be a meticulously laid trap by Francis for Athelus, a grave awaiting his descent. This deduction was not due to any superior insight compared to Earl Stuart. Rather, it was because Stuart, enmeshed in the interests at stake, was a player in the game, while Augustus remained an unequivocal outsider. The so-called observer's clarity allowed Augustus to keenly perceive the underlying intricacies. Setting aside the notes he had been organizing regarding Alfred's upcoming meeting, he met the somewhat perplexed gaze of Elizabeth across the desk and offered a faint smile. There was no doubt regarding Elizabeth's innate brilliance. Over time, Augustus had come to appreciate the remarkable intellect concealed beneath her serene and delicate demeanor. The only aspect in which she seemed to lack was experience. Yet experience is fundamentally proportional to an anomaly like Augustus was a rare exception. He was confident that, given ample time, Elizabeth would undoubtedly surprise this wilderness with her capabilities, perhaps akin to the illustrious Queen Elizabeth of England during the Reformation. No, if she so desired, she could reach even greater heights. Augustus was generous with his words, elucidating for Elizabeth, I wager that the lethargic Louis, who finds even thinking a chore, has undoubtedly been incited by Francis to brazenly initiate a bloody purge within his own territory. This is a strategy that serves Francis doubly well if Athelus remains inactive. Then once the servants of Louis have perished, it will be a simple matter for him to claim the territory himself or hand it over to Stuart without any hindrance. Conversely, if Athelus cannot restrain himself, splendid. That is precisely the outcome Francis most desires. Why? Let us consider how Athelus might act under such circumstances. Elizabeth furrowed her brow slightly. Her exquisite features, though undeniably youthful, bore an air of remarkable calm. To hope for Athelus to breach Soren City and enter Louis's territory to rescue his subjects is unrealistic. He currently lacks the capability. Thus, he is left with but one choice: to mount a sizable counteroffensive within his limited territory, achieving victory and demonstrating it to those subjects who ultimately belong to the Soren family. In doing so, they will rally to his side, uniting to overthrow Louis and cooperating with him in the north, thereby creating greater troubles for Francis. Augustus, who had never doubted Elizabeth's intelligence, nodded in appreciation and remarked, indeed, this is his best option. Yet, at the same time, this is what makes Francis so remarkable. He understands that the upheaval in the new parish not only prevents Soren's subjects from siding with him, but also plunges him into a position of profound passivity. If he does not resolve this, he will be utterly overwhelmed by the ramifications of this news. Thus, he must swiftly complete the encirclement of Athelas and subsequently manage the fallout from this revelation. His plan is simple. As long as Athelas gathers all his forces in an attempt to secure a victory, Francis will ensure that all of Athelas's might is extinguished overnight. But has not Francis already withdrawn part of his knights back to his own territory for defense? On what grounds can he annihilate Athelas's entire force? Look, even you doubt Francis's capability, which only bolsters Athelas's confidence. Yet the crux of the matter is that you all seem to have forgotten the recent events. The general consensus was that Soren's knights, especially the heavy cavalry, were formidable enough, and that Francis was wholly incapable of overcoming Soren's strength. But what was the outcome? Never underestimate this cunning wolf. Its most potent force always lies hidden from view. Elizabeth pondered for a moment, her expression revealing a subtle hint of concern as she softly inquired, "Is Athelas certain to be deceived by Francis's faade? Under normal circumstances, he might not fall for it, but now, he is quite likely to be misled. The reasons are twofold. On one hand, having been cornered for so long, the sudden glimmer of hope will incite his greed, causing him to overlook the superficial doubts. On the other hand, he must be deceived, as he needs to provide an explanation to those who still follow him. They are unlikely to perceive the treachery at play, so even if Athelas is unwilling, those around him will indirectly pressure him into engaging in this battle of practical significance. This is Athelas's greatest tragedy. Of course, in truth, Athelas has another option, but considering that choice amounts to suicide, the rational part of him is unlikely to make a decision that only a madman would contemplate. Elizabeth fell silent, lowering her head to bury her face among the documents scattered across the desk, quietly asking, "Brother, will you intervene in this matter?" Augustus gazed softly at Elizabeth, whose expression he could not discern. His eyes filled with tenderness. He understood that Elizabeth was worried about Ateras, a concern that likely transcended mere emotions. Representing a rare flicker of kindness amidst a filthy environment, logically, this so-called kindness ought not to exist. Yet, what Augustus most desired to witness was precisely this exceptional benevolence in his sister. He stubbornly believed that he alone could shoulder all the filth, and thus, he was willing to go to any lengths to protect the remnants of beauty within her character. With a smile, he teasingly remarked, "Are you hoping for your brother to intervene, yet fearing that Ateras' survival might bring him great trouble in the future?" Elizabeth kept her head down. Augustus calmly replied, "Do not burden yourself with such unfounded worries. It's merely Ateras. Even if I were to create 10 enemies just like him, what of it?" This was foolishness, yet it was also a form of pride. Elizabeth instantly lifted her gaze, catching the meaning behind Augustus's words. Concealing her emotion, she managed a difficult smile. "But do we not have a peace treaty with Francis?" However, Donald has no such peace treaty with Francis. This implied a suggestion for Donald to assist Ateras. Although Elizabeth understood that Augustus had become unexpectedly powerful upon his awakening, a strength that sometimes left her in disbelief, she had to concede that, at least in the wasteland, no one could threaten Augustus in terms of cunning schemes. Moreover, "I cannot stand by and watch Francis utterly destroy Ateras, only to secure his own position. You must understand, Alfred has only just begun to flourish, and once Francis establishes himself, even if he dares not declare war on Alfred, he will undoubtedly employ covert means to undermine Alfred's promising trajectory. Thus I need Ateras to slow Francis's progress." This was likely the ultimate reason Augustus was willing to assist Ateras. Elizabeth, unperturbed, smiled brightly. Whether this was indeed the reason or simply Augustus's desire to spare her feelings was inconsequential. He was her brother after all. Having resolved this matter, Augustus recognized that the impending conflict between Francis and Ateras would likely set a significant tone in the near future, regardless of who lived or died, who triumphed or faltered. This decisive battle would surely lead both parties to a period of calm, which was undoubtedly unfavorable for Alfred. After all, the most beneficial scenario for Alfred would be for them to remain embroiled in relentless warfare, leaving no time to attend to Alfred, allowing him to continue his rapid development. Yet, the situation had come to this point, and Augustus could not alter this overarching theme, but he understood that his next priority was to address the troubles brought forth by Christopher. Ensuring that neither Francis nor Christopher could simultaneously obstruct Alfred's development Handling the disturbances of two formidable adversaries would be far from easy, even if not fatal. He casually pulled out the documents that old Vernon had just delivered that morning. Muttering to himself, I must devise a counterattack against Christopher. Elizabeth, who had just returned her focus to work, looked up in astonishment. How to counterattack? Given Alfred's current situation, defense indeed seemed nearly invincible, but counterattacking, it appeared there was no offensive strength at all. Perhaps sensing Elizabeth's confusion, Augustus explained, we need to find a way to provoke Christopher into launching a direct and open attack on Alfred, rather than his usual covert maneuvers. Elizabeth grew even more perplexed. Christopher was no fool. Aware that Alfred, fortified by the Knights of the Faith, was virtually invulnerable, how could he possibly attack Alfred? Augustus met her gaze with a smile, yet his seriousness was palpable. I will reason with him, informing him that his underhanded tactics are both unbecoming and unethical. Chapter 93. The beginning of sin. Since reasoning was necessary, whether through subtle hints or face-to-face discussions, Augustus would ultimately need to send someone to Christopher's territory. Naturally, it could not be him. The circumstances were entirely different from when he faced Francis that time. There was no deep-seated animosity between Alfred and Francis. Merely the rising Alfred had alerted the ambitious Francis to a threat, prompting him to attempt Augustus's demise. Once Francis realized Augustus was not as easily vanquished as he had imagined, he might temporarily abandon his intentions. In contrast, Augustus had no doubt that upon his arrival in Christopher's domain, he would be met with a formidable siege from Christopher's retinue of knights, leaving him no opportunity to reason, and he would be swiftly overwhelmed beneath their iron hooves, reduced to nothingness. Thus, Augustus found himself in a dimly lit room behind Alfred's castle, facing a servant about to journey to Christopher's territory to convey the message. The cramped room, cluttered with debris, had no windows, nor any semblance of a proper bed. Only a layer of straw spread across the floor, squalid and decayed, with the air thick with a rancid stench. Augustus stood calmly within. Before him were 6 native children of Alfred, carefully selected by old Vernon, the eldest being 17 and the youngest merely 14. Apart from their tattered clothing, their most striking characteristic was their remarkably bright eyes, a stark contrast to the vacant and dull gazes of most wasteland dwellers. These bright eyes occasionally revealed wariness, cunning, and greed, and further scrutiny unveiled a shared history of suffering, for they were all orphans not uncommon within Alfred's domain. Augustus's gaze finally settled on a 15-year-old boy with brown hair and a grimy face, whose eyes held the most aggressive glint. He possessed a name suggestive of nobility, Lister, without a surname. According to the information gathered by old Vernon, Lister's family had faced tragedy when, during the winter of his 7th year, a lich invasion compelled the peasants to migrate towards Soren city. Due to a lack of provisions, his father had killed their mother to feed the children, cooking a pot of rich broth, leaving no remains. By the time Lister turned 10, hunger forced his father to sell his sister for a bourbon coin, struggling to keep Lister alive until the winter of his 12th year. When he finally succumbed to his own wretched existence, that cruel and twisted man had told Lister before his death, I must descend to hell to apologize to your mother. Remember, you live not only for yourself, but for me, for your mother who flows in your veins, and for your sister who traded her days for your sustenance. You must not let anyone bully you. That would be to bully your family. From that moment, 12-year-old Lister had never again been bullied. All who mocked or tormented him paid a heavy price for their actions. Augustus was oblivious to how thoroughly old Vernon had gathered such details. Yet he had no doubt about their accuracy. He regarded the resilient child, miraculously adept in second-level combat energy, and expressionlessly stated, I need you to undertake a task for me, to tell a story to commoners in a place entirely unfamiliar to you. The tale is somewhat intricate. It must convey to more people that Christopher and Alfred do not share the amicable friendship they appear to have. In fact, due to the Earl of Alfred's past attempts to establish a new parish in the wasteland, Christopher, forsaking the Lord, harbored resentment and ultimately attacked Alfred's castle, killing the Earl who sought to bring light to the wasteland. There are several key points to note. Do not confuse the surnames Alfred and Christopher, and ensure the reasons behind Christopher's attack on Alfred are varied and rich. Indeed, the more who know, the better. You may die. If so, curse me in hell, but if you survive, I promise a future beyond your imagination. Perhaps it was his mention of the future that made the 6 greedy children's eyes shine even brighter. Ambition? Who dares assert that the common folk, struggling on the brink of death, possessed less ambition than the so-called nobility. Then came the child of the devil, Lister, who not only dared to meet Augustus's gaze, but also unabashedly revealed his covetousness with a cruel smile. Esteemed noble lord, you are born to heights above us, easily deciding the fates of us lowly folk, that I know you are not here to consult us, but rather to inform us. Even if we oppose you, we could never leave alive, could we? What a clever child indeed. Augustus nodded indifferently. Lister grinned, displaying his neat white teeth, and said, Then, since death is inevitable, may I request an advance on a portion of this unimaginable future you speak of? Perhaps it was the unabashed aggression in his gaze, or perhaps Augustus's instinctive rejection of such demands, but he frowned and replied succinctly, Speak. In the shadowy realm of Alfred, a future cloaked in darkness, a demon drenched in blood, and harvesting the severed heads of enemies under Alfred's shadow made an absurd demand that Augustus could never have fathomed. Pointing at Augustus's impeccably tailored long coat, his eyes ablaze with desire, he declared, I wish to experience the feeling of wearing it. Augustus was momentarily taken aback. Yet, without hesitation, he removed his coat and approached the audacious youth, draping it over his shoulders, saying, I await your return alive to return it to me. It seemed that Liszt found this young nobleman unlike any he had encountered before. Still, the notion of surrendering his tainted soul was but a ludicrous jest. His grimy hands caressed the black coat upon his shoulders as if it were the body of a lover. Lowering his gaze, Liszt whispered in a voice inaudible to others, Hey, did you see that? Only a noble can don such a coat. As he departed from the suffocating dark room, it was evident that his first step towards reason was to halt Augustus, who had thrust 6 innocent children into the abyss of death. He stood at the threshold, gazing at his hands, his expression indifferent. Had he finally succumbed to sin? Yet this was merely the beginning. That a cruel smile crept across his face as he tilted his head towards the blinding sun. Aware that no matter how radiant the light, it could never cleanse the inevitable sins he would bear, old Vernon approached quietly, inquiring, Shall we send someone to follow these children? This bore 2 meanings: to prevent the children from disappearing upon reaching Christopher's territory, and if they vanished or perished, those from the past could execute Augustus's plans. Augustus, ever cautious and detail-oriented, had no reason to oppose this suggestion. However, he unexpectedly shook his head and softly replied, I trust they will not easily give up or meet their demise. Nobility born of privilege must not be underestimated. As their forebears, who bestowed glory and wealth, teach them to be fools who hide daggers behind smiles. Similarly, the humble commoners, born of suffering, also demand respect, for in their struggle for survival, they forge a resilient and cunning system of existence, adept at finding fertile and secure ground for their survival. Chapter 94. Constructing the power structure of Alfred. Having completed the initial step of reasoning with Christopher, Augustus promptly set about implementing adjustments to Alfred's power structure, a task of utmost urgency, especially as Alfred found itself in the nascent stages of rapid development. The ineffective and positive power structure would undoubtedly prolong this developmental process. However, this was no simple endeavor. Even though Augustus had essentially established his dictatorial position during the first Alfred meeting, any involvement with the fundamental interests of his servants could lead to covert sabotage by these cunning nobles, even if they dared not openly defy him. Thus, Augustus aimed to persuade his servants to accept his adjustments rather than resorting to coercion. The meeting convened in the drawing room of Alfred Castle. The choice of this relatively gentle setting not only reflected Augustus's disposition, but was also strategic. Having previously delved into psychology, he understood that the more familial and intimate the environment, the more it could mitigate inherent human wariness and promote effective communication. Clearly, Augustus had put considerable thought into this meeting. Resembling a banquet more than a conference, the long table was adorned with lavish dishes. And although the servants had been informed of a meeting, Augustus refrained from mentioning work-related matters, ensuring that every adult's glass was filled to at least 1/3 with crimson wine. He expressed gratitude for their solidarity through a series of arduous trials. His words were sincere and detailed, completely overturning the hardened persona he had crafted during the last meeting, leaving the Alfred servants bewildered. Was this truly the young count who had decisively sent Baron Bastoff to the gallows? Of course, bewilderment aside, despite Augustus's newfound humility, those servants who had witnessed his iron-fisted methods would only engage in superficial pleasantries. None would dare believe that the perpetually smiling young count was genuinely amiable. Instead, They savored the exquisite wine while racking their brains over the true nature of the meeting, which seemed far from the mere gathering he had implied. The pre-meeting dinner concluded amicably, and once the maids cleared the remnants from the table, Augustus specifically instructed to leave the red wine, smiling at his servants as he said, "Let us commence the meeting." The serious matters at hand prompted the Alfred servants to instinctively straighten their postures. Augustus gestured for old Vernon to distribute the meeting agenda he had prepared to each of the assembled lords, then remarked, "These are some recent issues concerning Alfred, along with my proposed solutions. I present them for your reference. Considering your age and experience, I sincerely wish to hear your thoughts. Thoughts? What if expressing an opinion in one moment led to being executed in the next?" The Alfred servants exchanged knowing glances, burying their heads in the documents, resolved not to offer any opinions whatsoever. Whatever the Count decided was how it would be, for ultimately, Alfred was his Alfred. Moreover, the young Count, despite his lack of experience, would not plunge Alfred into the abyss, having miraculously navigated it thus far. With this burdensome mindset, the lords of Alfred's towns perused the documents with disinterest. However, it was not long before sharp breaths filled the air, their anxiety palpable as several lords clenched their fists tightly. The atmosphere in the drawing room grew increasingly tense. Even the candles on the long dining table flickered violently. Yet intriguingly, despite the rising anger and repression, no one dared to voice the opinions Augustus sought. More alarmingly, the servants, wary of their young count detecting their barely concealed fury, averted their gazes, focusing intently on the glaring agenda. Augustus appeared oblivious to the sudden shift in mood, maintaining his gentle smile as he said, "There is no need for concern. Please voice any differing opinions. You should have a general understanding of me by now, and thus know I am genuinely soliciting your input. Otherwise, should I make a decision unilaterally, this meeting would lose its purpose." While he spoke thus, the memory of Baron Bastof's fate in Sia's city loomed large in their minds. Coupled with the young count's formidable prowess and the fearsome power that loomed over them all, who would dare risk their necks to test whether the young count was sincere or merely probing? The atmosphere thickened with tension, stifling and oppressive, as Augustus waited, smiling. In the midst of it all, at last, Sir Leo, hailing from the Alfred knightly order and yet untainted by too much of the nobility's vices, bravely lifted his gaze. This young knight, who had sacrificed an arm for Alfred, set aside his document and summoned his courage, saying, "My lord, I can understand your intent to allocate land within each lord's territory to the commoners, as you seek to invigorate their enthusiasm for cultivating the soil. However, once the land is granted to the commoners, it becomes their private property, which seems inappropriate. After all, commoners are merely commoners, and all they possess must belong to their lord." Pausing briefly, Sir Leo surveyed the other lords, who encouraged him with their gaze, before meeting Augustus's unabashed admiration, continuing, "Furthermore, regarding your tax proposal, if the land is given to the commoners, the tax would solely be levied by Alfred, depriving the lords of their vital financial resources. Surely, you cannot expect the lords to toil in the fields like the commoners, who then would manage the towns for you." Having hit upon the crux of the issue, Augustus smiled genuinely. Whether Sir Leo spoke out of principle or self-interest was of little consequence to him, and he acknowledged Leo with a nod, refraining from explanation, and instead scanned the surrounding servants, asking, "Does anyone have anything to add?" As anticipated, no one spoke up. With the fool Leo having made his bold statement, that sufficed. Augustus, dismissing the subtle thoughts of his servants with a smile, declared, "Very well, let us first address the matter at hand. Sir Leo speaks with merit. Distributing land to the common folk is indeed a means to invigorate their enthusiasm for tilling the soil. That it is well known that the territory of Alfred is currently populated by a significant number of commoners. If we do not swiftly convert these individuals into productive forces, it will pose a considerable burden upon Alfred, a sentiment that I believe none would contest. Thus, I assert that only by fully entrusting the land to the commoners, allowing them to recognize it as their private property, will they exert their utmost efforts in cultivation." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Of course, I am aware that suddenly compelling you to relinquish your lands to the commoners may elicit discontent. However, one must ponder, how can we expect those wretched commoners to labor willingly without offering them a taste of reward?" At this juncture, Augustus was acutely aware that persuading these so-called nobles necessitated adopting their perspective of self-interest. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Furthermore, regarding taxation, The rationale behind Alfred's centralized collection of taxes from all towns within his domain is rooted in the need for equitable distribution. Should each town be permitted to determine its own tax rate, it is inevitable that disparities would arise. For instance, should Greentown impose a lower tax rate, commoners would flock there, while neighboring Saya City, burdened by higher taxes, would languish in desolation, ultimately breeding discord. A scenario I trust none of you wish to witness. This point was universally acknowledged, for the self-serving nobles invariably pursued maximal gain, often blind to their own shortcomings. Yet, to expect them to willingly surrender their vested interests based solely on this rationale was patently unrealistic. Perhaps emboldened by Leo's boldness, which had unexpectedly garnered the Countess' approval, a seasoned noble from Alfred's ranks, Baron Urente of Saya City, cautiously rose and offered a simple bow to Augustus before proposing. "My lord, while we cannot refute the issues you raise, I have a suggestion. Let Alfred set the tax rates, and each town shall strictly adhere to them, while maintaining the right to collect taxes independently. Is this acceptable? After all, we are your servants, yet according to tradition, we possess absolute authority over our respective territories." Augustus maintained his smile, seemingly intent on pursuing a path of gentleness. He replied, "Baron, your suggestion appears sound at first glance. Yet consider this. Take your Saya City as an example. What is its size compared to D City? If both are subjected to the same tax rate, the revenue you can generate will undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of D City. Will you not then demand a reassessment of territorial boundaries?" Baron Urente paused momentarily, and it was evident that the other lords were beginning to grasp the implications of this line of reasoning. Yet, to pursue this thought further would imply yet another division of their territories, a prospect that seemed impractical. Thus, they could only await Augustus's next words. Indeed, Augustus had his own agenda, smiling as he remarked, "Ultimately, the reason you are reluctant to implement this regulation stems from the fact that Alfred has usurped your rights to tax collection, resulting in your losses, which you find unacceptable. Is this not so?" Observing his servant's hesitance to admit this truth, Augustus pressed on, "That is indeed the case, that I acknowledge that Alfred has encroached upon your interests. Therefore, as compensation, I shall share with you the imperial trade routes currently under Alfred's control, to offset the losses incurred from taxation. You may deliberate on whether this proposal is feasible." The notion of sharing imperial trade routes, essentially smuggling, did not escape the astute town lords, who quickly displayed glimmers of avarice. They were well aware that the Order of the Protectors, stationed in the wastelands, had allowed Alfred to gain near total control over smuggling routes, the profits from which far surpassed those derived from barren lands. Hence, when Augustus proposed this exchange, the thought of refusal became increasingly difficult to entertain. However, before they could voice their acceptance, Augustus interjected with a smile. "Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. I shall allow you time to contemplate it. If all is agreeable, we shall proceed accordingly. Now, let us move on to the next agenda item. Henceforth, no town lord shall maintain a private order of knights. Aside from the standard complement of approximately 50 guards, all knightly orders shall be integrated into Alfred's Iris Knights, with knights dispatched by Alfred to garrison and patrol each town." Undoubtedly, this proposal was met with even greater dissent. Not only was Augustus's demeanor today notably mild, but the recent achievements related to the excavation of the Nile also carried substantial weight. Baron Marshal of Greentown was the first to vehemently oppose, clearly articulating his stance. "The taxes have been surrendered to Alfred, and if we are to relinquish our knights as well, what authority remains for us lords? We would become mere figureheads. To this." Augustus did not flinch, maintaining his smile as he posed a question to his servants. "Why do you require knightly orders? Is it not to safeguard Alfred's interests? If so, what harm is there in having all knights unified under Alfred's command?" Marshal candidly admitted, "It is indeed to protect Alfred, but concurrently, we must ensure our own safety and interests." Augustus calmly countered, "Do you believe that once the knights are under Alfred's unified command, he would neglect the well-being of his servants? That is inconceivable, unless you harbor ulterior motives." The Baron, unaccustomed to such intricate political maneuvering, found himself at a loss for words, while Baron Urente appeared visibly conflicted, as if he sensed that the young count was systematically dismantling their dominion over their territories and disarming them, thereby creating a more favorable environment for the contemptible commoners. Yet, he could not fathom why the count would pursue such a course. That it was entirely reasonable for him to feel perplexed. The true essence of Augustus's actions was driven by self-interest. orchestrating a meeting steeped in conspiratorial undertones. In fact, Augustus might not even be fully aware that his decisions, informed by memories and experiences from his previous life, aimed to transform the deeply entrenched system of slavery into a feudal structure, transitioning his servants from the status of slaves to that of hired hands. This was undoubtedly a progressive reform that could potentially incite significant upheaval. It is worth noting that had this transformation not been confined to Alfred's territory, and had Augustus's earlier authoritative methods not left a profound impression on the nobles, the feasibility of such decisions would have been considerably diminished. To illustrate, consider Martial. Previously, he was a servant to Augustus, while simultaneously possessing his own servants. Theoretically, Augustus had no right to directly govern Martial's servants. Now, however, Augustus was effectively dismantling Martial's authority, seeking to seize control over all matters within his domain. In essence, he was brazenly overthrowing the former pyramid of power established by Alfred and reconstructing a power structure of his own. While this may seem a distant concern, it is essential to recognize that Augustus, fully aware of the futility of naive idealism in altering the world, was not contemplating such grand designs. Instead, he sought to create the most conducive environment for Alfred's development according to his vision. As the lords were on the verge of once again expressing vehement opposition to his proposal, Augustus gently suggested, "Please take your time to consider," and momentarily set this discussion aside to proceed to the next agenda item. Thus, the suppressed anger of the nobles gave way to a realization. While their lords appeared to be engaging in discussion with them, in reality, they possessed no authority to alter Augustus's determinations. The notions of gentleness and democracy were mere facades, masks worn by this cunning deceiver, whose true nature was that of an unassailable dictator, driven by an insatiable thirst for control. Chapter 95. The sword in hand, what had begun as a cordial meeting gradually descended into a stifling atmosphere, persisting until its conclusion, perhaps sensing that Augustus had merely adopted a gentler facade to disguise his intrinsic authoritarianism, or perhaps recognizing that the subsequent agenda items would prove equally burdensome as those concerning finance and military power. No further objections were raised. Regardless of Augustus's affability, the lords would no longer place their trust in this shrewd manipulator. Consequently, when all topics had been addressed, the somber gathering was declared adjourned. In any case, they would have time to contemplate their next steps, having resolved to endure the young count's maneuvers. However, their plans were swiftly disrupted before they could even exit the castle's grand hall. Augustus, seated at the head of the long banquet table, stood up to bid farewell to the departing lords, suddenly remarking with a smile, "By the way, I trust 3 days will suffice for you to provide me with a definitive response." 3 days. The lords' expressions turned complex, a mix of anger and suppressed frustration. Yet, what could they do? What dared they do? Dragging their heavy feet toward the castle's doors, it was almost unnecessary to surmise that this group of lords had already begun to devise their strategies for counteraction. However, as they reached the threshold, Augustus spoke again, his tone calm and measured. "Perhaps it would be prudent to consider this from another perspective. Alfred has already relinquished to you the substantial profits that smuggling can yield. Is it not reasonable to expect some cost in return? Opportunities to effortlessly acquire such a vast fortune are rare indeed. As for the matter of the knight's order, I am willing to concede a point. For the time being, we shall proceed according to my plan. Once Alfred is firmly established, I will not impede your efforts to reconstruct your own order. Please believe me when I say that I sincerely hope you will give this serious consideration." The lords halted in their tracks, turning to gaze at their count, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that Augustus would willingly take a step back, while they understood that this concession bore little difference from a complete withdrawal? As once Alfred was secure, their capacity to resist the count would likely diminish, at least psychologically. They found it somewhat more palatable. Especially in light of Augustus' consistently gentle demeanor throughout this meeting, they realized that regardless of their acceptance, they ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Unbeknownst to them, even the most cunning and shrewd among them, Baron Laurent, failed to perceive that Augustus' tactic of first instilling despair before offering hope was a rather simple stratagem. Augustus was masterful in his manipulation of human emotions. After bidding farewell to his servants, Augustus took a brief respite, for one should not underestimate the challenge of negotiating with these lords from various towns. The impoverished are acutely aware of wealth and power, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade them to relinquish their fundamental noble rights. Coupled with Augustus' chosen gentle approach, which itself was a laborious endeavor, He found himself constantly attuned to the emotions of the lords, necessitating frequent adjustments to his stance. To assert that it was not exhausting would be a gross understatement. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Augustus had reason to believe that when his plan was formally enacted, the resistance would not be insurmountable. Of course, should these nobles surprise him with unexpected defiance, Augustus would not mind seeing the gallows outside his castle come into operation once more. After resting for a few minutes, Augustus raised his gaze to the darkening sky outside the castle and made his way to the study on the second floor. Inside, Elizabeth was still meticulously organizing Augustus' detailed work regarding the adjustment of the power structure. Since a unified tax system was to be established, it was imperative that Alfred take the lead in formulating reasonable taxation measures. This task was suited to Elizabeth, who was already familiar with the circumstances of each territory and adept at handling such intricate matters. In essence, Augustus was at the helm, guiding Alfred forward, while Elizabeth managed the myriad details. Together, the siblings formed the core foundation of the Alfred family. Sitting opposite Elizabeth, Augustus exchanged a knowing smile with her before both returned to their respective tasks. Engaging in little idle chatter, during the course of their work, Elizabeth suddenly inquired, "Brother, based on your vision, establishing a tax and finance department for Alfred, coupled with the necessity for all knightly forces within his territory to be under his direct control, have you considered that this resembles an imperial royal power structure? Are you intent on fashioning Alfred into another royal court?" Augustus paused, momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated such a notion. His current ideas were merely a synthesis of his past experiences. However, he could hardly explain to Elizabeth the wisdom of his previous life. Instead, he offered a self-deprecating smile, saying, "There is nothing particularly strange about this. After all, we carry the blood of traitors within us." Elizabeth smiled knowingly, her intelligence preventing her from probing further. The following day, upon returning to the castle after his usual training sessions, Augustus found Captain Kayshane waiting in the castle's parlor. Recently, with the generous support from the secondary families of the wasteland and the smooth operation of the gold mine, Augustus had finally alleviated the food supply crisis and found himself with some disposable income. Naturally, with money in hand, Augustus was eager to convert this gold into Alfred's strength. The conversion process was rather conventional, as winter had not yet fully receded. No new adventurers had congregated in the coniferous forests of the wasteland. Augustus instructed Kayshane to recruit in the imperial province of Noir, specifying that while the demands were not excessive, a minimum requirement of level 5 combat energy was essential to fortify the core of Alfred's Knights Order. Consequently, Kayshane returned with 10 swordsmen she had recruited during this time. While the number may seem modest, considering the costs associated with maintaining knights, 10 was the utmost Augustus could currently manage, based on market prices. A standard mixed-breed Caucasian warhorse for a knight fluctuated around 150 bourbon gold coins, and purebreds were out of the question, likely costing at least 500 coins, along with the armor, protective gear, weapons, and the substantial ongoing support needed for each knight. The cost of maintaining one knight exceeded 500 coins, implying that merely for 10 swordsmen, Augustus would incur a staggering expense of 5,000 bourbon gold coins. However, as is often the case, investment brings returns. Augustus calculated that he now possessed 41 true knights. While approximately 60 reserve knights boasted an average combat energy level of 4. This meant he had preliminarily established a knightly order of about 100, which, though perhaps insignificant in the wasteland, represented a considerable achievement for Augustus, who had begun with nearly zero strength upon taking over Alfred. More importantly, this was an unequivocally direct force belonging to him and Alfred. After discussing these matters, Kayshane handed Augustus a letter from Baron Rudolph of Fairy City. Upon opening the letter, Augustus' previously cheerful demeanor faltered. Baron Obila, who was to face judgment, has suddenly vanished. Obila had fled, recalling his plump and cunning uncle. Augustus was struck with shock and suddenly realized he had underestimated Baron Obila. It was likely that Obila had foreseen the consequences of Augustus' departure from Fairy City and knew he would not escape unscathed. However, the question lingered. If that were the case, why did Obila not disappear when Augustus first left Fairy City? Why, after a prolonged period of autonomy, did he wait until concluding his affairs with Baron Rudolph before vanishing? Could it be that he merely harbored a sliver of hope, believing he could evade Augustus, only to be compelled to flee upon Rudolph's arrival? Augustus found the situation far too intricate to decipher. He swiftly began to analyze the potential negative impacts of Obila's disappearance. Fortunately, while the repercussions could not be avoided, given the secrets Obila possessed regarding Alfred, it seemed highly improbable that he could overturn the now firmly established Alfred. This was the best news for Augustus. What he urgently needed to do was locate Obila and neutralize this threat as swiftly as possible. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon the second piece of news. Sophia had returned to the imperial capital. Indeed, there was no longer any necessity for her to remain in Fairy City. Misa had left a letter for her in the capital, and she had hastily sent her belongings from the Alfred castle back. As the first in line to inherit the Constantine family, it was imperative for her to return to the heart of her family to confront her responsibilities. The understated and modest carriage rolled along the road away from Fairy City. Watching the belongings she had once taken to Alfred's castle, Sophia's expression was frigid. The past was, after all, the past. She allowed for regrets but would not permit herself to wallow in them. In recent days, she had endeavored to comprehend that all of this stemmed from a moment of impulsiveness, a youthful folly. Though she occasionally felt a pang of sorrow, she calmly picked up the glaring lavender notebook among her belongings, repeatedly reminding herself to linger one last time, to savor one final memory. As the distance from Fairy City widened and from the wasteland increased, Sophia gently opened the notebook. The vivid images from her past resurfaced in her mind, clearer than ever. Was it truly just an impulse? Her previously composed demeanor slowly succumbed to melancholy. Upon reaching the final page, maintaining her tranquility and composure became impossible. She stared at the familiar handwriting at the bottom of the page. A slight smile gracing her lips, akin to a curse, yet almost a whisper. Though she remained silent until the very end, her eyes fixated on those written words, tears began to flow down her delicate cheeks, pooling on her neck and the floor of the carriage. If I do not wield a sword, I cannot protect you. If I continuously grip a sword, I cannot hold you close. Chapter 96. The Tomb of Sauron. The tides, long concealed in the shadows of the wasteland, have finally surged forth, engulfing the desolate expanse in the throes of war. Outside the city of Albasan, situated to the south of Sauron's realm, the ground is overrun with wild grasses and strewn with gravel. Two knightly orders, nearly equal in size yet starkly distinct in their banners, stand poised at a distance of approximately 300 meters, ready to unleash a fierce charge that will irrevocably intertwine their fates. Under the banner of the roaring lion, the ever-unyielding Viscount Torst, his vision unclouded by the confines of a helmet, exhales heavily as he restrains his restless steed. Squinting into the distance, he surveys the opposing Francis knightly order, numbering around 300, a thrill coursing through him. Indeed, he has ample cause for excitement. Behind him assembles a force of over 400 knights, the remnants of Sauron's legacy, boasting an overwhelming numerical advantage. Having evaded confrontation with the Francis knights for so long, their lances and great swords are hungry for action, and he is eager to believe that this will culminate in a decisive victory. The neighing of warhorses fills the air. Though neither side has yet received the command to charge, an electric restlessness permeates the atmosphere. Not only is Viscount Torst breathing labored, the knights behind him echo his anticipation, struggling to suppress their primal exhilaration, as if on the verge of unleashing the demons within. The biting wind stirs the dust from the ground, swirling it into the air. Torst slowly draws his great sword from its sheath, the blade scraping against the hilt with a sharp, metallic ring that pierces through the clamor surrounding him. He leans forward, raising his gleaming sword toward the enemy, and bellows. Only blood can bury deep-seated hatred and restore glory. Glory! The resonant cheer of the knightly order reverberates, shaking the very earth beneath them as the warhorses roar in response. At that moment, the Francis knightly order, too, receives the command to charge, and the two factions resolutely launch into their final assault across the open wasteland. With the shrill sounds of clashing lances and swords echoing in the air, both orders adopt the standard formation of lancers at the forefront, followed by swordsmen, maximizing the devastating impact of their cavalry's high-velocity charge. The swirling dust envelopes the battlefield. For the charging knights, the 300 meters evaporate in mere moments, and as soon as the command is given, the two orders collide with a thunderous crash, becoming a chaotic maelstrom to the forefront. The lancers of both the Francis and Roaring Lion orders thrust their weapons into the hearts of their foes or their mounts, causing a tumultuous cascade of bodies, both horse and rider tumbling in the wake of the impact. The lancers, with their unyielding force and staggering casualties, lead the charge into a mutual annihilation. Following closely are the swordsmen, who, capitalizing on the void left by the lancers, engage in the true struggle that will determine the fate of the battlefield. The sounds of swords clashing against shields, the sickening thud of blades piercing flesh, and the agonized cries of the wounded intertwine, painting a grim and despairing portrait of a bloody hell. War, after all, is the most ferocious of demons, stepping over the corpses of enemies and comrades alike. Both knightly orders seek to devour the life, and even the souls, of their adversaries that a warhorse, knocked down by the tremendous force of impact and now bereft of its rider, stumbles to its feet in a panic. A knight, having lost his mount, quickly scrambles to the ground, rises, and with a mighty swing of his great sword, cleaves down an opponent, yet in that very instant, as he turns, a charging knight drives a lance into his back, piercing through to his heart, lifting his body aloft before discarding it. Blood splatters, saturating the entire battlefield. Where is the glory? Where is the courage? Here, only the primal slaughtering demons lurking deep within humanity reign supreme. Wiping the blood from his eyes, Torst drives his great sword into the throat of an oncoming knight, withdrawing it without a glance at the fallen foe. He surveys the battlefield. Victory is within grasp. Almost visibly, the scales of triumph lean ever so slowly towards the banner of the roaring lion. Torst lets out a raucous laugh, claiming another knight's life through the sheer force of his steed's charge. His face, along with his rugged beard, now stained with blood, the enemy dwindles, and victory draws near. Just as the roaring lion order appears poised to breach the heart of the Francis Knights, Torst feels he is on the cusp of caressing the face of victory's goddess, when suddenly, chaos ensues. From the barren edges of the open ground, what was once a wasteland of desolation begins to quiver, the grass swaying violently, and the gravel beneath shifts as if disturbed. Torst looks up just in time to see a straight black line emerging in his line of sight, growing ever closer until it reveals itself in full. A knightly order draped in black robes, advancing from the distance, flanking them on either side. Clearly, they had lain in wait, hidden from view, biding their time for this very moment. Who else, save for Francis, would command an unarmored knightly order? Torst's heart sinks. This is a trap, a conspiracy, an insidious plot to extinguish the last flicker of Sauron's flame. But it is too late for realization to save him. Torst's voice, hoarse and desperate, rings out to the knights around him. Retreat. Yet there is no time for a complete withdrawal. The two knightly orders are already entangled in combat, and after the high-velocity charge and ensuing slaughter, the roaring lion order inevitably succumbs to exhaustion, their steeds equally beleaguered. To extricate themselves from the meticulously crafted tomb laid by Count Francis under such conditions seems an insurmountable task. Yet Torst knows they must attempt it, otherwise it will all be over. The knights struggle to disengage from the fray, pursued relentlessly by the battered but still formidable Francis knights, who close in from both sides. Breathing heavily, Torst bolts toward the only available exit, unaware of the fate that awaits them in that direction, yet acutely aware that they have no choice but to seek opportunity there. Behind them, the anguished cries of straggling knights pierce the air, growing ever closer, the sound of pursuing hooves echoing ominously. Without looking back, Torst can surmise that the once mighty roaring lion order, initially numbering over 400, has suffered at least 50% casualties, and the remaining knights, himself included, are not far from death. Despair envelopes them, and the last flicker of Sauron's flame seems poised to extinguish. Just as Torst sprints forward, a gleaming armored knightly order, numbering at least 200, emerges directly ahead, completely severing the roaring lion order's final escape route. In an instant, Torst's face pales, and he finds himself bereft of strength to control the reins of his steed. Sauron is finished. Chapter 97. He comes from hell with an ambush ahead and pursuit behind. Continuing the charge is akin to leaping into a grave, while halting guarantees death. This is not a particularly challenging dilemma for Torst, who has long since forsaken notions of glory and is consumed solely with the will to survive. For him, merely remaining alive constitutes the greatest victory, thus maintaining the high-speed charge of his horse. Torst swiftly regains his courage and issues a command to his fellow knights to break through. Drawing upon his vast experience, he expertly adjusts the rhythm of his mount, subtly shifting from his initial position at the front to intertwine himself within the ranks of his knights. Lead the charge. Did he not see the lancers at the forefront of the enemy? How could the esteemed Viscount Torst be expected to take the lead in such a dire charge? The distance between the two knightly orders diminishes to less than 100 meters, the thunder of hooves resounding as the roaring lion knights, emboldened by the threat of death, emit desperate yet defiant roars, raising their lances and swords anew, striving to carve a path for escape. Though even in failure, they intend to exact a grievous toll on their adversaries. Amidst the swirling dust, Torst clutches his great sword tightly, his eyes glinting with the reflections of the lances ahead. Charge, he bellows with all his might, bracing himself for another fierce clash. Yet, just as he raises his sword, a series of vivid crimson banners, emblazoned with the emblem of the firefox, suddenly unfurl within the gleaming armored order, and as the flags flutter in the wind, the once unified ranks of knights disperse, creating an opening wide enough for the fleeing lion knights to pass through. The firefox knights make no further movements, as if deliberately standing guard for their retreat. Though taken aback, there is no time for hesitation. With the newly created gap, Torst and his knights swiftly surge through the ranks of the opposing order, continuing their frantic dash for at least another 100 meters before Torst finally comprehends the significance of the firefox insignia, the banner of Donald's retinue. But why have they suddenly appeared here, brazenly offering them cover? With a multitude of doubts weighing heavily upon him, Torst finally reined in his horse, pondering whether to support the clearly beneficial knights or to continue his flight. He wrestled with this difficult decision. However, as he turned around, he realized that his judgment was no longer necessary. The Firefox Knights did not require his assistance. For the first time, the formidable might of the Donald family made a grand appearance on the battlefield of the wasteland. The reformed ranks of the Firefox Knights erected a solid wall of flesh and blood, and behind this wall, 7 cloaked figures, the favorite of the gods, simultaneously unleashed their long-prepared spells, almost instantaneously. The chaotic fire elements roared forth, and with the wind elements providing a fervent push, a sea of flames erupted before the Firefox Knights, presenting a terrifying spectacle of fire consuming the wild grass in mere moments. The Francis retinue, still pursuing the Soren Knights, was compelled to slow their advance. Indeed, such an overwhelming inferno posed little actual threat to the knights. But the disturbance it caused to their steeds was beyond the control of even the adventurer knights unencumbered by armor. As the flames danced wildly in the wind, devouring the ground cover, the once orderly and impressive formation of the Francis retinue was thrown into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain their formation and continue their charge. Perhaps in such a large-scale knightly slaughter, the 7 level 6 mages could not tip the scales of victory, but altering the course of the battle was not an insurmountable task. This was the resplendent power bestowed upon them by the gods. Viscount Torst was profoundly shaken. The magnificent scene before him, coupled with the heavy confusion in his mind, rendered him temporarily incapable of thought. At that moment, the leader of the Firefox Knights also appeared before him. This somewhat slender figure, the foremost retainer of the Donald family, casually lifted the visor of his helmet, surveying the disarray and utter disarray of the Soren Knights, and immediately furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Why do I not see the presence of young Master Ateris?" My orders were to ensure his safe evacuation from the battlefield. Torst, completely at a loss regarding the convoluted schemes and intrigues unfolding around him, offered no reply, seemingly too shaken to register the knight commander as question. However, a response was no longer necessary. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader of the Firefox Knights appeared to grasp the crux of the issue. He swiftly turned to his knights and commanded in a low voice, "Report to the Count immediately that Ateris is not present on the battlefield." Meanwhile, outside the city of Elbasan, amidst the raging flames, the estate of Baron Diego in the Lewis territory, located to the northeast of Soren, was equally drenched in blood. In recent times, due to the relentless slaughter by Lewis and Soren, Baron Diego had been living in a state of anxiety and fear, acutely aware that under Francis's instigation, one day the blade of Lewis would also be aimed at his throat. This realization deepened his despair, yet he felt utterly powerless. He had contemplated uniting with other Soren retainers to resist Lewis, but the question remained, could they truly stand against Lewis or Francis with their meager strength? One could almost decisively conclude that any act of rebellion would only draw them closer to death. Thus, when his steward hurriedly reported an attack on the estate, Diego's first instinct was that the demon Lewis had arrived. His second reaction was to draw his long-cherished great sword, resolved that even in death, he must make Lewis Soren pay a steep price. He instructed his steward to urgently summon the knights stationed behind the estate. Then, gripping his great sword, he strode out of his chamber. For the first time, The usually gentle and refined Baron Diego radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent as he emerged into the corridors of his estate. He immediately beheld the gruesome scene. Blood flowed freely, and the bodies of his servants lay strewn across the ground in a horrific display, igniting a fierce anger within him. He turned his gaze towards the lone assailant, who, curiously, was but one individual, slender in build and lacking the imposing stature of Lewis. Yet, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered was the gray cloak draped over the figure, soaked in the blood of his servants. And the great sword clutched in the assailant's hand, still dripping with blood. The assailant seemed to sense Diego's arrival and slowly turned. A face, cold and indifferent, came into view, once familiar and handsome, now marred by a long scar, causing Diego to momentarily gasp for breath. He was bathed in blood. He had emerged from the depths of hell. Chapter 98. Return to glory. No one could have anticipated that during the climactic battle between the Soren knights and Francis, Ateras would be absent from the battlefield, nor could anyone have imagined that he would suddenly appear in the territory of Lewis at this critical juncture. Did he not realize that for Lewis and Francis, severing his head would equate to ultimate victory? Baron Diego regarded the familiar handsome visage before him, struggling to believe his own eyes. He tightened and loosened his grip on the great sword in his hand, uncertain of how to confront the blood-soaked young man before him. After a prolonged silence, he managed to force out an awkward smile, refraining from mentioning the bloodshed within his estate, and hesitantly said, "My lord, my lord." This address drew a chilling smile from Ateras beneath his gray cloak, his narrowed eyes reflecting an icy calm as he replied, "Marquis Soren is dead. If I recall correctly, before his demise, I was the first in line to inherit the Soren family. So, Baron, do you believe it fitting to still call me my lord?" Baron Diego dared not respond. Ateras did not wait for a reply. He pointed the bloody sword at the ground, where blood and bodies lay, and coldly stated, "These are the costs you must pay. As for why you must pay them, I trust one need not remind you. Very well. Baron, you have already paid the necessary price. For your past transgressions, I will grant you forgiveness." Strangely, Baron Diego suddenly recalled the grace and composure of his former Lord Ateras. The ever-present smile that adorned his face, especially when he faced the Soren retainers with warmth and sincerity. The memories surged forth, and he found himself inexplicably nostalgic, momentarily forgetting his own selfishness as he gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, you must leave at once." The warmth that once characterized Ateras' smile had vanished, replaced by a slight upward curl of his lips as he fixed his gaze on Diego, his voice devoid of any emotional warmth. "If I came merely to forgive your sins, then why would I bother to come at all? If I leave now, what will become of you?" He looked up at the vast sky and continued, "What of those who died with unfulfilled desires?" Diego fell into silence, fully aware that Ateras' arrival had provided them with an additional option, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Yet ultimately, he hesitated to grasp this hope, for during the fall of Soren, they had played a disreputable role. Would Ateras truly forgive them? In the past, he might have believed it, but was the Ateras of now still the same as before? Was the slaughter of a few servants truly the cost? Diego was not so naive. However, Ateras would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. He strode through the bloodied ground, stopping 2 meters in front of Diego, and softly stated, "I am not afforded much time. I can give you only 2 hours. During this period, you must do everything within your power to notify everyone, to tell them I have returned, and that they should come to see me. That I will wait here for you." Wait? It seemed the words of a madman devoid of reason. Diego, fully aware that it would take no more than 2 hours to reach Soren City from his estate, was stunned. "Why not go now?" Ateras frowned, as if recalling something, and sneered, "Oh, I see. You are worried that even if you return to my side, you will still face death. But the question remains, do you have any other options? How many more days of life can Francis and Lewis grant you? Believe me, you have no choice. You must trust me. Take a gamble, Baron. Without a gamble, you will lose everything." Who could deny Ateras' words? One must acknowledge his precise timing in arriving. Baron Diego no longer hesitated, gritting his teeth as he strode toward the estate's entrance. "Do not be foolish enough to attempt to notify Lewis. You should know better than I that this will only hasten your demise." The voice that came from behind made Diego's steps falter slightly, sending a chill through him as he realized Ateras had somehow perceived his fleeting thought. He continued forward, increasingly awed. Within the span of 2 hours, the Soren retainers in Louis's territory hurried to the estate of Baron Diego in the town of Tackle. In this blood-soaked manner, these former traitors to Soren lowered their heads, kneeling in unison in the blood, deeply repenting before the erstwhile first heir of Soren. Their former lord. It is widely acknowledged that following the dissemination of news regarding the new Protestant district incident, those servitors of Sauron who are loyal to Louis must be enduring lives steeped in oppression and despair. For Aturlus, securing just one victory on the other side would suffice to compel Sauron's followers to utterly betray Louis and pledge allegiance to him, the de facto first heir of Sauron. Yet, who could have anticipated that a victory would not even be necessary? Aturlus audaciously chose the most perilous and direct means to reclaim the support of Sauron's servants. It must be admitted that this almost reckless, all-or-nothing approach is undoubtedly the most succinct and effective course of action, without exception. Of course, personally appearing in Louis's territory to rekindle hope among his servants could only be Aturlus's first mad step. Otherwise, without robust assurances following this, his servants might not be inclined to follow him into madness at any cost. That very evening, Count Stuart's castle was graced by an unexpected guest, one who even took Stuart by surprise. In the Count's study, situated on the highest floor of the castle, Stuart gazed at Aturlus, who was drenched in blood, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally managed to compose himself, exclaiming, "You are not the same as you once were." Though his cloak was stained and tattered, Aturlus maintained an air of elegance as he bowed gracefully, his expression impassive as he replied, "Count, do you truly expect a dog bereft of its home overnight to remain unchanged in the depths of hell? Regrettably, I must say, that is unrealistic and exceedingly cruel." Stuart, his expression complex, suddenly inquired, "I have received precise news regarding the war outside Albasan. I wish to know if you anticipated that Donald's firefox would certainly come to your aid." "You overestimate me. How could I dare to expect that old fox Donald would extend a helping hand?" Whether in self-deprecation or in subtle mockery of Stuart, Aturlus scoffed. "However, I can surmise that Augustus will certainly devise a way to ensure my survival. The reason is simple. Alfred seeks to establish a solid foundation for his ascent, and he requires time, necessitating my entanglement with Francis. Then why engage in that decisive battle, incurring unnecessary and tremendous casualties?" Oddly, Aturlus did not respond to Stuart's second question. Instead, after a prolonged silence, he remarked, "This necessary sacrifice will reveal its true purpose in due course." As if suddenly realizing something, Stuart refrained from further questioning, his gaze growing increasingly intricate. He finally broached a highly sensitive topic for both of them. "Are you not concerned that by coming to my castle, you may find it impossible to leave?" Aturlus raised an eyebrow and replied with a chilling smile, "Unless you are eager to witness Stuart's complete downfall at your hands, you will not only allow me to depart, but will also endeavor to ensure my satisfaction in doing so. And the reason? I have little patience for these tedious tests and counter-tests. Thus, Count, this shall be my final explanation. It is hard to fathom that even in such a situation, Aturlus could unabashedly express his impatience to Count Stuart. He coldly stated, given the current state of affairs, even if I were to perish, Francis would certainly not survive, for whether he likes it or not. Opposing Alfred inherently signifies his opposition to the establishment of the new Protestant district. Consequently, his foes cannot be limited to Alfred alone. In truth, he is at odds with the entire wasteland. Thus, I truly cannot believe you would be foolish enough to await demise alongside Francis, especially now that Alfred has become the invincible Alfred. As for me, the entire wasteland is well aware of my personal friendship with Augustus. Let it be noted that I was on the front lines when Alfred resisted the lich, leaving an indelible mark. Upon finishing, he smiled and gestured towards the prominent scar marring his handsome profile. Count Stuart fell into silence, rendered speechless. He understood that the old lion beneath had finally closed its eyes. He was also more than willing to believe that Aturlus, having forsaken all noble traits, would undoubtedly return to glory. Chapter 99. Welcome to Alfred's Castle. Indeed, the fabricated news of the new Protestant district has been maximally exploited. Standing on the second-floor corridor of Alfred's castle, overlooking the wintergreen and spring-fading Minerva's aconite below, Augustus privately mused. On one hand, this news compelled Francis to disperse the knights stationed in his own territory, preventing him from launching a full-scale assault. On the other hand, it forced his foolish brother, Louis Soren, to adopt a regime of oppressive violence in his domain, ultimately instilling fear among the nobility within his lands. Moreover, This same news had rendered Stuart utterly hesitant to stand resolutely alongside Francis. Ultimately, Aturlus had successfully ensnared Augustus and Donald within his schemes. One must concede that Aturlus had indeed wielded the rumor he concocted to its fullest extent, even though Augustus had not yet received any news. He could be certain that now Aturlus had appeared in Louis's territory, his next destination would undoubtedly be Stuart's castle. Such remarkable mastery of the overarching situation was truly awe-inspiring. Even when Augustus had analyzed Aturlus's potential maneuvers with Elizabeth, he had considered the most extreme option to be Aturlus audaciously infiltrating Louis's lands to rally his servants. Yet, he had ultimately believed that Aturlus would not be reckless enough to employ such a nearly suicidal approach. Thus, it was indeed unexpected that he not only adopted this strategy, but also laid the groundwork for his counteroffensive against Francis. However, all that remained was astonishment and surprise. There was nothing more to be said. Augustus had long understood that Aturlus, burdened with hatred, would inevitably grow overnight. Becoming formidable, he leaned against the castle's railing, his posture relaxed, and remarked with a smile, "Stuart will most likely align himself with Aturlus's front. Francis's days are about to become quite difficult." Standing behind him, the old steward, arms crossed in a rigid stance, quietly inquired, "Is it necessary to make contact with Francis?" Understanding the unspoken implications of the steward's words, Augustus shook his head in refusal, sneering, "There is no need, since Lister and the others have already reached Christopher's territory. I suspect Christopher will not remain patient for long. I do not require the war between Francis and Aturlus to prolong any further. Moreover, I had promised Elizabeth that all who have wronged us would pay a heavy price. Thus, with Sauron's demise, Francis must undoubtedly face a painful reckoning. As for Stuart, there is no rush. He will inevitably come to regret his decisions." The steward fell silent, observing his master's resolute profile with a complex gaze. Who would dare believe that Alfred had been teetering on the brink of hell merely 3 months prior? And as the names Lister and Christopher came to mind, Augustus instinctively turned his gaze toward Christopher's distant territory. According to his calculations, Christopher should soon respond, while he was uncertain of the means Christopher would employ. The current tranquility suggested that he was undoubtedly preparing for a final, frenzied counterattack. Subsequently, the wasteland would no longer bear the name Christopher. In the afternoon, having spent a habitual half-hour in Jelina's sleeping chamber, gazing at her furrowed brow in slumber, Augustus returned to his study, intending to further refine the structure of Alfred's power pyramid. However, unexpectedly, shortly after he sat down, the old steward approached quietly to inform him of a visitor. Noticing Augustus's puzzled expression, he added that it was an unfamiliar guest. Initially identified as the Viscountess Mary from Sauron's territory, publicly recognized as the mistress of the Marquis of Sauron, yet had resided with Sauron's second heir since the Marquis's death. Augustus was taken aback. This was indeed an entirely unforeseen visitor. He promptly exited the study and, from the second floor, glanced at the unremarkable carriage parked on the castle's front lawn. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs and approached the carriage, where Lady Mary awaited him. It was evident that her journey had not been easy. Although her elaborate blue gown remained tidy, her aristocratic hairstyle appeared somewhat disheveled. From her outward demeanor, Augustus could almost ascertain that she had faced multiple pursuers along the way. Yet the remarkable fact remained that she had safely arrived at Alfred's castle, particularly without any knightly escort. This was nothing short of miraculous. Augustus scrutinized the woman, whose beauty was not striking yet whose figure was undeniably impressive, his gaze tinged with intrigue. Lady Mary smiled, though it seemed the relentless pursuit had rendered her countenance difficult to compose. Her smile appeared somewhat forced. Yet her slight curtsy was impeccable. This was the true demeanor of nobility. Regardless of attire or disarray, the essence of elegance and composure was ingrained in the soul. Augustus, too indifferent for even a perfunctory greeting, cut straight to the chase, directly asking on the lawn, "I seem to recall no prior acquaintance between us. Alfred should also have had no dealings with you." Madame Mary was momentarily taken aback, accustomed as she was to the duplicitous and circuitous discourse of the aristocracy. She found it quite challenging to embrace such a direct manner of conversation. Fortunately, she was able to clearly grasp her position and managed a strained smile, offering Augustus an unexpected response. "No, the handsome and kind young Master Augustus. In fact, we have had prior dealings, and you may recall a hint I attempted to convey to you in Fairy City regarding the Sauron Circle." Augustus was instantly bewildered. even overlooking the rather insincere accolades of handsome and kind that Madame Mary had bestowed upon him. He had certainly not anticipated that the small attack from before had originated from this mature woman before him, although initially he suspected that the attack might have been a subtle reminder from someone in the wilderness. His doubts were directed towards families with independent territories in the wasteland. Who would have thought that this woman, who was sheltered under Sauron's wing, could orchestrate such a cunning arrangement? He squinted, pondering for a moment, gazing at the unusually composed maid behind Madame Mary, and ultimately fixed his gaze back on her, his thoughts leaping as he suddenly inquired, "So, does this mean that the carriage I saw collecting orphan girls during the Great Migration was also your doing? I am curious, what became of those girls besides being trained to become your shadows?" Clearly astonished by Augustus's leap in reasoning and not expecting this young Earl Alfred to see through her cards so swiftly, Madame Mary's smile froze. After a considerable pause, she struggled to lift her skirt and confessed, "In fact, the Red Mill in Sauron City was once my private enterprise." The Red Mill, the sole entertainment venue in Sauron City and the entire wasteland, was reputed to be the only option for the nobility seeking pleasures through women in lavish beds. One could only imagine the terrifying extent to which the Red Mill had amassed wealth. Augustus, who had initially displayed a decidedly cool demeanor tinged with subtle rejection, suddenly broke into a warm, sunlit smile. He gestured invitingly, saying, "Welcome to Alfred Castle." Chapter 100. Digging one's own grave and regret, completely baffled by the thought process of the young Earl Alfred. Madame Mary found the abrupt shift from her previous sense of subtle repulsion to his sudden warmth quite bewildering. Cautiously lifting her skirt, she followed Augustus, exhausting her mind in realizing that she could not possibly fathom the logic of this young nobleman. She was left with no choice but to acknowledge that this Earl Alfred was indeed vastly different from many of the nobles she had encountered in the wasteland. After pondering for a considerable time, as she ascended the steps of Alfred Castle, the undeterred Madame Mary tentatively inquired, "How did you deduce that the carriage collecting orphan girls during the Great Migration was sent by me?" "See, my lady, you must think I am a fool," Augustus quipped, glancing sideways without breaking stride. Noticing that Madame Mary's complexion paled instantly, he refrained from applying further psychological pressure on this pitiable woman and candidly remarked, "Given that you have come to Alfred Castle after a harrowing escape from pursuers, and without any knightly retinue following you, can I not conclude that there must be some arrangements of yours in places unseen, coupled with the female assassin who attempted to warn me in Fairy City? Might I also infer that your clandestine machinations involve women? But how do you possess so many female pawns? Coincidentally, I happened to witness that carriage during the migration, hence I irresponsibly surmised it was part of your plan. Gathering orphan girls to secretly cultivate your power. Any objections?" Perhaps due to the high heels she wore, Madame Mary stumbled slightly on the steps, her face flushed red as she clenched her silver teeth. But it was not entirely because she was taken aback by Augustus's ability to deduce her outlines from mere details. More infuriating was the fact that this young noble displayed not an ounce of gentlemanly decorum. The one who ultimately steadied her was her maid behind her, not Augustus, who was walking beside her. Especially vexing was the fact that this utterly unrefined young man, after she regained her balance, scrutinized her with a smirk that left Madame Mary doubting her decision to ally with Alfred. Was this choice truly a foolish leap from one grave to another? Soon enough, she would discover that the answer was nearly certain. Upon entering the parlor, Augustus, who had long since abandoned any expectations, displayed a lack of decorum, allowing her, the guest, to take a seat first. Only after casually settling into the plush crimson sofa in the center did he gesture toward the small sofa beside it. Then fell silent, merely observing Madame Mary with a sense of disjointed curiosity. This made Madame Mary feel rather uneasy, despite her efforts to conceal her discomfort. This sensation was peculiar, possibly due to his effortless penetration of her defenses. She felt as though his aggressively piercing gaze could easily dissect her very soul, leaving her with no secrets in the presence of those bright eyes. The atmosphere remained suspended in this state of Madame Mary's anxiety, while Augustus savored the amusement of the situation. Finally, when a maid quietly brought in 2 glasses of expensive rose wine that Augustus had grown weary of during this period, he broke the silence and inquired, "Even someone like you, who maintains a close relationship with Lewis, is struggling to escape that it seems the territory of Lewis has already descended into chaos, has it not, my lady? Would you mind enlightening me on the approximate strength that Ateras could muster within Lewis's domain?" Realizing she could not grasp the rhythm of this young earl, The sufficiently astute Madame Mary naturally adopted the most cautious and earnest demeanor. Sitting up straight, elegantly holding the stemmed glass of rose, she pondered before explaining. There are approximately 6 noble families that truly wield power within Lewis's territory. I cannot provide specific figures, but there are around 30 true knights as for the reserve knights of level 3 and above. A conservative estimate would easily yield a scale of about 300 knights, with 500 being the upper limit for those servants lurking in the shadows. This was the true foundation of what was once the foremost titan of the wasteland. Augustus could hardly conceal his astonishment. Compared to when he took over Alfred, he had not a single true knight aside from Kingship, and gathering his territory amounted to no more than 500 swordsmen, all of whom were at the lowest level of around 3. The disparity was stark, leaving Augustus perplexed as to how his father had managed to rally Christopher and elevate Donald, successfully creating a balanced standoff among the 3 circles of the wasteland. This further allowed Augustus to appreciate the formidable finesse of his unfamiliar father. With a complex expression, he inquired, "Did Lewis make any preparations when you departed?" Madame Mary did not hide her disdain, swirling the wine in her glass as she contemptuously remarked, "Preparations? If waiting for death and lying on a woman's belly while waiting for death are different, then indeed, he is making preparations." Such sharpness and bitterness. Augustus chuckled softly. The 2 heirs of Marquis Sauron were indeed polar opposites. However, if Ateras could regain control of Sauron, he would have to extend his gratitude to young Lewis, having roughly deciphered the current situation in Sauron. And not expecting Madame Mary to provide further details on the intricacies between Ateras and Stuart, Augustus temporarily set those questions aside. His gaze fell upon the wine glass before him, no longer regarding the stark contrast of Madame Mary's countenance and figure beside him. He casually remarked, "By the way, my lady, I am still unaware of the true intent behind your visit to Alfred Castle." The moment Madame Mary swirled her wine glass, she stiffened. Could it be that her arduous journey to Alfred Castle had not been sufficiently clear in its intent? Her prior assistance to Francis in completely overturning Sauron while standing beside Lewis. Could this astute young Earl Alfred truly be oblivious to that? It was humiliating and infuriating that he only thought to inquire about her intentions after extracting the information he sought from her. Overwhelmed by a wave of indignation and fury, she could do little but strive to control her emotions, gritting her teeth and forcing a smile as she stated, "Please forgive my abruptness. I have come seeking Alfred's protection." Protection? Augustus feigned surprise. As though he had not anticipated such a request, he spread his hands. "While Alfred has certainly gained some stability, it is hardly strong enough to afford you protection, my lady. Moreover, should Ateras discover that you are hiding in my castle." "How would I explain that? My lady, you may not be aware, but Ateras was most instrumental in assisting me at one point. I have no reason to extend protection to his adversaries." Was this truly a rejection? Madame Mary gently set down her glass of wine, took a deep breath, and then reined in her emotions, calmly stating, "State your terms, my lord." Augustus beamed. "I do appreciate a clever person like you." Subsequently, he fell into silence, his gaze incessantly roving over the tempestuous form of Lady Mary. His intentions appeared unmistakably evident, and thus, the metamorphosis of Lady Mary, who had grown under the unrestrained scrutiny of the nobles, swiftly dawned upon her. The expression of impassivity that lingered a moment before was replaced by a seductive smile, evoking memories in Augustus of his past life's remarkable skill in altering expressions. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lady Mary not only shifted her ample posterior onto his lap, but also delicately placed her hand upon his chest. Yet, as she tilted her head to speak with a flirtatious smile, she abruptly perceived that the youthful Earl's playful demeanor had transformed into an icy detachment. Although adept in such exchanges, Lady Mary found herself at a loss. Augustus did not conceal his disdain. Signaling with his eyes for her to vacate his personal space, he scoffed, "While I do not dismiss women with ample bosoms and backsides, I am not so desperate as to accept this." Overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, Lady Mary rose, struggling to suppress her impulse to flee from this demon as swiftly as possible. Yet, she ultimately returned to the sofa. Where could she possibly go? For decades, she had been exalted by the various nobles of the wasteland, accustomed to masking her scorn and pride with a debauched smile. That was the first time that Lady Mary lowered her proud head in despair. A hollow laugh escaped her lips as she finally recognized the impossibility of becoming Soren's lover, and the notion of receiving admiration or adulation was now a distant dream. She found herself oddly nostalgic for the days when the old lion Soren was still alive. Chapter 101. Interrogation of the soul. Augustus refrained from further tormenting the desolate Lady Mary's pride, not out of a rare compassion, but rather because he had grown weary of this uninteresting game of cat and mouse. He coldly proposed the first condition, that Lady Mary cultivate a covert network of female operatives to monitor and safeguard the vicinity of the Alfred castle. Lady Mary readily acquiesced, for in seeking the protection of Alfred, it was imperative for her to make relevant contributions and arrangements. Even without Augustus's prompting, she would have taken the initiative, with the first condition smoothly established, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope. Lady Mary's expression quickly reverted to her usual subtly provocative smile. Pride? What use is that for survival? The second condition Augustus inquired about was the astounding profits that the Moulin Rouge had yielded for her, essentially asking about the current state of her private wealth. This query delved into more personal territory, and from any angle, it seemed unnecessary for the seeking refuge Lady Mary to respond. However, under Augustus's amused yet scrutinizing gaze, Lady Mary hesitated before ultimately providing a detailed explanation in her hasty departure. Many valuable jewels had been left unaccounted for, and since Soren's upheaval, the Moulin Rouge had remained closed. The total wealth she could currently muster amounted to less than 20,000 Bourbon gold coins, 20,000 coins, a significant sum by any measure. Yet, Augustus, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, ultimately scoffed. What a disingenuous little lamb you are, madam. Are you testing my intelligence? Surely, there must be at least another zero behind that 20,000 to reflect your true wealth. Lady Mary maintained her composure, smiling as she attempted to clarify. However, Augustus abruptly interjected, the financial situation in Alfred has been dire lately, and I believe you are aware of this. Since you will be residing in Alfred Castle for an indeterminate time, your considerable wealth would serve little purpose here. Why not lend it to Alfred? This would also be an excellent opportunity to demonstrate your friendship toward him. Do not let it slip away. Pausing, he did not grant Lady Mary, whose expression had shifted slightly, a chance to speak. He sighed, because of you, I may soon find myself at odds with my friend Aphilus. Understand that with enemies comes the potential for warfare. And once war commences, death becomes inevitable. Madam, do you comprehend the value of life? Especially that of the Knights of Alfred? To weigh it against filthy gold places a heavy psychological burden upon me. With one hand grasping a gold mine and the other outstretched for more, to claim that Alfred's finances were in turmoil while presenting this as an opportunity for friendship, demanding not only free gold coins but also gratitude? Very well, even if war would indeed bring about casualties, would it truly be solely due to her actions when Alfred and Athelas inevitably clashed? Lady Mary gritted her teeth and declared vehemently. You say, how much must I pay to sufficiently demonstrate my sincerity? Augustus replied with a pleasant smile. Let us settle on 150,000.150,000. Not a chance. Lady Mary, unable to endure further, felt as though her tail had been stepped on and erupted in outrage. Yet Augustus's smile remained serene as he gently inquired, then how much would you be willing to offer? Up to 50,000. Lady Mary's resolute conclusion caused Augustus to furrow his brow slightly. Madam, do you truly believe our friendship is worth merely 50,000 gold coins? That is quite disheartening. That it must be at least 120,000. Thus, amidst this subtle yet fervent haggling, they eventually settled on 100,000 Bourbon gold coins, a vast fortune for Augustus, who was financially destitute. He finally rose, smiling and bowing, reiterating, Alfred Castle warmly welcomes a friend such as yourself, madam. Lady Mary, having just arrived at Alfred Castle nearly destitute, merely pursed her lips, reclining with her legs crossed. Too apathetic even to feign courtesy. Augustus, of course, remained unfazed. He simply instructed that a room be prepared for Lady Mary, and then excused himself from the parlor. As he reached the doorway, he seemed to recall something. Turning back to calmly state, there is one matter I must remind you of. My sister Elizabeth, whom I believe you have heard of, while I permit you to reside in my castle, I sincerely advise you not to disturb her. Holding a glass of red wine, Lady Mary was momentarily taken aback. A cunning noble with means and audacity, a shrewd and mercantile facade, and a brother who dotes on his sister. What truly lies beneath the mask of this young earl? Exiting the parlor, he met the aged steward waiting at the door. Augustus first instructed him to arrange a room for Lady Mary. Then, after a moment's thought, gravely cautioned the steward to closely observe this unfamiliar guest. Although he understood that Lady Mary sought refuge out of desperation, Granting absolute trust to such a scheming and ambitious woman would be folly. Augustus was unconcerned about Lady Mary causing upheaval within his castle. Yet he certainly did not wish for her to disrupt its normal operations. The steward bowed in acknowledgement. Despite temporarily losing substantial power, his ability to handle such trivialities would never burden Augustus. Augustus then stood alone before the parlor door, gazing at the withered lawn before the castle, his expression indifferent. From any perspective, Lady Mary's current dependence was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental, not only in terms of the gold that had practically found its way into his pocket but also in the unseen defensive strength surrounding Alfred Castle. For Christopher's counterattack would likely come soon, and Augustus was uncertain of the methods Christopher might employ. However, he was aware that a significant force was propelling Christopher's actions, and when the counterattack came, it would undoubtedly not resemble the initial attempts of merely sending a few departing knights to claim his head. How thrilling! Meanwhile, within the dark, sealed chamber of the fortress in Christopher's domain of Morgan, the Earl stood alone, enveloped in shadows. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon Christopher's pallid face, while a massive black cross loomed upon the dark walls, rendering the chamber heavy with a distinct religious aura. He stood before the cross in solemn silence for what felt like an eternity, before expressionlessly shedding his black robe. Revealed beneath was not only his remarkably fair skin, but also the jagged scars that twisted grotesquely across his back, strikingly gruesome and oppressively dark. He reached for a golden chain, bizarrely shaped like a limp broom, laid upon a small table before him. The chain, as thick as an infant's wrist, extended downward, branching into 7 separate strands, reflecting cold and sacred light under the candle's glow. Clutching the golden chain, he knelt reverently before the cross. He struck his own body fiercely, interrogating his soul. Flesh tore, blood splattered. Yet, apart from a slight furrow of his brow and the inevitable muffled groans of pain, Christopher exhibited no further reaction, though cold sweat soon beaded upon his forehead. The sharp sound of the golden chain lashing against his flesh echoed throughout the chamber. Amid this agony and the piercing sound, Christopher gasped, murmuring, "I sincerely resolve, with God's assistance, to repent for my sins, to embrace penance, and to renew myself. I shall scourge my flesh, interrogate my soul, forcing my sins, the demons lurking within my body, into the open, to be laid bare under the Lord's glory, turning to ashes." Chapter 102. Christopher confronts the sun rejuvenated in the embrace of light. Count Christopher remained as composed and stoic as ever. He slowly emerged from the secret chamber, his unhurried footsteps firm and steady. Were it not for the dark cloak draped over his shoulders, faintly revealing splotches of blood, one would hardly discern any signs of having endured a lashing. He made his entrance into the grand hall of his castle, where the elderly butler, hunched with age, assisted him in shedding his black cloak and replacing it with another. This entire procedure unfolded with a practiced ease, reminiscent of countless repetitions of the same motions, the same rituals. As Christopher changed his cloak, he abruptly inquired, "Have the source been identified?" Here, the source could only refer to the cause of the recent turmoil and unrest within his domain. Initially, the news from the newly established parish had minimal impact, largely due to the profound friendship between Christopher and Alfred, which alleviated the concerns of his subjects, who even harbored a sense of anticipation. However, in recent times, as rumors swirled that Count Alfred had been attacked and murdered by Christopher, ostensibly to thwart Alfred's plans for establishing the parish, unrest had engulfed Christopher's territory. The common folk derided their overlord, while his noble servants struggled to suppress their fears and resentment. The aged butler sighed as he finished adjusting the cloak for his count, draping the stained black garment over his arm and stepping back slightly. In a hoarse voice, he responded, "It was a group of children, quite cunning. The exact number remains uncertain. We have managed to locate 3 and executed them in secrecy. However, my lord, I still believe you owe an explanation to the people of the territory, to assure them that this is merely an absurd rumor." An explanation? Christopher's lips curled slightly, an expression that appeared particularly unnatural beneath his stoic facade, but he replied calmly, "What good would an explanation do? Would it allow Christopher to escape the fate of annihilation? Would it delay his descent into hell? It is futile. Having arrived at this juncture, we can only continue onward, straight into the depths of the abyss." The elderly butler fell silent, unable to speak further. Having watched his count grow since childhood, he understood all too well that Christopher, under the manipulation of fate, had no choice in the matter. Fate if contemplating this very notion. Count Christopher narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Perhaps this is for the best. At least Christopher's tainted fate will find its conclusion in my hands, and my heir shall no longer live as a puppet." Pausing for a moment, he turned to the butler, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles, and spoke in a voice devoid of emotion, "Victor, I have come to a realization. I must accept the master's arrangements, even if it means yielding to the devil's intent to harbor me. What reason do I have to resist? You must hasten to take my heir away, so he may follow the master's path and understand who our true enemies are. I hope Solomon does not become like me. I hope he can seize the throat of destiny tightly." The aged butler named Victor hesitated for a moment, instinctively responding, "But my lord." His unfinished words were abruptly silenced by Christopher's dismissive gesture, interrupting him before he could articulate his thoughts. Christopher then inquired, "Have you accomplished what I instructed you to arrange?" Hunched over, Victor lowered his gaze. Having watched his count grow, he knew full well that once Christopher made a decision, there was no room for argument. He remained silent, and then slowly replied, 200 knights have infiltrated Alfred's territory in secrecy. Prepared to act upon your command, my lord. There is no need to await so-called orders. Let them indulge in the revelry before death." With an expressionless face, Christopher delivered his final statement, then turned to gaze at Alfred with a profound intensity, asserting, "Since they are so intent on forcing me out, if death is inevitable, I certainly have reason to grant him a sufficient surprise." Augustus's anticipated counterattack from Christopher finally materialized, yet, unexpectedly, as he sought to flush out the venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. What emerged was not the vibrant snake he had envisioned, but a two-headed python, akin to the ruler of the dark forest. That morning, in a small grove at the base of the final mountain behind Alfred's castle, Augustus stared at the approximately 400-millimeter thick trunk of a tree before him. Incredulous, it was only after circling the tree several times, ensuring that the circular hole in its trunk was flawless, even Albert would find no fault, that he began to believe he had truly transcended the realm of the awakened knight. This realization filled him with delight, especially as he suddenly turned and effortlessly pierced another stout tree behind him with his lance. Discovering the circular hole remained unblemished, demonstrating a perfect culmination of explosive power and control. Unable to suppress a smile, he believed that even Albert would be satisfied with the level of strength he currently possessed, though. Of course, Augustus would not become overly complacent. After all, Albert had clearly stated that individuals with such formidable soul power, once they embarked on the path of knighthood, would initially experience a smooth journey. But the true test would arise when they reached the stage of becoming an order knight, a time when matters would not be so simple. Augustus stretched his body. In any case, he felt sufficiently content without being overly ambitious. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was nearing noon and decided it was time to conclude his training in mastering power. He habitually shouldered his lance and exited the grove. However, upon stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered old Vernon, who had been waiting there. This surprised Augustus, for old Vernon was typically quite busy, managing the castle's cleaning tasks, lawn maintenance, tending to the garden behind the castle, and overseeing the servants' duties, leaving him little time to wait specifically for Augustus. Accepting the handkerchief offered by old Vernon, Augustus wiped the sweat from his brow and casually inquired, "Is something the matter?" Old Vernon bowed slightly and calmly replied, "Sir Hydar's estate in D City has been attacked. A family of 17, including servants and attendants, has perished without exception." Augustus abruptly turned his head. He had little recollection of Sir Hydar's, merely recalling him as one of the many noble titles without substantial power in his domain, even lacking the qualifications to participate in the Alfred conference. Thus, it was not the massacre of Sir Hydar's family that shocked him, but rather the sensitivity of the estate's location, D City. The significance of that town to Augustus was self-evident. Moreover, having long established various clandestine networks within D City, including the presence of 200 knights of the faithful order stationed there, he could hardly fathom who might dare to orchestrate such a bloody slaughter there. Could it be Christopher? In that moment, Augustus found himself uncertain, for he could not conceive the motive behind Christopher's actions. If Christopher possessed such formidable power to instigate a bloodbath in his heavily fortified D City, why would he not launch a direct assault on his castle? What significance lay in slaughtering an insignificant servant of Alfred? He was perplexed, but before he could ask old Vernon if he knew the identity of the assailant, old Vernon continued with a second piece of news, and clarity dawned upon Augustus. The same incident unfolded last night in Saya City, at Sir Diarnova's estate. There was no need for further contemplation. It could only be the handiwork of Christopher. and undoubtedly a grand scheme at that. Augustus clenched the handkerchief he had been using to wipe away sweat tightly in his hand, narrowing his eyes, unable to suppress his thoughts as he remarked, "The Count Christopher, who has been cautiously treading in the shadows, has finally stepped into the light." Chapter 103. The White Terror. Augustus promptly devised a targeted response. First, he communicated with the leader of the 200 knights of the faithful order stationed outside Alfred's castle. Discussing plans to expand their patrol range within his territory, they would not engage in combat, but would project a deterrent presence to bolster the confidence of his subjects to the greatest extent possible. This was a manageable task, as this contingent of knights had been stationed outside his castle for quite some time, and the leader maintained a good personal relationship with Augustus, thanks to Sophia's initial introductions, and readily agreed. Next, he arranged for members of the Iris Reserve Knight Order to be dispatched across various towns to swiftly locate the whereabouts of the assassins originating from the Christopher family. Once these two matters were settled, Augustus returned to his study to peruse the records of the noble families within his domain that bore titles without commensurate power, an endeavor that was undoubtedly necessary. As a lord, Augustus bore the responsibility and obligation to safeguard the safety of his subjects, especially as he had just pledged to protect them when reclaiming the retinues of various families. In truth, Augustus had to acknowledge that, whether intentional or not, Christopher's unexpectedly vigorous counterattack could indeed jeopardize the power structure he had meticulously constructed in Alfred. Sitting down at his desk, he pulled out the records of his vassal families and began to study them intently. Even forgetting to acknowledge Elizabeth, who sat across from him, Elizabeth could readily discern Augustus's tension. She found it perplexing that if she recalled correctly, this was the first time she had witnessed such an anxious demeanor from Augustus. Instinctively, she inquired, "Is it a difficult situation?" With his gaze still fixed on the documents in hand, Augustus nodded lightly, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "If even the heavily fortified city of D has suffered an attack, one cannot help but wonder about the fate of other towns if this matter is not addressed promptly. I fear that panic will soon permeate our territory, while Alfred may not be thrown into turmoil. Tension and pessimism are undoubtedly unavoidable." Elizabeth, who had remained silent, closed the document in her hands and regarded Augustus earnestly. When she had initially attempted to compel Christopher to emerge, she understood Augustus's line of thought. It could be said that Augustus's true aim was not merely to draw out Count Christopher, but rather to unveil the formidable force concealed behind Christopher's family. Both she and Augustus were acutely aware that the attackers of Alfred's castle and the murderers of their father were a powerful knightly order averaging at least level 7 in strength. A force that could not possibly originate from the wastelands, but rather from a significant family within the sacred empire beyond. Therefore, in order to confront such a colossal adversary, they would inevitably need to draw the enemy out first. Since this involved forces from outside the wastelands, Alfred had ample justification to enlist the aid of Bishop Massid to combat this formidable foe. Otherwise, Alfred would stand no chance. She pondered briefly before speculating. Could it be that this event was orchestrated by the individual behind Christopher? Augustus comprehended the basis for Elizabeth's conjecture, as such a display of power exceeded their expectations. Yet, he still shook his head decisively. Unlikely. Interestingly, I sensed Christopher's despair in this situation. He appears to be willing to risk everything, even to the point of dying, just to take a bite out of Alfred. Indeed, in the face of imminent death, one can become quite mad. Paying no heed to Augustus's self-deprecating demeanor, Elizabeth frowned slightly, seemingly unable to accept the possibility that Christopher had been entirely abandoned. Otherwise, why would Augustus characterize his counterattack as one born of desperation? With such doubts lingering, she watched as Augustus sifted through one document after another, yet ultimately awaited an explanation that never came. This was Elizabeth's greatest dissatisfaction. Despite her repeated assertions to Augustus that Alfred belonged to both of them as siblings, and that she had every right to share in his burdens, it seemed that even when he outwardly acquiesced, he instinctively kept her away from true danger, fiercely guarding her with a domineering resolve that left her both touched and helpless. He wished to protect her. Yet how could she remain indifferent to his exhaustion and struggles? After reviewing the servants' files, as dusk approached, Augustus dispatched knights to various towns to inform these defenseless servants that, if necessary, they should temporarily relocate to the vicinity of Alfred's castle. Based on his estimates, Christopher's counterattack was far from over. This was merely the beginning. His response was swift, and his arrangements meticulous. Under his organized directives, as some of the servants began to set up tents on the lawn in front of Alfred's castle. It seemed that the Christopher assassins hidden among the vast number of Alfred's civilians had lost all opportunities that in the following 2 days, Alfred gradually returned to a semblance of calm. However, this tranquility was merely superficial, as it lasted only 2 days before news of another attack on Alfred's servants surfaced. This time, the victim was none other than a formidable servant, Baron Marshall of Greentown. Fortunately, Marshall managed to escape his estate under the cover of night, wounded yet alive, thanks to his level 5 combat prowess. However, his family was ultimately devastated, with even the sole heir perishing in the brutal assault. Thus, Christopher's ultimate intentions for his counterattack were laid bare. If Augustus's attempts to draw Christopher out had aimed to plunge his family into chaos, then Christopher's retaliation sought to envelop Alfred in a white terror. Within a mere few days, not only had the weaker servants sought refuge at Alfred's castle, but even some powerful town lords had panically arrived, asserting that since the Count had revoked their rights to retain knightly retainers, Augustus was obliged to provide them sanctuary, thus disrupting all normal order in Alfred and creating an unprecedented tension, rendering the atmosphere so fraught that it could accurately be described as one of universal anxiety. Standing in the corridor on the second floor of his castle, overlooking the various temporary tents sprawled out before him, Augustus's gaze was hollow. He understood that such a climate of fear, if prolonged, would inevitably lead to an explosion of unrest within Alfred, and he might well face the desperate outcries of his servants before Christopher's demise came to pass. At that moment, even his authoritarian grip would be insufficient to quell the uprising. Undoubtedly, this predicament was arduous. Unlike the despair he had faced initially, which was of a psychological nature, this was a monumental pressure weighing upon his psyche. Nevertheless, he could not act impulsively, not only because the crippled Alfred lacked decisive offensive capability, but also due to the formidable hand lurking behind Christopher that compelled his caution. He raised his gaze to the clouds shrouding the sky above Alfred's castle, his grip on the castle's railing tightening until veins stood out prominently. Winter had passed, yet spring had yet to arrive. Chapter 104. The stubborn siblings Baron Marshall boisterously recounted to Augustus the details of the attack on his estate that night. His posture was peculiar, perhaps due to his injuries. The white bandages wrapped around his robust frame created a rather comical tableau. Yet he seemed wholly unaware, sitting across from Augustus, as if narrating the misfortunes of another. He briefly outlined the events of that night, but one could hardly expect him to provide a vivid account. He did not attempt to conceal his blunt manner of speech once he concluded his tale of his family's misfortunes. Marshall, undeterred by Augustus's grim countenance, laughed heartily. "My lord, fret not. It was merely the death of an heir. Though I am injured, it has not affected my ability to procreate. Trust me, for every one I lose, I can create at least 10, provided you ensure your servants become prosperous." He treated the death of his sole heir as if it were a trifling matter. Augustus managed a strained smile. He held a considerable fondness for this rough-hewn baron, not only for the latter's assistance in resolving the Nile issue, but also for the wisdom and understanding Marshall displayed in such trying times that it provided Augustus, who was accustomed to dealing with scheming servants, a sense of relief, even though he knew the weight of that relief rested squarely on the shoulders of the man before him. After absorbing the details of Marshall's family's plight, Augustus considered for a moment before rising and patting the baron's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, my lord. When the time comes, you may choose as many women as you desire. Financial concerns will not be a burden, even if you wish to keep a prized canary from a noble family of the Sacred Empire. It shall not be an issue." "A canary from the Sacred Empire?" Baron Marshall laughed heartily. "I look forward to that day arriving swiftly." Augustus smiled, affirming, "It shall not be long." The burly Marshall, possessing a keen intelligence beneath his rugged exterior, recognized that his lord had a plethora of matters to attend to and, with that awareness, took his leave. That he limped toward the door, a scene both tragic and comical in its portrayal. Just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly paused, not turning back, and said in a deep voice, "I have a request, and I hope you will grant it." Augustus regarded the towering figure of Marshall with curiosity. The once boisterous baron now spoke with a calm demeanor. "If possible, I would like to personally sever Christopher's head, filling it with his blood to adorn the banquet celebrating Alfred's victory." How could one possibly disregard the death of their sole heir? After bidding farewell to Baron Marshall, Augustus sat alone in his private study, struggling to regain his composure. That he repeatedly reminded himself that anger and anxiety were humanity's greatest sins, the ultimate source of impaired judgment. Finally, after a deep breath, he found himself considerably calmer, his right hand unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk as he furrowed his brow, analyzing Christopher's current situation and the intentions of the shadowy hand behind him. He remained silent, engaged in self-reflection and dialectics for nearly half an hour, but upon realizing that mere conjecture would not yield conclusive answers, he once again abandoned his strategy. Ultimately, strength is the decisive hand that determines fate. Augustus contemplated the unseen hand of Christopher, then recalled the words spoken by Albert as he guided him onto the path of knighthood. He understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. Rising, he made his way back to the shared study he occupied with Elizabeth, pausing briefly in the corridor to glance at the chaotic tents of refuge before the castle. Upon entering the study, he gently seated himself opposite Elizabeth. In response to her smile, he too smiled, yet refrained from drawing forth the documents before him, instead gazing silently at Elizabeth, appearing to be in contemplation, though it might have been hesitation. Elizabeth finally sensed Augustus's gaze and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "What is it?" Augustus forced a smile, initially shaking his head, but then uncharacteristically inquired, "By the way, last time you mentioned that Sophia had written to you. What did it say?" "I told you, didn't I? Sophia invited me to visit her in the capital," Elizabeth mumbled, somewhat perplexed. She then retrieved the letter from a few days prior, attempting to hand it to Augustus for him to read himself. But he gently waved his hand in refusal. Elizabeth, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, "You won't even look at it when I show it to you. That I truly wonder what you are thinking." Augustus maintained his smile and replied gently, "Then why not go? Look, there's not much work to be done at the moment." Elizabeth instinctively opened her mouth to respond, but her keen intellect suddenly grasped Augustus's true intention. Her smile froze on her exquisite face, and she fell silent. Augustus, lost in his own musings, remarked, "Go ahead. Compared to the capital, Fairy City is undeniably a rural town. I believe you would find it far more interesting there." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Elizabeth's voice was calm and steady. Augustus shrugged, feigning innocence. "Nothing really. I just think you and Sophia have always gotten along well. Since she invited you to the capital, there's no reason to decline." "Then why did you not say this when I received the letter a few days ago, but rather choose to mention it now?" Augustus fell into a quiet silence. Elizabeth's beautiful visage remained devoid of emotional fluctuation as she softly said, "Augustus, I am your sister. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your concerns? Surely, you regard me as a burden once more. Are you planning to wage a full-scale war against Christopher? Yet, considering the powerful figure behind the Christopher family, you doubt your chances of victory, fearing that if you fail, I would once again be plunged into despair. Am I correct?" Augustus managed a strained smile. "It is not as complicated as you think. That I merely considered the recent insecurity and wished to keep you away from it. Thus, going to the capital would be better. After all, Sophia has only just returned and has yet to be embroiled in the struggles of Constantine. Moreover, it is the year of the cardinal's election, and the Mass happens to be at St. John's Cathedral. You would surely enjoy your time in the capital." "Is that truly the case? Is it really just about safety?" "But Augustus, have you forgotten that Alfred Castle is, at this moment, the safest place?" "Indeed, since most of Alfred's servants had chosen to remain at the castle, the patrols of the Knights of the Faith had become meaningless, re-establishing themselves at the castle's periphery. Coupled with Lady Mary's covert influence, as long as it was not Christopher's entire retinue charging forth, Alfred Castle was effectively the safest location within the territory." Augustus sighed softly. Unlike the independent and resilient nature that Sophia exuded, Elizabeth's apparent fragility concealed a tenacity that bordered on obstinacy at times. Augustus could not help but ponder how someone who appeared so gentle and compliant could harbor such a clever and steadfast spirit beneath her delicate exterior. He found himself wishing that his sister were merely a beautiful yet unremarkable noblewoman. "I have told you before, you cannot always push me away in the face of danger, thinking that as long as I remain alive, everything is fine. Do you even realize that if you were to die, how could I possibly continue living?" For the first time, Elizabeth expressed her frustration in front of Augustus. As she spoke, she became aware of her own tone and quickly adjusted, softening her voice. "Besides, it may not be as dangerous as you imagine, right?" "No. In fact, I have not yet truly contemplated the greatest dangers. Elizabeth, you must understand that the formidable knightly order that once attacked Alfred Castle may very well be within Christopher's territory, faced with the inevitability of revelation. Augustus decided to be forthright. He contemplated the array of circumstances that might arise once war was declared, fully aware that his decision was akin to walking a precarious tightrope. One side represented Christopher being utterly forsaken and rendered vulnerable, while the other posed the direct threat of that powerful knightly order. In the latter scenario, there was no question that Alfred would stand no chance whatsoever. Then why not endure a little longer? Under the current circumstances, Christopher is unlikely to pose a substantial threat to us, is he? Endure? Augustus raised his gaze calmly. For one who possessed a strong desire for control, he found himself loathing, even despising, a danger that he could not command. Furthermore, if he were to simply endure, he could not hope to make rapid progress along the path of knighthood. Ultimately, he was not one to cower in fear, regardless of the pressure or danger. They would ultimately serve as the impetus for his steady advancement. He ceased to explain himself and, meeting Elizabeth's worried gaze, smiled gently. Elizabeth, this is a decision I have made. The obstinate Elizabeth could no longer contain her emotions. She bit her lip fiercely. But what right do you have to decide my fate? Why should I comply with your decision? Augustus continued to smile, but his gaze grew increasingly cold as he calmly reiterated, Elizabeth, this is a decision I have made. Anger surged within her, and she opened her mouth, ready to say more. But ultimately, Elizabeth could not utter another word. She recognized Augustus's resoluteness, his unyielding nature, so, even if she resisted and struggled, it would have no bearing on the outcome. She ultimately understood Augustus. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Augustus, seemingly unable to bear the sight of her tears, turned away impassively. Old Vernon will accompany you. Once I have resolved matters here, I will come to fetch you. Then, with his back to Elizabeth, he smiled and said, Remember to buy your brother a gift, borrowing your words. Otherwise I shall be quite saddened. No matter how heartbroken he felt, the burden of these sordid affairs could only rest upon his shoulders.